Greetings and salutations, old friends, and hopefully some new friends. If you're new to our show here, please let me know in the live chat. We welcome everyone, but especially new participants in this thing we do. I have been covering this David Wilcock having a charity story for quite some time now. But credit should be given, of course. The person who broke the story and first shared with the world the story that David Wilcock had started his own religion or charity was a bit confusing at the start. Eventually, it would become clear that David Wilcock claimed that he created something called the David Wilcock Spiritual Foundation. It was a charity, a spiritual organization. And what, you may ask, was the stated mission of his charity? Why should people give David Wilcock money for him to do charitable work with? Well, I'm going to share my screen here. And one of the first data points that I think is important to recognize, share, and talk about. His charity's stated mission statement, organization's primary exempt purpose. This is what he filed. He said the purpose of his charity, his spiritual foundation, would be to provide a spiritual message that can help uplift, bring peace and hope in the lives of many. That's what he said his charity was going to do with those charitable donations. They were to provide a spiritual message that can help uplift, bring peace and hope in the lives of many. Great. So it should be noted that when this person, Stina Maria, did the story outing his charity and showing the paperwork that he had filed, he hit her with some privacy strikes, even though all she did was share publicly available information. Because it would appear that Mr. Wilcock wanted to be able to take tax-free donations and for nobody to know about it. Nobody to watch what he does with the money that he collects. No, it was public information that Stina Maria first shared. And of course, I was very interested in this story from the very beginning. So I followed and went, okay, well, it's a public charity. He's got to file public paperwork with the IRS. Let's go digging. Let's see what other papers we could find. Eventually, we found what is called a 990 form. This is the form that all public charities are required to fill out every year. And it discloses both to the IRS and to the public how much money they collected and what they did with it all. I got to tell you, I got a hold of his first year's filing. Remember, this charity started in 2018. So we got 2018, 2019, 2020 filings that he should make. But he filed the first one, the 2018 one, and then he never filed one in 2019. He never filed one in 2020. And I suppose he's way behind in his paperwork and has been for some time. But we did report on that first year's filing. And I can tell you that he raised something like $70,000. And then he spent something like $30,000 on himself and software and things he wanted to buy or purchase, I suppose. But in that first year's filing for 2018, we can't find any charitable work that he did with $70,000. I don't know what he did for charity. I know he bought a lot of stuff. And we reported on that. And it is my belief, after looking at this paperwork, and I believe that it is a fair assessment, Mr. Wilcock and his wife did zero charitable work in the first year. Now, some would argue, and I believe he may have even argued in paperwork, that this first year we're just setting up to do all these great charitable things that we're going to do. So here are some of the expenses that he claimed. Remember, he collected $70,000 in essentially free money that people were giving him to do charitable work. And what did he do with that money? Well, he bought $4,675 worth of audio and video supplies. That's right, microphones, cameras, totally pro equipment. You could buy a lot of broadcast equipment for $4,675. But some questions pop up immediately. What relationship does this charity and the money he's spending for his so-called charity have with his for-profit company, Divine Cosmos LLC? If he's buying $4,675 worth of audio and video supplies for his charity, is he also using the same audio and video supplies to produce for-profit content for his for-profit business, Divine Cosmos LLC? We see he charged the charity for $126 in auto expenses. I don't know what that's about. We have $60 in bank fees. Oh, his charity got $759 worth of computer supplies. Were those separate from the computer supplies that his for-profit business uses, or is he using computer supplies from his charity for his for-profit business as well? This one seemed odd. He's charging the charity for his internet. And I just want to know, is he using the same internet to perform his for-profit business's internet needs? Or is this internet just for his charity and he pays a separate bill for his for-profit business's internet needs? This one I found especially troubling. David Wilcock collected $70,000. He and his wife collected $70,000 to do charitable work with. I don't see that they gave any money to charity here or did any charitable work, but what we do see is that they spent some $4,000, $3,973 in that 1 year period on meals and entertainment. $3,973 for meals and entertainment. And I would just ask the question, why would people that are giving him money to do charitable work want him to spend $4,000 of their donated dollars on meals and entertainment for himself? Here we have another $1,975 that he spent on production supplies. What is production supplies? Your guess is as good as mine, but somehow David Wilcock spent almost $2,000 on production supplies. He charged $19 to the charity for research and development, R&D. Now, here's where it gets great. David Wilcock purchased $5,585 worth of software out of those charitable donations. And again, I'm asking, is that software solely for use by his nonprofit charity here? Or is he using that software, the same software he purchased for his charity, is he using that software for his for-profit business, Divine Cosmos LLC, and his other for-profit business ventures like writing books, etc., producing content, etc., doing live streams, etc., collecting super chat donations, collecting YouTube ad revenue? Is he using that software for that as well? Now we get to the big one. Somehow David Wilcock bought $10,461 worth of supplies. And I would just like to publicly ask David Wilcock, what supplies did you need that cost $10,000 to do zero charitable work in a year? You didn't do any charitable work this year, this first year. You didn't give any charities any money. How did you need $10,461 worth of supplies to do zero charitable work? He also charged to the charity $372 for travel expenses. Also $229 for website design. That's a reasonable. I'll give him that one. So it's interesting to see he collected $70,000. This is what he spent 30 of those $70,000 on, or near 30, $29,236. What did he spend on charity? What did he spend on? What was his stated mission purpose again? I have it right here. How much of that $70,000 did he spend on providing a spiritual message that can help uplift, bring peace and hope in the lives of many? I mean, there are street preachers that provide a spiritual message that can help uplift, bring peace and hope in the lives of many for free. They don't collect $70,000 to do that charitable work. They just do it. But somehow David Wilcock and his wife were able to collect some $70,000 in their first year as a charity. They were able to spend almost 30 of it on themselves, I believe, but weren't able to make, let's say, a single sandwich to hand to a homeless person, or they weren't able to volunteer for a day entertaining children at a orphanage or children's hospital. That would be a valid charitable work. No, they collected $70,000 and they bought supplies, software, and things for their mansions. That's what it looks like. That's what I'm saying may just be what happened here. Now, we can move on because finally, friends, we have the proof and evidence that I've been trying to get for 2 years. For 2 years now, I've been checking that IRS website. For 2 years now, I've been checking public charity watchdog organizations' websites. For 2 years now, I have been trying to get these 990 forms for the year 2018 and 2030. And I was looking for those forms, which he's legally required to file by law, but somehow wasn't able to do in 2019 and somehow wasn't able to do in 2020 until now. Because as luck would have it, he finally recently filed his 2020 filing. And for some reason, he gave a summary of the 3 years, but he didn't provide a 2019 breakdown of what he spent the money on. So he's still in violation of IRS regulations concerning filing the 990 form annually. But there are some amazing things on this new 2020 form, which we were able to source. And this 2020 form paints an even clearer picture of exactly what David Wilcock and his wife have been doing with all this money. So I also just want to caution anybody that's going to try to privacy strike me or whatever. I have lawyer letters standing by. I'm not going to be threatened, intimidated, or harassed into taking videos down or information down. Everything I'm sharing is available in public records. It was sourced and obtained from the irs.gov website. It is a public record, and therefore I am within my legal rights as a investigative reporter to share this public document. And so we're going to do that. All right, we're going to get to the 2020 form, friends, and it gets better. It gets so much better. So first we're going to go up here, and we're going to remember this is the 2020 filing. He skipped 2019, and he has yet to show us what he spent in 2019, what expenses he had. What did he do with all the money that he has been collecting? He has not given us the 2019 form, but we do have the 2020 form. And in 2020, boy, things have gone downhill, because in the first year of pumping this charity, David Wilcock and his wife collected $70,000. But for the year 2020, apparently contributions, gifts, grants, and similar amounts received. He only got $20,000, friends. Only $20,000. Now we see some of his expenses for his charity for the year 2020. He paid out $2,376 in professional fees. He paid out $75 in occupancy, rent, utilities, and maintenance for a whole charity. I don't understand how you pay rent for the year for a charity's headquarters with only $75. That doesn't make sense to me. Even though David Wilcock and his wife have, I believe, several $1 million mansions. I mean, what do? Rent a closet in one of their mansions for $75? Oh, no, I'm sorry. This is for printing, publications, postage, and shipping. Here's the problem that I have. They listed there is no expenses for occupancy, rent, utilities, and maintenance for a whole charity. But they got a bunch of $1 million mansions or a couple. So I don't understand how that works. Are they just, maybe they're just generously donating one of their mansions to be used for their charitable work? You know, the charitable work that they don't do. Okay. Now, other expenses. Boy, David Wilcock and his wife in the year 2020, they collected $20,183 and they managed to spend $18,955 plus $2,376 plus $75. Yeah, they spent $1,223 more than they collected in charitable donations. But it's okay because they have a rollover from the previous year. They still had $44,000 sitting around from the previous year. I mean, wouldn't it have been a good idea if you had a year where the net, you still had $44,000 left, is maybe give, I don't know, half of that, maybe give $22,000 to charitable organizations, because then you'd at least be given 50% of the money that your charity is, you know, taking in donations. You'd at least be given 50% to actual charity instead of just spending it all on whatever you guys want. I don't understand how this works. I don't understand how any of this is legal. I'm gonna consult with a former IRS tax attorney and have him try to explain this to me, because I don't get it. I worked in accounting too, and I still don't get it. All right. Now, he lists $70,853 in cash, savings, and investments. He lists $5,582 as other assets. So he lists for 2020 that they have $76,000 in total assets, but $32,000 in bills, which leaves $44,352. And this is at the end of the year. So it's very confusing. I'll just put it at that. It's very confusing. But somehow he started the year off with $70,853 in cash, savings, and investments for his charitable organization. They had $70,853 with which to conduct charitable good work with. And at the end of the year, they have $2,734, which means they somehow managed to spend, I believe, something like $67,000 or $68,000. Boy, this is great. Yeah. But in other assets, they were down to $5,582 and somehow went up to $44,075 in the year 2020. Their total assets went down from $76,435 to $46,809. I guess they counted the new, donations for the year, that $20,000. The liabilities went down from $32,083 in bills to only $3,036.80. So I guess they paid a whole lot of bills, but what was all those bills? Didn't you pay them the previous year? I'm so confused here about this whole money game. And I worked in accounting, and none of this makes any sense to me, but it is what it is. So net assets or fund balances, they're down to $43,129. But it gets better. It gets much, much better, friends. It gets much, much better, and we get a little bit more detail because we get to see a breakdown here that he provides of all of the donations that he has received since he began his charity. So we got 94,000 in 2018. David and Elizabeth Wilcock collected $35,631 in the year 2019. And again, for their charity in the year 2020, they collected $20,183. This makes the total that they have collected so far for their charity $149,814. But it gets better. It gets better and more confusing, but better. Or worse. I guess if you're David Wilcock's tax attorney, this doesn't get better. It gets worse. So here we see some expenses for the year 2020 for David Wilcock's charity. He spent $800 on advertising and promotion of his charity that so far I can't tell has done a single charitable work or given any money to charity, but actually we will see that they've given a small percentage of their total take to charity. He charged the charities, spent $97 on office expenses. Well, that's better than the $10,000 or so that he charged, that he claimed that they spent on supplies the first year, I guess. He paid $116 in interest, and we'll see why in a moment. Depreciation, he's charging for depreciation, which is things like, the furniture we bought 2 years ago went down in value. So there's depreciation with the assets that that the charity has. That's kind of a BS expense, and you don't really need to take that, but okay. Amortization, we're not going to get into that. Here's where it gets interesting. So remember, they collected almost $150,000 in charitable donations. They haven't done, they themselves, any actual charitable work, but they did once list all these other charities on their website. And I called all those charities, and at one point at least, the charities that they listed that they said they worked with on their website never received any charitable contributions. They told me, like the Sloth organization told me, no, they just help publicize our organization so that maybe people will directly donate to us based on their, recommending that they do. So I don't know that David Wilcock and Elizabeth Wilcock have actually made real charitable contributions, but they're claiming they did on a federal form here. And knowingly or willingly putting inaccurate information here is problematic. So I'm going to ask, just so I can be thorough, that we receive a breakdown from David and Elizabeth Wilcock with receipts and the names of the charities that you contributed $7,026 to. Because I have a feeling that they're not willing to do that. And I have a feeling that I know why. So I'm just going to ask the question here. David and Elizabeth Wilcock, can we get a more accurate breakdown of who and what organizations you gave $7,026 in charitable contributions to? I think that would clear a lot of things up. And I'd like to be able to have that list and call each of the charities and verify your charitable contribution to those charities. Next, we have web hosting services, which is really problematic for me because you can get web hosting from GoDaddy for $20 a month, which means something like $240 a year. There's many, many web hosting services that you can get for $20 a month with space. I would think that would be ample, more than ample, for whatever charity work that David Wilcock is doing and needs web hosting services for. But he's somehow saying that his charity spent 10 times what most people spend for web hosting services. So I don't understand that. Why is he spending 10 times what web hosting services generally cost a small charity? Or is he making his charity pay for all his web hosting services and all of his online web space for all of his endeavors, including the for-profit business he runs? I'd like to see a breakdown, Mr. Wilcock, of why you spent something like more than 10 times what most small charities would spend on web hosting services. Again, email service provider. He's saying that they spent $1,742 on an email service provider. Hey, David Wilcock, I got an idea for you. It's called Gmail. It's free. Why would you not just set up Gmail accounts? Why would you instead choose to spend $1,742 to get some email services? It doesn't make sense. Next, he's charging, the charity is claiming $1,440 for telephone expenses. And again, I want to ask, why is David Wilcock's charitable donations paying for him and his wife's cell phone bill? Is that what that is? Do you not talk about your for-profit businesses on those same cell phones? Do you not talk to your friends and family and socialize and make social calls on those same telephones? It doesn't make sense to say that your charity has to pay your entire cell phone bill. But it is what it is. Next, he claims that his charity needed $650 to pay for security. What are you paying for security for a charity for? What charity needs security? I don't understand this. And here we go again. David Wilcock needed to buy some new software, so he spent $364 on software. We've got $340 on bank fees. I'll give him that. I don't care. Repairs and maintenance, $311. That's reasonable. I don't care. Utilities, $293 for the year. I don't understand. Is the charity just hanging out in your $1 million mansion? And what extra utilities did your charity that didn't do any charitable work consume that you had to make your charitable donators pay for $293 worth of your utilities? And again, with the audio expenses, all right, maybe I'll give him that, $170. I don't know. Is his charities paying for him and his wife's oil changes, maybe? I don't understand that. I'd like an explanation. Dues and subscriptions, $119. Apparently, if you donate to David Wilcock's charity, you've got to help him pay for dues and subscriptions to, I guess, I don't know, other spiritual websites or stuff that he buys. I don't understand what that's about. Merchant account fees, $88, whatever. I'll give him that. I won't even complain. Furnitures and fixtures, beginning $3,198 he spent on furniture and fixtures. This is in addition to all the money he's already spent on furnitures and fixtures for the year 2018. And God knows how much he spent on furniture for the year 2019 that he refuses so far to disclose. And ending $1,917. So I don't understand if he's taking depreciation, saying his furniture devalued by over $1,000, or if he spent more money on furniture. A little confused on that. You'll have to pardon me. It's been a long time since I worked in corporate accounting. Machinery and equipment, beginning $2,384, ending $1,430. And again, I don't know if this is more money he's spending on machinery and equipment, or he's taking a depreciation here. He's charging people who are giving him charitable donations for his machinery and equipment going down in value. Amazing. It's amazing. Okay. Here's intangible assets. He's saying that they have $7,482 in intangible assets. Intangible assets for a charity are usually like stocks, bonds, something like that. Some asset that's liquid or could be liquidated. Here's where we get really interesting. Due from Divine Cosmos LLC, beginning $0. Due from Divine Cosmos LLC, ending. Apparently, his for-profit business donated $33,246 to his nonprofit charity. Now, what does that mean? That means that his business gets a big tax write-off for $33,000 contribution to his own charity. That's right. He gets out of paying more taxes. It's not enough for him to get out of paying all the taxes on the $150,000 that he and his wife collected tax-free and spent on whatever they wanted. He had to donate from his for-profit business to his nonprofit charity $33,000 so that he could get out of paying more taxes he owes the federal government, or would owe the federal government. Here's where it gets interesting again. Credit card liability. He started the year with $1,323 in credit card bills. And I would just like to ask the audience, what did he spend on credit cards to the tune of $1,323 for his charity that did not do any charitable donations and just claimed that they gave a very, very small percentage of the $150,000 they've collected so far to charity? Why would he be spending? Why would he be spending money on a credit card for a charity that apparently has money on hand? I don't understand that. And now we get to credit card liability ending, $3,680. So he spent even more money, another few $1,000s he spent on a credit card for his charity that so far we can't see anything that they do that's charitable. So what is he spending first $1,323 for? And then at the end of the year, he's up to $3,680 in credit card bills for a charity. I don't understand any of his accounting here. Somebody's got to explain this to me. Now we get another great one. Total beginning $30,760. So it would appear to me, if I'm correct in my interpretation here, is that David Wilcock took out and spent a $30,760 line of credit for his charity that so far hasn't done any charitable work, but has given, by his own claims and not proof of his own claims, $7,000 to charity. This is all of this is very problematic. But here's how I can sum it up for you. David Wilcock, if you count the credit cards and also the $30,000 line of credit that he opened for his charity, has collected, amassed, gathered together, had at his disposal, whatever you want to call it, the total take from David Wilcock's charity so far in liquid assets seems to be $183,000 or thereabouts. Now, if we are to believe David Wilcock and Elizabeth Wilcock, and they actually did give that $7,000 or so that they claimed went to real 501c3 charities. And again, I want to see the proof. I don't believe them that he did. I want to see the proof. I want to see the canceled checks that his charity wrote to other charities to the tune of $7,000. Because, pardon me, I'm not trusting the word of David Wilcock at this point with anything financial from what I have seen and what I have witnessed here so far. So, how to sum this up, friends? David and Elizabeth Wilcock started a charity. They told everyone that the stated purpose of their charity would be to provide a spiritual message that can help uplift, bring peace and hope in the lives of many. After starting that charity, they raised an astonishing to me $183,000 in assets with their charity. $150,000 came from donations from the public. 30 or 33,000 or so came from David Wilcock opening lines of credit or spending money on credit cards for his charity. The grand total then is $183,000 or so, give or take. But again, if we are to believe David and Elizabeth Wilcock, only $7,000 of that $183,000 that they generated, got credit on, and had access to, only $7,000 went to charity. Which means, friends, if you do the math, David Wilcock and his wife gave less than 4 cents per dollar collected or generated to actual charity. I'm going to say that again. Out of $183,000 collected or generated through credit lines issued to the charity, only $7,000 went to charity. Again, I'm not sure that it did. I'd like to see the receipts and the proof and the canceled checks for that. But even if I'm fair and say, okay, they gave $7,000 out of that $183,000 collected and generated, only $7,000 went to charity. That means less than 4 cents per dollar actually went to charity. Actually, it's 3.82 cents per dollar they collected or generated for their charity went to actual charity. And that's if we're to believe them that they cut those checks. And I want to see those checks that they cut. So this is where we're at, and this is where we find ourselves. And this is the information that I've been trying to bring people for a few years now. But I've only now been able to do an analysis and bring this information to the public. I consider this a charitable work myself. It's a thankless job. Both fact-checking and finance-checking David Wilcock. I would also like to state that the purpose of this video is not to demean, harass, intimidate, or damage the reputation of either David and Elizabeth Wilcock or their charity, the Wilcock Spiritual Empowerment Foundation. That's not my purpose here. My purpose here is to inform the public that David and Elizabeth Wilcock collected or generated some $183,000 in 3 years. And they only gave less than 4 cents on the dollar to actual charity. And that is, if you believe them. We haven't actually seen the proof that they did give the $7,000 to charity. But I have a feeling he might provide that, right? And he'll be all smug. We gave the $7,000, but he and his wife are never going to talk about what happened to the other 95 cents on the dollar. How in the world could you have spent all that money and given so little to charity and done so little for charity? I don't understand this. I don't understand any of this. But this is where we find ourselves in this wacky, wackadoo world where people can start charities, collect $150,000, and then here we'll give the peasants the $7,000, but we're going to keep $143,000 so that me, David Wilcock, can buy cameras and software and microphones and thousands and thousands of dollars worth of software. Oh, and me and my wife can go and spend $4,000 on meals and entertainment thanks to these stupid people that gave us all this free money for our charity. Our charity's going out to dinner tonight and tomorrow and the next night and the next night. And we're going to make the charity pay for all of our fancy meals to the tune of $4,000 in 1 year. But there's nothing wrong here. Nothing to see here, right? Move ahead. Don't bother them. And they do this. Oh, people focus on the negative, and that's not healthy. You can't focus on the negative. I'm not focusing on the negative. I'm focusing on all this money you're collecting and spending on yourself when you're telling people you're running a charity. This is ridiculous. How is this man allowed to do this? How is this legal? And this guy is a spiritual guru? Shouldn't a spiritual guru be a little more enlightened, right? And know, gee, if I collect $150,000, maybe I shouldn't spend $4,000 of it on fancy meals for me and my wife. That would look bad with me being a spiritual guru and all, right? Maybe a spiritual and enlightened man would know that you can't just spend thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars on toys you want to buy and expect people donating to your charity to pay for it. But what do I know? I'm a guy here making sometimes better than Taco Bell wages to tell people the truth about these things instead of lie to them and cheat them out of money. And this is where we find ourselves at this strange crossroad. Will David Wilcock ever pay a price for this that he has done? I hope so. We talked about it previously. Maybe karma is coming. I believe in karma. But the unfortunate part of karma, the very unfortunate part of karma, is that often karma takes too long. For years now, David Wilcock has been doing what he does. And so far, has not paid even a karmic price, let alone a legal price for that which he has done. Hopefully, that old saying, every dog has his day, is true. And may today perhaps be it, at least for his charity. Because I'm hearing that when you go to push the donate button, it's not working now. Not sure why that is. Have they given up on their charity? Is this form that we have shared tonight his last way to try to weasel out of that whole charity situation and explain where all the money went? Because he hasn't yet. And he's still legally required to tell us, give us an itemized breakdown of his expenses for his charity for the year 2019. And I will continue to ask him for that. And I will continue to ask to check the IRS website for that to see why he hasn't filed it. Not sure what else I could say about this situation, except that I'm glad that I could apparently finally put this story behind me. This is the story of David Wilcock's charity with his wife, Elizabeth Wilcock. This is the story of how they collected $150,000, only gave $7,000 to charity, and apparently just spent the rest of the money. This is the story. And no one that I knew was willing to cover this story. Why? I think it's a story that people need to hear, especially people that have donated money to he and his wife's charity. Because after all, how would the people that have given all this money feel knowing that only 3 cents, 3.8 cents of every dollar that they gave David and Elizabeth Wilcock actually made its way to a charity, and they spent the rest? How would people who gave them large sums of money, you don't collect $150,000 with a bunch of people just sending you $3. There were some whales in there, some people that gave them big checks. How would those people who gave them big checks feel knowing that less than 4 cents for every dollar they gave David and Elizabeth Wilcock actually made its way to charity? How would they feel knowing it? Don't they have the right to know that less than 4 cents of every dollar they gave David and Elizabeth Wilcock actually made its way to charity? And that's if we believe them. I don't. But I'll wait.
Thanks for being here. This is Truth Seekers with your host, Stephen Campion. Please rate, like and comment on our videos or podcasts. If you are listening to an audio podcast, please rate us 5 stars to help us rise in the search rankings. If you are watching on YouTube, please like, comment and subscribe to our channel. If you're listening to an audio podcast, we love and appreciate you listeners, but you are missing the live tapings. All our shows are recorded live with video feed. We'd love you to come be a part of our live broadcasts and tapings for the podcast. Head on over to YouTube, click the search tool, the little magnifying glass, put Truth Seekers, one word in the search bar, and hit enter. you'll see a strange and mysterious guy with sunglasses. That means you found the channel. Go there, smash the subscribe button and hit the notification bell to receive up-to-date info on our YouTube channel. We welcome you to be a part of our live taping and our chat room during the live broadcasts. Seek the truth. Speak the truth. This is Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers.
All these ancient prophecies telling us that the world will be transformed.
Wacky world of Wilcock, where make-believe is real. It's the wacky world of Wilcock. How much money can he steal? It's the wacky world of Wilcock, where make-believe is real. It's the wacky world of Wilcock. How much money can he steal? He makes all this stuff up and claims that it's all true. The aliens want to eat us. Be careful that they don't get you. It's the wacky world of Wilcock, where make-believe is real. It's the wacky world of Wilcock. How much money can you steal? It's the wacky world of Wilcock, where make-believe is real. It's the wacky world of Wilcock. How much money can you steal?
This is where if I have a live audience, I get everybody to hug each other. I say, give your neighbor a handshake or a hug, whatever you feel is appropriate to you. And that way everybody feels the love a little more. I will never believe it, I will never believe it. Okay, that's fine. Maybe you need 25,000 more years, I don't know, buddy. But look, this is really compelling information, and it's going to get a lot more intense. It's coming up in a couple days here on Sunday, so if you haven't already signed up, we have reopened the cart. We still have the payment plan in place. That account, I believe, is real. I've watched it for a long time, and he says a lot of really provocative stuff there that has definitely caught my attention on many, many occasions. I've heard this briefing many times. Incredibly, incredibly sad, but probably a lot more than just what it looks like on the surface. If you don't really see what's going on here, this might not make sense.
Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. It is time for another exciting episode of the Wacky World of Wilcock. But I thought it would be a good idea if perhaps we reviewed some of the shady business dealings and scams that David Wilcock has been involved in. We can begin with something called Convergence Pictures LLC, in which he promised investors tremendous opportunity, and apparently collected investment capital and never produced a film, and that company went belly up. Then, of course, there was the Pete Peterson GoFundMe scam, which was a complete and total scam, a provable scam, because the text body of the GoFundMe was filled with complete and total lies. David Wilcock and his shady fake government insider, who, by the way, never worked for the government, claimed that he was under deep state attack and police were throwing all of his possessions out of his home. It turned out that that home had been foreclosed on years prior, and no amount of GoFundMe funds would save his home. Yet the people who ran the GoFundMe claimed that if they could raise enough money, we could save this brave government whistleblower's home. That was not the case. Then, of course, there was the Emery Smith PayPal donation scam. And if you're keeping track, I'm not sure how much money he collected with Convergence Pictures LLC. This is not public record, but the GoFundMe for Pete Peterson collected some $60,000 from the UFO community. Next, we get the Emery Smith PayPal donation scam, where again, David Wilcock claimed that one of his fake government insiders, was under deep state attack. But it turned out that Mr. Emery Smith was under attack of a vodka bottle. He was in the hospital with alcohol poisoning, self-induced alcohol poisoning, of course, but there was a whole story. And I find it so interesting that these are proven scams, and he still has mentions of these scams on his website. So the PayPal donation scam netted $60,000. The Emery Smith PayPal donation scam, $50,000. That's $110,000 of money collected for David Wilcock's fake insiders. Now, I'm not aware that Mr. Wilcock received any of these funds. Perhaps he was just using his considerable online, I don't know, influence to get free money to give to his insiders, his fake insiders, who of course are the people that supply him with fake stories to sell stupid people. Many of these stories have ended up in documentaries and television shows, streaming, and monetized live streams, podcasts, and of course, books. Then we get to my favorite of the David Wilcock scams. And in this one, we do know that he directly got the money. And that was the Wilcock Spiritual and Healing Foundation that he ran with his one-time wife, who has since divorced him. And in that scam, they collected over $200,000 and only gave something like a penny on the dollar to actual charity. But they themselves did zero charitable work that I could find. None. And in fact, at one point, they had a website where they claimed they were supporting all of these charities. I called those charities, and they didn't get any money from David Wilcock. And in some cases, they were confused as to why David Wilcock was claiming that he was a supporter of theirs, since he hadn't made any significant donations to those other charities. We can see through the paperwork that there is some interesting things that happened with this Wilcock Spiritual Foundation. And you gotta love a guy who collects hundreds of thousands of dollars and spends it essentially on himself. And this brings up, there is a great deal of problems with this, or there should be, but I want to preface what I'm about to show you by saying, I'm not an accountant, I'm not an IRS enforcement agent, a law enforcement officer, or a lawyer, but I do have some experience in dealing with nonprofits and charities. And I've never seen a charity that was this blatantly ripping off the people who donated to that charity. And we can see this very, very easily. I'm going to share my screen here. For those unaware, if you run a public charity, you're required to file something called a 990 form. And that form essentially tells both the IRS and any member of the public who ask for these forms how much money your nonprofit or charity collected and what you did with the money. Going through these is really comedic. The first one was 2018, in which Wilcock essentially claims that they didn't do any charitable anything because they were just starting the charity, which I suppose is, I guess that's valid. But we can see that in the first year of his charity, he collected $94,000 in tax-free donations. This is all income, which he used for various things. And we're going to see where this becomes very problematic. So Wilcock essentially claimed occupancy, rent, utilities, and maintenance of $9,000 in the first year of a charity that did no charitable work. I don't know if that was renting an office or what that was renting, but somebody needs to explain to me why a charity, who, by the way, did no charitable work in the year 2018, somehow managed to spend $9,000 on occupancy, rent, utilities, or I'm sorry, professional fees. What was it? 14, occupancy, rent, utilities, and maintenance, $9,000. That's incredible. And then other expenses with he just spent $30,000 on something, but he didn't break it down. So what did he spend $30,000 for a charity that didn't do any actual charity related things? I just don't know. And then there's $38,000 in other expenses, and then we get to excess or deficit for the year, $55,000. Interesting. They claim to have $25,000 in cash savings and investment. Other assets, they had $30,000. So their total assets for the charity was $55,000. And here we see this line that sort of explains why David Wilcock did absolutely nothing charitable with the first $100,000 he collected. The organization was getting organized, securing their place of operations, hosting an investor gathering, and purchasing supplies for operation to begin operations in 2019. And he claimed some kind of expenses related to the startup, I guess, of $3,973. And here we see David Wilcock is the president of this foundation, and Beth R. Wilcock, not her real name, was the secretary, his wife. But where it gets really interesting is when we get down to the itemized expenses. And of course, this is just the first year of David Wilcock claiming to run a charity. And he admits himself they basically did nothing charitable for the first year. But here's where it gets extremely problematic, because David Wilcock collected all this money to do charity work, right? But somehow he spent $4,675 on audio and video supplies. So I have some important questions, like, if you collected all this money to run a charity, you can't use those audio and video supplies to, run for-profit monetized live streams on YouTube, can you? That would be illegal. You can't mix, right? He can't buy himself $4,600 worth of audio and video supplies and then use those audio and video supplies to make for-profit monetized videos that have nothing to do with his charity. And yet it appears that Mr. Wilcock may indeed be doing exactly that. So I have a lot of questions. Also, let's see, auto expenses. Somehow the charity had to pay $126, I guess, for some kind of maintenance to one of his vehicles. Computer supplies. He bought $759 worth of computer supplies. And here's where it gets great. This is my favorite. Meals and entertainment. So listen, all of you stupid people who are sending David Wilcock money, he collected $100,000 in charitable donations in the year 2018. He did zero charitable work with that money, but he did treat himself and I guess his wife to $4,000 worth of meals and entertainment out of charitable donations. Then we get production supplies, whatever that means. He spent almost $2,000 on that. He spent $19 on research and development. What costs $19 to research if you're not doing any charity? Here's where it gets interesting. He bought himself $5,585 worth of software. And again, are you using that software for anything other than the charity? Because it would be illegal if you purchased $5,585 worth of software with charitable donations and then used it to, produce YouTube videos that have nothing to do with your charity and are for profit. You can't double dip like this. Somehow, he claims he spent $10,461 in supplies, whatever that means. And he's even charging the charity for his telephone expenses, $241 for the year 2018 for telephone expenses. He's charging the charity for his travel expenses, $372. And then he charged the charity $229 for website design. So apparently Mr. Wilcock spent $30,000 essentially on a website and software and supplies and expenses. Interesting that he took a charitable donation from his for-profit business, meaning that he skirted and was able to escape more income tax by donating $21,000 to himself from his for-profit business. He spent $5,332 on furniture and fixtures and $3,972 on machinery and equipment. And of course, the organization's primary exempt purpose is to provide a spiritual message that can help uplift, bring peace and hope in the lives of many. Yeah. And he claims that he did not pay premiums on a personal benefit contract. This is interesting. So, but it gets more interesting when we delve into the other years. So we're going to share this other tab. And by the way, these are publicly available documents. Anybody that has a charity. So in the year 2021, he collected another $50,000. And here we can go through. He paid $1,400 in some kind of professional fees. He paid another $5,052 in rent in the year 2021 here. Why? I don't understand $5,000 for rent for a charity that doesn't do anything, but okay. And here's where it gets interesting. Other expenses, $43,000. And we're not going to itemize that. We'll just call that other expenses. What the hell does a charity that didn't do any charitable work spend $43,000 in expenses that you can't itemize? Total expenses, $50,000. Great. Now, here he claims that they have assets totaling $44,000 and liabilities or bills of $3,680. Again, what are your bills when you have a charity that doesn't do any actual charitable work? I'm confused. So, and by the way, we've been over some of this stuff before, but I just want to impress upon anybody stupid enough to listen to a guy who claims he owes $1.5 million to the IRS. Before you give him any money, maybe you should ask him what he did with over $200,000 of charitable donations. Okay, so this is 2020 expenses. Other expenses, $7,769. Travel. He charged the charity in 2021 $3,370 in travel expenses. And I'm sorry that I don't trust this new age scammer that has been running scams his entire life with this expense report. But this is ridiculous. How do you spend $3,370 on a charity that did no charitable work on travel? And then he spent $1,000 for advertising and promotion of his charity in 2021. And here's where this gets great. He claims that the charity paid $7,500 to an email service provider. Couldn't he sign up for a Google free email account? He had to spend $7,500 in charitable donations to an email service provider. And then here's where it gets great. He charged the charity for $6,000 in telephone expenses. What did he do? Buy 5 iPhones and pay his bills off the charity? Production supplies, $5,328. Now remember, he spent $5,500 in 2018 on software. Here he spent another $3,418. That means in just a few years, David Wilcock spent $8,000 or more just on software. What the hell are you buying, dude? Meals and entertainment, $2,178. That means in the few years that his charity has been going, David Wilcock spent at least $6,000 of the money he collected for his so-called charity on meals and entertainment. So you stupid people that keep sending him money while he's crying he can't afford groceries, maybe you should ask him why he spent $6,000 in just a few years of charitable donations on meals and entertainment. Office supplies, $1,441. Repairs and maintenance, $1,374. Contract labor, $1,096. Bank fees, $455. What bank charges $455 for a charity? Now, here's where it gets interesting. In the year 2021, he collected over $40,000 in charitable donations. Guess how much of that money he actually gave to charity? That's right, $292 out of $40,000. He charged the charity for $232 for auto expenses. Website hosting, $188. Dues and subscription, $108. $50 for security. Merchant account fees, small tools and equipment, business licenses and permit, $1. And here, he spent another $1,149 on furniture and fixtures for his charity that does no charitable work. Then we get machinery and equipment. He spent $1,430. What did he do? Buy himself a computer? Oh, great. And then his for-profit business apparently gave more money to the charity. Then, even though the charity is collecting hundreds of thousands of dollars, he's spending money on a charity credit card to the tune of $3,680. Wow. And I thought there was some breakdown of the previous year's takes, how much that he collected. But from 2018 through so that'd be 2018, 2019, 2020, and 2021, they collected some $200,000. And all they did, charitable that I could find, is that they gave a little bit of money, pennies on the dollar, to other charities. Okay, so in 2018, they collected $94,000. In 2019, they collected $35,631. In 2020, they collected $20,183. 2021, $47,324. So the total from 2018 through 2021 is $197,138 that this man collected. How is this legal? I'm just curious. And again, if Mr. Wilcock is buying himself computers and software and equipment, and then he's using the charity's equipment illegally to produce for-profit content on YouTube that has nothing to do with his charity, that's going to be a huge problem for him, right? It's incredible to me. And Mr. Wilcock is not in compliance with federal law because Mr. Wilcock has not filed a 990 form for either 2022 or 2023. But during the entire year of 2022 and the entire year of 2023, Mr. Wilcock still had a donate to my charity button on his website. So for the last 2 years, he's been collecting more charitable donations. $200,000 was not enough for him. He's collecting more money, but not properly filing his paperwork with the IRS. Now, here's what happens. If you don't file your 990 for 3 years in a row, then they pull your IRS tax exemption. In other words, they make your charity defunct. It's no longer a legal charity if you don't file your paperwork for 3 years. But I have seen time and time again scumbags in the UFO, alien, or conspiracy community start charities, collect money for 3 years, and then they just let the IRS revoke their charity status. They never publish what happened to all the money. Essentially, they just keep all the money. Now, I'm not saying that's what he's going to do, but How is it legal to just collect all this money in charity, spend it on yourself? There's a possibility of commingling of funds between his for-profit company and his charity. I don't believe for 1 minute that David Wilcock is buying $8,000 worth of software and only using it for his charitable work. Because after all, apparently, there is no charitable work that we could see. He can't show us anything he did for charity except give maybe 1 cent on the dollar on the money he collected to other charities that actually do charitable work. Dime Bar says, I am pretty sure he has had poor advice and Wilcock could get effed by the IRS. Well, there's no wonder that he has $1.5 million in tax debts. If he's conducting business like this, I don't know, maybe it's just Dime Bar. I have a wife that's an accountant. She would never, ever let me do anything like this. This is red flags all over the place. And, I feel like reaching out to a charity professional to say, like, how is this legal? Or maybe I'm going to write a print article about this whole charity situation, and we got to call the IRS and get some on the record comments for how is this legal? Can Mr. Wilcock show us that he's used $8,000 worth of software he purchased for his charity and that he didn't use it for his for-profit companies? This is very, very shady. Very, very shady. Yes, JLW, what charitable work? Exactly. XXX says $40K for his transgender operation. Hey. If that's what makes him happy, it will catch up with him. What a horrible person. He's sweating now. You can tell by his mental health lately. David will get his. I agree. So we're going to get into the latest video. If you're just joining us, welcome one and all, whether you're chatting in the Twitch chat, the YouTube chat, the Facebook live feeds, the Twitter live feeds, welcome one and all. And by the way, we still have some issues with Instagram and Rumble. And the major issue being, I'm starting to rethink things that if people are not going to pay us at anything at all for our feed, I don't think that I want to broadcast to someplace that's just going to mooch our feed and never give us any ad revenue. But that's going to require some, we're still working things out. Also, I apologize. Last night, it seemed like the video was jerky and some other things, and I had no idea what the problem was until I did a speed test earlier today and found out that we had basically potato internet. I wasn't aware, but this PC has like just a built-in Wi-Fi chip or something. That's horrifically horrible. And yes, I know I should hardwire this to the router. When I get a chance, I'll do that. But in the meantime, I got one of those really beefy Wi-Fi USB adapters with the big antennas, and we're getting like 70 download and 50 upload. So I think those issues have resolved themselves. Now, on from the charity scam to David Wilcock's Aerospace company. Do we see a pattern here of scam to scam to scam to scam to scam? I think we do. And interestingly, after the charity scam, David Wilcock started what some people would describe as the Stavati Aerospace scam, or he joined what most people would describe as a scam. And Stavati Aerospace is interesting is that they've been in business for 20 plus years and they've never produced a single airplane product, a single airplane service, a single airplane working flying prototype, or any proof, despite their many claims and many false claims, including claiming to have government contracts to develop laser weapons for the United States military. That turned out to be a lie. Claiming that they had wind tunnel contracts with some prestigious organizations, including the United States government. That turned out to be a lie. Stavati Aerospace, it was admitted in court documents that they have no income other than the fact that a garbage company is storing dumpsters inside their hangar that David Wilcock claimed that they would be developing, hover cars in. I think that's funny. Their only income is from a trash company. And Stavati Aerospace has been described as a Ponzi scheme and investment scam. In court documents, one of their investors is suing them, claiming that it was a Ponzi scheme and investment scam. And Stavati Aerospace is also being sued by all kinds of creditors. Now, here's where things turn to even more a level of consumer fraud. David Wilcock and Stavati's CEO have at various times claimed that their CEO created spaceships for the secret space program. Of course, they also claim that Beskar armor from Star Wars was named after this man, Christopher Beskar, which, by the way, the inventor of that term doesn't even know who Chris Beskar is and laughed about that when somebody checked in with the writer who created Beskar armor and all of that. But interestingly, you know, Christopher Beskar and David Wilcock are telling people that he built secret spaceships for the secret space program. And, you know, to me, that's a form of consumer fraud. Show us the spaceships, David Wilcock, that this man built. The guy can't even build a goddamn airplane, and you're claiming that he built spaceships for the secret space program? It's absolutely ridiculous. I'm just going to take a moment here to check in on something. We also had big issues yesterday with the numbers. It was telling, if you looked on YouTube yesterday, it was saying 2 live viewers or something like that. Seems like that's fixed. Yeah. Okay. All right. So we're going to get into the video, but to be quite honest with you, this video, here's what's happening. David Wilcock is desperate for money. And the man who used to do one live stream every 3 or 4 months is suddenly doing one every couple of weeks. And one can understand why, because you can watch his live chats. He's getting thousands of dollars in super chats per stream sometimes. I mean, I didn't add them all up, so don't quote me for the number, but it's hundreds and thousands of dollars that people are giving this man. So I guess maybe that's why he's doing these live streams more often. But the interesting thing is that he is essentially just repeating himself. All the shit that he says, that's why I don't really want to go through this whole live stream. I don't think we're going to. I'm going to start on it because there's some funny things that he lied about right in the beginning of the stream. It's interesting. He just keeps repeating himself. This is the same shit that he is saying in this stream. He said in the 2 previous streams. It's pyramid power. You can drink this water and it cures cancer after you put it inside a pyramid, and the Q-tard nonsense. He's still posting from the Q-tard Telegram page, Shadows of Ezra, who doesn't know who the hell David Wilcock is or why David Wilcock is making these claims that he's the Alliance spokesperson. He doesn't even know what the hell the Alliance is. Yeah. So he's largely, I think he's doing the super chat shuffle. He's just, I got to go live and stay live for 3 hours so I can get some money and get out of this hole I've dug for myself. And I just want to put on the record and say that David Wilcock is the greediest, laziest slob I have ever seen in my entire life. The fact that he would, you know, like a normal person that has some kind of conscience, if you collected, you know, what do you think in the live chat? Let me know. If you collected $200,000 in free money, wouldn't you spend some of it doing some kind of charity so that you could show people you're doing? No, not David Wilcock. And he always needs more, right? And we've heard in court testimony that he's made millions of dollars just from one of his $333 courses. Usually he runs 2 a year, I think. Where is all of his money going? Did he really give it to that shady, scammy aerospace company that's never produced anything just so he could get a prestigious title? You know, he's the director of exotic technology, and he's going to be the father of hover cars. And by the way, where's the fucking hover cars, David Wilcock? You said 2+ years ago you'd have a working prototype in 1 year. We've seen nothing. But he keeps on saying there's big deals going on at Stavati Aerospace. Yeah, because lots of people want to do business with a scammy aerospace company who, by the way, promised the local economy to create all these jobs, hasn't created one job yet, but took all the tax breaks from the local government, right? And what company wants to do business with somebody that's being sued and called an investment scam and a Ponzi scheme by a former investor? What kind of a company wants to do business with a company that contracted hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of work done to their facilities and then stiffed everybody that did the work and not paid them, forcing those vendors to sue them? No, there is no deals for Stavati Aerospace. Now I'll go out on a limb here and say that Stavati Aerospace will never produce anything. Not an airplane, not an airplane part, nothing. No hover cars with free energy engines like Wilcock promised. They're not going to produce anything because track record matters. They've had 20 plus years of business to actually show something, and they can't, other than lies about contracts they don't have with the government and lying that their CEO is some kind of goddamn space genius inventing space. He's inventing spaceships for the secret space program. And by the way, David Wilcock, if you're lying to people in exchange for $333, and in that course you tell people that that man created spaceships, and you can't prove that, that's a form of consumer fraud. And at some point, you got to say, like, why is this guy not in prison yet? All of this scammy, shady shit that he's done, not one law enforcement agency or somebody has looked into this and said, yeah, this guy's grifting too much or too far. We got to step in and stop him. Where are the Consumer Protection Agency at? Maybe we should call them. I don't think he should be allowed to lie to people that my buddy built spaceships if he can't prove it and then charge people $333. It's crazy. But we're going to put our fair use banner up. And like I said, you'll have to forgive me. Look, I can sit through this whole 3 hours of shit. I really could. And so could you, apparently. But I just feel like he said all of this stuff he said in this stream, he said in the two previous streams. So do I really want to sit through that? Like, I already did 3 hours of this. And now he's just repeating himself ad nauseum so that he can collect super chats, I guess. All right, we're going to. Now, I have mirrored this because David Wilcock has ads every 2 minutes. I have mirrored this. 1 second here. But the original video, if you're interested in watching the entire thing, the original video is in the description of our video here or podcast if you're listening in audio podcast land. Okay, 1 second here. Let's get into it. 1 second. Let me get this ready. There we go. All right. So this one's called Joyfully Defeating the Demonic. And David Wilcock, who claims he's in this whole stream is so stupid because David Wilcock claims to be in communication with the Archangel Michael, who is, by the way, dictating books for him, but then telling him, don't give the books that I'm giving you for free to people, charge them $333, because that's exactly what an angel would do, right? Share secret knowledge with a proven career-long new age scammer, and then tell him to sell the books instead of giving that important secret information away to the human race. Sell it for $333. And at the risk of repeating myself again, we've gone over this again and again and again. David Wilcock fails the test of a prophet over and over again. All this stuff he's predicting right now, he predicted in the year 2000. Didn't happen. All this stuff he's predicting right now, he predicted again in the lead up to the year 2012. None of it happened. Now he's predicting some of the very same stuff, including mass arrests, which he previously said had already happened or that they just didn't happen. So he fails the test of a prophet. It's a biblical principle that if somebody is truly in divine communication with angelic or divine sources, they can't be wrong even once, because God wouldn't lie to a prophet or spread false information. But you know who would? Demons and dark forces would deceive and lie members of the human race. So there's that. Let's get into it, friends.
All right. Well, I said I wanted to do a show on the demonic. And the reason I'm 5 minutes late is I just had another one of those very strange things happen. I did something really weird with my mouse, and then all of a sudden my window where I get to talk to you guys is completely blown out.
Yeah, it must be demons,
your
right?
chats are already coming in. Thank you for that. Super chats are very much appreciated today. We're still in the middle of a very biblical situation in my life, where
yeah, he's in a biblical situation. He owes $1.5 million in taxes because he didn't pay his income tax for years and years and years, apparently. How much income do you not pay your income tax on to get a tax bill of $1.5 million? How many years did he just not pay his taxes or something, right? And now he needs super chats. He was irresponsible and didn't pay his income tax, and now he wants you, his stupid followers, to pay his $1.5 million tax bill.
Waiting for things to happen. We do have some very exciting news. I'm not going to get into too much detail, but we have at least one order from a country in Africa, which we now have signed purchase orders for. So this is very exciting.
I don't believe him. He's trying to say that Stavati Aerospace has signed purchase orders for orders from a country in Africa. Orders for what, David? Your company, Stavati Aerospace, is a scam. Show us anything you make or manufacture. Oh, that's right, you can't, because your company is a complete and total scam.
Exciting for us. It is, of course, a peaceful country in Africa. So don't get all freaked out about it. This is a normal thing for us to do. I had a little extra taste for you on this.
By the way, there's a whole lot of regulations and laws. You can't sell any kind of weapons platform to a foreign country without the permission of the United States government. Just going to put that out there. Good luck, David.
Circle here, as you may see, there's a little extra symbolism in there. You said, love you, David. We love you too. And that is, the whole team of Archangel Michael, David, and Gurley. We're all working together.
Yeah, he's working with angels. Angels would work with a scammer to help him scam people. What kind of angel would work with a new age scammer to help him scam people, you liar? It's ridiculous.
So, man, I've been through so much stuff I can't even tell you guys.
Yeah, and everything that ever happens to him is so goddamn dramatic. There was a windstorm and a winter, and they got some snow. If you live in the mountains of Colorado, you're going to see some wind and snow, you asshole. It doesn't mean that there's, oh no, this means something. It means you live in Colorado, you dummy.
Guys, in fact, we'll go to that slide. I'm wiped out after going through 2 biblical emergencies.
What the hell is a biblical emergency?
In my own life. So I didn't really want to do a show today, but once again, it's like there's mitigating circumstances. The conditions.
Yeah, in other words, I need super chats.
Really would be well served by me having something to talk about today. So I'm like, okay, I can do that. I'm gonna step up to the plate once again, despite the fact that I was
the world needs David
very,
Wilcock.
very phenomenal, grandiose way.
He was threatened.
Many people would probably want to retreat after that. I did not. I'll show you what that was. It's really shocking. That's coming up early in the show. But again, the main point of the show here is I want to talk about the principles of positive and negative entities. When we start to understand the universal cosmology as it comes in from the law of one, we have a universe that is a sentient universe.
Dunbar. Yeah,
it's conscious, and that's all there really is awareness. It's so funny. A friend of mine who I'm working with and is also on the Stavati board of directors was really trying to get into this philosophical argument with me the last time we were on the phone. He's saying, well, if there's an intelligence that created the universe,
that is quite a big, that is quite a massive forehead. Yes.
I'm like, well, the law of one kind of says that, somebody says your volume's all the way up and it's a bit hard to hear. There's really nothing I can do about that during a live stream. Everybody kind of has that complaint.
The man with the 180 IQ can't work a microphone or levels.
So just crank up your volume, and then I'll probably
he's not even listening.
Doing a nice high fidelity recording here, so we can do.
They said that his volume was too high. It's hard to listen to, and he's telling them, "Oh, I can't turn it up now."
Do that too. Leanne Boudreau, thank you, David, for all your transforming works and blessings to all the readers. Thank you, Leanne. We appreciate that. So, yeah, we're in a situation where
Yeah, the world needs
there are a
Wilcock.
lot of spiritual influences out there. They're both positive and negative, and it's
The law of
important to
dumb.
be able to understand
Yes.
how both sides are operating. And this is a very, very big discussion that goes into great depth.
Claimed he had a
Law of
180
Oneness
IQ.
material,
It would make
which
him
you
smarter
probably
than
know is my
Einstein.
spiritual source material that I've spent so much time looking at. So in this case, what we're interested in is how the law of one is going to teach us about what negative entities are and what's actually the best way to prevent them. And it does involve
It could be over
hard
several
work on
tax
your part.
years, Garagi.
But again, I don't expect this to be a long show. It's probably, I'm going to try to keep it to 90 minutes or less.
Did you hear him?
And part of it is just that I want to
I'm going to try to keep this show to 90 minutes or less. He did 3 hours.
get you familiar with some basic concepts that you can then go home with, or if you're already home, you know, you can take these after the show and begin applying them immediately. You could immediately today lower the amount of negative influence. And I'm going to be connecting some dots for you in the typical David Wilcock fashion, which many people have come to appreciate, hence the popularity. We're just about to hit 500,000 subscribers. Can you believe that?
Yeah, I can believe that 500,000 stupid people subscribe to
I
your
never
channel,
say
David.
this, but please subscribe and click the bell and the like button. We're so close that we just need a few more and it's all going to be good. So we got 2,169 people watching right now. This was a last minute show. I really didn't want to do this, but, and again, I'm wiped out. After
He's wiped out. He's had biblical emergencies.
And this included pretty much back to back going through 5 feet of snow and then had a little bit of time off. Angelo Munoz, thank you. And after the time off, we got into this thing where there was a crazy, freakish windstorm that came to my entire area that started on Saturday morning at 8 o'clock in the morning and then carried through until Monday, really. There was still wind by Monday, but it.
Yeah, and by the way, I checked the local weather. They did get a big snowstorm, but it wasn't 5 feet where he lived. Guess how much it was? It was 19 inches. So this guy can't even not lie about his local weather. He's even lying about the local weather problems where he lives. I don't get it. Like, if you're that much of a pathological liar that you have to lie about how much snow you're getting, I suppose for sympathy and super chats, I feel terrible for him.
It stopped kind of in Sunday, right after I would have done a show, was when the worst of it stopped. But the wind started on Friday, and this was leading right up to the eclipse on Monday.
Wind and snow, wow, yeah.
The eclipse was not like most people's eclipse. I was in a total fight to the death with nature survival situation in this again.
He was in a fight to the death.
That the total emergency, the blackout didn't last that long, but the total emergency lasted 4 days. And the eclipse was on Monday. So during the eclipse, I was actually worried about whether I was going to have enough solar power to run my refrigerator, because I was running my refrigerator off of a portable solar kit.
That's funny.
I do at some point want to talk about this and make a video.
He's running his refrigerator off of a portable solar kit. But we've seen in previous videos that he has a huge generator, a huge diesel generator sufficient to power his entire home. But remember that one video, he couldn't figure out how to start it. He was teaching everybody how to survive a grid down situation, and he couldn't start the goddamn generator for his house, which, by the way, is one of those huge commercial ones that comes with the house. He couldn't figure out how to turn it on. He's using portable solar just to power his refrigerator during a snowstorm, this idiot.
That shows you the footage of these things, like what does 5 feet of snow look like when you're shoveling a path for your dog through 5 feet of snow. What does that look like?
Rotary motion is out already.
One of the cool things was that the snow kept getting shorter in height because of weight. It would collapse on itself. So the heights never really got about more than 4 feet. But that was still really bad.
Yeah, it's called weather, Mike Raton. Thanks for being a member.
From 3:45 a.m. to 7 p.m.
Yeah,
on
he's
the
got
day
a
that the
generator,
snow
but
was
he
really
can't
coming
start it,
down.
Mark.
And my dog left this huge 7-foot ring of
He lives
poop
in a
on the
multi-million
carpet in
dollar
the middle
log
of the
cabin
night when I
mansion.
woke up at 3:45 a.m. So I had to clean that first because she was so scared because
Yeah,
we
he
went
had
outside,
several, I think
7 inches of
$3
snow
million
come down in like
houses,
1
2
hour.
that he owns and one's a
Just
rental,
so crazy.
as best I
Feeling of
recall.
fear that I had in this snowstorm was so intense. We had lost our power already in a previous snow event, and it happened all right during when I had one of my board meetings, so I couldn't be there for the board meeting. But this was like this massive snow accumulation, and
You're right,
I got up at
Garazi.
3:45, and the first thing I had to do was make sure I could get out my side door. I already had, from the snow falling off the roof, like a 5.5-foot tall wall of snow. I had to
Good
bust
beach
through
up,
that
man.
with a shovel, and I had to carve a trail just to my garage. You know, if you've seen my videos, the garage is pretty close by. So Diane Molt, thank you. So here we are,
Yeah, they're fake,
going
sick
through
boy.
this, and I had to dig all day, and I finally collapsed. And then our plow guy has all this trouble, and he can't make it over.
He claims he
So
shoveled
there's all
snow
this
for
crazy
12
stuff
hours.
going on. It was incredibly terrifying.
I don't think this
And
guy's shoveled
during
snow for
this
an hour.
snowfall, I was completely snowed in and unable to leave my house for a week. We only lost power during the board meeting for 3 hours, but right during the time I was supposed to have my board meeting. So that came back.
I guess he's
on,
talking
but
about
I was out
Stavati
there
Aerospace
shoveling
board
all
meeting.
day, every day. I'm happy to say that I've had a significant improvement in how my body looks. It's more superhero looking now, and I've done so much shoveling. I'm really actually impressed by the results I got from just regular, ordinary farm labor type of stuff. But that's
He's
true.
the laziest guy I
everything's
know.
more
I
cut.
doubt he was
Really
shoveling
nice.
snow for
So,
12 hours.
But I had to go through this. I didn't have a choice. And
He has nowhere
I
to
was
go
trapped
anyway.
in here for a week. The plow guy finally got here with a gigantic machine that was 65,000 pounds. 65,000 pound machine with these 4-foot tall wheels. It was called a grader, but I've never seen anything like it except on a highway. But Ohio UFOs, thank you. Did you see the 2 spheres come out for you in my YouTube clip? I don't know, but thank you for the donation.
A stupid hero.
I guess
yes.
I don't usually see YouTube very much. I'm so busy surviving this kind of crap that I'm talking about. I'm going to make a video, and so I think you're going to see pretty decent footage of the whole thing, but it was horrible. And
when you live in Colorado, you're going to see snowstorms.
Expect that. So I had plenty of vegetables, plenty of food, and I have tons and tons of bottled water of the highest quality. We get it.
Isn't this great? He's saying he has tons of food in his house. A few weeks ago on his stream, he was claiming he didn't have any money for groceries, so please donate. Now he's saying he has plenty of food in his house.
Around here in the area.
He can't even keep his lies straight.
Spring water. It's very, very good. When you're up at this high of an altitude, the water just goes right from the glacier through hardly any sediment, and it goes up through these underground.
He's down the survival mode.
Right out
sure, yeah.
It's the best water.
He's really struggling in a multi-million-dollar mansion.
And I'm very proud of that.
He's really struggling.
It's really nice to live in such a healthy area. There's hardly any Wi-Fi. There's hardly any cell towers. So and it's very healing for the soul and the body. So I think that part of why I've been able to do so well here.
He couldn't carry a screwdriver for 12 hours, let alone work.
Made out of wood.
Now he claims he lives in a pyramid.
Primarily, and there's hardly any metal in it. There's no metal in it, in fact, except for the roof itself. So I have an orgone box. I have a pyramid.
That's a complete and total lie.
And I've talked about.
He doesn't have an orgone box or a pyramid. It's a goddamn log cabin mansion.
Dr. Alexander Gilad began building these pyramids out of PVC pipes and then faced them with fiberglass. And
I think you're right, Stormcrow. Or Portland, Oregon. That's where he belongs. He would love it in Portland, Oregon.
When he built these pyramids this way, what he found out was that they created incredible energy that seemed to have biologically healing effects on a dramatic level.
This is claims of a complete and total wackadoo. None of this is real science. This is pseudoscience, new age garbage. It's all fake. The person who made those claims never proved any of their claims. They just made fantastic claims about pyramid power.
Probably the most provocative is that he took a milliliter of water, ordinary water stored in the pyramid, and fed it to these premature born infants. And this was in a division of
just go to another
gynecology with the Russian National Academy of Sciences. So these Russian scientists were off of the Soviet Union. They still got their pensions, but they didn't have
You're
to
right,
fortify
Mark
it anymore,
Toronto.
so they started doing pyramid research. And they fed 1 milliliter of pyramid water to prematurely born babies who were written off for dead. And then other premature babies written off for dead were just given regular placebo, ordinary water. Every single one of the babies that was given the water that was stored in the pyramid survived. Every single
Yeah, it might be a good idea.
survived.
I can't take that chipmunk
Cancer
voice, though.
cells that would normally infect at a rate of 60% went down to 6%, 30% went down to 3%.
Yeah. So essentially what he's saying is you just put water inside of a pyramid and it can cure cancer. Somebody call the National Cancer Society and let them know that David Wilcock found a cure for cancer. No, you dummy. This is fake science. If this were true, they would do away with chemotherapy. If this were true, then they'd have a bunch of pyramids with water in it in every oncology or cancer center, treatment center in the world. They don't. You know why? Because this is fake, David. And if you're dumb enough to believe this nonsense, God, is he really this stupid? I think so.
So it was pretty much knocking out cancer. There's all these different things, health problems that it was seeming to do. Now, of course, these were claims that were published by Russian
UC
scientists.
Berkeley.
We can't prove it unless we were to duplicate these here in the US. And there's always been this kind of strategic bias that Russian science is not good science. And I've been dealing with this ever since I began
that's medical
publishing some of these
disinformation.
fascinating
Complete and
results
total
back in
medical
the
disinformation.
1990s.
It's against YouTube
Some
terms
people
of
just
service. You
don't
can lose this whole
appreciate
channel for that.
the nuances of having a whole different way of looking at the universe, which the Russians did. And as I've said many
cured
times,
cancer.
it primarily focused on the work of Dr. Nikolai Kozyrev, who coined the term torsion fields because they twist. And the basic idea, ultimately, from a whole lot of Russian physics put together, is that gravity is much more than just something that pushes us down on Earth. And it's not a pull of gravity, it's actually a push. Gravity is this flow of energy that's flowing into the Earth to make the Earth exist. So now you have to imagine it's flowing into the Earth equally from all directions. So the Earth is like a vortex, and it's like a black hole almost, and all this energy is flowing in.
More medical nonsense
So
from
the
the
Russians
quintuple
concluded
PhD.
that gravity also has consciousness on it. Gravity is the
Usually
carrier wave
death,
for
Mr. Ian,
consciousness.
according to the Bible.
Einstein tried to do a
They
unified
stoned
field
false
theory
prophets
by
back in the
thinking that
day.
everything comes back to light. And that's partially true. But as far as consciousness and mind, the Russians made fascinating discoveries about torsion fields. And in one example, he was
Where's the
saying
peer-reviewed
Dr.
papers?
Kozyrev had a
They don't
torsion field
exist.
detector that he had built. And what he found was that he could have a brick wall in the way and then have the torsion field
Yeah, I
detector
agree with
on
you,
one side of
Genuine
the brick wall,
Argyle.
and then
You're
on the
right.
other side of the wall, you shake a weight up and down.
Just shake
And
a
the
weight.
torsion field detector would notice that and point towards the shaking, even if there's no shaking of the floor at all. By simply moving something in space,
Where did he get all
there's
this
this
nonsense?
ripple that is created that you can measure with these torsion field detectors. Now, what were the torsion field detectors? Well, they ranged from things like
He's a false
mercury
prophet.
thermometers. It turns out that the mercury will rise and fall a little bit more than the room temperature based on the
Yes.
presence of torsion fields.
You need your imagination
It
hat.
turns out that he could vibrate a needle and have the needle hanging on a string, and you vibrate where the string is hanging off of, and then that needle becomes incredibly sensitive to torsion fields.
Oh, wow. I
So
didn't
just
see
a
that.
high vibration
just
and then
now.
the needle.
We want to thank Means of Savagery, who's a new Twitter account. I don't know if I followed you. I meant to. I'll have to check after the broadcast. Means of Savagery is creating awesome videos, taking it to some of these scumbags. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. Means of Savagery says, keep up the good work outing these scumbags. I'm gathering info for a Wilcox and Greer video. They need to be brought down. Thanks, man. Well, thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. I'll be sharing that video that you made about the Tic Tac on a future show, maybe tomorrow night. We want to take a moment to thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. Thank you very much. For those unaware, we read every single super chat. So if you're feeling generous, remember we're a viewer-supported show. We appreciate all of you and your kindness, generosity, and support.
Needle hangs down off of that. And the needle would also be a pendulum where it would have 10 grams on one side.
It's like listening to a lunatic in a mental ward, right? Or is it just me?
Laboratory experiments, and Western scientists go, "Oh, this is all BS." None of this shit. Look, there's over 10 by the late 90s. There's over 10,000 papers on torsion fields, scientific papers published in Russia. And so what he found was
nobody said torsion fields weren't a thing.
That they would give off a torsion field. There was a torsion field that would make the needle move if you boiled water. There was a torsion field that would make the needle move at the moment that water froze and turned into ice. There was a torsion field that would make the needle.
Yeah, he says something about having a puffy eye later in the video. I don't know what happened.
So, and again, it would work.
Maybe his ex-wife smacked him or something.
And this was similar to the work of Dr. Viktor Grebennikov.
Yes, slip you a banana sandwich.
Found out that they would try to slam through the
this schizophrenic out loud.
If their hive was on the other side, they could feel something coming off of their hive.
Makes me feel.
Went through the brick wall.
He makes me text stupidity,
Dr.
nonsense.
Maybe we'll do that one later.
The prophet's a prophet.
Right now, I want to talk about Dr. Nikolai Kozyrev, and again, I want to talk about.
There's a torsion field that helps with grifting, definitely.
So up until now, he found out you can burn something, you can break something, you can smash something. You create these funny ripples, and you can.
You're right.
Get this.
That's where he's getting this nonsense from. It's Hoagland nonsense.
The effect. Now there was a problem.
She was a black belt,
latent vacuum structuring.
There's no black belts in Kung Fu, though, Davina. It's some fake organization gave her a black belt.
This substance was.
She banged the dude that gave her the black belt. He was her husband before David.
Component that gravity is moving through. It's just all around us. And so, in this whole science.
Yeah, good point, Garaji. That's the Bible. That's what happens to false prophets.
That's what gets so strange. He's finding all these things that are mechanical ways to cause torsion fields to form. You heat something up, you cool something down.
You're right, Lowe's gods.
A plant is growing. You know, the honeybee thing with the honeycomb hive will do that. But then,
could be, yeah.
After he's built these needles and they're very well able to test things, one day he's reading The Temptation of Faust by Mephistopheles. This is the story.
LARP Angel Michael gave him a backhander.
In front of Faust, and this was actually apparently a thinly laced disclosure of real events. If you read Manly Palmer Hall's epic classic, The Secret Teachings of All Ages, I didn't get into this in the micro prophecies, but there's a part in Secret Teachings where Manly Palmer Hall talks about the fact that these demons do exist. I do get into it a little bit on page 100 or page C. He talks about how they can be brought up. And he said that the Faust story was actually based on an alchemist. So you don't really want to be an alchemist when you find out what alchemists are really doing, okay? They supposedly
it's a fictional story.
And I heard this for a long time.
David Wilcock.
I thought, oh, okay, they just supposedly have a clay sculpture that they make, and then they do some trick and it becomes a little animated being. I didn't realize until now that there's this connection to magic.
It's called a golem, David Wilcock.
Kind, and that's what that's really about. But then if you go to page C again in there, he shows you this image of
they definitely exist in his head, yeah.
It's the summoning of Mephistopheles, which is the most dangerous demon and the most ferocious demon. And it has this weird face.
He's just making this up.
It's kind of like a human and a bear put together with these big eyes. And it's got bear claws.
Turning
on
grifts
its
into bucks.
Yeah.
Turning bullshit into money. Yeah.
Limbs.
He's an alchemist. He's a bullshit alchemist.
Little dapper costume. And this is Mephistopheles. And
a lot of people say that, M. Stone.
As I've said before, when people are messing around with the wrong type of stuff, these creatures appear visibly to the people in the room. And so there's like this magic secret that our galaxy is built with.
That's the test of a prophet, Raji. He fails every time.
Results.
He's a false prophet.
So in the same book, Secret Teachings,
I kind of do too, Chuck Bam.
That the story of Mephistopheles is absolutely real because he's illustrating it to you in that picture that he's got.
I know, high-speed chase. Yes.
Teeth and claws,
by the way, I need to talk to you
aggressive
off air.
Is very scary, frankly. And that apparently is what's going on. So he said in there.
Well, I'll just do it here. High Speed Chase is volunteer guitar player for me for some projects. I have a whole hard rock album that needs some extra oomph. So I'll talk to you off air about that, though. Thanks for being here, High Speed Chase.
It's not fiction. That the whole Faust story was loosely based on a real person.
No, it's a work of fiction, David Wilcock, you dummy.
With this stuff, and he had made this agreement with this negative entity, with this creature called Mephistopheles. So this stuff might seem as if it's all really weird and out there.
Meth infused water.
Fantasy type of thing, and not really feel anything more real about it. That's okay. But what I'm saying is that
he's letting us not believe his lies. Very kind of him.
That when they play around with this, that they see things, and that there are then events that take place that wouldn't have happened.
Yes, he's getting his meth water.
Whatever this thing is, it's doing things by itself, and those events are real, and those events are affecting other people and their lives. Okay, so this thing can come in and torture you. I mean, that's absolutely part of what we're talking about.
Possible minor
possession.
This is
a very, very interesting thing because, okay, well, if it works, if it really does work, then maybe that's where this story of Temptation of Faust came from. And then you got the story in the blues, the crossroads, right? You met the demon at the crossroads. Well, some people believe they have made these types of agreements, and that's actually very scary. We don't want that to happen. But if people are playing along with this, and if people think that this is true,
maybe David Wilcock made a deal with the devil to be a false prophet and become rich selling lies, right? That's just as probable as somebody making a deal to become, like a famous rock star rapper, right? Talk about deal with the devil.
Then who knows what they might be doing? And that's the problem, is that they believe it's true, whether you
make some bath salts with his coat.
They're just going to do their own thing, and they're going to do it their way. And you can speculate as to what you want to think they means, but I already know. You probably know.
Sandra McDonald saying that he's getting Botox injections in his big fat head.
I'm in 5 feet of snow. Okay, we were talking about Nikolai Kozyrev. I don't want to lose track of that either. Let's get that done first. So,
by the way, that big snow event, the big snow event happened back in March 15th, and he's just now talking about it. Hey there, High Speed Chase, gifted 5 Truth Seekers memberships. This is why, if you're not already, you should smash that subscribe button, because kind and generous members like High Speed Chase and big supporters of the show often purchase some Truth Seekers memberships. And what happens is those memberships get distributed in some kind of random fashion by YouTube to people who are subscribers of the channel, but not yet channel members. So make sure you smash that subscribe button. And we want to thank High Speed Chase for his kindness, generosity, and support. That's very, very kind of you. Oh, no. Windows, it's time to restart your computer to install updates. At least it let me say not now. But thank you, High Speed.
Raise the cash.
Yeah, so I haven't used this computer in like months. And of course, there's probably 8,000 updates I don't need that Windows will force me into. But thank you, High Speed Chase. Make sure, please, if you're not already, smash that subscribe button. Right? And you too might get a free YouTube membership if you're a subscriber, but not yet a YouTube channel member. JLW says, oh no, Stephen has to press play on David's video again. Yeah.
Same story. The story of the Temptation of Faust by Mephistopheles. And he had spent time in a Russian gulag concentration camp. Remember, the Soviets were communist and they were really jerks. One of the things they did, we got some big donations. Bonnie Brown, thank you. Ohio UFOs again, thank you. There they are. Zig it on by.
Yeah,
right.
And by the way, there is something.
I really need money right now, so that is so awesome. Thank you.
I do really need money right now. He always needs money. Somebody was in his live chat who kept on typing out This is the Wacky World of Wilcock. And during this live stream, it's towards the end. I can give you the timestamp. He actually reads the person's chat and says it on his stream. He says the Wacky World of Wilcock. I'm gonna have to capture that for sure. He says the Wacky World of Wilcock during this live stream.
Thank you guys. And I will look at your video about the spheres. So
since you sent me
there's
money,
a lot of
and all.
stuff happening.
Yeah.
Like the latest UFO sightings are now fleets of UFOs, and not just one or two, but they're like all over the sky. And people are starting to post sightings of that.
I don't know. I'll check it out.
There's
Thank
really
you,
interesting things
Amy
going
Collins. I'm not a Windows
anyway,
guy. I'm a
getting back
Linux
to
guy.
Kozyrev, he was reading The Temptation of Faust.
Unfortunately, StreamYard doesn't like
he
Linux
had
too
been in the
much.
concentration camp gulags and had survived on
Yeah,
hardly
he
any
gave you
food at
there's
all because the
there's
Russians
something right.
imprisoned scientists and anybody that was doing anything spiritual or religious. So if you went to church, they were
Oh,
going to
that's
throw you in
interesting,
prison,
Raji.
throw you into concentration camp. If you were a scientist,
Yeah, he's
they were
a
afraid you were gonna
narcissist. He
figure out what
watches
you're
every
doing.
show
They
I
don't
do
want you
on
to be
him.
too smart, so they got to get rid of the scientists.
He's even commented.
So all the
For
scientists
those
had to go to
unaware,
concentration camp.
he has commented on things that I've said, but he won't name my name. Jeez, man, what's going on with his hairline? Look at that, man. That does not look good. It looks like he's going bald right down the middle. That is gross, dude. Time to shave your head, bro.
So this poor guy Kozyrev is already making these.
He's a rug guy, though. He's never going to
about
just shave his
binary
head. He'll get a
stars and how
rug.
they're fluctuating together, which becomes the key for understanding how 2012 solar flash did happen, but on Proxima Centauri.
Oh yeah, he
It
was
actually
completely
happened on
wrong in his
December-
predictions. Oh no, a solar flash happened at a nearby star system, so I was still right in my Wacky World of Wilcock.
25th, 2012. There was a solar flash, just like we were expecting, but it was over on Proxima Centauri. And it's Kozyrev's discovery that allows us to appreciate that fact, because he's the one that
Never-ending
saw
forehead.
stars
That
were
is
many
quite a
light
big
years
forehead,
apart,
yeah.
fluctuating at exactly the same time, suggesting that a faster than light communication is occurring
The
between
solar
them.
flash totally
He ended
happened.
up calling torsion
Thanks for being a
fields.
member,
They
Cow
do not
Pally.
move at light speed; they move much faster.
Peeled
And he
egg
could get them
stage.
mechanically. And then as he's reading this book about the temptation of Faust, he's thinking about being in the concentration camp, and he has this huge emotional surge. And then right at that
He
moment,
started
the needle,
GoFundMe for
torsion
hair
field
plugs.
detector,
Yes.
turned and pointed towards him.
Hair Club for
pointed
Men.
towards him. And he had the biggest
Hair
trip
Club
out
for
of-
Men, Patty, is so weird. I worked in an office with a lot of men, and there was a bunch of guys that got that, and it's basically just a glue-on rug. It's just a rug that they glue on the top of your head, and you. It looks so ridiculous. But then there was one guy that I knew that had one that I never knew it was a rug. So I guess it depends. You got to have somebody really good working on the rug to make it look, I don't know. I've always said that if and when I go bald, I would just have some dignity and shave my head. I had a friend growing up who went bald like at 20, and I felt bad for him because he was such a vain guy. And he just shaved his head, and he's been bald ever since. You know, you got to have some dignity. Hair plugs look stupid. It looks like doll hair, right? Or Barbie hair. And rugs look even more ridiculous. I don't know. If I ever went bald, I would just shave my head.
His life is.
Oh, wait a minute. I forgot here. We want to thank High Speed Chase for a kind and generous $5 super chat and for being a member. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. High Speed Chase says, every time you pause, his face is always wackadoo looking. What a Wookiee spanker. I could definitely see him spanking some Wookiees off. Definitely High Speed Chase. But thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support and helping us too.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
That's right. We are praising the cash tonight, friends. For those unaware, we read every single super chat. So if you're feeling generous, hit that money button and help us out. We appreciate all of you.
His whole body was shaking. His hands, you know, fur standing up on your arms. It looks like fur now. Oh my God. That was the big moment in Kozyrev's life. That was the big turning point.
Exactly,
That was
Mark.
when he realized that the energy fields that he had discovered could be generated mechanically,
It's a big cop out.
but they could also be generated by nothing other than the mind. The mind itself
Yes.
generated
Somewhere in the
energy
universe,
fields
there was a solar
that would
flash.
make the
Sure.
needle turn towards you,
Oh, look at that. YouTube Rabbit Hole got one of the free memberships. Thank you, High Speed Chase. Thank High Speed Chase.
Many other things like orgone energy, the protege of Sigmund Freud, who came up with orgone. I'll think of his name.
That's gross, Stormcrow.
But this is really good stuff. You know, it's all coming together.
It's all coming together. It's all a bunch of nonsense, David Wilcock. This is a bunch of nonsense.
So then this triggers this huge industry of Russian science that
Nothing,
goes on for
but
so
he's
long.
connecting dots here.
And it leads to...
Yeah, me too. I got a lot of friends that went bald, Stone. I'm still holding on. But my widow's peaks are getting
fields are the energy of consciousness.
Big, right?
They ride on gravity. And what the pyramid does ultimately...
Good for you. Have some dignity, Glenn Fripp.
Causes them to swirl in the middle.
Besides, some women like bald men.
Pyramid means fire in the middle. Pyre amid, fire in the middle. So that's what the word actually means. And it's because there's this swirling... If
You're right, Cal Pilot. Forget anti-gravity. I want a natural-looking hair system.
Current, like a tornado. The pyramid creates that by its shape because the Russians discovered that everything has this fluid-like energy coming out of it.
I shaved my head once, and I don't remember exactly why. Oh, I had super long hair, and I had hair down in my ass, really. It was just all one length, super long black hair. And I don't know, I just got sick of it, of having hair that long because it requires a lot of maintenance, you know? And then I got a haircut, and I hated the haircut so bad that I just said, I'm just going to shave it all off and start over. And that's what I did. But I wasn't going bald. I just, yeah. Al Warriors here with the kind and generous $5 super chat says, the Forehead Chronicles never gets old. Can't say I disagree with you, Al Warrior. Oh, thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show, and being a longtime show supporter. Al Warrior has been here since the beginning of the show. He came with the sets. Thank you, Al Warrior, for two things: being a member and your kind and generous super chat. The Forehead Chronicles never gets old.
Raise the cash, raise the cash, raise the cash.
Yes, and we have a very kind and generous $20 super chat from Keith Gardeck. Has David ever uttered the phrase, "it puts the lotion in the basket"? He looks like that guy, doesn't he? He looks like that guy, Buffalo Bill from Silence of the Lambs. Thanks for putting a smile on my face, Keith Gardeck, and thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support, and helping us too.
Raise the cash, raise the cash, raise the cash.
All right, we got to try to get through some more of this. We're only 26 minutes into 3 hours.
Flowing in to make the atoms, and there's energy that flows out. Okay, so this is a big deal. So yes, I did.
This is a big deal.
Somebody was noticing that I did get injured over here on my eye, and so you can go and speculate whatever it is, but it's just I actually tried to squeeze out something. I had this hard lump in there that had been in there for a long time. I tried to squeeze it, and then I ended up getting a baggy eye. So sorry if you don't like my face.
He's squeezing
very
zits
soon,
inside his mouth, and that caused an eye injury.
I wasn't going to do a show today, but now I am. So
this is an emergency situation.
Anyway,
here's the emergency.
Like.
I need money, you dumb people. Send me more.
Work their way up. So yeah, there you go. I don't really care. Anyway, the point is,
he's going to get to the point finally.
The reason why when he shakes this weight up and down, let's go back here. The reason why when he shakes this weight up
really
and down,
coming to terms with hair loss.
This needle
Javina likes bald men.
Is that as you shake the weight up and down, it's like you're underwater. And as you shake something underwater, you get
Jamie
this
McGurdy's
ripple.
here.
In fact, any movement through water automatically
McGowhay. Sorry, welcome.
Donut, just like you see with dolphins when they do the little thing with their snout, and they can make a little donut and they can keep it in the water and they play with it and stuff.
Jesus
well, that's
Christ!
because
Now we're talking about
any
dolphin
motion,
bubbles.
Any thrust moving through a liquid is going to create this toroidal shape. That's just what it does. That's natural physics, and it'll often round out into the size of a sphere. So these are these spherical toroidal fields, and one of the things Kozer
maybe somebody punched him in the face.
There. If you build a torsion source, you will get this current that flows, and it will stay there. After
Cocaine nose job. Oh no!
So I got this torsion field generator. There's actually mechanical generators that you can use.
He should have, yeah.
And this is what they use to control the weather. If you have a torsion field generator, it's going to do a much better job of manipulating where the clouds go than anything else. So there's a Russian.
He needs
scientist,
DoorDash
sorry,
money.
there's an
Yes.
Italian scientist named Pierre Luigi.
He spent $6,000 on meals and entertainment out of charity money.
Torsion field generator.
Think about that for a minute. Let's just think about how arrogant of an asshole you have to be to collect $200,000 in free money to do charitable work, and you spent $6,000 of that on yourself for meals and entertainment. I don't know. Maybe I'm just cheap, or maybe I'm thrifty, but I haven't spent $6,000 in takeout in the last, 10 years of my life. Me and my wife are real big on doing everything we can at home. Now occasionally have a rough day or something's going on, we get a pizza or something, but we're cheap even with that, like Little Caesars, I can't imagine spending $6,000 on meals and entertainment in a 2-year period. That is just crazy. Absolutely crazy to me.
The stuff, same type of
especially when it's coming out of charitable donations people are giving you. Like, is that what people thought when they're like, oh, I'll give David's new charity, let's say $300 or, $5,000. What if somebody gave him $5,000 in a charitable donation? Did they think he's going to spend this on meals and entertainment for himself, right? And who would be okay with that? Nobody. That's how greedy this man is.
And when he turned it on, he could open up the clouds like it would be a circle, and they would just go whoop, and they just open up.
Whoop.
So this is a technology that's very real. It's been kept very, very secret. It's not something you're usually going to hear about.
It's so real, he can't show us it.
Incredible ability to
right?
manipulate, control the weather.
Then why don't you show us
this kind of stuff? And I know exactly what's going on.
Oh yeah, the government is directing weather modification devices to attack David Wilcock.
I mean, the 5 feet of snow. I was trapped in here for a week. I had to have slow food. And then
you had a snowstorm, you pussy. You're such a pussy.
All this buildup
it's
around
a snowstorm, you
eclipse. I don't
pussy.
Know. But there's a lot of stuff that's being disclosed. There's a lot of communications coming out about it that are very provocative.
McGahee, thank you.
Well,
I like to pronounce names are important.
This extremely high wind.
Now I will get it right.
McGahee. It starts on Friday. It gets really bad on Saturday. It gets so bad Saturday night that by 3 p.m. they turn the power
agree.
off.
You should.
They say, "Oh, don't worry, we're going to turn it back on tomorrow afternoon." Well, they didn't turn it back on tomorrow afternoon. Why? Because we had surges of wind going up to 80 to 100 miles an hour.
And by the way, I checked. No, they didn't. He's lying about that.
So we lost power.
40 miles an hour.
If you don't have power, you can't heat your house. And this wind is like, 27 degrees Fahrenheit, which means it's below freezing. 6 degrees below freezing. 5 degrees. So
he'll do the great comb over.
It's
high
I think
so
wind,
too.
And that already I have a log home, so it blows through the cracks of the logs, because no matter what you do, you're going to have cracks in the logs. I had to retreat to the downstairs bedroom. It's literally right over here where I'm pointing. It's, if you go through this room and you walk right over there it is. That's the best place
he's
in the house.
He's splurging on everybody else's money.
So scary. I probably, the only other thing I can remember.
The production value
was being on a sinking ship with my brother on Lake George. And my father and his Italian buddy, Rick had the sailboat. We went out there, and this freakish storm comes
even
in
still,
while we're out there.
JLW.
And all of a sudden it's like rain, and it's storms, and it's thunder. And the boat is tipping so far over that my brother and I are standing on the wall.
Now he's telling a story about being on a sinking ship,
which is now the window of the boat on the side.
Oh my God.
Seeing
so he just basically said that the government is using weather modification devices. Look at that. That's his, you want to see something gross? That's his O face right there. That's David Wilcock's O face captured in real time. Look at that. So he just basically said that the men in black or the government or somebody are sending him terrible weather to stop him or something. Now he's talking about being on a sinking ship as a child. This guy is like ready for a rubber room, if you ask me. He's ready for a rubber room.
I thought we were dead, man. I was screaming. My brother is screaming. And there's this funny thing that happens when you both think you're going to die.
Definitely Wookiee spankers.
You're kind of making eye contact with each other.
Yep.
But you're
5 days of darkness.
Time, but you're just looking at each other as well, trying to like understand what the hell is going.
Lucky his wife left, or Wilcock would have ate her.
It was so crazy. This had that kind of vibe, dude. This was like, man, I just do not want to go through this. 3 o'clock.
Oh, he's
power
definitely
goes
going
on,
to,
starts
Cal
getting
Poly.
cold by
Definitely.
like 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock at night. I'm like, we got to get downstairs pretty soon. All I have is these 2 solar
33 cicadas.
solar batteries, EF deltas, which are fantastic. You know, I'm not a sales representative or anything, but man, they got me through this. I only needed one of them too. I had 2 of them, but I only need one. So I had one of them fully charged, and I used it to run my electric heater downstairs. Thank God I had that, because it ran out at like 3 o'clock in the morning. The room actually stayed warm though. But my God, I got out in the morning. I have no power, and I got to put on I already have my base layer, so I have like thick wool under shorts and long sleeve shirt on.
200 miles per hour is better for
And I have
donations.
very thick
Definitely,
wool socks,
definitely
thickest
better
one
than
you can
40
get.
miles an hour. Yeah.
As soon as I wake up, I got to throw on ski pants for Mount Everest level skiing, and I got to throw on my winter jacket and my hat and my gloves to live inside my house.
He's trying to get sympathy because it's
And
snowed.
then I got to
Yes.
starting a fire, and that was when things improved a little bit. I had to leave the doors open and just hope that enough heat is coming off of the fireplace without any blower running that it's going to warm up the house. And it actually did. And we were lucky enough to get sunlight. But I mean, the wind was so crazy. It was so loud. And, you know, thankfully no trees
That's
came
just
down.
sucking
but I had
off
to
the
take all
editor
of my stuff off the
face.
porch and put it in the garage. And then it turns out that there's been this big
Yeah, he's
amount of damage
collecting
to the
donations,
local
but he's
electrical infrastructure.
He's not filing
Like,
his
really,
990s,
really, really bad.
which is a violation of federal law.
Drama. I'm sorry, but I have a hard time figuring out where this is going. Look, you know, you don't have to like the show, but this is all about negative greeting.
He's claiming that.
All
Here's
topics
another
on
thing.
demonic negative greeting. Okay, so just,
He's claiming that he's running electric heaters off of a solar backup battery system. And I don't know, maybe it's just me because I actually had an off-grid cabin and I know I built my own solar system. You can't run electric heaters off a solar system. You can if you want to kill your batteries in an hour or two. So I think he's just lying, right? I think he's just making stuff up for sympathy so people send him money.
just bear with me.
That's my opinion.
I can
I'm
feel that
entitled
one, I
to it.
guess. But you're going to see where this is going. Okay, believe me, you're going to see where this is going.
Oh, we're definitely going to see where this is going.
After going through this experience, you know, and psychopaths
Lou
people are
Horton.
not going to want to hear me talk about bad things that happen to me because they don't have any empathy for me. They're only here to attack. So this kind of stuff they hate because they have to feel empathy for a while, and that hurts them inside. You know, they don't like that.
I have empathy for people who are going through real struggles. But some asshole who lives in a multi-million-dollar log cabin mansion in the mountains of Colorado crying because he had a snowstorm and it was windy, I don't have empathy for you. You live in an area where there's snowstorms and it's windy sometimes, David. Suck it up, Buttercup. Keith Gardeck with another kind of generous $10. Random words entered into Chat GPT make more sense than this. WTF. I can't say I disagree with you. But I want to take a moment to remind everybody, we read every single super chat. We thank every single supporter. We love you, super chatters. We read every single one, and we thank you, kind and generous supporters. Thank you for helping us to praise the cash, Keith Gardeck.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
All right, let's continue. We got to get through some more of this.
So I don't know if that's what's going on here, but it's just something that I've observed as a standard practice. Anyway, this was so insane because even after the wind had stopped, which it was mostly over by the next day, we're supposed to get the power back on at noon, and that didn't happen. The power stayed off for 2.5 more days. And so everybody lost all their stuff, and everybody was at the dump, so there was free garbage day at the dump. I took all my garbage over there on the free day. I really did. It's true. I saved about $6. It was amazing. So free garbage day because everybody lost all their groceries, but I didn't because I had this solar-powered backup generator with 360-watt panels feeding into this thing. So total 490 watts.
You're right, Amy
And it
Collins.
kept my refrigerator going. And at night, the house was so freaking cold it didn't matter. I slept downstairs. But I have to say, this whole experience has changed me. Going through that blackout, facing that
Yeah, we've
fear.
played that
Again,
here
I
before,
really didn't
Keith.
want to do a show today because this was so horrifying. This was so insane to just have to go to bed at night with nothing but an open pit fire that you then have to close. You know your house is going to get
Yeah, that stuff under his eye, it just looks like zits. Like he popped a bunch of zits or something. That's gross.
freezing cold. You have to just...
That's definitely acne. It's like acne that he covered over with some makeup, it looks like.
Render to that. You don't have...
Yeah, it was so... How many times is he going to say, I really didn't want to do a show today because there was a snowstorm and a windstorm and I didn't have power for a few days. And I'll give him that. It sucks when you don't have power. Try that with 2 kids in your house. We had a week here with no power, right? And the whole block had generators going. We didn't have a generator at the time. I have to do something about that because we have frequent power failures here, but I don't go on the internet and cry about it. You just kind of deal with it, right? Bro lost power for 2 days and is really holding back tears. Yes.
Have any way to keep your room warm because you're not next to a fireplace, so you just have to sort of go with it. Thankfully,
sleep near the fireplace, you buttercup.
It never really got bad at all. In fact, the dog was comfortable. I was comfortable. We made it work.
Anal warts
I only
on
got
his
out of this thing a
face.
few days ago. So right through the middle of the clips, I was in all this crap.
He needs some
I'm in a very
Vagisil.
survival
Oh
situation. I had
no.
to wash my hands.
He's in a
the sink.
survival situation. He had to
And you
wash
don't
his
have
hands
any
in a
running
sink.
water, which is what happened to me after a day and a half. I lost my running water because that battery only runs for a while. It's not hooked up to the generator. I can't get that done right now. So I lost running water. So I had to actually wash dishes in like a pot. I had to wash my hands in a pot. When you start living that way, you have no power. You're running your your dishes are being run through like bottled water. I had prepared for this, so I had a 5-gallon jug of water.
Yeah, what he's describing right now is life at my cabin every time I'm there. Has anybody ever heard me cry and complain about life at my cabin? We have what's called a dry cabin. We don't have plumbing, you know. We heat the water to do dishes on the wood stove, and to take a shower, we heat that on the fire outside or on the wood stove or the propane stove. We've got a big 10-gallon pot and a pump that goes up to the shower head. What you're describing is having a cabin, and he's freaking out like this is the worst thing that ever happened to him.
Water that I kept by my sink, and I used that to wash my hands.
Yeah, and he has a big ass
so
generator.
crazy.
He can't figure out how to turn it
And
on.
I think, picking at my eye was something I did out of frustration afterwards. But anyway, this was all happening to me. This whole situation.
Oh, this is
was
so
happening
terrible to me.
in the middle of being publicly threatened by the DS like never before. And when I show you this, you'll understand exactly what I'm talking about.
He's
This is
being
what was
publicly
going on leading
threatened
up
by
to
the deep
eclipse.
state.
And I'll wait for the slides so it has the right amount of dramatic flair. But trust me, folks, this show is going to open up here. So if you're just like falling asleep, you're bored. Emily Howard said,
Yeah, I think everybody's bored because for the first 36 minutes, he's told a story about how terrible it is to be in a snowstorm in Colorado. Come on. What a buttercup, right? He's not cut out for life.
could you get hot food? Our house can't do any heat. We have a gas generator. Oh, that's a great question, Emily. Thank you. Yeah. So when I was going through this, I did have the ability to run my gas stove. But because it's really dangerous to do that, I had to keep the windows open. So it's like this crazy situation where I had too much wind to use my outdoor propane grill, which is what I cook with quite a bit. So instead of using the outdoor grill, I had to use the indoor gas stove, but then I had to open up a window by the gas stove on one side and then open up a window on the other side of the house over by the fireplace and ventilate it that way. And so like I had hot dogs for breakfast. I boiled hot dogs and I had broccoli a lot. I didn't want to make a steak because it would be too much smoke. I did reheat a cooked chicken thigh at one point. That worked pretty well. Deb Robertson says you can set a metal pot on top of a wood stove, heat water for your cooking and cleaning. I've done this many times. Yes. I am so into getting a standalone potbelly type wood stove, something like that now, because all I have is this inset fireplace. And if I had the wood stove, I would have been set. I would have had so much easier time. I mean,
No, you're just an idiot. You can put a couple of bricks inside a fireplace and you put the fire in the fireplace and you put the pot in between the two bricks. You can heat water in a fireplace if you're not an idiot, but I do highly recommend a wood stove. we here at my home have a fireplace, a wood stove fireplace insert that has a blower. And when we have a power failure here, I have a big stack of wood out in the backyard. We just light the fireplace and we can heat our entire home from that wood stove and blower in the fireplace, and we can also cook our meals. He is the unmanliest man I've ever known. If you have a fireplace and you can't figure out how to put a pot of water on top of the fire in the fireplace, then you're an idiot, right? Yeah, he couldn't heat a steak because it would be too smoky, right?
Burned an enormous amount of oak firewood to get through this. Oh, Linda Catone says, I'm not bored. This is good storytelling. Thank you. Non-psychopathic people hopefully feel that way.
Yeah, if you
I went
don't,
through a desperate situation.
if you don't feel for him, if you don't feel bad for him having to live through a snowstorm and a power failure for a couple of days, then you're a psychopath, according to David Wilcock.
My family, I became terribly diseased on my skin, inflammation from being on fire with the horror of my situation. Somebody tells him, why don't you just sawed off there? To the guy that insulted us.
Trans woman.
Where is Colin? Love the comedy. I don't even have Colin's glasses today.
Just
mate.
thought of a
It's
fire
problem,
after it snowed. Yes.
Yeah, I do. Yes, I've got one pair of Colin glasses made to order.
That's my mistake. I'm thinking he's a man. I don't know. You know,
okay,
listen,
we got Colin glasses.
I want to be fair, though. Because of my experience with building that cabin and heating that cabin myself and being very, very self-sufficient in that cabin, I have very little sympathy for a guy like David Wilcock, who's living in a multi-million-dollar mansion, which, by the way, has a huge generator. He has a generator almost the size of a car out in one of his garages. He showed it on a previous stream. He couldn't figure out how to get it on, turn on. I don't have sympathy for a guy who has a generator the size of a Volkswagen and couldn't figure out how to turn it on during a power failure event, right? And by the way, there's nothing wrong with like buying a house and you can't figure out how to get the generator on. You call a generator professional who will come to your log cabin, multi-million-dollar mansion, service the unit, show you how to turn it on and flip the switch and whatever. He has a generator sufficient to power his entire log cabin mansion during a power out event. So no, I don't have any sympathy for him. But in fairness, I get that some men don't have the experience that I have with like heating their own home or surviving without electricity. By the way, the new cabin I'm building is literally in the middle of the woods. There will be no power until I put some kind of solar system in. And even then, I'm thinking I just want enough for lights and a laptop, right? I hit a sweet spot. We have a lot of power failures at my other cabin, but we do have on-grid power there, but we have power failures. I have a small solar panel system that I can run for days on a full charge and just have lights, electric lights, and a laptop. That's all you really need, you know? Yeah, he's been living there for 10 years, and he can't figure out how to work the generator. That's his own fault for being stupid.
The other ones I actually needed. I mean, I bought them because I wanted to look like that for a comedy skit, but then they're actually very.
The generator's the size of a small car. It's enough to power a 5,000 square foot house.
Kind of makes sense. Paulo Avilo, thank you. Thank you for the super chat. Oh, yes. Cindy Sims says you must have a wood stove.
You're right.
Dax.
I have bought wood stoves for $50, Garagey. The one that's in my cabin now was $100. Every one that I bought for that cheap, though, needed a little bit of restoration or work. But all you got to do is take a grinding wheel to it and sandpaper the whole thing and then wood stove polish it with a towel. And it looks brand new. Yeah, I'll be doing that for my new cabin. I'll be buying a secondhand, or I already have a wood stove that I may use. But I'm trying to find one that's going to be a little better. For bigger is better. The other cabin is going to be something like, I don't know, it's 15 by 20, maybe a little less, maybe 12 by 16. I don't know. But yeah, you could buy a wood stove for scrap value or less. The generator probably starts with a button. Most of them do.
It says my parents were always
when they're that big.
For when modern living went awry. They started out life in poverty. So scary scenarios.
Yeah, you're right. I love wood stoves.
To be a true intellect. So yeah, I mean, I've been through some pretty cool stuff here. I've been through like surviving this, man, without even having a good wood stove to heat water. I did it with the stovetop. It was wonderful.
He's crying.
Christopher-
He's crying that he doesn't have a wood stove to heat the water. And he just said that his gas stove inside his house was working during the power failure. So yeah, you just heat the water on a pot on the stove, you pussy. Jesus.
Latvinas says, I'm coming up there and we are going to eat off the land for a week. You need to practice, my friend. Well, yeah, I mean, during this time, we had like this ice that had formed over all the snow. I mean, we had 2.5 feet of snow on almost all the land. So that was another scary thing is you couldn't go outside foraging. There's nothing above the snow.
Yeah, they're very expensive new. I've always gone used ones.
In fact, I was helping all the birds stay alive. There's a whole big bird issue where they were really scared about this stuff.
In fact, you know what? I like wood stoves so much, and I'm going to be building a bunch of cabins coming up at the new land. On Facebook Marketplace, I look at wood stoves almost every couple of days because you got to keep looking so that when that one shows up for $50, you jump on it and get it. You know, and I also have a wood cook stove, which looks like a stove, but it's got a little firebox in the side. We have that at the cabin, and I have a spare one of those as well. Yeah, he should have learned basic bushcraft instead of grifting. Shade is bad for solar systems. Even one panel on shade will put the entire system current down. Yeah, we actually have our solar panels inside a solar room. It's inside a greenhouse on the side of the cabin.
I had a whole flock of crows, and I was bailing them out. They really definitely needed to be fed.
He's a survivor.
David lives in so much poverty. LOL. Well, you know what? I mean, if you can't do this, if you can't survive this way, then what's going to happen is, what are you going to do? Are you going to remember that you can
even a Girl Scout can start a campfire?
Or how are you going to wash your hands? Are you going to get crazy and just start like screaming and go outside and throw them in the snow and then like hurt your hands because they're cold now? No, you got to think about these things. So I have been
you are correct, Amy
prepping
Collins.
for
Yeah.
this moment since I listened.
Oh, he's
to
a prepper now. Yeah, he's a prepper.
Selling the Sea Crane.
Well, he's living in $1 million
radio
house,
now.
right?
The standard thing the American Cross offers. American Red Cross sells a emergency hand crank radio. So
yeah, he said
these are
10
good
minutes
things
ago.
to have in mind, you know, you want to be able to keep yourself safe. You want to be able to have a good way to get through this stuff. And I am now the guinea pig. I was telling you guys we might have a blackout. I was telling you guys
I have one that has a glass front at my cabin now.
Well, I got thrown into it, and in the middle of all this, again, I got threatened in a very, very astonishing way that really kind of gives me like a Jim Morrison type of vibe, you know, like in a good way, like a hero vibe. Like, wow, you guys, thanks for branding me into your crazy nonsense that you're doing. And as I said here in the slide,
yeah, he wouldn't know a real survival situation if he saw one. I was at the cabin once, and it was probably the first year that I had the cabin, and it got down to -10 Fahrenheit, and my car would not start, and I had no firewood, right? And so I called AAA, and they said we can't get there till tomorrow, but I had no firewood, and it's -10. That's a survival situation. And you know what I did? I got my chainsaw, I went out in the woods, and I cut some wood and put it on a sled, and I drug it back to the cabin, and I was fine until the next day when AAA showed up. And as I recall, the starter had frozen or something like that. I don't know. The guy went under the car and banged something and told me to start the car, and it started right up. That's a real survival situation. Being in a cabin with no other means of heat except for a wood stove, having no firewood, and it's -10 outside, right? I didn't make a video for you guys bitching that I just survived and I almost died. And, you know, and by the way, I had a neighbor across the street that would have been kind enough to let me stay in his garage or, you know, or stay over in his basement or what, sleep over if I couldn't have figured things out on my own, but I did. You know, this guy's crying because he survived 2 days of a power failure in a multi-million-dollar log cabin mansion, right? Keith Gardak with another kind and generous $5 says, we need to put a team together to visit the hideaway and deliver him a bunch of camping tools and survival. I can't say. I think that's an excellent idea.
Raise the cash, raise the cash, raise the cash.
Thank you, Keith Gardeck. We appreciate you. Thanks for appreciating us. Well, let's try to get through some more of this. I said I wasn't going to go through the whole thing. We're 40 minutes in. We'll do up to an hour.
Slide. I'm not worried because of the math. And so what do I mean?
I want to
by
hear
what I mean
how the
is
deep
that
state threatened him.
There's already right now 40. Black Lotus, thank you. Why did you start eating meat? Well, because I had to. I was anemic. Janet Levitt, thank you for all you do, David. Always look forward to your live streams. I tried to make vegan work for 7 years. And we're going to talk about when I went to Japan and I went to these temples. And one of the things I was going to say is that diet was not good for me.
You're right.
And I had very dark
What an
circles
ego.
under my eyes when I went out there. And so the pictures are horrifying. The pictures made it darker than it really was, because a lot of times photographs will do that. But when you have really dark circles under your eyes, it's even worse. So yeah, I have discovered that if you look at the work of Weston Price, Dr. Weston Price, traditional diets are the way to go. So if you can't eat meat, then you can still get by with eggs and ghee. You want to get the clarified butter from cows.
I love getting health
grass.
advice from a guy who looks
And
like
when
that.
you buy eggs, you're
Right?
typically
Does he
looking
look healthy
for-
to you? He's got
Unless you're total vegan, you
stringy
can't
ass
do eggs, but I
hair.
highly
He's
recommend
going
giving that up,
bald.
at
He's
least.
probably
Look for the eggs with
20
the
or
dark
30
orange
pounds
yolk.
overweight.
Even if they're
and
not
he's
the
giving
most
health
organic
advice.
ones, that doesn't even matter. If you got organic eggs and the yolks are yellow, I don't even. Give me the orange yolks, and the darker orange they are, the more they have this compound.
Thanks, JLW.
Dr. Weston
Checking
Price
out.
called Activator X. And Activator X is also
can't
found
say that I
extensively
blame you.
in meats, especially if they're raised organically. So that's why I only stick with bison. I don't touch beef at all. I mean, like, not at all. So I have a very, very strict diet. That
He has a very
essentially what
expensive
we were
diet. Do you know how
adapted to
expensive
eating
bison
here in
meat is?
America on the plains.
We've talked about it.
This was the food source that was provided. And of course, the Native Americans had a great reverence for this.
Deliver
and
us
they
from
made
this
it a whole part
delusional
of their culture.
dipshit.
So
Yes.
that's always been a part of what I'm about. And as you can see here,
Yeah,
I
they
have
threatened to turn his
bison
thermostat down to
over my head. Look at
69.
that. It's right there. And part of that is just that I really identify with that spirit. So I'm not worried about this because of the math, because there's so many of you out there who are sending me positive thoughts and wishes. So even if these people do a mass ceremony to try specifically to come after me, which is what it looks like, or at least the greater source that's working through me, they're trying to come after that, whatever you want to interpret that as.
Yes,
It's
math
very
will save
unambiguous.
us.
I'll show you what I mean. You can laugh now
Hey there,
for a
Hank
couple more
McGurk.
minutes and then you won't be laughing. Do I talk about it if somebody threatens me like this? Well, yeah, because I don't believe it. I don't think that this is going to work. If anybody sends Lam in here, I think that Gurley is going to kick his ass. I already said this. There's a movie that I want to make called Gurley versus Lam. That's one of the things we talk about in Sacred Science of Michael, the course that I now have, which we're offering a great discount on this week. But anyway, I'll get
Great
to that in a little
discount.
while.
Yeah, you got to pitch the product, Wilcock.
Gurley versus Lam, spindly little gray extraterrestrial. If
He
he's
named
not
his dog
allowed
Gurley.
to have his normal magic powers, he doesn't stand a chance against Gurley. He's never even going to make it to me in my bed. Before he even gets to the bed, he's already going to have to deal
Thanks,
with it.
Keith.
So, I think maybe next time, you guys, if you want to summon something to come after me, make it bigger and stronger, because Lam just probably won't even make it past Gurley. So I'll
Yeah,
just
he
put that out
hasn't
there.
made up the
Giving
deep
them
state
a-
story
advice
yet,
on
and he's stalling.
how to
Yes.
threaten me in the future more effectively. So anyway, the movie Moment of Truth is something that I really haven't talked about a whole lot.
Meth, it's what's for dinner.
Here's the slide. I wasn't on the right thing there. But Moment of Truth revealed this connection of this entity that got in touch with none other than the elusive Aleister
I don't
Crowley.
think so.
And so he is a very well-known figure in terms of having written a variety of books in which, admittedly, he did an amazing job of summarizing so many different types of traditional forms
You
of
bet,
magic
meth. Yes.
that were practiced in various cultures. And not all of it was bad.
Now he's going to talk about
Into Buddhism,
Aleister Crowley and
Tibetan
land and
Buddhism,
the alien
Zen Buddhism.
connection.
He was researching that. Crowley was doing a very broad spectrum study of what was going on.
Oh my God, we're
And
only
in fact, a
45
lot of the
minutes in.
Crowley research is part of why Manly Palmer Hall ended up writing Secret Teachings of All Ages, where he took
Catholic
that same
indulgences.
concept
That's a
from
whole
Crowley's truth,
controversy
but
in
then
and of
goes even
itself, Hank
farther
McGurk.
to explore all of these weird, arcane, hidden things that had been in weird Masonic libraries and books that nobody'd ever read. And then he's synthesizing all this data together to write secret teachings, which is very interesting. Okay, I mean, you got to give them credit. Like, the negative is very interesting. As you learn more about it, it's very complex. It's scary. It's weird. It's terrifying. Crystal P, thank you. Delphine Gomez, thank you. Appreciate your efforts. Keep doing what you're doing. Thank you very much.
Keep selling nonsense.
So when we're seeing how this works, we have Manly Palmer Hall doing the same type of stuff that Crowley was doing. They're trying to compare all these things together. But again, you go to page 100 or page C in Manly's book, and it's talking about this summoning of Mephistopheles by Faust. And he says, hey, this is real. And then he says, if you get this creature after you, it can be a real big problem. He told you, do not mess with this, because once this creature...
Somebody said it's real and not a story, so I guess it must be.
all the time. In fact, there are weird stories about people playing around with this stuff, and these would be like elite families, okay? And these are pieces of disclosure I haven't shared yet, but that were conveyed to me in a way that is very trustworthy. That this is really going to scare you. So maybe, you know, kids go place with toys right now.
Oh,
but,
I'm just terrified. Yeah, I'm just terrified.
I'll talk around it in a circumspect way to make it easier for that if somebody didn't get out of the room. If people start doing the type of things that Crowley perfected as of
makes no sense.
1904, I guess is when all this started. We'll see that.
An eye bag.
If you can play around with this stuff and you can get something like Mephistopheles to appear, okay?
You probably never read any of the things you just mentioned.
Let's say you're doing this in your own castle. You're this elite family. You have this castle, and let's just say, because a particular whistleblower example I have,
man, bear pig ain't no joke.
Female spirit. The creature was female. It was not male. And they were messing around in the basement. They were doing these things. What started to happen is that, like, basically on a regular basis, and I don't know exactly how often it was, but let's say every few weeks, you hear this voice moaning in the basement. Oh, and it's a female voice. And she's going to drive you out of your mind, and you're going to hear this until
he's getting visited by female demons now.
Another one of these events down there with her where she gets to participate. Imagine how horrifying it would be to be trapped in your house, you're stuck in your house, and you have this ghost.
Yeah, I don't know how often, but let's make something up, Talmud. Thanks for being a member.
Is now you got to go do something for this thing again. This is apparently real. This is apparently some of what people were dealing with. And so it's a very, very strange thing, because in order to get
this is apparently real
negative entities to manifest,
not that it's real,
you have to have the right astronomical alignment. You have to have planets in the right alignment. This has always been the way it is. And this is why astrologers and alchemists are always kind of side by side. They need to calculate. Oh, that's right. They need to calculate astronomical alignments. Why? Because you can't do the work unless there's an astronomical.
I just wanted to say, I'm fairly familiar with a great deal of esoteric literature about summoning entities and demons and angels and ceremonial magic. And nowhere in the things that I've read was there a prerequisite of planetary alignments to do some of those rituals. So he's just talking out of his ass here, making things up, I guess.
Alignment. Why? Because the entity isn't going to have enough energy to actually appear unless you have the right alignment.
Yes, he's telling the story of Infamous.
Very, very
yes.
complex. And they would do strange things.
It would be good if he was visited by an insane Bigfoot.
Namesake of my glasses prop here. In fact, let's why not give it to you as Uncle Jack?
That was just his wife in the basement with another man. Yeah, that's what the moaning was.
True story. Mate, the London Fire, 1666. Why do you think they picked that year to do it, mate? It ends in 666. That's what I'm trying to tell you. They burn the whole thing down. They sacrifice a bunch of this land. Look at what it becomes, mate.
Can't say I disagree. Yes.
The financial center of their universe, mate. Why do you think they had to burn it down in that particular year, I wonder? Anyway, there you go.
Yeah, this is the clown who says that he's under deep state attack and that the government are using weather modification devices to create snowstorms and wind to take him out somehow.
This is the kind of stuff that you actually hear. It's like, wow, I never thought of that. That's really, really crazy and scary. But yeah, so Uncle Jack and other insiders told me that there's different types of magic and that one type of magic is played out upon a global level.
Yeah, I've heard of that, Hank.
Level, and it involves,
it's a prop cigarette. It's not even a real cigarette.
Events
I don't think you could handle a real cigarette.
Which are intended to try to appease these negative spirits. And so the negative spirits,
spitting out random facts.
Homer Hall's book, they want to be publicized. One of the most common things that's going to happen, the equivalent of the demon moaning in the basement, is the demon wants you to publicize its existence, and it won't be happy unless you do that. So
I'm trying to see where he gets to the deep state attack
out of what they saw and then put them on the building. Well, that's something that they really saw. That's the part of the disclosure that you didn't have before, unless you've heard some of my shows.
No, it gets to the QTAR Telegram posts in another...
Audrey Amal, thank you very much.
20 minutes.
So again, we had astronomical alignments being very important. There's these cosmic
killer cabal trees,
that really are torsion fields, if you will. You could look at them as conduits that there's like a
I think they are.
Space.
Each their own, though, brother Johnny.
Only exists in a certain portion of Earth's orbit, and that when you have these celestial bodies in alignment, they actually create a wormhole, and that wormhole creates this heightened energy of torsion fields that Kozarev discovered. So the good part is,
I agree, Sandra McDonald. And thanks for being a member. We appreciate you. Thanks for appreciating us.
With the pyramid water, you can heal mental illnesses. They actually seem to improve in the presence of a pyramid. All types of health just get dramatically better. If you build a pyramid over an oil field, the oil comes out cleaner and purer, and you get more of it. It's the same thing with a well. They did pyramids over Chernobyl, and they found that the wells became non-radioactive. So this stuff really, really works. And one of the technologies we have is much better than the pyramid. It's a charge cluster or exotic vacuum object technology, where we shoot the charge clusters through radioactive material. And guess what? It deradiates the material, and
it doesn't.
Tabletop levels, which are basically insignificant.
This is pseudoscience garbage. This isn't real.
We can deradiate material with this Russian technology.
Why wouldn't they do that at Chernobyl then, you dummy?
Fringe benefit.
Because it doesn't work.
So there's a heightened torsion field energy that also can be happening from the sun as the solar activity reaches its peak.
He probably watches himself on Ancient Aliens.
Then you also see the peak of revolutionary breakthroughs and new scientific advancements.
Yeah, why didn't he build a pyramid over his cabin? It's not a cabin, it's a log cabin mansion. That style doesn't cabin.
Activity. And I've talked about Tchaikovsky before and how he discovers there's this 11-year sunspot cycle.
Good evening, Steve McDonald. Welcome.
You get this peak of wars. And
just released the Charge Busters.
You'll be golden. And then you can even analyze what part of the 11-year cycle is happening in society.
Yeah. Why don't you see a pyramid on every oil field then, David Wilcock, you dummy?
Feels like
because it doesn't work. It's pseudoscience nonsense.
Stuff. So anyway, the whole point is that there were very elaborate astrological rituals that were needed to get this stuff to work. So if you go back to the time of Queen Elizabeth, you have her court astrologer, John Dee.
Oh my God, I got to go through 6 more minutes. I don't think I'm going to make it.
He's the astrologer. He has to know what the alignments are. And Uncle Jack told me that they made contact with entities using these practices, and that when Spain was invading England, the entity said, don't worry about it. Don't launch any of your ships. Keep them in the harbor. Don't do anything. And as the Spanish fleet was coming right in, there was this horrific storm, and it sank the entire fleet, and nobody even made it to be able to invade. And this happened not once, but twice. So ceremonial magic apparently was actually protecting Great Britain, according to the testimony of this guy who claimed he was working right with the top family that starts with the R. And you know what I'm talking about.
The Rothschilds.
Okay.
Come on.
He claimed that he was working right for him. And it wasn't even really clear if he was an insider who was really a whistleblower or if he was trying to recruit me. This is a funny one. Let's do this one.
I think so too, yeah.
Why don't you come back to your family, David? He used to say this. David, we miss you.
No, that was
We miss
creepy
you,
when he
David.
did
Come
that.
back to your
Yeah.
family, Dave. He'd say that kind of stuff sometimes. It was so funny.
The snowstorm story was more interesting than this
not really
nonsense.
into the whole like evil thing, you know. I'm sorry.
Can't say I
I
disagree.
respect the offer, but I was told I could have billions upon billions of dollars, and all I had to do is just talk favorably about Lucifer. That is true, and it came at me in many different ways and many different times. So no, I'm not interested in this whole type of stuff because there's different ways to look at it, and some of them appear to be benign. There's certain ways you can look at it where people are like, oh, you know, it just is a symbol for the rebellious spirit that we all have. But maybe there's something else to it. Maybe there's people who are doing these practices and they're getting something like Mephistopheles to appear. But then again, it can end up in your basement groaning all the time and you have to keep feeding it, basically. So it's not really something you want to fall into as a life.
Anybody else a little afraid that he has some woman tied up in his basement that's moaning and that's what he's talking about here? By the way, I'm not saying that's true, but that just jumped in my head. Why is he suddenly talking about a woman moaning in his basement, right?
Style, you know, that's a very
He does look like Buffalo Bill.
Because these entities will influence.
Put the lotion in the basket, David.
They influence other people to hurt you. They can make it impossible for you to leave the house. So one of the things they're always asking for is publicity. They want you to publicize them. I talked about gargoyles, but all these things that you keep seeing being done.
Yeah,
like in
I agree.
Music awards ceremonies and Olympic halftime show, and they keep showing you these very
perhaps
dark
Brother Johnny
of blood and horns and fire and people
or maybe
gyrating in these dark black and red costumes and et cetera, et cetera. They just every single year, like I said, don't you guys ever get an original idea?
Gargoyles.
Like it's just Satan is the coolest thing you can think of every single year. Okay, well, all right, whatever. Yeah, but
maybe
I'm not going to watch
maybe
it.
she's tied up in the basement.
And I take pictures of it. Sometimes I look at them, but I don't watch these shows. I don't really watch any television. So anyway, this is a very strange subject because like these entities are real and they exist and they want to be part of our reality. But it used to be that you had to be a master astrologer. Like
she signed an NDA to get her divorce settlement, so she won't talk about him
properly to get one of them to show up. But all of that changed, and I talk about this extensively in the Michael prophecies as of 1936.
I wouldn't want to keep feeding my wife if he was banging another man in the basement.
The law of one. Now, Carla Ruckert channeled the law of one, but she didn't know about the Edgar Cayce readings saying the same thing. The Edgar Cayce readings have specific prophecies.
I agree, but she won't talk.
I think it's 3976-14, if I remember correctly, but maybe I'm wrong. But anyway, it says that in 1936, the inner core of the Earth will shift. And then we can look at things like Chandler's Wobble and see there is a weird fluctuation in Chandler's Wobble in 1936. And there are, in fact, weird changes to the core of the Earth. And then Cayce also said that the Earth's core would decisively shift, that there were new vibrations coming in 1936 that would eventually cause the Earth's core to shift in 2001. And sure enough, the Earth's core did start shifting in 2001, and it completed shifting in 2013. And I have that in book 2 of the Michael prophecies. And we'll talk about that in future shows as well. So anyway, there's this fascinating thing about 1936 because in the Law of One material, they're communicating in 1981, and then they say that approximately 45 years before your present, 1981, which is 1936, approximately 45 years before is when this fourth density energy began streaming in a lot more strongly,
fourth density,
in which thoughts become things. And so both the positive and the negative greatly benefit from this. So the negative,
I can't get over that acne under his eye. That's bad, man. He needs to see a dermatologist.
Became much easier to get these lower astrals.
Yes, maybe I'm wrong. Brief moment of cognizance. You're right, Talmud.
Various magical ceremonies, which again, it's very dark stuff, and it's not. I'm not going to go into a whole lot of detail because you already
some people
know
do believe that.
Yeah. You've heard about this. But you just didn't realize maybe that if people are swayed into doing it, however they're swayed, that you're going to get results that will shock the heck out of you.
Fourth density quantum energy.
Change your life, and you'll never be the same. You will never be able to unsee it. Okay, that's part of what happens to people, and it's widely reported.
I'll tell you the
So
law of one.
anyway,
No, it's the first law.
what we see
Yes.
here is that I created this movie, Moment of Truth, and I had no idea how big it was going to get. And it revealed this connection.
I
with
agree,
the
Trolley
being known
Troll
as
Troll.
Lam.
Very,
Now,
very
Lam
likely.
is actually a traditional-looking gray ET who apparently contacted.
No, it's
Aleister
not a
Crowley in
traditional-looking gray
1904,
ET, you dummy.
and
It's different.
now
It's
publicly, I'm
an
okay
entity
to
with a
say
big
this,
head.
Chris
It's not a
Beskar,
gray.
CEO of Stavati Aerospace, who personally obtained this intel and shared it with me, that Lam gave Aleister Crowley a class on how to get these ceremonies to work properly that was greatly updated from all the arcane stuff they were clinging to back from John Dee and the Elizabethan era.
Okay, so the Stavati CEO is telling him that the entity Lam gave Aleister Crowley a class on how to do magic. Okay. And we're just supposed to trust a guy who's been called a con artist and running a Ponzi scheme and an investment scam when he shares esoteric information? Okay.
They had a lot of weird ways of doing things that they didn't need to do. And they didn't need to be so concerned about astronomical alignments anymore.
Of course, you have to for taking a dump.
It becomes easier for this to work. So Crowley gets these updated protocols, which he then begins sharing with people. And sure enough, instead of having to wait for like, a special alignment.
Why don't you do Corey and him in the Dukes of Hazzard episodes, Mr. Ian?
And so
one's got blonde hair and one's got brown hair. It would work.
In this movie, I talk about this Lam connection. And so in order to be able to find it, it's
the Lam connection thing that has been talked about in hundreds of other videos, documentaries, and whatever. And he's acting like he's the first person that have connected the dots here. No, you're not.
It's in multiple parts, and
Mike Adams breaks you on his trash.
Page in. But this is where you would actually go. You could just type in the link at the beginning. You don't need all the hash stuff, and then you just type in the title. And eventually you want to find part 1, or you could just type that link in. But either way, the point is that in this movie, I show scenes from
eye syphilis.
Ascending.
Gross.
And I connect it directly to Lam. Because the intel
Kooks of
from Chris
Hazzard.
Beskar's is that Lam is a gray ET, and that the Greys and the Draco reptilians are both real, and that their agenda is to get people practicing this type of ceremonial stuff. That's one of the main things they want us doing, is to engage in this practice. And again, at this link, if you watch this movie, it's a total of 4 hours long, and Mike's team broke it up into a bunch of segments so you can watch it.
It's terrible.
Chunks.
I've seen it.
I don't even know if it's left anywhere else online. They keep taking it down. So that's probably the only place you can find it.
Yeah, because you could.
In the first place.
People are taking it down because he stole footage from Hollywood films, and 50% of that movie is stolen footage from Star Wars and Jupiter Ascending and a bunch of other science fiction movies. Close Encounters, I think, as I recall. He doesn't have. You can't just steal 2 or 5 minute clips at a time from science fiction movies, David Wilcock, or they get taken down when you post them places.
But it is mind-blowing. I mean, I did a lot of production value. I make it like a Hollywood film. It's got lots of big name stars in it. B-roll that I all use with fair use, all done legally. The argument is,
fair
you know
use.
what? There's these gray ETs, and they contacted Crowley, and that's what
Dookies
this
of
movie
Hazzard
was depicting. This movie,
Linda Moulton Howe is Daisy.
You have this guy, Lord Baalem. Where have we heard that before? Baalem. Interesting. Lord Baalem. And he lives off of soaking in human material. Actually, that's what we find out. That he represents the head of a.
Some people say that. I don't get it.
In this case, they look human, but they're based on the Greys apparently. And these
yeah, that would be gross.
Look human are going around. Earth is just one of many planets where they're farming it for this elixir of life that they're creating by this refinement process that they use. So it's this very, very strange thing. So again, the movie Moment of Truth pioneered the use of, well, I wouldn't say pioneered, but in the movie, I branded through the whole thing with an all capital letters version of Futura condensed medium. And that's actually the font. It's pretty much, it's not the same font you see here, but it's very similar to that.
Does anybody care
Maybe
what
it's the
fonts he
same one.
used?
It could be.
Does anybody
Anyway,
care?
FCM, Futura Condensed Medium, it's really cool because as you're looking for fonts on your font list, like if
Now
you
he's
go
going to
into
tell you
any
what a
type of,
brilliant
if you're
font
gonna
selector
make a video,
he
You're going to
is.
make a title. The default font might be Arial, it might be Times New Roman, it might be something else. That word font is how you're going to change the way that your text looks. So if you get the font to be Futura Condensed Medium,
Good
so
ideas.
you look for the F and then you find Futura, and then under the sub menu you have Condensed Medium as one of the choices.
Kind
and
of.
then you have
yeah.
to do it in all capital letters, so you leave the caps lock on when you're typing. If you do all that stuff, then you get this cool look that I branded into the show, which again is the same look of all the text that I have in all these slides here. And after I put that in there, it began to get very,
You're
very
right,
widely
Talmud.
used
Thanks for being a
throughout,
member.
all the Republican side, all the Democrat side, the truth community. It's incredible how widespread the use of this font is, and it's nothing I can control. I don't even want to take credit for it. It's just very interesting.
I don't want to take credit for it, but once I use that font in my shitty movie on Brighteon.com, all the Republicans in the truther community stole that font from me, which I didn't invent and I don't own, but I'm going to claim that everybody ripped me off by using the same font as me.
That this font became very widespread in use after I released this movie, and beforehand nobody was really captioning movies this way, but now there's entire plugins that you can get for Premiere and for Final Cut that allow you to make this as the subtitle where you have that style I created with the
Amy
all capital
Collins
letters, Futura Condensed Medium. That was really scary and crazy, and I didn't want to mess with it. I didn't want to take credit for it. I'm like, I'm not even going to talk about this. So I left it alone. And
I'm not going to talk about this as he's talking about it.
For so long now.
Egomaniac.
Amazing.
He's so amazing at
whoever
picking
did
font.
Start
People
doing that,
ripping him
Joe,
off.
use this font. Thank you. Even though it's not really me, this is just something that happened. But again, I think it's because this movie blew people's minds.
Talk about a bloated sense of
exposed
self-importance.
so much truth all at once in a big condensed package. And I show you the story about Aleister Crowley and Lam, that here he is in 1904, and that he comes in contact with this entity. The first time, the first entity was called Iwas.
1927.
But that by 1917, he's making direct contact with Lam, who looks like a gray, in Crowley's own sketches.
He means Cosmic Sands.
From
Comic Sands, yes.
But the original entity that contacted him was Iwas in 2000 or 1904. So imagine the surprise after putting this movie out. And again, this movie talks about all this stuff, right? We find out on April 7th, 2024, right in the middle of the eclipse. This is when
demon aliens have birthdays now.
This was when the post was April 7th. But
so
April
much
8th,
truth. I know. I can't handle all the truth. It's
exactly
just too much.
120
Time
years
bar.
to the day from when Crowley first made contact. And this was shown by, again, Shadow of Ezra. I've showed this.
Oh, and now here he goes with the
really ought to be
guitar.
going there to Twitter. All you have to do is go to X and keep hitting that channel on X. Man, there's so much stuff that he's putting out now. I can't keep up with it. But again, as far as I'm concerned, and I have very extensive evidence that I've been showing you week after week now, this is the primary, if not the only authoritative voice of the Alliance right now.
Yes, and meanwhile, somebody contacted Shadows of Ezra. I think it was Mr. Spatavaccia, who's researching a book on David Wilcock's shady, scammy aerospace company. And the Shadows of Ezra guy has no idea what the hell David Wilcock is talking about. He has no idea. And Wilcock keeps claiming that he's the authoritative voice of the fake fictional alliance, which was a group he was told about by a literal career con artist in the form of Pete Peterson. Even the Shadows of Ezra guy is like, what the hell is he talking about?
Anything else is not as close to the source. It might be valuable. I love to hear.
Yes,
intel,
Algore, you can't handle the truth.
This is prime source, and I'm
this is
looking at
intel
one level down
from a Telegram channel. A Q-Tard Telegram channel is intel. Algore,
looking at. So check this out.
The voice of the Alliance.
And again, this was on April 7th. When they put this out. Aleister Crowley. This is exactly the same thing I talked about in the movie 2 years ago. Aleister Crowley encountered
Because it's a
almost 3 years
common
ago now,
thing that people
a
in
mysterious
conspiracy
entity
land
called
talk
Iwas
about, you
on
dummy.
April 8th, 1904. Iwas imparted profound wisdom to Crowley, which Crowley later documented in the Book of Law. April 8th, 2024 is coincidentally the date of the solar eclipse this year. The picture is of Lam, a spiritual entity that occultist Crowley channeled in the 20th century. Whoa. Yeah, that looks pretty unambiguous to me. I mean, okay, the eyes are a little weird, and so it might have been projecting some eyes that were different. George Wood is telling me that Stavati is taking advantage of me. That is definitely not the case.
There's people in his live chat letting him know that he's being scammed by a scam artist in the form of Christopher Beskar.
We have at least one really strong deal coming in soon. I'm not worried about my tax debt anymore. I might even be able to pay it off this week. That would be wonderful, and I'm really looking forward to doing so. So let's hope that they will accept.
He got the screenshot. I messaged him again, and he told me he wants nothing to do with David and doesn't want David using him to make money.
It's not a problem. I'm not being taken advantage of.
There you go, David. Shadows of Ezra guy doesn't want you using him to scam people. Isn't that great? And he's telling everybody that's an authoritative alliance source. And the guy himself, Shadows of Ezra, is like, yeah, I don't want him using my material to scam people.
And so again, the eyes are a little strange here. Like, yeah, I'm not sure.
He changes the subject quick when people start saying he's getting scammed by Stavati.
Little 2 dots, the weird little mouth,
thanks for that,
weird
Agos.
chin, the huge head. There's no ears. Duh. That's a gray. I mean, that's what we know it is.
Yeah, he's going to pay this off this week. Yeah, he said that.
This again is showing you that there is this weird.
He's just got 1.5 million laying around, Storm Crow.
Channel on Twitter, X, and things that I had already been disclosing before, and this is a direct validation.
Yes, that's a real photo, definitely.
So what they were telling us is that the very date of the eclipse from these other texts that they.
I agree with you, brother Johnny. It's a possibility, but there's no empirical evidence
yet. This, for example, look at this. They're showing you that there are going to be, or that they were trying to have, black swan events during or immediately after the eclipse.
He posted a picture.
There's a black swan.
And here's David Wilcock interpreting the picture,
he says,
right?
It looks like Lam has the tree of life on his forehead. You are amazing.
Looks like a bald Wilcock.
Stop doing
the forehead's
very
big.
Cool stuff. I mean, it's like they're giving us these codes, and they validated Moment of Truth, which I was very honored to see, and so that's why I want you to go watch it.
Wants nothing to do with David Wilcock. He's not validating anything, Wilcock. He thinks you're a joke and you're scamming people using his material.
I've never spent that kind of time on a movie again, except for Spaceship, which half of it isn't even available on Vimeo right now. They just keep taking everything I do down. It's not as secure
because
as
he keeps stealing people's
so that's
footage
fine,
that he doesn't own.
Anyway, you can go to this other site, Brighteon, and there it is. So here they're showing you the eclipse with the black swan.
Lamb is Wilcock's future. Yeah, he's going to look just like that. They just
talked about that on that date of the eclipse.
Who knows, Jason Parker?
120-year anniversary.
Probably 7 figures,
of Lam's arrival.
Expensive punani, right?
These grays.
Divorce is expensive.
To get him to get in. Dabbling in all this really
yes. Now that he posted a picture of a swan, that changes everything, right?
That's really, really interesting. So a 120-year cycle.
Can I get to IKEA in the back of a Volvo? I mean, I guess. I don't know.
In the cycles of history analysis, in fact, there's a breathtaking 120-year cycle in my books between Edgar Cayce and me, where I forget what it was that was happening to me that was very intense and very difficult, but it was the same time in Casey's life where all of his Sunday school kids had to get sent off to World War I.
Now he's back to claiming to be Edgar Cayce reincarnated.
That was a 100-year cycle. I'm sorry.
Come on, you clown.
Or maybe it was 90.
Casey's family want him to stop lying about that, by the way.
In the book, and I'm not remembering what they are right now because, again, I wasn't even thinking I was going to do this show. But the Black Swan event, we're now seeing that. We're seeing Iran going after Israel with all these drones, and it's so.
That's a Black Swan event?
That's what this is, folks.
That's not a Black Swan event.
Create something.
It's a military attack.
In the end of the world, World War III, Armageddon, apocalypse, catastrophic circumstances for everyone. That's what this is about. Now it gets even crazier because not only...
One second. Thanks, Macario. Shadows of Ezra says about David Wilcock, I'm not connected to him in any way. I'm not sure what I could do to stop him. I have absolutely no connection with this Wilcock person. And then Macario wrote, wow, today he is using your posts heavily. He likes using them to collect super chats. He is live now, and for the last 30 minutes has been using your posts on Telegram. He says, send me proof of that. I have no financial ties or business relationship to anyone. I have no personal relationships with anyone. Anyone saying that is being disingenuous. So there you have it. The Shadows of Ezra guy himself is saying, I have no connection to David Wilcock. I don't want him using my shit to collect super chats.
Did this eclipse just so happen to be during the time that it was? But there's...
Yes, it's a silhouette of a white swan.
120 years after the time that Crowley summoned the...
Yes, he had his smoke detector crisis. Operation shutdown. Thanks for
do
being a member.
Thing. So, whoops, let's go back to the slide here. I kind of popped ahead of it too fast, but... So, this was another thing that they posted, that SOE posted, that really, really shocked me on their Twitter page.
You're right, troll.
These are the APEP sounding rockets, and I'll show you the next slide really fast just so you can see what they're talking about. So this is a very...
Yes, that was the previous grift.
And
yes.
Notice again that it looks like a ballistic missile.
Wilcock busted
exactly
again.
The type of stuff that's being shot at Israel now. But this is not anything war related.
I agree, Garaji.
Something they did as a strange event on the eclipse.
He's a
they
reincarnated
did it on the eclipse.
pharaoh.
They shot this thing into the air. What? All right. So here's what they say. Now you've seen it, so we can talk about it.
You got to love how he's using this guy's material.
Rockets.
Who wants nothing to do with Wilcock.
The name of the rocket is APEP, and it's a sounding rocket. I guess means it's a type of, it creates sounds or something to measure things. But anyway, it's the APEP rockets that NASA will be launching.
Poster intel now.
Right before and after the moon.
Qtar poster intel, friends.
The eclipse.
He's getting intel from Telegram posts from a Qtar who doesn't even know who David Wilcock is.
Ra.
I gotta love it.
So APEP is the nemesis of Ra.
Yes, remember when he said he was constipated?
Is the name of the source
yes.
that also goes by Archangel Michael. I've been talking about the Law of One, which was originally called the Ra material in Book 1. Since
Ra and the Archangel Michael are two separate entities. One of these things is not like the other. And I don't know. I grew up Catholic. And if you were to suggest to a Catholic or a Christian that the Egyptian god Ra and the Archangel Michael are the same entity, any Christian minister, Catholic priest would tell you, no, that's not correct. And likely a Jewish, rabbi would agree. Those are two separate things. But hey,
1996,
when you need the grift to work, you can just make these things up, right?
With Richard C. Hoagland. So I've always talked about Ra. And again, as I've done whole episodes.
Yeah, he used to channel Ra. Remember? He channeled Ra before he channeled the Archangel Michael, right? Yeah.
The Law of One clearly indicates that the Great Pyramid was originally built as a Christian monument. And when you go back to this research from the 1700s and 1800s,
yeah, you could be right.
There was a huge, huge Christian movement of analyzing the pyramid and finding a timeline that very accurately shows you the birth.
I think that you're correct,
crucifixion, resurrection of Christ. That's the biggest event in the ascending passage, where the height goes up to 286.1 pyramid inches. Is right.
That's how he got a soggy eye. Yeah, saggy eye. He told the rabbi that Ra is Michael. Yes.
Jesus has the crucifixion, resurrection, is where the height of the ceiling gets much, much taller. It's like 20 feet tall now. It's amazing. And there's all these dates that are correlated with it. The Great Pyramid creates a cross of light on the ground during, I believe, the summer solstice, when the sun is kind of in the middle. You get this crucifix on the ground, and at the 153rd course up from the bottom, which is 153 fishes in Jesus's net, that's the thickest course in the whole pyramid.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh!
There's all kinds of weird things like that. It's weird Christian synchronicities, and they're everywhere. If you measure in pyramid inches the
pyramid
diameter
inches
the diagonals going from one corner of the pyramid over the top to the other opposite corner.
Again,
That's
like I
exactly
said, this is
25,000
all repeated shit that he's
672
talked about in
pyramid
previous
inches.
streams.
Or pyramid inches, which is basically the precessional cycle we were talking about.
Al
So that whole
Garay,
25,000
I got a telegram
cycle
notification on my
is folded
phone.
into
Must
the
be another
pyramid
top
this one
secret
way, and
intel
many other
briefing.
ways. But again, it's a Christian monument that then got co-opted, where the deep state folks say, "Oh, well, we want to use this symbol. We
Pow,
want to
right
use
in the
eye
blinker.
on top of the pyramid. We want to make the pyramid something really scary and bad." So again, Archangel Michael and Michael prophecies clearly revealed that he's now come back as Archangel Michael, but that it was also, as a time traveling entity, he had to disguise his identity. So when he contacted other races in the past, he went by the name Ra. And then they ended up distorting the message and creating what we now think of as the deep state.
Oh, sure. They
The deep
distorted
state
the
originally
message.
was created
Yes.
according to the law of one by a distortion of their work.
They distorted
So
the
again,
message.
check this out.
1 second here.
They
gotta do
create
something.
these. They have an APEP rocket, and it's named after the nemesis of Ra. That is a direct threat, because according to these other posts that you're going to see, they're using this in a ceremonial capacity.
According to
They
some
launched this on their
telegram,
ships as a
Q-tard. This
as
is
part of
all
a weird
true.
Ritual.
He's
Okay.
so desperate
So
for
supposedly the
material.
rocket study
He's
how
calling
upper atmosphere
Q-tard posts
detected
on
when sunlight
Telegram
momentarily
intel
dims
now.
over a portion of the planet. It
My
might be visible if
God.
you're in the Washington, D.C. area. The targeted launch times for 3 different rockets are 2:40, 3:20, and 4:05 p.m., but it may be subject to change. So again, this is what the rocket looks like. So APEP, they're literally launching this rocket. So okay, let's talk about something else. Richard C. Hoagland and his colleague Mike Barra wrote
Yeah,
the incredible
Those
New
two
York
are
Times
wrong about
bestselling book,
everything.
Dark Mission. And I have the highest respect for both of them for writing that one book alone. What they did is summarize a whole lot of information that was maybe
Yeah,
originally
they
being
summarized
talked
a lot
about
of
by George
bullshit.
Maxwell,
Yes.
going through like basically every single NASA launch there's ever been. And they
Oh my
typically do
goodness.
the launch where
All right, listen.
Venus, the star that they associate.
We're at 1 hour and 18 minutes. We are gonna have a musical guest right now. I need to take a potty break, and then we're gonna do the last 12 minutes. So I'll be right back after our musical guest, which also just so happens to be David Wilcock. We'll be right back, friends.
Oh yeah, look at that. Very good. 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 I'm David Wilcock. I'm David Wilcock. I'm David Wilcock. Cock, cock, cock. Wow. 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 Extraterrestrials, angels, angels, cock. Extraterrestrials, angels, angels, cock. Extraterrestrials, angels, angels, cock. Extraterrestrials, angels, angels, cock. Wilcock. 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 It's here, it's here, it's here, it's here, it's here, it's here. Cock. It's here, it's here, it's here, it's here, it's here, it's here, it's here. Cock. It's here, it's here, it's here, it's here, it's here, it's here, it's here. Cock. It's here, it's here, it's here, it's here, it's here, it's here, it's here. Cock. It's here. Extraterrestrials, angels, angels, cock. Extraterrestrials, angels, angels, cock. Extraterrestrials, angels, angels, cock. Extraterrestrials, angels, angels, cock. Woo! 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 Cock. Cock. I'm David Wilcock.
All right, friends, we got just a little bit. I didn't think we're going to go through this whole thing, but I'm still waiting for him to explain how he was attacked by the deep state. Maybe they, I don't know, attacked him on Telegram, you know.
Associate with Lucifer is at either like 33 degrees altitude in the sky or 22.5 degrees in the sky. And 22.5 is Venus. It's 225, the number of days.
Is he telling people how to summon Lucifer
so they have
now?
These things called the alignments, and then Hoagland would go into great detail.
Oh no, he's talking about Hoagland and Barra,
like,
two clowns
they keep doing these
that were wrong about everything.
The
wrong about the face on Mars, wrong about structures on the moon, wrong about pyramids on Mars. They were wrong about everything, Wilcock.
Well, we got to get it right. We got to have everything lined up. Well, apparently, you know, in their tradition, Lucifer is associated with flying machines and rockets. And so they look at the launching of a rocket as an act of worship or an act of war.
Spooky.
So they will do it at ceremonial times. I mean, to me, it sounds really ridiculous, but they do it at ceremonial times thinking that it's going to give them some type of extra edge. And again, you don't have to believe that this is true, but this is what they do. So the name of this rocket is APEP, A-P-E-P, supposedly the enemy of
massive fireworks as intel.
And all the other comms that Ezra was sharing with us.
They're not comms. They're posts from a Telegram Q-tard.
It's very evil.
Dummy.
And that they're trying to
It's not intel. It's Q-tard nonsense on Telegram.
Right? So, yeah, it's kind of a big
threat.
So I decided instead of calling him APEP, we're going to call him CPAP. Because this stands for Continuous Pathway Air, Continuous Path
Air Dreamscape.
Whatever. Prosthetic, something like that. CPAP. That's where I think that the grays are at right now, folks. I do not look at this as anything big. But again, right here on April 8th, there he is on now Telegram.
Hey, thanks, High Speed Chase. Thanks for being a great supporter.
To the eclipse
you have a good night.
Swamp, Washington, D.C. This is all a major ritual. And then not only that, they got to throw out a numeric code.
CPAP.
Where on April 8th, they show you this. That was on the news.
More like crap. Yes.
They're willing to show you on the map in Maine. Happens to be 3:33 p.m. So he says the last stop shows the time 3:33. Any questions? And that's Caribou, Maine. Well, yeah. So these people are weird nerds who like to screw around with this stuff. And
Wilcock calling anybody a weird nerd is the height of hypocrisy.
And that they do a big ceremony that they can summon this gray to come here and fight Gurley. And I swear to God, Gurley's going to kick his ass. He's just got these spindly little arms and legs. I'm not really that worried about him, you know, because Michael's not going to let him influence me with any type of technology that he's got. So, you know, I haven't had Lon show up. I'm still here, you know, a week after this happened. I wasn't going to do the show, but sure enough, they're trying to do all this weird ceremonial.
How many times did he have to say, I wasn't going to do this show? He must have said, I wasn't going to do this show 25 times.
Symbolic stuff, and it involves shooting rockets up into the air and 333 and major ritual ceremonies and da-da-da. And then all of a sudden, oh, wow, that's right.
Yes, his info is so important.
There's this crazy war situation going on involving what? Oh, that's right, the launch of a bunch of rockets. So that's the Black Swan event they were trying to create. They're trying to piggyback what they did on the eclipse. This is what Ezra's trying to tell us.
Raji.
I believe. Now, I may be wrong, but, you know, he can correct me if he wants to. But anyway, I'd love to see that happen. But, you know, look, they're on my side. Somebody was trying to create these fake posts, like that they answered somebody in a private message. Oh, I'm not happy. Well, no. Why would they talk about this stuff?
Talking about our show right now. He's talking about our show right now.
The movie, who knows? But the point is, there's a lot of things, and I'm happy to help. And I think anybody who helps them promote this, they're happy. Why would they get mad at you for promoting stuff they want people to know? I have a big audience. Okay, so they show you the 333 thing, and then after the ceremony, they talked about this.
You're right, Spooky. New Age 4chan. Schizo Max posting is the name of the game, baby.
Of the eponymous
yes.
boson 1964. Its discovery at CERN in 2012 was the crowning achievement of the standard model of particle physics. CERN is paying tribute to Peter Higgs by firing this thing up. He died on April 8th, 2024, the same day as the solar eclipse.
Yeah, that's called a coincidence, David Wilcock. Coincidences happen.
Whoa.
Not in the wacky world of Wilcock, though. Everything has some significance to the nonsense that he shows people. And I love how he just complained that somebody was showing private messages from Ezra. He's talking about our show right now, friends. We're the only people that have shown those messages on any show. He watches every Truth Seekers episode about him because he's such a egomaniac. He can't help himself. He's a narcissist. NASA launched a rocket as a ceremony in order to get a gray alien to attack David Wilcock in his home, but his dog protected him. Yes, absolutely. We want to thank Bunker Buster for a kind and generous $1.99 super chat. Thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support. We want to thank you for appreciating us. We certainly appreciate you, especially when you're helping us to.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
That's right. We're praising the cash pretty good tonight. And while we're on that subject, I want to take a moment to thank initials CH for a kind and generous $5 PayPal pledge, and initials JR for a kind and generous $20 PayPal pledge, and our PayPal pledge MVP North with the kind and generous $50. Very, very kind of you. So we'll take a moment to thank all of you kind and generous benefactors, including you, Bunker Buster. For those unaware, we read every single super chat. If you send a PayPal pledge, just add a note and we will read whatever it is that you send us. And North sent $50 by PayPal pledge and just says the softball circle jerk. We thank you all for your kindness, generosity, and support, including all of you kind and generous Patreon supporters and YouTube channel members. For those unaware, you can join our Patreon for as little as $1 or more a month. You set the amount, but it's $1. Or become a YouTube channel member for $5 to get those same benefits, plus a few extra YouTube goodies like a member badge letting everybody know you're a supporter. Thanks to all of you for supporting us. We appreciate you. Thanks for appreciating us.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your generosity. Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
All right, we've almost made it through half of this festival of bullshittery. We got about 8 more minutes here.
Now you can speculate as to what this means, and they did.
It means that somebody died on the same day there was a solar eclipse, you dummy.
That's the same as what they put on Twitter or what I showed you. But then when you go over to TG, oh, it gets a little bit different. That's a little bit different than what they said on Twitter. CERN scientist is no more, and he's got the big red X.
Yes, it does all make sense.
So I am. You could speculate on this either way.
Yes, he died at 100 years old. It's called dying from old age. The deep state killed him
on that day to try to add to the level of whatever.
Oh yeah, the deep state killed the scientists, the world-renowned scientists. Sure, they did.
They launched these rockets. They did a major ceremony on the eclipse, and they fired up the world's largest particle accelerator at the same time.
It is
and all the posts that we're seeing from the source are saying, yeah, they're trying to create some type of weird evil vortex. So again, this was a very strange development in the story.
Definitely
the next day, they posted something I found very noteworthy.
He definitely watches our show because he comments on things that we show people all the time.
45 never conceded.
Trust the plan ended up being a nothing burger. Yeah.
Now, once again, we already know what they are doing here, and so that's why I highlighted it so you can see that it's 19 seconds long. And again, 198,000 views. This is a very, very popular site.
Yeah, Q-tards love this nonsense.
We go to the 19th post from the original posts that started in 2017.
It's not the Alliance. It's Shadows of Ezra.
This is post number 19.
It's Q-tard posts.
So they wanted us to read this.
It's not an alliance. It's Q-tard people. LARPing on the internet, you dummy. They're not comms. They're posts from Q-tards.
With the very, very famous black musician and rap producer who has now been arrested. And this is a widening probe.
Yeah, you're right.
Get probably a lot bigger, and there's all these murmurings, but
David has no logic, Spooky.
Well, this ties in directly to that. Audio Shanti says, David, we knew you were with them by the horns in your thumbnail from the circle light, but now you've confirmed it with the hurt eye. Well, she's donating money, so just keep sending money. Thank you. You can hate me if you want to. No, that's just a joke. That's funny. Thank you.
Really kind of targeting the this isn't here. Interesting at all.
You can't answer the above, but you will laugh once we disclose all the details. Wow. So we are going to get a million. How is that possible? One example. All of these questions help to paint the full picture. Okay, so sure enough, that's all relevant. But again, getting back to the main theme here, they showed us Lam. And, you know, if somebody wants to hate on my eye, I'm sorry. Whatever. I mean, I'm here. I showed up for you. If you can't handle that my face is a little bit off, I'm sorry. There you go. Again, right after all these eclipse ceremonies and all this weird murmurings about maybe they're doing something underground,
There was
and
no
a whole bunch of them
eclipse
there, maybe they're all
ceremonies.
doing a bunch of stuff at the same time.
You know, life goes on. Sometimes things happen on days where there's a solar eclipse. It doesn't mean there's some grand conspiracy, David Wilcock.
And they coordinate it with these rockets, and then the CERN guy mysteriously vanishes on that same day. Did they do that to him on purpose on that day? Are they trying to use CERN to get Lam to show up? Well, again, if he did show up, Gurley kicked his ass so fast, I never had anything to deal with it. So on April 12th, we see this that they posted on Twitter, and this is fascinating, Twitter X, about additional warships. It says the U.S. is deploying additional warships and military aircraft to the ME. And the current resident has stated, we are devoted to the defense of the small country, and Iran will not succeed. Devoted to the defense and additional warships. So this was very frightening because this was an escalation. And then when you look at his quote, it's as if they want to participate in this.
Oh my God.
And now we're seeing that happen,
Just
but thankfully
nonsense.
it's not going in the way that we thought it was going to go. It's turning out much better.
Yes, William Tompkins died in the
So,
last eclipse. Always a
this was setup,
sacrifice
and
in
then you can
David's
see
world
another
of
one later on
Wacky.
shows, no,
Yes.
it's actually really good now. So
yes,
I don't
Chuck
think
Bam. This is an
that's
emergency
I'll tell you that in a minute.
broadcast. Yes, full of
So
cute
then on April
nonsense.
12th, a base in Antarctica that apparently was a site of massive evil. It could very likely involve, you know, greys and trafficking of people and all kinds of stuff. And
Yeah, that turned out to be nonsense, Talmud.
who the heck
Thanks
knows?
for
I
paying
mean,
the
it
buck
could
or
also
whatever
be
to
that
try
they were
to.
using it to control the
You
weather.
didn't find any of
It
that
could
to
be
be
that this
true,
is
right?
where
Talmud, let
various
me know in the
attacks
live
are
chat.
coming from that are causing bad things to happen, like in the case of my climate, where I'm just so depressed that I'm like squeezing zits on my eye, not realizing it's going to make my eye look terrible, and I need to be on camera. But hey, I
Oh,
got
that's
the
what
white pellet
happened.
out. I was very happy about
He
that.
squeezed a
Anyway,
zit on his face
this
and it
evil Antarctic
blew
base
up in
is
his
apparently
face.
destroyed, as they said right here. And so this is the whole picture, and then I'm going to zoom in on the top first.
Yes, this happened to be a data anomaly. That's what this is. That's what this is. This is not real data. So he is actively pushing a completely and totally busted conspiracy theory. Mick West busted this. It was a data anomaly. The sensor screwed up. That's why that image looks a little weird. That's not accurate data. So David Wilcock is right now pushing a completely and totally busted conspiracy theory because he's an idiot.
And again, when you see this black circle, look at the size of this wave. It goes all the way halfway up the bottom of Africa, right? Can you see that? And if there's ripples around it,
The
and then
ceremonies
color.
where people having a
This is an
picnic.
80-foot tall wave.
No, it's not
What
an
happened
80-foot
around
tall wave,
Antarctica?
you dummy. That didn't
What is
happen.
happening in
It was
Antarctica
a data
caused waves to
anomaly.
go as high as 80 feet in this massive amount of ocean. Some people have speculated, wink, wink, wink. Some people have
Yeah,
speculated.
thank you,
which
Talman.
means
I appreciate
we're
you
telling you what happened.
doing that.
Some people have speculated that something similar also occurred on February 21st of
Yeah,
this year.
Antarctica is the hub for
where the
human
base was then.
trafficking. They couldn't find a
The
more
official
convenient
story
place
is
to
that this is
human
a data
traffic.
glitch caused by the algorithm. Do you believe them? And then when you watch the video, it actually runs through these ocean ripples. You can see the ripples below the black.
He squeezed a
circle
zit
now.
on
I
his
mean, look at the
face and
size of
still
that thing.
followed through on a live stream.
It's so
Yes, he's a
huge. I mean,
hero,
like there's
Aldo Ray.
Argentina over in South America. It's almost 3/4 the size of the Argentinian coast.
It's a data
this is an utterly
anomaly.
massive wave.
There was
that
no
if any
wave,
islands had been
David,
there,
you
it's
dummy.
again the 80-foot tsunami I was talking about that you would
There
expect
was
to
no
associate with the end
80-foot
of the world.
tsunami. There
Wait
was
a minute,
no
one just
80-foot
happened, and
wave,
it's
you
this
liar.
massive area, but nobody's talking about it, and they're like,
It's a
"Oh,
data
yeah, it's just a glitch."
anomaly.
No,
The sensor
what they're
malfunction,
doing
you
is taking
idiot.
credit for having just blown up some massive evil Antarctic base.
Oh, yeah, they're
That's
all taking
obviously
credit.
what I think is going on
That's
here. So
obviously that's
that's
what's
what
going
we're
on.
seeing.
Not a data
All right, next one.
anomaly, not a sensor malfunction.
They don't really like Iran. I can say that. I mean, I don't like Iran either. Whatever they're just doing right now is like,
All
you
right.
guys just stop. I mean, please. Can we please not lose the planet over you guys' fighting? Like, please. Okay, so yeah, well, guess what?
Talking
We
about
got a
losing the
Maison
planet, then he
shielded.
laughs.
And so their parliament is shaped like a pyramid and happens to have, it just so happens to have 33 windows. Wow. Well, that's not anything too surprising, honestly.
Wow.
Those types of
What the heck?
actions.
Look at those
It's
zits,
like
man.
they want to control both sides. They want to play one side against the other. And so what you think is Iran might actually
Yes.
be
Why
the
is
deep
nobody
state.
talking about an imaginary
They might be
80-foot
trying to get
wave?
something to happen.
It was a
Right
sensor
after they did
anomaly.
the
It was a
ceremony
sensor
where they're trying to
malfunction.
invoke
That's
love.
it. That's it.
I mean, it's crazy, right? It sounds
And
crazy.
the organization that makes those
until you
charts
understand what's
said
going
that.
on, it is
But
going to look
Wilcock
crazy.
needs something to
And then
sell.
right before
so-
I was going to do the show, this showed up this morning where Klaus has now been crossed out. And I'm like, wow, okay, what's this all about? And then sure enough, shortly thereafter, this news comes in that he's in the hospital. So does that mean that he's
Massive
gone? Probably
evil
not.
in Antarctic
But
base.
when they get you in the hospital, something happens. They give you a debriefing or they give you a trial or I don't know what it is. But like, this is very interesting. And so now we got to keep
I
all
agree,
eyes
Spooky,
on Klaus
yes.
and figure out what the heck did they mean by this and what's going to happen next. Because I have no idea. I'm just relaying information that I'm getting off of the internet the same way that you could.
Yeah, should be.
So
We
remember
can
that
cure
in the
cancer
earlier
and stuff.
text that they sent us about
It's
the
definitely
warships
all
and
over the
saying,
place.
you're
Yes.
prepared to defend all this stuff. Well, this is very interesting because Biden is now officially de-escalated. And this is the top headline on Zero Hedge this morning. Biden tells Bibi U.S. will not support a counterattack against Iran even after these hundreds of drones and missiles have been sent in. And Biden says, you got to
Winnie the
win,
Pooh.
take the win.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if he's going to want to do that, but there's been a lot of really interesting comms about Bibi as well. There's all kinds of intrigue going on, and I don't expect that this is going to turn into a big situation. I just don't. There's groups of hardliners. and
David Wilcock is wrong about everything. So that means Iran and Israel are definitely going to war.
they want it to.
Because he said it
I'm
won't turn
talking
into
about
something.
hardliners in either country.
He's the worst
But I
prophet in the
totally
world.
do
He's
not
wrong
think
about
this is
everything he
where it's
says.
going. I
He's
believe that
always
this is all
wrong.
part of the plan. So they're still giving us these communications. They're showing us how the deep state tried to set this up in advance.
Nobody's
with their
giving us
national ceremony.
communications, David Wilcock. It's some Q-tard posting on Telegram. Those aren't comms. That's not intel. It's Q-tard nonsense. And everybody in the world has moved on from Q-tard nonsense, apparently, except David Wilcock and a few, what are there? A few thousand diehard Q-tards left.
Ceremony, and then they want to try to get a bunch of people to die because they're hoping that this is going to be a trigger that's going to lead to this massive, massive World War III product. And it's what I'm doing right now.
Oh, geez. All right. We've made it more than halfway through. I can't take it. Oh, wait. Well, we are going to go through this because he's going to pitch. We got to hear the pitch, right? He's going to show everybody his fake spaceships now and pitch his
Off
product.
like a little man. Oh my God, get him off of me, man. It's like a tick. I had a tick on my hand. What the hell? That's about as much as it is. So anyway, our company was doing really well in Japan, and this kind of inspired my talk today. That
Their tweets are only going viral because they're buying engagement. That's my opinion, and I'm entitled to it.
This tweet that they made goes viral. We made this. Okay, this was really amazing. The Stavati SM-31 Stiletto is a potential jet trainer to replace Japan's Air Self-Defense Force T-4 trainers.
Yeah, David Wilcock's company is going to replace all of Japan's fighters when they can't even produce a single airplane. Sure,
SM-31
sure,
would serve
David
as
Wilcock.
replacement for 197 T-4s
Yeah, they're going to buy 200 airplanes from a company that never made one airplane.
and future Stavati
Sure.
fighters. So again, if you look down at the bottom, this is the amazing part, folks. It has 1 million views. And there it is again. 1:05 p.m. March 26th, 1 million views. So we've gotten
Yeah, they
very,
bought
very
views on a
excited about
tweet.
this.
They're
I
excited
don't
because they bought
usually get
views
that
on a
kind of
tweet.
viewership on my tweets.
He's wrong. Send
My
money
tweets are
anyway.
in maybe in 5-figure viewership most of the time. So 1 million, 7-figure views. Wow.
Yeah, you can get a
Japan
million
really
views
likes
on a
seeing
tweet
this
too
new
if
airplane and their
you buy
planes,
them.
and they're worried about China and they're worried about being invaded. And yeah,
It's not even good
we
3D.
know how to do this, and we can build these little guys, that cost only, depending on how we're doing it.
Oh,
they're
look, he's showing
as
everybody
low
his
as-
GI Joe toys.
If we do a drone for them, it's like we can get them down to 12 to 15, $17 million. And then with all the nice bells and whistles, you get up to $20 to $27 million. So
who's going to buy a 27? Who's going to pay a company $27 million for an airplane that has never produced an airplane in their 20 years of business? Who would be stupid enough to do that, David Wilcock?
again, Japan is very interested in this, and that's really great for
No,
us.
they're not. No, they're not. You're making shit up.
And as a result of this, we're starting to have things heat up with Japan. I think that this really caught their attention, this tweet.
I agree, Stormcrow. There are no planes. There will never be any planes.
Opportunities in that direction that are very, very much.
Yes, of course. That's all they do is show CGI images.
So Chris Beskar is the designer of these, and he is my co-star in the Sacred Science of Michael course, where we talk about LAM and we talk about what
nothing says credible like doing a spirituality course where you claim that you're in communication with the Archangel Michael and having a co-host that has been accused of running a Ponzi investment scam. Nothing says credible like that, David Wilcock. But here's his pitch.
And all of this stuff about the angels and the dark side, we get into the weird stuff a lot deeper than I'm willing to go on YouTube about the dark stuff, and actually upset one of our switcher ladies. I'm sorry about that, but it is an upsetting subject sometimes, but we try to make it as fun as we can. But anyway, this is my product, and it's what I'm doing right now. 11 documentaries, 10.5 hours. Go to webdisclosure.com.
You thought his 3-hour streams were annoying. Imagine trying to sit through 11 hours of this nonsense.
Code word jubilation. You'll get a huge discount. I do still need your help. Maybe that will change by the end of this week. I don't know. We can cross our fingers, but up until now, I'm still like in the classic 2.5-year total bankruptcy situation. So
he's totally bankrupt.
Yes. It's nice to have my bills paid. So thank you for ordering the product and or your super chats. I do really appreciate it.
He just said that he had months worth of food. Now he's saying that he won't have money for food unless you super chat him. This guy is such a scammer, man.
Also, real quick, I want to mention that I am going to be appearing again at the Disclosure Summit 2024.
Yes, with Corey No Good.
And if you go to this link, which is in my comment field below, you can find that. It is in Loveland, Colorado. And we're at the Best Western Plus.
He's going to be appearing at the Best Western. David Wilcock, star of HDL. He's going to be at the Best Western
Hotel. And please don't show up at the hotel unless you actually bought a ticket. That's rude to just try to crash our party and not actually pay to get in. People do that sometimes, but don't fly all the way out there just to try to crash the party.
We're sending somebody to crash the party.
No big deal.
We're sending somebody to crash the party. And no, we're not buying a ticket. No, we're not, David Wilcock. We're sending operatives into your event.
It's not a big crowd right now, so I probably will be able to meet people in person. I'm not going to definitely prove that will happen right now. It looks good.
Oh, you might be able to meet me in person if you buy a $300 ticket or whatever the hell it costs.
And Chris is going to be there too. So we're both speaking at this thing.
Yeah. Nothing says disclosure like listening to 2 basically proven con artists, 3 if you count Corey Good, right? And by the way, so many people have asked me about Corey Good. All of his lawsuits got thrown out, and the last one, he went to mediation. So all those claims that Corey Good made about, this vast criminal conspiracy against him, and he's taken down the deep state that tried to destroy him. Yes, it's a 2-star motel. It's a 2-star motel that David Wilcock is appearing in. A motel, a Best Western. Oh, you gotta love it how far the mighty have fallen, right? Yes, and Spooky is correct. You can read the Gaia countersuit against Corey Good, which is just incredible. It details how David Wilcock kept a bunch of money that they gave him, and oh boy. And they have real lawyers. So all of that legal nonsense for the last 4 years and fake stories from Corey Good, it all came crashing down. The judge basically called him P.T. Barnum in the court documents and dismissed all of the court cases against his critics, right? Remember that vast RICO criminal conspiracy against him? The judge dismissed it all. And in the other case with his former business partners, they came to some kind of a settlement. And that one got thrown out basically then. So Corey Good's lawsuits are all done, but he still claims that he's going to file appeals or something, right? So he can keep collecting free legal money. Yeah. And this is just ridiculous. So why would you go to a disclosure conference run by a guy, two people who lied to everybody for 8 years? David Wilcock and Corey Good are running a disclosure conference. Anybody who's idiotic, stupid, or dumb enough to think that you're getting any form of disclosure from two proven lying, scamming con artists who scammed the public for 8 years with secret space stories, and then Corey Good admits under oath, oh, I've never even been to space. They spent 8 years lying to everyone. Isn't that enough? They still think they're going to pull this off and people are going to show up to hear these lunatics?
And
oh, but you get Chris Besgard too, who's been accused of running a Ponzi and investment scam and is being sued by all of his creditors and has lied about having contracts with the government to build laser weapons. No, they didn't. And has lied about having wind tunnel contracts with the government. No, they didn't. And is being sued by all of his creditors because they didn't pay any of their bills. That's who you're getting at this disclosure conference.
again, you can go to this link.
Don't go to that link.
Also, Corey Good is going to be there. And I haven't mentioned this on video before. Okay. But what happened to me with Michael Prophecies is very oddly similar to the story that Corey and I were discussing on Cosmic Disclosure.
Sell it. Sell it,
And
Wilcock. Sell it.
Fascinating to me.
Yeah, and just forget to tell all of your followers that you and that clown Corey Good lied to everybody for 8 years about his secret space adventures, you asshole. And let's forget to tell everybody how Corey Good kept all the money from those documentaries and even admitted to embezzling money from his partners in the court depositions, right? As he was accusing them.
That after our show ends, many years after our show ends, that I am remembering being brought on board ships, being taken off planet.
Oh, now he did a 20 and back.
Having meetings with different extraterrestrials.
Oh, he met with different aliens, David Wilcock did. Wow. And he never talked about any of this shit before. Just so happens that he's remembering this shit right before a very expensive disclosure conference. What are the odds, man? He's the luckiest UFO scammer ever. He suddenly recovered memories of being on alien spacecraft and interacting with aliens that he never talked about before, right before a disclosure conference. Awesome.
And then Archangel Michael confirming this in these books that I channeled originally in the late 1990s.
Don't worry, the Archangel Michael confirms my bullshit stories about aliens. So it's all true because the Archangel Michael said so. What an asshole this guy is. What a despicable, disgusting scammer this guy is.
Remote viewing. And then they're all predicting events that are happening right now.
No, they're not. He hasn't shown one prediction that was real or true. It may be if you do all this numerology, divide by 3, connect the dots.
With breathtaking precision. So I know there's not going to be a war. I know there's not going to be the end of the world because Michael describes everything that's going on right now. And he gives us a path through it and he shows us where it's going later on. So these books are amazing.
Yeah, I'll be giving you worry.
They will build your faith.
We are going to have World War III because he said
I am probably going to be doing another product in the future.
He's wrong about everything.
It might be called Understanding Satan. And I'm going to focus just on some of the stuff that is revealed in the Law of One and in the Michael Prophecies about the negative and really kind of go beyond what I could get away with saying on a live stream. So then, after we have this interesting thing happen with the tweet in Japan getting so many views, I hear a Japanese phrase in my mind, and it appeared to be the manifestation of a protective martial arts master. The phrase that I heard, which I have no idea what it meant, but it was just as clear as the bell had been rung, was Gochi so sama deshita.
Yes, Corey, not
because
David.
I do understand how to write Japanese in Romaji, which is what they call our
they're all dismissed.
This is the correct way to spell Gochi so sama deshita.
Disclosure my butt. Yeah.
I didn't know if it meant anything, and I was kind of in a hurry to walk my dog, but I said, what the hell? Before I do, I'm going to walk downstairs type it into Google Translate and see if this means anything. And this is what happened. Before I typed in deshta,
Yeah,
which is
the angel forgot to tell him
D-E-S-I-T-A,
about that shit.
it
Spooky.
offered me des, which is D-E-S-U. And so when I typed it in that way, because and that felt right to me. So intuitively, Gochiso sama des felt right. I'm like, yeah, okay, it said sama deshta, but then when I saw the des,
Shitsu.
my
Yes.
psychic sense, I'm like, yep, that's what you need. That's the right spelling now. You got it. Okay, well, I typed it in and I hit the button and it says, I am a local ancestor. Wow. I mean, I was just so blown away. How in the hell did I bring in a phrase in Japanese that I don't understand telepathically? I hear it as clear as a bell in my mind.
What
while I'm
an
walking through the house.
egomaniac.
And then it turns out to mean I
It
am
keeps
a
switching the
local
cameras.
ancestor.
Yes.
And if it's in the original form, deshta, it means he is a local ancestor. That's the only thing that's different. But he's introducing himself. It's like this master is introducing himself, and I realized,
Yes,
okay,
when I got my
the local
$1.5 million
ancestor, I'm up in
tax
the
bill, I
mountains,
suddenly
and I'm
remembered my
being
alien
protected
abduction.
by the best martial arts masters in the business. My ex-wife, Elizabeth, was doing the Wudong form. It's a very high level.
His ex-wife had black belts in Kung Fu. Go speak to real Kung Fu, Chinese traditional Kung Fu people and ask them if there's black belts in Kung Fu. No, there isn't. That's made up Americanized nonsense. And by the way, his dumbass wife got her black belt from the guy she was fucking before she was banging David Wilcock, her ex-husband. So she was banging the dude that gave her all these black belts in Kung Fu. Not suspicious at all. But David Wilcock's being protected by martial arts masters.
Using martial art. And she did this in the middle of the living room every day for months when she was here. And we had this whole experience with the Wudong master showing up. And so I believe that that is who it was. The guy who actually did these movements in the first place.
He's in trouble now.
The original lineage holder of
Wouldn't want to be
So
Corey.
that seems to be part of what's going on. I mean, I couldn't believe this. Like, I am a local I mean, dude, the hair on my arms just went like, I could not believe.
Yes, she was doing
Wudong
with her instructor.
Language I do not speak accurately.
David can't get anything right.
Relevance.
It doesn't have any relevance.
Got me to realize
it's nonsense.
He wants me to talk about Shinto because it's in Japanese. And I met these Japanese ancestral spirits by going to their
Yes, I wasn't believing his presentation, but now that he's changed camera angles, I'm rethinking everything.
Views, I want to talk about Japan.
Japan didn't give them 1 million views.
In 2002, I had written my book, Shift of the Ages, and then it got translated.
We're at 1 hour and 40 minutes. We went way further than I wanted to. I can't take any more of this man's nonsense, but I wanted to share something because occasionally somebody leaves me a comment and I just, wow. Like, no matter how stupid you think David Wilcock's followers are, just realize they're even stupider than that. No matter how stupid you think David Wilcock's followers are, they're even stupider than that. So here's a comment left by one of David Wilcock's fans on our podcast, David Wilcock, False Prophet Failure. Holly wrote, I think you are being very judgmental and crude, and really you have no business attacking another person because of what they believe. You are attracting people to your podcast because of junk that means nothing. If you are having difficulties in your life, it is because of what you're attracting to yourselves. I just listened to this to get another perspective, but find you are only willing to tear someone down. Only the lower level humans are going to enjoy your BS. Okay. Were you aware of how many people have been scammed by David Wilcock? And you're defending that. You are an idiot. Go back to the beginning of our broadcast tonight and look at how much money he collected from idiots like you. And what did he spend the money on? He spent it on himself. And you're defending a lifelong scammer, lady. Congratulations. You get the Darwin Award for the dumbest Wilcock follower.
all these ancient prophecies telling us that the world will be transformed.
Wacky world of Wilcock, where make-believe is real. It's the wacky world of Wilcock. How much money can he steal? It's the wacky world of Wilcock, where make-believe is real. It's the wacky world of Wilcock. How much money can he steal? He makes all this stuff up and claims that it's all true. The aliens want to eat us. Be careful that they don't get you. It's the wacky world of Wilcock, where make-believe is real. It's the wacky world of Wilcock. How much money can you steal? It's the wacky world of Wilcock, where make-believe is real. It's the wacky world of Wilcock. How much money can you steal?
This is where if I have a live audience, I get everybody to hug each other. I say, give your neighbor a handshake or a hug, whatever you feel is appropriate to you. And that way everybody feels the love a little more. I will never believe it, I will never believe it. Okay, that's fine. Maybe you need 25,000 more years, I don't know, buddy. But look, this is really compelling information, and it's going to get a lot more intense. It's coming up in a couple days here on Sunday, so if you haven't already signed up, we have reopened the cart. We still have the payment plan in place. That's Catalyst. Catalyst is negative experience, and so others mirror you back to yourself. Barack Obama, as I said before, I chilled with black guys from Harlem. I smoked cannabis with them, 420, blunts, White Owl, Philly blunt. I learned raps, okay? I've never been a racist. I don't even understand this. It's not real. It's an illusory reality, and other selves are the catalyst to piercing the veil. So look what's happening with other selves right now. And now I'm giving you a virginal third mind that's different than the two realities that you get to choose from. Why can't you understand something that's so easy? Very evil people are running the planet and want to kill you. And say, well, I don't believe this, and it makes me scared, and it makes me feel unsafe. But hypothetically, theoretically, maybe, perhaps, just in case, what if? And I don't remember what happened, but now I do. Now I do. And I want revenge. I do. I'm not going to lie to you. I want revenge. I want these people gone. I want these beings gone. They shouldn't be able to torture people like this. They shouldn't be able to do things to children like what they did to me. And the things that I'm now remembering that happened to me. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be crying like this. I'm sorry. You don't have to believe me. You don't have to believe that these things happen to me. That's okay. And I want to get back to the slides so we can talk about where this is going. Why was it difficult? And these things were done to me against my will. The people who molested me did so against my will. They did it on stage. They did it in front of large audiences. And they were making fun of me because I had special abilities in this ultimate personality that they created. I had telekinesis. And so if you go back to some of the dreams that I posted online in 1997, there's a dream where I'm in my school cafeteria and everyone in the audience is in a robe. And they all have their way with me, make them a banana sandwich. And I didn't realize when I wrote that dream down that it was true, but that I couldn't remember because the memories were taken away from me. But now I do. Now I remember. I don't want to go into this a whole lot more, but it explains why I've been so committed to my path of justice and freedom, why I will not let this go on, why I do not support these people. I did not deserve to go through what I went through. I did not deserve to be raped. I don't care what happens to me anymore, folks. Now that I know what they did, I don't care. I don't care what they say. I don't care what they say about me. This has got to stop. We need this thing to end. We need these people to stop succeeding in what they're doing, and we need their overlords to stop gaining the louche energy of torture, the ceremonies that they make people go through, and the horrible things that they make people do.
Forget the bullshit. Funky disclosure. If you seek Amy, then funky disclosure. What's the cock? Funky disclosure. You're all out of the luck. Funky disclosure. We won't get our funky disclosure. Aliens or not, it's just funky disclosure. Tom DeLonge on the case. Funky disclosure. We will need to up into space. Funky disclosure. Louis Elizondo files. Funky disclosure. Pentagon dollar cash bribes. Funky disclosure. Clear on the grift CE5. Funky disclosure. Meditate to see that live. Funky disclosure. Logan's podcast hype. Funky disclosure. Talking celebrity hype. Funky disclosure. Celebrity grift in the know. Funky disclosure. Narrative you don't know. Funky disclosure. Alien others a box. Funky disclosure. Putting it all on block. Funky disclosure. Funky, yeah, funky. Fun things, funky. Funky, funky disclosure.
Why are you guys cherry picking a tiny little subset of the data? Cherry pick a little bit and you look for the most negative stuff you can find and then you amplify it. Ah! Your hair's on fire like Beaker. Oh my God. Come on, man. I got a lot of heckling and a lot of hate. So all you haters out there, I got 45 years of tolerating this stuff. No big deal. I take that back. When we go back, we'll edit that part out. No, we can't do that. It's live. The quadrigays, yes, yeah. But nothing gay is going to happen. It's only a title. Anyway, wow, I got to stop. There's these natural things all throughout the world, and it rolls into a ball, and now it's got all this energy, and it's anti-gravitic. The charge cluster is where you're shooting electrical current down a very sharp needle. It pops off the end of the tip, and it also will deradiate radioactive material. And even poltergeists, apparently many poltergeist phenomena are these same kind of orbs. And I know it's a lot of information. There is a little thing on the side. If you're watching this after I've done it, you click on that little gear shift on YouTube, and playback speed, you can set it to 0.75 and slow my crazy ass down. And then maybe you'll understand this more because you'll have more time to process. Gravity is flowing into this area of space, And inside the area, inside the sphere, gravity is turning into electromagnetic energy. And electromagnetic energy is turning into gravity. And what is light? You have to use the orgasmic energy, apparently. There's something about the orgasmic energy. You know, rub-a-dub-dub, 4 minutes. I'm not even going to go there, okay? I made up the story that you've probably heard if you watch my old videos. You start to feel bad inside. But then, as there is an implosion of your external reality, there is an explosion of your internal reality. Just like the physics is called reciprocal system, it's the reciprocal between space and time. And that's where all this power comes from. Okay, it's about the power. People can meditate and use black magic and get it to work. It's about the will. It's about the focused direction of the will. Where like you're like somebody smoking a cigarette and their hand is moving slow and the smoke is moving too slow, and then other people's voices sound like, you know, that kind of stuff. Apparently you can detect that with these little magnetic tuning forks. The magnets come together more and oh, there we go, there's one. And that's what the ETs know. There is a monster under the bed. You can look at it if you want to, but it's really going to gross you out and you're probably going to want to puke. Honest to God. This is true, folks. You need to stop this shit. Some things I don't mind talking about. I don't like talking about this. What the hell are you doing, dude? You're going to lose. You're not going to win. It's inevitable. We already know because the future timeline is fixed. This particular timeline that we're on leads to your defeat. There is no getting around that. You are not being in integrity, but you don't care. But if you don't do this, we are screwed, man. You think this is all natural? You think nobody's coordinating any of this stuff? You think I want to talk about this? You think I want to be up here on this fucking camera talking about this shit? I'm sorry. I didn't know it was going to get like this. I didn't know it was going to get this bad. And I'm the positive guy. I mean, I always try to make it positive. But you have to do it, okay? This is all real. Okay, I got to pull it together. I'm really sorry. Holy crap. I'm good. And I'm sorry. I didn't want it to be like this, and I thought we could work hard enough that it would be quick and easy, that 3 days of darkness would come really, really soon. God. And honestly, if you're a spiritual person and you understand that we're all one and that the teaching is forgiveness and love, it's overwhelming to know what I know and to know that I could lose my channel just for telling you the truth. The truth as it was told to me. I can't prove some of this stuff. Some of it I can. I'm just telling you what I know because I don't want this reality. I don't want to lose that timeline. Anyway, this is all coming to a head. This has been a very long show. I'm sorry. 4 hours and a little bit more, but it's not 5. Hopefully I don't lose my channel. And I'll be back soon. And I will talk to you guys shortly. Thank you for being here. It's been total chaos ever since.
Stephen Camion pulls the veil so thin. Alien lies crash and burn again. seekers, exposing the truth. Truth seekers, coming for you. Truth seekers, uncover the lies. Truth seekers, open your eyes. Truth seekers, exposing the truth. Truth seekers, coming for you. Truth seekers, coming for you. Open your eyes. Truth seekers, exposing the truth. Truth seekers never tire. Under pressure, lies break apart. The truth burns bright, it's just the start. Truth seekers, uncover the lies. Truth seekers, open your eyes. Obey your eyes. Stavati's been a ghost ship, 20 years of empty claims, with hangars full of garbage and dreams that never came. Now he's fishing for new suckers to store more junk inside, while promising his gullible fans hover cars and free energy rides.
We are working on anti-gravity. As soon as we get financed, which again is coming very soon.
Divine insights were handed down, but now they cost a fee. In the wacky world of Wilcock, that's the way it's gotta be. Financial resets, debts erased, a world so fair and bright. The alliance never came, and neither did his wife. The wacky world of Wilcock, where make-believe is real. It's the wacky world of Wilcock, where make-believe is real. Just buy my course, $300. Enlightenment's the deal. In the wacky world of Wilcock, where make-believe is real. Extraterrestrial pals, they're coming here to stay. Disclosure's always just around, but aliens delay. Law of one, the Bible, Bhagavad Gita, all mixed up in one. David stealing from the best, but his fans think it's a brand new one. Plagiarizing profit, that's his favorite routine. In the wacky world of Wilcock, where nonsense reigns supreme, we'll all get rainbow bodies, whatever that might mean. And Jesus is an alien, the wildest thing you've seen. David's on a hero's journey through dimensions far and wide. Draco reptilians know where he lives, so in his mansion he must hide. Catastrophes and end times were on the brink, he said, but my coffee's brewing nicely, and I'm still in my bed. The wacky world of Wilcock, where make-believe is real. It's the wacky world of Wilcock, where make-believe is real. Just buy my course, $300. Enlightenment's the deal. In the wacky world of Wilcock, where make-believe is real. No one's suffering like David in his mansion grand and tall, with eyes and steak and chicken, he's the loneliest of all. His teeth are fake as his prophecies, and courses that he sells. In the wacky world of Wilcock, he's ringing all the bells.
If we bathe in our own urine, we can gain superpowers. What do we doing the bath does help. Or you urinate before you get into the bathtub, and then you drink new water out of a glass, and when you're in the bathtub, you can do a little more.
Buy my course, $300. Enlightenment's the deal. In the wacky world of Wilcock, where make-believe is real. His PowerPoint slides are packed with schizophrenic rants, forced to stream on YouTube now, bankruptcy's a stance. Stavati Aerospace, a Ponzi scheme they say, so pay pigs better pay up, or like Corey Good he'll stay. So many dates, so many dreams, none of them come true. But hey, don't fret, just buy the course and I'll enlighten you.
For God's sake, take the deal, okay? But you have to take the deal and you have to cooperate.
Rise, rise, rise. And you feel yourself, kinetic energy of levitation, tingling across your skin.
In 2012 we all ascend, a cosmic shift was due. But here we are in 24, and nothing much is new. Mass here, sipping wine, and we're all stuck right here in a world of Greer and Good, Crush and Lou with their claims. Nobody tops David Wilcock with his fringe and wacky games, while they're sharing UFOs and theories kinda tame. David's got aliens who wanna sleep with him and eat him, what a shame. He's the master of the bizarre with rainbow bodies on display in the wacky world of Wilcock, where nonsense leads the way. So here's to Dave, the shyster bold, with tales so far-fetched and grand, in his world of make-believe, where fantasy's second-hand. He spins his fairy tales and lies between his YouTube streams for his cat crystal ladies who gobble up his dreams.
Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome. Tonight is a very special Truth Seeker show. We're calling it Spanksgiving 2, New Age Grifter Boogaloo. And we've got an incredible amount of things to report, including some breaking news about Stavati Aerospace. Before we begin, though, we want to take a moment to recognize and welcome in the live chat. We've got great attendance already. We'll take a moment to recognize some kind and generous benefactors like Sunlover5000, who, before the show even began, threw in a very kind and generous $4.99 super chat. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. We'll see if we can't get those Wilcock Praise the Cash bumpers going before the show is over, but I did forget to load them. We will also want to take a moment to remind you to make sure you hit the subscribe button. Tonight, we're setting a very special goal of 50 gifted memberships. And if we hit that, we'll do some overtime or some extra bonus goodies. So be sure that you subscribe, because if you are in the live chat as a subscriber, but not yet a channel member, when those memberships get gifted, they get randomly distributed through to the people in the live chat who are subscribers, but not quite yet YouTube channel members. So we thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support as well. Adam Labors is here and says, great intro. Thank you. So be sure to smash the subscribe button, hit that notification bell, and you can win a free membership tonight. Let's get into it, friends. I forgot to mention we want to thank a few people. We want to thank Wild Dissension for one of those Wilcock clips that we began tonight's broadcast with, and also Carl X Extra. It's Carl Extra _UFO on Twitter for the Truth Seekers theme. I did the video, he did the audio. Teamwork makes the dream work. Thank you, Carl Extra UFOs. Now we've got a very special guest tonight, somebody who's been here before. One John Christian Stavati, and I don't want to leave him waiting in the wings. He's raring to go. We've had him in the back room sobering up. We're getting him ready, pouring coffee down his throat, make sure he sounds sober, doesn't slur his words tonight. I'm looking at his face now. He doesn't think this is funny, so we'll just bring him right in here. Welcome, John Christian Stavati. Good to see you.
Well, it's a privilege to be back on Truth Seekers once again.
Okay, so I don't even know where to begin, but I want to ask you about, I think we should begin with the cucumber conspiracy. Have you seen these videos?
I have seen several of the videos, yes.
The said videos. And for those unaware, there's this whole conspiracy now because David Wilcock's once wife, Elizabeth, is it Beth or Elizabeth? I don't know. Anyway.
I mean, she was Beth Hayes, then Beth Leone, then Beth Wilcock, and now she's Beth.
Well, yeah. Yeah, but she's still Beth Wilcock when she needs to do a live event, because I guess that helps her draw people. Like, hey, I used to bang that guy from Ancient Aliens. Like, somehow that's a positive to her. I don't. But the controversy, John, is that she made what can only be described as cucumber porn, wherein she's standing next to this girl who disrobes. In the beginning of the video, she's wearing like a robe. I had to black it out because there was a nip slip in there. And I can't show more than a few minutes of this video because this girl sitting next to Beth peels a cucumber and then starts, how do you say it politely? Pleasuring herself with it? Would that be accurate?
It can only be described as penetration.
She penetrates herself with a big peeled cucumber. So that's the cucumber conspiracy. And I've got 100 emails. Well, maybe not 100, but I got a bunch of emails of people saying, dude, you got to play that video on your show. There's no way I could get that past YouTube, but we're going to do our very best because we can play the beginning part where she's explaining that she's going to show this girl how to cleanse her vajayjay with a peeled cucumber, and then she proceeds to tell her, but after you're done with your vaginal cleansing, you can use it however you want. In other words, you could just rock yourself with this cucumber and dude, it goes on for like 20 minutes or something. She's just ramming it in her for like 20 minutes. And Beth's standing next to this girl, ramming herself with a cucumber, calm as can be, doing new age word salad stuff. And she calls the vajayjay a yoni, which is something I never heard before. I never heard the term yoni. Have you?
Well, she actually has a separate yoni video. So she has the cucumber video.
Oh, and then how to care for your yoni. And by the way, this is medical disinformation. I just want to say as politely as I can, ladies, if you are experiencing feminine odor in that area, you need a gynecologist. You don't need a cucumber. But what do I know? I'm just an amateur gynecologist, right? Now, really, if you're having some kind of issue with that, with like unpleasant odor from that area, you need a doctor, not a cucumber. But let's show them as much as it's like a 1.5 minute video. That's all I could show. We try to make it funny though. Let's watch this, John, so that the audience knows. And listen, to all you dumb people who are telling me that I'm lying and making up shit about David Wilcock's wife, I've put this shit on a Google Drive, but the version where she's pounding herself with this cucumber. Look, it's really happened. I'm not making this shit up.
Do the Taoist cucumber cleanse. So this is where the cucumber really gets its reputation, because the Taoist sexual qigong practices are thousands of years old. The cucumber is an amazing cleanse for the yoni, and it's antibacterial and antimicrobial, and actually the white tigresses, which are where a lot of my teachings come from, for the Taoist traditions, used cucumbers as their form of cleansing the lingam and the yoni before sex. So this is where the cucumber gets its reputation. Actually, we're going to use this cucumber as a vaginal cleanse, and it's a really beautiful, cooling, very yin, refreshing cleanse for the yoni. But we don't use it just like this. We're going to peel it so that the meat of the cucumber will come in contact with the yoni, and it starts out a little cool, and that's fine, and then as you're working it inside of the yoni, the cucumber gets warmer and warmer, body temperature. So the first purpose of the cucumber cleanse is really to cleanse the yoni and freshen it, and it's antimicrobial and antibacterial. It gives it a nice fresh smell, and it also can be used for pleasure afterward, but the way that I was taught from the Taoist traditions was the cleansing part. But it does happen that after you've done your cleansing therapy, you can do whatever you want with it. Too big, too small. Just right. This Goldilocks.
Oh man, that's all I could play for you. And by the way, the sound effect of the woman erotic noises came from the cucumber girl. You know, like, I can't play that. It's like 20 minutes of this girl moaning and jamming herself with this cucumber.
Yeah, and that's just one of the videos.
That's just one of the Beth Leone Wilcock porn videos. And by the way, they're on porn sites. You can find them.
Yes,
Look
they're
up
still for
Cucumber
sale.
Cleanse, Yoni Cleanse, and Elizabeth Wilcock, I guess. I don't know. I didn't find them, by the way. And by the way, when those videos first got sent to me, John, I thought somebody was punking me. They said, "Oh, this is David's wife," and I go, "No, it just looks like her." And they go, "No, it's her." And I go, "No, it just looks like her." And they go, "No, it's her." And then they send me the links. And yeah, sure enough, she's in the credits as like the instructor of how to dill yourself with a big fat cucumber, but you got to peel it first. And we want to thank don't touch me. I'm crazy for a kind of generous $1.99. Hey, look, he says, "Come on, Stephen, we've all done it." No, I have never dildoed myself or another individual with a cucumber in my entire life. But we thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show. It is much, much appreciated. So, John, where do we begin on the Stavati updates? I don't even know. Like, where should we go first?
Well, we could start with the trivial stuff first, right?
Yeah.
Been there, dump that is no longer leasing that property.
Okay, so the garbage dumpster company, which was their only form of income for this entire run for the last couple of years, and they were getting what, like a couple $1,000s a month, they dropped them.
Yeah,
But
they were getting like $3,000 to $4,000 a month in that range, and they dropped them. I've been told by a Stavati director that the new tenant there is a organization called Municipal Pipe, but I mean, it almost seems like it's part of the local government or something. I don't know. I haven't dug into it too deeply yet, but
Okay, so now instead of a trash company renting space on their facility, now they have a pipe company.
correct. And I did also
Look, I'm upset
spam.
about this because the garbage dumpster, a dumpster company is funnier than a pipe
Well,
company.
remember, there's the allegation that that property, the land below it, is a landfill over 100 years ago.
Oh,
So
wow. So it could be some toxic waste in there with that shit. Great.
yeah, we have to go over that DOD report one of these days and go over like all of the asbestos on the property and all of the PCBs and oil that's been dumped. We really ought to go over it. But yeah, I called Ben there, dumped that, and confirmed that they're no longer there.
Okay. And then I wanted to share my screen and share this ridiculous flyer that I thought this was a joke. I really thought this one was a joke. Let's see if we can't share that, and we'll put us here or here. No, wait a minute. There we go. So this says Stavati Aerospace 2024 Black Friday Cyber Week sales event. Shop the sale of the year. Save up to 50% off on all pre-orders of new aircraft, EVs, and orders of drones, aircraft upgrades. What does that say? Energetic and defense systems, and free standard shipping on all orders.
Yeah, you can get a jet fighter delivered to your house for free, standard shipping. Okay.
Standard shipping. This screams scam to me. Like, how are you? I don't understand how they're offering 15% off of products that they don't have one of. They don't even have a prototype of any of these products. So how are they taking orders, John?
Well, that's a good question. You should zoom in to the very bottom where the phone numbers are, and you'll see something that's basically hilarious. See if you can zoom in.
I'm gonna have to do it hold on. I'm gonna have to do it a different way.
Yeah. You should download the PDF from Stavati's site too. You want me to send you the link?
Yeah, send me the link on my Twitter DM.
Okay.
And we'll try to do that. So there's some kind of a gotcha here at the bottom, I guess.
Well, it's not really a gotcha.
It says
it's their phone number, and it says to contact them through WhatsApp.
Yeah, because everybody sells military aircraft through WhatsApp, right? Yeah. Represents pre-production new design aircraft and products now available for immediate pre-order. Designated product discounts range from 5 to 15%, free standard shipping, additional charges for express or expedited shipping.
It's not letting me DM it to you. Let me put it in private chat in the software here.
Okay. We'll see if we can't find it over here.
I just sent it to you.
Okay, I got it. All right, I'll share that tab instead.
Yeah, so this is the whole PDF, and it's 2 pages. So yeah, scroll.
Oh, look
down
at
to the-
this. You could
Yeah,
buy
hold
electric
on,
car.
hold on. You can buy mortar rockets from them and explosives. Apparently, this is a big scandal. I barely slept last night because I can't believe that they actually did this. Scroll back up to the first page.
Okay. 1 second here. Okay, first page.
And zoom in. Zoom in.
Zoom in. Okay.
And then go to the bottom. So you passed it.
I-
Go back up. Go up. There we are. So there's their phone number to call them at. And it says you can also reach them through WhatsApp. You know, the favorite app of terrorists and drug dealers everywhere.
That's crazy. But what's even crazier is here they're offering pre-orders for a 2026 Roadster electric vehicle or crew cab electric vehicle pickup.
Steven, that pickup, that picture is a picture of a Rivian pickup truck. They had to blur it out because obviously they can't that it's a Rivian pickup truck.
So
they
it's
blurred
not
it
even,
out.
they don't even have a picture of the electric vehicle that they're trying to take pre-orders on and offer you a discount on.
No, and the same individual that I spoke to at Stavati, who informed me that Been There, Dump That was no longer there, I asked this individual about Stavati's plans for Chinese EVs, and he made no bones about it. He said it was speculation only.
So it's like something they're talking about. Maybe they'll do it.
It's another pipe dream.
But here's where it gets really, really disturbing because they're offering MiG-29 upgrades. And we talked about this previously. There's only a couple of flight-worthy MiGs in the United States. So that's kind of stupid. And then they're offering military weapons, artillery shells, and munitions, and guided missiles and rockets. Is that legal? Can you just sell people? What the fuck? This is so stupid. David Wilcock, you scammer. Come on, David Wilcock with the 180 IQ. Are you so dumb you don't know you can't just sell anybody artillery shells and guided missiles on WhatsApp?
I know that we have an international audience, but in the United States, in order to sell something like explosives or munitions, you have to have a federal firearms license. And specifically, you have to have one that allows you to either import, manufacture, or deal destructive devices. And I sent you the link, Stephen.
Look at this.
For the ATF's website, I just sent you the link. Anyone can go to the ATF's website and download the list of all the FFL's federal firearm licenses.
Oh, listen, I trust you. I don't need to look at it. So wait, you checked and they have no license to sell this shit.
They have no license, but
gotcha, bitch! Gotcha, David Wilcock, you bitch! Tell everybody I'm a Satan-worshipping child predator again. Gotcha, bitch! Sorry.
It gets worse than that because if you go to Stavati's website, they have what are alleged to be old copies of licenses, but they're not good anymore, or they're possibly fake.
Oh, wow. Yeah, well, listen, we could follow up with the ATF and find out if they ever had a license. They should be able to tell us.
We could.
Look at this list. They're selling. Come on, we got to go through this list, John. They're selling 155 millimeter M7095 artillery shells. They're selling round artillery shells, fragging 122 millimeter shells, grad rockets with a 40 kilometer range. This is like a terrorist's dream, right? I can see somebody screaming Allah Akbar as they're ordering this shit from these idiots. 122 millimeter grad rockets, Hydra 70 with the HE warhead, anti-armor warheads, inert practice warheads, unguided warheads, 60 millimeter mortar shells, 82 millimeter and 122 millimeter mortar shells. There's no way they can sell this shit, John. They don't have a license. You can't just sell this shit to anybody. It's like, oh my God. And remember, this is the same company that claimed they had laser weapons and they had air tunnel contracts that they never had. It's the perfect company for David Wilcock because they're just totally full of shit, right?
I mean, I have to ask if the Alliance knows this is happening.
Yeah, cooks the bad guys get that shit.
But hey, the bright side is you can buy a Zuni 127 millimeter unguided munition for $96, and you get free standard shipping.
yo, imagine if you like go, there's about 5 or 6 people that I really don't like in this world. I'm just going to order 6 of them, and it's free shipping, John. So, if you want to buy murder weapons, wouldn't some of these be considered weapons of mass destruction? I would think, right? A 42 kilometer range guided missile, that would be considered a weapon of mass destruction. David Wilcock's Shady company is literally offering to sell people weapons of mass destruction.
Yeah, I mean, those grad rockets with a 40-kilometer range, that's a serious weapon. I mean, that's not like an RPG. That's a very serious weapon.
I cannot get past this. I can't get past this, John. Like, are they just full of shit, or do they think they can actually do this, though?
Well, I mean, there's been speculation as to like if maybe Stavati has like a shadowy source where they're getting this from outside the country or something. But as I've mentioned before, they have no productive capability to make any of this stuff. So,
and you would need all kinds of licenses to have the manufacturing to make this stuff, right?
And they don't have the licenses, but Stephen, they don't have the technical capacity. They don't have their property in Niagara Falls. They can't make this stuff there. This is a joke, I think.
I thought that somebody spoofed this. I thought somebody made this to like goof on them. Then somebody sent me the link, and I see this on their. This is on their Facebook page, John. It's on their website. They're selling weapons of mass destruction with no ATF licenses. David Wilcock, you goober! Come on, you goober! You can't do this shit.
It's on their X account.
It's on their X account. They're selling. They're selling
account.
Guided missiles on X.
They're selling munitions on Facebook with your grandmother's vacation pictures.
It's a Black Friday sale though, so it sounds legit, John. It's a Black Friday sale.
I mean, would it be any more legit if this wasn't for sale? I mean, let's think about this.
I still can't get over this. This is like crazy to me.
Steven, bring it back. We're not done. Bring it back. There's other things that we have to look at on there.
Oh, we want the PDF, right? Yeah.
Yeah, the PDF.
All right, I'll bring it back up. I apologize. I thought I thought it couldn't get any stupider than this. I assumed it couldn't get stupider than this.
So we've mentioned that, David Wilcock has talked about Stavati's hover car, and Stavati's Viren Kuhn has posted that Stavati has taken 2 deposits for hover cars. Scroll up a little bit. You'll notice that the hover car, you just passed it. Scroll back down.
Hover car.
The hover
it's $45,000.
Well, that's one thing, but if you look at it, it says it's not going to be available until 2032 now.
Wait a minute. 3 years ago, he said they'd have a working hover car.
Well, apparently things have changed.
I see that the star on it, but I don't see... Oh, 2032, it says here. 2032 hover car.
Stephen, remember, David Wilcock said we're all going to ascend and get superpowers in May of next year. Who's going to want a hover car 7 years from then if we all have superpowers?
Oh, wait. Fly. John, I think you got another... I should have had the bumper of Dave Chappelle for tonight. All I'm going to say, David Wilcock, is, gotcha, bitch! Gotcha, bitch! If we're all going to ascend and be able to levitate and have superpowers next year, then what do we need a hover car for, 7 years later? Well, this doesn't make any sense. This is another gotcha, bitch moment.
David did say that there would be a small cooktop in the hover car, so you could still use it to, make dinner or something.
And you could power your whole house from it and not ever pay electric.
That too. There's some other interesting things here. You'll notice that the Roadster is priced at $70,000. That's way more expensive than a Tesla now.
A Tesla Roadster is cheaper than that, right?
It's what are they thinking?
55, 60. I just think it's amazing that they have no actual, they literally have no products. It's not like you know, like if this company was legit, they'd have a warehouse full of this shit that they're trying to sell ready to be shipped, right?
Yeah,
That's the way
or
real business works. I mean, I worked in a business and we maintained a sales price list. And if we were out of stock of something or couldn't ship it in the next couple of weeks, it got taken off of the list, right? These guys, they're literally saying, we're going to ship for free to you. Look, a commercial airliner for $76 million. Like,
yeah, delivered to your
who's
house for free.
going to go, you know what? I got $76 million and I want to buy a commercial airliner. So I'm just going to buy one from this company that's never produced a single airplane product or service in 30 years?
Yeah, it's been 30 years. They've never produced any aerospace product. They've never had a payroll, and they've never had employees. And you would think they would at least have a prototype or a demonstrator aircraft, and they don't have those things.
They don't even have the ability to like take a client up in any form of aircraft, to my knowledge. Is that correct?
To be fair, Chris Bescar's family does own a 1950s Cessna. And it's currently housed or hangared at the Fleming Airport in St. Paul, Minnesota. So they do have an aircraft that he can take you up in, but it's a 1950s Cessna, and obviously he didn't build the thing.
Yeah. So who cares then? It's not like he can go, well, this is one of the first prototypes we built, and we'll take you up in one, show you around. I just don't get it. Like, how does David Wilcock's stupid followers believe him about any of this shit? Is it just that they're so low information, like nobody checks on anything he says? He said they'd have hover cars in a year 3 years ago. Now we're finding out, well, 2032, right?
You're right. A lot of it is a lack or a complete lack of scrutiny. But Stephen, another part of this is that David claims that this is all being done like on the secret. It's all like a secret project. And so he can kind of use that facade to explain away these things that really can't be explained away. Like there's no explaining away the fact that they don't have a firearms license to sell this stuff. You can't say, oh, it's a secret alliance project, we're the good guys, and sell this stuff without a federal firearms.
You need the FAA license. Here's another glaring problem. Aren't military level of drones under regulation of the FAA or the military or somebody? Because they're saying they're going to sell you a $90,000 or a $30,000 drone. I would think that'd be military spec level for that kind of money, right?
If you go to Stavati's Twitter account, you can play the video. And we've discussed with some folks like Macario on Twitter, we discussed this earlier. It's probably like a Chinese or Eastern European drone. And it's not like Stavati's drone. Like they didn't build it, at least not from this video.
So they're going to resell Chinese cars and they're going to resell drones that they don't really own?
I mean, their Twitter account posted a video of this SD-10 Albatross drone, and there's no Stavati folks in it. There's just like some people in camo fatigues. It doesn't appear that it's their product. It appears to be like a drone you can buy in a DIY kit. That's really what it appears to be. If you want to show your audience, it's on Stavati's Twitter.
Yeah, I'm looking for it now. But didn't they also reply to this Twitter thread saying, well, these are models or something? But then they're priced like the prices are like for the full size, not the model. So I don't get it.
I mean, the DIY kits are like $5 to $10 grand. I don't know where they're getting these
numbers from. Yeah, and we have Stephen the Eskimo on their Twitter thread says, "Warning: this is fake. David Wilcock is a proven con." And by the way, I'm not saying this. I'm just reading this. David Wilcock is a proven con artist. Stavati Aerospace has 30 years of nothing to show, no products, no success, just David Wilcock's hype and lies. Don't invest or believe in their false claims. Wow. And then there was the news about them taking new investors, and there's some shady shit to go along with that, right?
So I'm going to send you the SEC form in the chat now. When you bring this SEC form up, scroll to the bottom because the first part of the form is like Stavati's address, and then they have 5 named directors and the addresses of those directors. This is public information, and anyone can go here and look at this. But
you want me to share from the bottom?
Yeah, share from the bottom. It's good etiquette. We don't want to display their addresses. That we probably ought to avoid that. So this is an SEC Form D. Stavati has never submitted an SEC form in their entire existence that I can tell. They submitted their first form and had it filed this Monday, the 25th of November, and I caught it the very day that they filed this.
What are you watching them forms every day?
Not every day. And I happened to be looking up some stuff on Billy Carson, and I just happened to search for Stavati again. It had been a while since I looked, because they're 30 years old, Stephen. They've never filed an SEC form until this week.
And what does this form? So this form enables them to what? Sell investments in their company to anybody, or what?
Right. If anyone looks at this and they were to look at the top, they filed under an SEC exemption for safe harbor. The rule that they filed under is 506B. It allows them to sell securities for I think a 60-day or 90-day period, I forget exactly, to accredited investors. But for a limited period of time, it also allows them to sell to, I think, up to 25 or 35 non-accredited investors. So that would be like URI. That would basically be almost anyway. And according to this form and the boxes that they filled out, they have apparently lined up $80,000 of sold securities to 8 non-accredited investors and 1 accredited investor.
Okay.
The securities that they're selling are a minimum of $5,000 investment. And Stephen, if you look on here, where there's this section 6 that says use of proceeds, Stavati has listed an estimate of $500,000 that is going to go as salary or personal compensation to the 5 directors, the 5 individuals that are listed in this document.
Okay, so they're going to collect investor money so that they can pay themselves.
Well, it says that they might do it. It's proposed to be paid. That's what the language is in 6 there. You can read it in blue. And they also check the box that this is an estimate, Stephen. So this $500,000 number, that could change.
Wow. And so don't they have to disclose that they've been in business for 30 years and never produced a product before taking investor money?
I'm not.
Or is it just buyer beware?
Buyer beware generally does apply here. And if you scroll up a little bit, you would see that there's boxes to check for what type of securities, and it's equity. So it's stock. So they're not like, Dimitrov. They're not. This isn't promissory notes or debt instruments. This is ownership in the company. And yeah, buyer beware generally applies. They're doing this SEC form as a private company issuing equities. But the reality is, even with, public companies that are more highly regulated, you could lose your entire investment. Any investment advisor will tell you that. Look at a company like Bed Bath & Beyond. So the reality is, if these are equity investors, they could lose every dime potentially.
Wow. We want to thank Don't Touch Me, I'm Crazy for a kind and generous $1.99 super chat. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. I'm going to try to read them all as we go. We read every single super chat. I'm sorry I don't have the bumpers today. This new software is kicking my butt. Ownership of nothing is still nothing, says Stormcrow. So, and then you found some kind of shady Twitter account that's chatting them up on Twitter saying, "Oh, I can't wait to invest." That sounds like a sock account to me.
There's a Twitter account that we discussed on. There's an X account that we discussed on X. The account's name is Christina Nutt. Based on what I've been able to find, it doesn't appear to be a bot or anything. It actually appears to be a real person who maybe is just a fan of David Wilcock and Stavati and decided to invest, allegedly. I should also mention that if you were, and you don't have to do this, but if you were to scroll to the top of this SEC form, there's a box that has a disclaimer from the SEC where the SEC says they have not verified any of the information that's in this form that Stavati filed this week. So it's kind of like IRS forms. Just because you put something on the IRS form.
Yeah, John, people are telling me, people are complaining that your volume is low. On my side, I have it as high as I can get it.
How about now? Is it better now?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, maybe a little bit more here. Anyway.
And yes, I do read the chat, but there's only so much that I can do on my side of things. So
yeah, I had the gain turned down on my Blue Yeti mic, but anyway,
okay, well,
the gain up.
There you go. That should be fine then. I had it
Yeah.
turned up all the way on my end. Now on my headphones, I can hear you fine. So,
Yeah.
so I apologize to the audience. It's fine.
It's not a big deal. If I can even turn it up more if necessary. But anyway, so like I was saying, at the top of this SEC form, in a big black box, the SEC says that they have not verified and cannot assure the veracity of any of the information that's in this form.
Well, that's disturbing.
I mean, but it's like IRS forms, right? When you send forms to the IRS and you fill out information on it, that doesn't necessarily mean that the information is true or accurate per the IRS. So it's okay, good. I'm much better sound now.
Yeah,
so,
you're fine. That's better.
So just because Stavati checked these boxes and wrote these numbers, it doesn't necessarily mean that any of it's true. They're filing a form, and they had 15 days. If you look at the date when they got the first investor, it's allegedly the 11th of November. This form was filed the 15th of November, so they made it by one extra day on the 15-day deadline.
I just feel bad, John, for anybody dumb enough to give them money because they're being sued for $1 million+ from one person they ripped off, allegedly, right? They're being sued by all their creditors they didn't pay that they've ripped off, allegedly. So what are the chances that they're suddenly going to turn around and they're going to pay back investors?
Well, remember, these are equity investors, right? They're not like loaning them money with some kind of maturity or terms to be paid back. They're buying ownership of the company, which is risky because if the company has to go bankrupt or the company becomes insolvent, the equity
you get
holders
nothing. Yeah,
could be wiped out. They could lose every penny. That's typically the way it works.
And do you have any update of the lawsuits or what's going on with the creditors or the what's going on with all these lawsuits and the liens against the Stavati hangar and all of that stuff? Do you have any updates on that?
So there hasn't been any change with the New York creditor liens. Stavati still has a judgment hanging over their heads from Ferguson Electric. They still have the foreclosure suit from Davis Ulmer, the judicial foreclosure. And then they still have the liens from, United Thermal, et cetera, Molenberg Betts. There has been a change with the Dimitrov lawsuit. At the beginning of November, Stavati's lawyers and Dimitrov's lawyers got together and extended discovery again until January 31st. However, shortly after that, Dimitrov's counsel filed that they have fulfilled their discovery obligation and answered all of Stavati's discovery requests. So now Stavati is on the clock to produce their discovery.
Okay.
To Dimitrov. Now,
so we probably won't see any kind of update till after January 31st then?
I'm guessing we will not see another extension, although, it's not guaranteed. It might happen. It really depends on, at this point, it's between their lawyers. There is a possibility that, Stavati could object to discovery requests or that they could give incomplete ones, in which case their lawyers would either have to gather and suss it out, or Dimitrov's lawyers would have to file with the judge, a motion to compel Stavati to produce those documents.
Yeah, and Patty Wilhelm, I think, correctly points out this could be in court for years, right? This could drag out for years?
In theory, yeah.
It's already been like a year since the suit was filed or more, right?
Well, the suit was filed in February of 2023. Stavati...
So 2 years, no movement.
Stavati and other parties, personal parties in the lawsuit, went into default. They refused to file an answer. Stavati finally was able to get counsel and have the default removed in October of last year. And now we're still in the pretrial motion phase, which is, we're still in discovery.
Whoa. So was there anything else that you've been finding out that is troubling or concerning about the sort of facade of this so-called aerospace company? Because according to David Wilcock, they're going to get funding any day now.
Well, according to this SEC Form D, this month they got $80,000 of funding.
Okay.
According to this form, and again, the SEC does not verify that that's true. I don't know if it's true. Stavati, by filing this form, is alleging that it's true. So that's where we're at with that. And again, it's 8 non-accredited investors and 1 accredited investor.
Well, that's something else.
And it should be said that they have never filed, I mentioned this earlier, they've never filed an SEC form before in their entire history. They claim that David Wilcock is an investor. I've spoken to a source, multiple sources, who have told me that David Wilcock was essentially their first investor. They never filed an SEC form for that. They sold a promissory note to Valentino Dimitrov. That promissory note is an exhibit in the Dimitrov case. Stavati never filed an SEC form for that.
Aren't you required to when you're taking investments?
I do not know because I'm not an expert on securities law.
Me neither, but I think you do. And somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think if you're taking investors, you've got to file the proper forms with the SEC.
Because David Wilcock at the time was an accredited investor, most likely, and because Dimitrov was almost certainly an accredited investor, there may have been some kind of exemption or safe harbor there where they didn't have to file a form. I don't know. This time, they claim to have taken non-accredited investors, Stephen. It's very dangerous. If you actually look at the rule at the stipulations that the SEC has for 506B on the SEC's website, it says that Stavati can't market or advertise these securities. That might be one of the reasons why they have like sock puppet accounts, and I don't know if it's their sock puppet accounts, but that might be one of the reasons.
Alleged sock puppet accounts. Yes,
we found this Ben Nolan sock puppet account yesterday, Stephen. This account was created months ago and has made one post and one post only, and that was replying to Elon Musk on X, endorsing Stavati Aerospace.
Yeah,
one
little
post.
Suspect, just a little suspect. And 80K is like nothing, says Science Evidence Fringe.
That's true.
Would 80K really even get them out of any of their problems? They have.
So
but here's the thing that's funny. Instead of paying down their debt with that 80K, they propose to pay themselves with that salaries.
On that SEC form.
Gotcha, bitch.
No. Hold on. Stavati has a family of multiple corporate entities in multiple states. Okay, the corporate entity that owns their Niagara property, their only real estate, is Stavati Aerospace Limited, which is based out of Wyoming. Okay, if you look at the top of this SEC form, which they filed for their investment for their $80,000, it appears to be going to that corporation, that Stavati Aerospace Limited in Wyoming. So the same company, the same corporate entity that owns the Niagara property also perhaps allegedly got this investor money. And of course, this is also the property and corporate entity that has a judgment against it. So I have to think, $80,000 is not enough to satisfy that $122,000 judgment, I believe it is.
Yeah, that's $122K. So they can't even clear that with it.
Again, I'm not an attorney.
Maybe that's why they're just choosing to pay themselves with it, because they can't even do anything with it otherwise. Just give it to ourselves.
The language in the form is flexible. It doesn't say that they will pay themselves. It says that they might do that. So we don't know what's going to happen with this money, if the money exists, if the investor money was actually taken in. And but I know this, Stephen. If I'm Ferguson Electric and I have a judgment, and I know that the company, the Stavati corporate entity that I have a judgment against, just got $80,000 into their bank account, I might ask my lawyer if we should ask the enforcement officer of the court to do something about that. Maybe.
Yeah, absolutely. And I saw something interesting earlier. I saw a clip, and I don't know how long ago it was, of David Wilcock claiming that there's two lawsuits, or there's a threat of a lawsuit and another lawsuit filed. Is he talking about Stavati or him personally? Do you know?
So I posted that clip on my X account today.
Yeah, let me find it and we'll play it. Sure.
Yeah, let's definitely do that.
And so, but do you know what is this about, though?
So that's a good question. David is not clear if it's a lawsuit against Stavati or a lawsuit against him personally. What I can tell you is, for almost a year and a half, I've been all over Stavati lawsuits and I've looked. It does not appear that there's any indication that Stavati has any new lawsuits filed against them. So this may be a personal lawsuit filed in Colorado.
Well, for those, in case you're unaware, he's being, I think he's being sued by Gaia, or at least he's part of he's going to be called as a witness in the Gaia suit against Corey Goode. Maybe that's what he's talking about.
He's being deposed in the countersuit with Gaia, but that's in federal court, and we already have links to that. We already know that. But this is apparently, allegedly, a new suit. But hold on, let's watch this video, and I'll continue.
Yeah, let me get that here.
2 lawsuits show up the day after the election. One of them was just a threat, but the other one was actually filed. So that's another whole thing going on that I've had to reconcile. And we're going to be fine. I mean, both of them are not a big deal, but
not a big deal.
It still nonetheless rattles your cage, and you got to just step back and be like, okay, what are we doing here? And what does this really mean? And what is it?
Means you're
what's
getting
the
sued.
actual process that's happening? The day after, here I am. I'm supposed to be in a good mood because I wanted it to work out that way, the way the election happened. The very next day, wham, wham, all this stuff is going on. And now, because just like I predicted on this show, if you watch this show, then you remember what I said. I said they only got really very few cards left to play. They need to do something to create.
So he's claiming like the deep state is suing him to stop him from what? Spewing bullshit on YouTube about fake nonsense? Is that what he's trying to claim here? So stupid.
Again, we don't even know like the parties, right? He didn't say who's suing him. David Wilcock, bro, on your next stream, please tell us about these lawsuits so you can.
Yeah, and we know he watches. He's a huge fan of. He's a huge fan of my show.
So again,
he watches every show.
We can probably assume this has nothing to do with the Gaia suit. I mean, David Wilcock probably knows whether or not he's going to be deposed, and that's not for a number of months yet anyway. So we don't know if he's talking about Stavati or himself. I'm pretty sure it's not Stavati because I would have spotted it at this point.
Yeah, you're on top of this. It's probably the Gaia case that he's just now acknowledging. But it was like a month ago that he was saying somebody brought that up in his live chat that Gaia was suing him, which isn't accurate. Gaia's not suing him, but they're calling him as a witness in that case. And he said, that's not true. I have nothing to do with that.
The person in the live chat asked if he had to testify against Corey, and that's technically not correct. He's being deposed.
Oh, come on.
We'll see what he says about
Corey. He's got to testify in the deposition.
We don't know what questions he's going to be asked. That's attorney-client stuff. But here's the thing. It's possible, Stephen, and I've noticed this with Stavati. They are keeping things away from David Wilcock.
100%. Yeah.
It is very possible that this new lawsuit that David is talking about is actually the Dimitrov lawsuit that Stavati just revealed to him.
Oh, yeah. Great.
And that lawsuit has existed for almost 2 years now.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think they're keeping him completely in the dark, and they're trying to milk him for any money that they can possibly milk him for in order to pay some of their bills or whatever. It sounds to me like he was paying some of their bills, right?
He is. I mean, it doesn't sound like David Wilcock has claimed that he's had to give financial and cash injections to Stavati several times this year. He said it wasn't as much as previous years. David did say something about another board member doing alternative fundraising or something. we could talk about that another time, but regarding this Dimitrov lawsuit, it's almost too much of a coincidence for it not to be the Dimitrov lawsuit, because they got discovery extended, and then Dimitrov completed their discovery obligations via the filing this month. So, and then David claims right after the election, the day after, he was told of a new lawsuit. It's almost too much of a coincidence for it not to be the Dimitrov lawsuit. But we don't know. I've actually got a third party looking to see if David has a personal lawsuit.
And David Wilcock, I know you're watching. You have to specify. There's too many lawsuits floating around. You have to specify who's suing you, or who's suing Stavati, or who's suing who. Because there's too many lawsuits to keep track, and there's liens against this property. Did they tell you about all that they're not paying any of their creditors, David? Did they tell you that they might get that whole hangar might get foreclosed on, right? And they could lose it.
Well, it's being foreclosed on. It's in judicial
being foreclosed on.
Yeah. And I actually talked to a Stavati person about this, and they totally denied knowing about it, which is bull. Because a list, when you foreclose on someone, the clerk of the court sends out what's known as a lis pendens, which is Latin for lawsuit pending. So all of the mortgages and all the lien holders and anyone with legal interest in that property, per the clerk of the court, they're going to get a lis pendens. They're going to get a notification that there's a lawsuit pending for judicial foreclosure. So everyone knows.
Jesus Christ. It just gets worse and worse with this situation. I don't know, John, how he could keep pretending on weekly live streams that they're getting funding any day now. Who's going to, who wants to invest in a company that's shady, that's getting sued?
Well,
they've got foreclosures. They've got,
According to the SEC form, 9 people invested $80,000. So someone is doing it.
Yeah, and I'm going to go out
allegedly.
I'm not as psychic as David Wilcock, obviously, John, but I'm going to go out on a limb and I'm going to say, nobody is getting any of their money back from this company. That's my prediction. I'm entitled to that.
Again, with being a stockholder, the risk is that you could lose your entire investment. That's not unique to Stavati. That's basically equity in any company.
Or any investment. Yeah. I got a friend that does crypto,
Steven,
and he's lost a lot more than he's gained doing that stuff. So it's scary.
Well, crypto isn't even equity. Crypto is crypto.
It's play money. Yeah. It's play computer money. It's kind of real, but not really. And yeah, I don't know.
Steven, should we talk about David and Beth Wilcock's new tax judgment in Colorado?
Yes, let's
talk about that.
That's on your Twitter as well, isn't it?
It's on my Twitter. Yeah, it's the big image. Yeah,
I'll get that up here.
So
this is a new tax lien on their property.
Right. So David Wilcock has talked about his $1.4 million in IRS debt, and we have also previously shared on this show an Arizona lien for David and Beth Wilcock that I think is like $59,000-$60,000, roughly somewhere in that neighborhood. But in September of this year in Colorado, David and Beth Wilcock now have a tax judgment, and it is for $29,684. And this was filed with the Boulder County Clerk on September 19th.
Isn't that the same amount of the last one, though? Or is this another one?
The Arizona tax debt is substantially larger, and it dates from 2023.
I think that one's 50 or so thousand, or maybe 80,000.
I think it's like 60,000. Like I said,
okay.
I'd have to go back and look.
Yeah, I'd have to go back and look too. So,
but that's in Arizona. This is in Colorado. So they have IRS tax debt, Arizona tax debt, and now a Colorado tax judgment.
And so, I tried to call them before to find out. Do you know, is this income tax or real estate tax or what kind of tax? Do we know?
This is going to be income tax.
So but he's claiming he has 1.5 million. I guess he's got 30,000 in state income tax he never paid.
He has 30,000 in state tax income liability that he also shares with his wife.
Ex-wife.
His ex-wife.
Yeah.
Ex-wife.
Yeah.
So she has the several tax liability now that she has severed the relationship.
Wow. Yeah, that's something else. So that's another lien showing that David Wilcock is hopelessly in debt. Kind of explains why he's doing the super chat shuffle.
It's a big question because a number of streams ago, David Wilcock said that he was on a repayment plan for state income taxes where they were just automatically drafting it from his bank account.
Yeah, he says they took his last dollar that one time or something.
Yeah, they took his last dollar. So it brings up the question, if Arizona says he's not paying those taxes and there's now this Colorado judgment, what's going on with that payment plan, David? Like, are you still paying your taxes? Are they still taking it out of your bank account? Like, what's going on there, bro?
That's another one. Gotcha, bitch! What's going on, David? You got like $90,000 in tax liens on you right now. Wow.
Yeah, and that's not even going into the 1.4 million of federal IRS tax debt.
But he's claiming that, and there's two schools of thought on his claims on that, John. either he actually has $1.5 million in debt and he's being honest with his audience, but don't you think it could be considered some form of consumer fraud for him if he's pretending and he doesn't really have that much debt to try to get sympathy, to get super chats from people? That could be a problem. Oh, and I mean, allegedly, we're just spitballing here. I don't know that that's the case. He's free to correct us, show us the paperwork.
Deceiving people to generate empathy so that they give you gifts. I don't know what's going on there, but that does appear to be what he's doing.
Wow. And this is it just gets more and more.
It's the same reason, like how last week he said he spends $200 a week on turkey feed. He probably just told his audience that so that they'll empathize with him.
Oh yeah, and by the way, I want to say this, John, on the record. I don't know how much turkey feed costs, but I do know that a 50-pound bag of wild bird seed is like $15 at Walmart. A 50 or 100-pound bag, is like $20. So like, what is he feeding them? 800 pounds of feed a week? Like, no, come on.
I've heard from several people who purchase feed for poultry, and the feedback I've been given is that there's no way he's realistically spending that much money on that many turkeys.
So David Wilcock, you know what we got? Another one. Gotcha, bitch! Show us the receipts for the turkey feed that you claim. And he has a pattern of this. With his charity, he was saying, oh, we're helping these sloths and all these burnt animals in Australia. And then you look at his charity forms, there's no proof that he's helping anybody but himself. That's the next thing. I want to get your reaction to this. If you don't mind sticking around, I can run through this charity stuff real quick, and we'll have the complete set. Stavati, all the scammy, shady shit, and gotcha bitches. It's Stavati Aerospace, his fake aerospace company. Now we've got his
on to the charity.
Charity. Now this is from my previous reporting, but since I did the David Wilcock Shady Charity Finances Part 1, he's filed 2 more 990 forms that are even more ridiculous when you get into how much money he collected and how much money he spent. But this is from my previous reporting that's pretty problematic with the first 2 years forms that he filed. Check this out. Amazing. It's amazing. Okay. Here's intangible assets. He's saying that they have $7,482 in intangible assets. Tangible assets for a charity are usually like stocks, bonds, something like that. Some asset that's liquid or could be liquidated. Here's where we get really interesting. Due from Divine Cosmos LLC, beginning 0. Due from Divine Cosmos LLC, ending. Apparently, his for-profit business donated $33,246 to his nonprofit charity. Now, what does that mean? That means that his business gets a big tax write-off for $33,000 contribution to his own charity. That's right, gets out of paying more taxes. It's not enough for him to get out of paying all the taxes on the $150,000 that he and his wife collected tax-free and spent on whatever they wanted. He had to donate from his for-profit business to his nonprofit charity $33,000 so that he could get out of paying more taxes he owes the federal government, or would owe the federal government.
We have taxes to pay, to be honest with you, so please come on in and help us out so we don't go in debt. Everybody needs money, and I know everybody gets mad online if you charge for anything, but that's why we try to keep it as inexpensive as possible for you.
If you buy this course, you're getting us $333 closer to the Hawaii planet, okay? Sometimes I got to be direct.
Wow.
That part at the end where he talks about the Hawaii planet, earlier in that video, he basically says or implies that he hates living here on Earth and he wants to go to this planet so bad. So give him money so he can take a hover car to fly there.
It's just crazy. Well, I have been poring over David Wilcock's charity. his 990 forms. And John, I know you know this, but for the benefit of my audience, a 990 form, for those unaware, if you have a 501c3 charity, you have to file every year with the federal government. And basically you have to say, this is how much money we took in donations, and this is what we spent the money on. And I have a working theory that I will clearly admit is a theory, but based on David Wilcock's public statements, it appears that David Wilcock is using, at least allegedly appears, that he is using money from his charity to buy computers, thousands of dollars of computers, thousands of dollars of software, thousands of dollars of audiovisual supplies, thousands of dollars worth of office supplies, and then somehow using that equipment. He says it in this clip we have. He says we're using this equipment that the charity purchased in order to make for-profit monetized videos. And then in this clip we're going to play next, friends, he says this video is sponsored by the Wilcock Charity Foundation, but I checked and every one of those videos is monetized with ads. So I don't think that's legal, John, but I'm not a lawyer or an IRS agent. It doesn't seem, you can't, in other words, if I have a charity, I can't buy, thousands of dollars worth of cameras and production equipment and then use it here on my for-profit show. Do you know what I mean? Do you follow my logic here?
I do, and that's called enormment.
Yeah, it's unjustly enriching yourself from the charity, because people are donating money to the charity not so that you could use the charity's resources to then make profit on another entity. And there's something, my wife's an accountant. There's something called commingling of funds, and this is a real problem. My wife would never allow me to commingle my business funds with other funds. Like, everything's got to be done by the book. And in this clip, he says he has a CPA. And I checked with a couple of CPAs. My wife's an accountant. We know many accountants. They all said there's no way that you can use charity money to buy equipment and then use the equipment to do for-profit monetized live streams. This next clip is about 4 minutes, so relax, John, because it's 4 minutes long. But it's important that we put this on the record so people could see these are his public statements about the charity money he's collected. By the way, he's collected almost $200,000. But more than that, probably, because he hasn't filed his last 2 years 990s. He hasn't filed 23 and 24. He's filed 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, and maybe 2022. I have to check. But I'm going to share a Google Drive link with all of those documents. And when you see what he's spending this charity's money on, John, it is ridiculous. But let's hear from him about his great charity work. John?
Thank you for watching. This video is sponsored by the Wilcock Foundation, which is our 501c3. We've done this through your grassroots support. And we now have the Wilcock Spiritual Healing Foundation, which also is a very important part of our work that allows me to do these videos and have them sponsored. This was sponsored by our foundation, the Wilcock Spiritual Healing Foundation, which financed much of the equipment that you're now seeing and that we're using. So this is a good way for us to use our nonprofit to give something back. I invested in this six-figure Hollywood quality production studio simply because I could, and it gives me a way to create high production value where I can literally just sit down and make a documentary film in one sitting, and then I'm done. A little bit of post-production, but I'm happy to be doing this. It's sponsored by our foundation, the Wilcock Spiritual Healing Foundation, which financed much of the equipment that you're now seeing and that we're using.
And there's some music in it that you and I did. And
yeah, it's very cool.
Yeah.
And this is sponsored by our 501c3 corporation, which is called Wilcock Spiritual Healing and Empowerment. We had a lot of people asking for ways that they could donate without paying taxes, and we actually do have all of it done the right way. We're under the supervision of a CPA firm, and so everything is done totally by the book. And so one of the ways that we give back to you is by giving out free content. So this is a movie-length show
that has multiple camera angles, and you're going to really love it. So.
And we do a lot to help to protect animals. We love sloths. We are going to be helping some of the burned koala bears from Australia, which is so sad. So many animals lost their lives there. And
there's a billion animals, right?
Sadly, a billion animals lost their lives in the Australian fires. And there are still some wounded ones that are alive. And so we use that foundation to channel assistance to different organizations. And we're actually featuring those in the Ascension Mystery School. And we're doing like little short videos, so maybe we can also let other people know. But we're doing our best to be a part of the solution, which is to anchor in the sacred here on Earth, to make sure this Earth is a beautiful place and a peaceful place for now and for generations to come.
Well, let's also put this on the record while you're here. You and I both got some new briefings that are really heavy, and we're not going to say what they are, but for people who don't think this is real,
briefings.
What would you like to tell them?
Well, since David and I have been together closely for like the last 4.5 years, I've gotten to meet about 20 insiders, and some of those are people that are deep inside of the government. There are insiders that he never really even talks about. We'll just generally talk about, but they're not really known. And from some of the insiders that are in the deepest levels of really the warriorship on the planet, you would call that the Alliance.
And this is sponsored by our 501c3 corporation, which is called Wilcock Spiritual Healing and Empowerment. We had a lot of people asking for ways that they could donate without paying taxes, and we actually do have all of it done the right way. We're under the supervision of a CPA firm, and so everything is done totally by the book. And so one of the ways that we give back to you is by giving out free content. So this is a movie-length show that has multiple camera angles, and you're going to really love it. And we actually do have all of it done the right way. We're under the supervision of a CPA firm, and so everything is done totally by the book. And so everything is done totally by the book, totally by the book, totally by the book, totally by the book, totally by the book.
I'm sorry. It's totally by the book, John.
Yeah, he's saying that like it was a free stream, but if that stream and channel is monetized,
that
then people...
specific, every time he says this video is sponsored by the Wilcock Foundation, there's ads on it. So is he giving the ad revenue? This is a whole can of worms that he just opened here for himself. And I gotta say, listen, I'll be honest. I looked into this before, but I kind of let it go because I'm not an IRS guy. I spent 20 years in corporate accounting, though, and I know a lot about accounting. I know a lot of accountants, so I asked around, and every one of them that I described this scenario to was like, no, you can't do that. It's unjust enrichment. You can't personally profit from the charity. And then Macario has this. There's one more clip, John, that is just brilliant because...
Well, Macario's clips are all brilliant.
Oh, they're great. And we'll put the fair use banner back up. I will share this one. This is him talking about what little money he makes. First, it was $10,000 a month. Then he said it's $20,000 a month. But in this clip, he talks about giving $3,000 a month to one of his friends who's dying of cancer from his charity. And again, anybody can Google this. Can you give a friend of yours money from your charity? That's illegal. That is illegal. So we're going to share this and cite fair use. This is another one of those just incredible clips that I can't believe that he is saying this stuff. And, you know, he's saying all this stuff on public live streams. He's like, basically, I feel like he's hanging himself. He's like, give me that rope. I'll tie the knot. Right? Let's listen, John.
So, you know, I do make about maybe 10 grand a month on this, but that includes all the super chats and all the ads and everything. So it's not really enough, but it is sustainable. And I do thank you guys for participating in that.
It's certainly not big money as far as I'm concerned. My mortgage is
It's
well
only
over
10
half that
grand.
amount. You know, food and everything else costs a lot. It's a flash sale because we are about to get funded. But until we do, it's a nail biter. I'm coming up towards the end of the month, and I barely have enough money to pay my mortgage as usual. It's been this way for 3 years. I've been essentially bankrupt. I have to have ads on this or else I don't get any protection, and we wouldn't even be able to do the show.
Protection.
So the ads are a necessary thing. And it also has been, frankly, one of the only sources of income I've had.
That's the real
As I
reason.
said, I'm getting about 10 grand a month from that. My mortgage is like 6,200.
We got to talk about the mortgage after
And
this.
so, you know, there isn't a whole lot left over. Plus, I've been helping a friend who's dying of cancer with my nonprofit. And so he's actually getting like $3,000 a month right there. So $3,000 of my money is going to help somebody
Again,
who
sympathy.
is one of my insiders and is dying. And both of them are actually, well, I don't know if they're dying. We're helping him stay alive longer. Let's put it that way. So yeah, even in this state where I have so little money, I'm helping
Yes,
somebody
10
who
grand a month's
otherwise
not
would be
enough.
homeless and probably dead already. With, you know, at least $3,000 a month. Sometimes.
Cucumbers.
So
That's what it is.
you add all that up, there's nothing left. And that's why I have to keep doing this. I have to keep doing shows so I have a stable income. They cut him off on his pension. They cut him off on everything. So they literally have no money at all except for me. And to keep them alive, it costs about $3,000. We joke about, I say just 8 cents a day, but it costs about $3,000 a month. Sometimes, actually, I've been having to give him more now because he's had so many problems. But yeah, that's who I am. I'll take the last of my money to keep one of my friends and his wife alive
Again,
because that's what I
sympathy.
believe in.
Send me
It's
money.
truth and justice and freedom. I'm only making like 10 grand a month, you know, beginning in around February of this
Only.
year.
Only
That's
10
when I started to do regular
And
weekly
he
shows
says
again.
20 grand.
And then that income has stabilized me, you know, about 10 grand a month, as I said. It's a little bit more than that now. People thinking, oh my God, David's making all this money. No, you know, we make about $10,000 a month on YouTube. It's the YouTube income. This comes out to about like 20 grand a month if you average it all out.
Now it's 20.
But I've been keeping our aerospace company going. So a lot of money
$250,000
into
a
that.
year.
And I
Well,
had
don't
to
forget
have,
the
you
Ancient
know, huge
Aliens
tax
income. That's
payments.
probably still coming in.
Yeah,
5,000,
royalties.
6,000, well, actually more like $6,500 a month for all the tax payments. And then I also have had a friend who and his wife who were dying of cancer. The wife did pass away this past week. It was very sad.
John, there's so much here to unpack. First of all, first he says he's only making 10 grand a month. Then he says it's 20 grand a month. And like, even if it's 10, that means he's making $120,000 a year. And he's crying that that's not enough. He says that's not enough. Then he says it's 20,000 and that's still not enough. That would be $240,000 a year. And you're right. Shouldn't he be getting royalties from Ancient Aliens, or did he have a shitty contract where he just got paid a little bit of money? I heard Richard Dolan has said that he never got any money from doing Ancient Aliens. You know, he would fly out there at his own expense. He would do like, you know, he would do like they would interview him for a couple of hours, and then they would take 2-minute segments of him and jam it in there, and he never got any money. He did it to sell books, to, you know, publicize himself. So who knows what David's deal was, but $20,000 a month, and it's still not enough. And now I'm going to show you the proof that over the past 4 years, he collected $200,000 for his charity. And then when you see what he spent it on, it is a laugh riot. But let's talk about the mortgage. You found that his house was transferred into some shady shell company connected to Corey Good's one-time lawyer attack dog, Liz Laurie.
Correct.
Was somehow involved in that. So he's on a public live stream saying, my mortgage is $6,000 a month. But he doesn't own that home. According to the documents that you found, it's owned by some kind of shady shell company, right?
So the way it works in Colorado has, for the most part, non-judicial foreclosure. So when you get a mortgage in Colorado, the lender files what's known as a deed of trust to secure the mortgage in that county. And the mortgage is held by a trustee. So obviously, if David mortgaged not David Mortgage, if David Wilcock were to stop paying his mortgage, the lender would then contact the trustee, begin the foreclosure process. It would effectively, generally, is non-judicial foreclosure, so it wouldn't see a judge or a courtroom. It would go by the process that's in the deed of trust. So that's still filed in Boulder County, and that's still in effect. So David Wilcock's mortgage is still active. It hasn't been discharged or satisfied. What David Wilcock did in 2020, what actually he and his wife did at the time, was they went to California and they did a general warranty deed transferring the title, his title, that he and his wife held in that property to a company called Vested Funding LLC. And that document was filled out, it was notarized, it was recorded in Boulder County.
But I don't understand then. So he's transferring what? The equity he already has paid into the property?
Title. He has transferred his title to this nominee corporation.
Okay, but for the sake, but doesn't that mean if he's transferring the title to this corporation, then he doesn't own the title or the home anymore?
Correct. His person.
And people have speculated that he did that because there was tax liens from the IRS coming, and they were going to hit the house.
It's not really. I mean, it kind of is speculation.
It's speculation.
But if you look at the timing, the liens, the IRS placed liens on that property in 2019. When David Wilcock did this title transfer, one of the liens was still active. So actually, David Wilcock, that with a general warranty deed, you warranty that there are no encumbrances on the title. When David Wilcock transferred this to Vested Funding LLC, there was still a lien. There was still an IRS lien. That lien wasn't discharged until September.
Jim. Oh, no. You know what that means? Gotcha, bitch. You lied when you title transferred that, David Wilcock. Gotcha, bitch.
Here's the thing. The only person that has a claim in that situation would be Vested Funding LLC. We speculate that David Wilcock is the beneficial owner of Vested Funding LLC. So David Wilcock may have lied effectively to himself. So it's not. I mean,
he lies
that
so
situation.
much. I could imagine him lying to himself. I'm sure he lies to his audience every week. Lying to himself, no big deal.
The one remaining IRS lien was satisfied in September, and there have been no further liens, at least none that are recorded. So that issue is kind of water under the bridge. But where we are, Stephen, is that the title for this property is held by Vested Funding LLC. I was looking at the Wyoming documents the other day.
But isn't he fucking himself with the IRS or everybody else by saying on a public live stream, I have to pay my mortgage for a company, for a home that he claims he transferred the title to some company?
Well, here's the thing. Just because he transferred title does not relieve him of his obligation with that deed of trust and the lender's mortgage.
To pay the mortgage, yeah.
So David Wilcock still has an obligation and is still paying a mortgage for a property, for a house that he lives in but does not own.
Wow. That's something else. That's shady.
Vested Funding LLC went defunct for a lack of a registered agent and for failure to pay taxes in Wyoming on the corporation. It went defunct in 2022. And Stephen, under Wyoming law, after 2 years, that corporation can no longer be reinstated. And it hasn't been reinstated. So that corporation is a dead zombie corporation.
So what happens to the title of his house then?
Technically, the corporation can still wind up. It can still do what's necessary to dispose of assets. But here's the thing.
So shady.
If David Wilcock was smart, he would figure out a way to get that title maybe back into his own name somehow. Maybe have the corporation wind up and dispose of that asset and transfer it to him. Because if for some reason he stops paying his mortgage, remember, he still has the mortgage obligation. Even though he doesn't have the house, he has the mortgage obligation. If for any reason he stops paying that lender, they're going to foreclose. Now, in Colorado, obviously that house is appreciated in value. If it sells, there's going to be a chunk of change. And obviously the
he's
mortgage...
going to lose all that gained equity.
Well,
he's going to lose all the gained equity because he doesn't own the title.
Correct. In Colorado, and I think in most states, and if not all states, I think this went to the Supreme Court actually, but in Colorado, obviously once the lien or the mortgage is satisfied, if the house is foreclosed on and gets sold, Once the lender and all the liens, if there are any liens, get paid off and satisfied, David, the owner that got foreclosed on, would be due whatever is left. And in David Wilcock's case, it might be $1 million or more.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, Stephen. He's not the owner anymore. Vested Funding LLC holds the title. So in theory, if that house was sold today and the obligations were fulfilled, the check, the remainder of what the house sold for, any money that was left over, would go to Vested Funding LLC, which is a dead, defunct Wyoming corporation.
So it would go nowhere. Yeah, he's going to lose all the appreciation on the property.
Potentially.
Amazing.
Now, again, the dead, defunct corporation can still wind up operations. It can still dispose of assets. But
I know in Pennsylvania, if you don't file your taxes on an LLC for 2 years in a row, they kill the entity. So I've always been very on top of that to make sure I file my taxes on time and whatever to keep my LLC active.
In Wyoming, even after it becomes inactive, there's still a 2-year period where you could reinstate it.
Well, here we're giving him free advice. You better do something here and transfer that shit back to you, dummy.
There's no advice because the 2 years is up, and that corporation, if you go to Wyoming, the Wyoming website clearly says that the corporation has reached the end of its life cycle. So it's never coming back.
Oh, wow. So that was a brilliant plan of his that didn't work out too well in the end, transferring that title.
It prevented the IRS from putting liens on it. And, he doesn't own the house, but he's clearly still living there.
Wow.
So
yeah, but I don't understand how that wouldn't be considered some form of evasion of debt or this is also shady.
It might putting the title. First of all, the mere fact that he put the title into someone else's name, and he didn't get prior permission from the lender, he's already in default.
Wow.
The lender simply hasn't enforced it because David Wilcock is probably paying his mortgage on time. So the lender doesn't care for one reason or another. They might in the future, who's to say?
Wow. Well, I guess to wrap up here, John, I wanted to see, do you want to see what some of the money that David Wilcock spent for his charity?
Yeah, let's take a look.
Oh, this is going to be good, John. I have been poring over 4 years of his charity finances, and there's a lot of red flags here. So we'll go through some of these red flags. And by the way, I swore off of spreadsheets at my last corporate accounting job. I said I'm never doing a spreadsheet again. I don't care. I'm just basically using Word document. I didn't want to do a spreadsheet. But all right, so wow, we could go through this pretty quickly. And this is total contributions, and he has to disclose this per IRS laws. So in 2018, for his charity, he took in $94,000 in charitable contributions. Then in 2019, he took in $35,000. In 2020, $20,000. 2021, $47,000. And this is the strangest thing. I don't know how you go from collecting $47,000 in 2021 in 2022, and I had to go through this and check this 3 times. He claims he only took in $10 worth of charitable donations. And another red flag to me, John, is how do you hit exactly $94,000 in charitable donations? Doesn't that seem like a red flag? Like it just so happened that you collected, and I could be wrong here, but he collected exactly $94,000 in charitable donations. I hope he has receipts.
We would have to see the checks. I mean,
yeah, we got to see the checks, David. And somehow we're supposed to believe that in 2022 he only took in $10. But here's where it gets crazy. Remember the slide or the clips that we played, John, where he said all of the equipment that you're seeing was purchased by the Wilcock Foundation. In 2018, he bought $6,650 worth of AV and production supplies. In 2019, he bought Okay, so I forgot. So in total, his total contributions $197,000 he's collected for his charity. So 2018, he spent $6,650 on AV and production supplies. In 2019, he spent $2,219. Somehow in 2020, he didn't spend any money on audio, video, or production supplies. In 2021, he spent $5,328, and in 2022, he spent $347, bringing a grand total. And remember, this is just audio, video, and production supplies. He bought $14,544 worth of audio, video, production supplies, which may be the 7 cameras and the computers and whatever else, microphones he uses to do these streams, allegedly bought from charitable donations. My favorite, though, John, was the meals and entertainment. In 2018, $3,973 in meals and entertainment. Remember, friends, he's buying all of this from charitable donations. People are donating this money for him to do charity with. Then in 2019, he spent $1,955. 2020, he went cheap and didn't spend any on meals and entertainment. 2021, $2,178. In 2022, again, very cheap, $99. But that means that he spent a total of $8,205 of the money people are donating for him to do charity with on meals and entertainment. John, I don't know. I'm very cheap. How long do you think it would take you to spend $8,200 on meals and entertainment?
I mean, I have to separate those things, right? Like meals would be one thing, entertainment would be something else. Because like I don't group those two things together. The reason that they're grouped together is because that's meals and entertainment that are supposed to be done, in accordance with the business of the charity.
So maybe he's buying, I guess we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. He bought $8,200 worth of meals and entertainment for potential donors. I mean, I guess if we're going to be fair.
For potential donors, in theory, like if him and his wife actually went down to some other country to help sloths, then on that trip, the meals and entertainment could be expensed as part of the charity.
All right, well, now let's get into software, though, John. Do you buy a lot of software?
I wouldn't say I buy a lot of software, but I've bought software.
Yeah, I've bought software too, but this software section of David Wilcock's charity funds is something else. In 2018, he spent $5,585. In 2019, he didn't buy any software. In 2020, he bought $364 in software. In 2021, he bought $3,418 worth of software. In 2022, he bought $889, meaning people are donating this money for him to do charity with, and he bought $10,256 worth of software. John, I got to tell you, I have a background in computer science. I know a lot about software. That is a mountain of software, or a mountain of, let's say, broadcast plugins for audio video software, or a mountain of video editing, or a mountain of, that is a lot of software, $10,000. And what troubles me and makes this a red flag for me, John, is I can't see that he's actually done any real charitable work that would require any software. Because essentially, these forms reveal that David Wilcock basically, he takes in $1 of charitable contributions, and then he gives 15 cents of that dollar to other charities, and then he spends the rest of the money on himself or all of these toys, it appears, allegedly. So why do you need $10,000 worth of software to take $1 in a charitable donation through PayPal and then give 15 cents to another charity? Is there any way that he can justify that expense? $10,000 worth of software.
I mean, what software do you need to build sloth bridges? Because that's, they allegedly said that their charity is going to help animals and whatnot. I mean,
yeah, and I put on the record, David Wilcock, show us how many sloths did you save with $200,000 worth of charitable donations? That's what you and your wife said you were going to do, help animals. And then supplies and office expenses. This is crazy. I worked in offices all my life, including I worked for a company called Penn Jersey Paper. That's right. It's kind of like Dunder Mifflin paper, That was my life for years. And anyway, he says in 2018 that he spent $10,461 on supplies and office expenses. And again, my question is, why do you need 10 grand worth of office supplies to just give 15 cents on the dollar that you've collected? 2019, $112, 2020, $97. And this is what's going to be a red flag, according to some accountants I talked to. Your expenses for your charity should be, unless you can explain it, more or less congruent from year to year, or similar from year to year, right? But it doesn't make any sense that he spent $10,000 one year and $97 another year, unless he's using the same supplies for 3-4 years. I don't get it.
And 2022 is a nice even number of 1,500. I don't know how.
How do you get to that nice even number? Yeah, I hope you have receipts for everything, David.
I mean,
for
it comes
2022.
down. Stephen, is a MacBook considered an office supply?
Oh no, that gets better. I got more for you. So let's go to the red flags first, and then we'll go to. So here's some red flags I noticed. In 2019, he claims that they spent $3,972 on machinery and equipment.
What machinery and equipment?
That could be MacBooks. That could be Mac Pros. He's always talking that he's got the latest, greatest M1 Macs, the Apple Silicon Mac that does all these great things. And my big question, and again, it's just a question. I'm not making accusations. I'm just questioning this. My big question is, did you buy computers that you're using to do your for-profit streams? Did you buy audio and video equipment to the tune of $14,000 and you're using some of that? He can't use any of that equipment to do his for-profit streams.
Remember, David Wilcock claims that his Severin cameras are the Black Magic cameras. And I just looked up the price of those things. They're like $1,000 to $2,000 a pop.
So isn't that funny? Like, look, let's look at that again. $14,000 on audio, video, and production supplies. That could be the 7 cameras. But also, he spent $10,000 on software. And again, John, he's not allowed to use any of that software to do his for-profit streams. It's totally illegal.
That's
totally
true.
illegal.
And all I can say is, the Shadow of Ezra slides aren't going to make themselves.
Red flags, too. Okay, so in 2021, he spent $7,769 on training. And again, what kind of training do you need to take $1 in a PayPal donation and give 15 cents to some other charity and keep 85 cents? So I don't understand it. But my favorite of these is in 2021, he claims he spent $7,482 for an email service provider. And I mean, I have a background in IT. I'm trying to figure this out. I'm like, how could you spend that much on an email service provider?
I think his website and his email is through GoDaddy, right? Like, there's no way he's spending that much through GoDaddy.
I don't believe so. So I think we're going to have to see an itemized breakdown of how you spent $7,482. We want to see receipts, David Wilcock. And what about training? How did you spend $7,769 on training? To do what?
Well, I mean, to be fair, if someone knows how to build sloth bridges and they know how to build really good sloth bridges, I could see that person charging David Wilcock that much money to teach them how to build.
Well, we just need to see the receipts, and then it's all okay, John.
Yeah, we would have. Yeah.
Also,
itemized receipts.
More red flags. In 2022, he claims that he spent $8,462 on contract labor, which is very vague. But what labor are you contracting if all you're doing is collect? Again, he's collecting $1. Then he takes 15 cents and he gives it, and then he keeps the rest.
Here's maybe what happened. Okay, they spent $7,769 for training to learn how to build the sloth bridges, and then they decided that they were lazy, so then they just contracted out someone else to build the sloth bridges.
Again, we're going to have to see some receipts. But here's where it gets crazy again, because remember, a business or a charity's expenses, in order to not raise red flags from an accounting perspective, have to be at least similar, unless you can explain why there's a glaring difference. So in 2021, he claims his email service provider cost $7,482, but then in 2022, his email service provider for the charity was only $1,188. This is crazy. Like, even I try to justify it. I'm like, well, maybe he's using some kind of email marketing service, but MailChimp is $20 a month. That's $240 a year. And most of those email marketing companies are $20 or $50 a month. They're not $7,000 a month. That's crazy. And next, another red flag. In 2018, David Wilcock donated $2,247 from his for-profit company to his own charity, which would mean what, John? That he got a tax break on that 20 grand?
Yeah, that would effectively mean that, yeah, if his for-profit company donated that to the charity, then it could be a tax deduction.
And then in 2019, his for-profit company donated $33,246 to his charity. Wow. And then we'll go to the charitable donations. So what we find out is in 2018, they gave zero to charity. They collected, what did they collect the first year? The first year they collected $94,000 and they gave zero of it to charity.
Well, you know, here's a question that should be asked. Back on those Divine Cosmos contributions, why did those end in 2019? I'm gonna send you why I think they ended, Stephen. I'm gonna put it in our chat.
LLC is gone. Yes, his LLC is defunct.
So I just sent you the link if you want to bring it up.
Yes, absolutely. 1 second. Let me go to the private chat here. Let me get that here, and we'll share this. I will share this tab. It's a PO box, so it's okay to share.
So this is apparently the only corporate entity that David Wilcock was associated with in Colorado, aside from his charity. And you can see in 2019 it became defunct.
Well, that's not Divine Cosmos LLC, though. He might have another one registered in Las Vegas or something. In fairness to him.
But I mean, it's almost too much of a coincidence. But you want to see something interesting? If you look down at the bottom, there's a home company. Click on that link.
Seven Sisters Healing Arts.
Right, and this is in Arizona. So this is basically the same name company in Arizona, and technically you have to log into this website to see who the officers are. It says that there's 2 officers available. I'll do you guys a favor and tell you that it's Beth.
It's Beth and him.
It's Beth.
Oh, that's great. That's great. Well, let's go back to this charity and see. So essentially, in 2018 he gave zero in charitable donations, and near as I can tell, there's no charitable work being done except he takes in this money and then he gives a little slice of it to some other charities. And I don't even believe he did this. I want to see the receipts. But in 2019, he claims he gave $19,850 to other charities. In 2020, he claims he gave $7,026. And in 2021, he only gave $292. And look at this. In 2021, they collected $47,000. So in some years, he's given like a tiny, tiny slice of the money that he collected. $292 after he collected almost $50K. And in 2022, this is another weird red flag. In 2022, he claims he only took in $10 for the charity and charitable donations. And yet he gave out $4,990. So basically, that means that he we'll see this. We'll do it this way. Total contributions, $197,000, $197.58. And so they gave $32,000 away of the almost $200,000, which means it's like 15 cents on the dollar that he's giving away to other charities, and he's keeping 85% of the money for himself. But it gets even better, John, because in the charity forms, let me fix that. In the charity forms, it seems like he's also taking out $30,000 lines of credit on the charity, and he's taking out credit card debt on the charity.
And what's he incurring the debt for? That's really the big question.
I don't know. I don't know, but this charity is very shady, and all I have to say to David Wilcock is show us the receipts, explain this shit. And by the way, on the record, I want to put it on the record. I'm not making any allegations or accusations. I'm just saying from my experience, 20 years in corporate America, in accounting, I was a corporate credit analyst. There's red flags all over this thing, but I'm not an IRS agent. I don't know what is the standards that they require. I think they're pretty lax on charities, right?
His charity, like you've looked at the forms, right? Even as far as the most recent forms, the charity still has cash, right?
Apparently.
It still has cash. It hasn't spent all its cash that it's ever gotten. It still has a cash balance. So, and I think it's thousands of dollars.
Yeah, so why would you take out a $30,000 line of credit or take out credit cards to the tune of thousands of dollars if you've got cash on hand? Exactly. It's very shady. And in those clips we saw, he said that they're under the supervision of a CPA. I don't think any CPA would let him file forms like this. This is totally done. It looks like somebody that knows nothing about accounting filled these forms out.
Those are further questions. Those are further questions.
We're going to need to see receipts. But just to be clear, I'm not making any allegations or, all I'm saying is I would strongly advise people against donating to his charity based on the public filings. Because, listen, if you want to donate to some sloth organization to help animals, just give the money to them. Don't give it to him so he slices off 85 cents and gives them 15 cents. It doesn't,
I mean, I want to know what email provider charged him $7,000. That's what I want to know.
I know. All I can say about this charity to David Wilcock is, gotcha, bitch. And, he can call me a Satan-worshipping pedophile, John, which he's called you as well, I think.
No, he said that I hate Christians because my middle name is Christian.
Okay, yeah, okay. But he did compare you to child predator somehow. I don't know.
Yeah, Macario,
yeah. Oh, Macario, he did that too. Okay, besides me, but he never addresses the problems. And look, if he's not doing anything wrong, just listen. David Wilcock, go on a live stream and show us the receipts for the 7 cameras that you're using and the canceled checks or the payment forms, so that we know you didn't pay for those 7 cameras you're using out of charitable donations. Then show us all the software that you're using for your for-profit streams. Show us the receipts of purchase and the proof of payment, so that we know you didn't use charity money to buy any of that software you're using. Show us the equipment. You say you spent $4,000 in equipment. Is that a MacBook Pro and a Mac Pro? Or a Mac Studio or whatever. I'm not a Mac guy. He is. I think he should be able to show all these receipts and say, no, I bought 7 cameras for the charity streams. And by the way, that's another thing. Where are the free streams, David? Post the links to the free streams that you did. He bought tens of thousands of dollars worth of software and cameras and microphones and computers and thousands of dollars of office supplies. He should be able to show us a second set of receipts for 7 cameras and software and computers that he uses for his for-profit streams. And if he can't, I'm going to say that there's a reason that he can't, John.
Well, remember, a free stream, that's really a misnomer. Just because you can go and watch his streams and as a viewer you don't have to pay anything doesn't mean he's not making money.
It's a for-profit stream. If it's monetized and there's ads on it, he's getting the ad revenue. He's getting the ad revenue.
He's got the ads turned all the way up, and people constantly are in his chat saying less ads, please, because the ads just get in the way.
Yeah, well, there's a slider. I keep mine at medium, and people still complain to me. I might track them back to minimal because people don't like it, But Stephen,
David says that he does that for protection. He has the ads turned on for protection.
It makes no sense. We want to thank Ted Rudolph for a kind and generous $5 super chat. Says, always fun to watch these grifters. Sneed, Steve. Yes, thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. And we thank Amy WC for a kind of generous $10 super chat who says appreciate you. Well, we appreciate you. Thanks for appreciating us. And here's Mike Larry. We're gonna hit. We might hit our goal. The goal for tonight is 50 gifted subs. Mike Larry gifted 10 Truth Seekers membership, and that means Critically Morbid got a free membership from Mike Larry. Mick Mack got a free membership. Reed Buss got a free membership. James Rochel's got a free membership. Crunchy 9000 was gifted a membership. Patty Prescott gifted a membership. We have what is that? Purge Eel Goblins. Okay, and Gazette.
Purge all goblins.
Purge all goblins. Okay, I'm sorry. You know, I'm half blind. You guys with these weird names, but that's a good name, actually. Purge all goblins. Gazette became a Praise the Cash member, and so did /GIB. So we need 40 more gifted memberships to hit tonight's goal. But we thank you all for your kindness, generosity, and support. Plan D, longtime show supporter, says, awesome adventures only here tonight on Truth Seekers. Absolutely. So, John, I've heard that David Wilcock canceled tomorrow's stream because he hurt his widow ankle or something. Is that true?
That's what I've heard.
Okay,
his ankle, and he's walking around on crutches, is what I've heard.
David Wilcock ought to be careful who he calls for advice and blabbers to, because it would appear, John, that some of his so-called friends are not his friends. And I'm here to tell you that I don't think he canceled that stream because of his ankle. I'm entitled to my belief. I think he canceled his stream because he doesn't know how he's going to use 7 cameras without proving that he bought them with, non-charitable money. Gotcha, bitch.
I mean, again, I looked at those black magic camera prices, and I mean, they're thousands of dollars. He got 7 of them.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I don't know. I have multiple cameras, John, but all of mine are like, Logitechs. They're like $115 or so,
And he's got like HDMI to SDI converters. He's got like a sort of homebrew prosumer, set up in his house.
I think it's overkill. I think it's overkill for live streaming personally, but
I mean, it makes it. The cameras do come across very good quality. And they come across such good quality that you can see like all the imperfections in David Wilcock's appearance.
Yeah, well, that's why I like the cheap cameras, because I become more handsome with the little blur, So it's not. Well, the other thing is,
you can see how droopy his eyes are, and you can see his hairline receding.
I mean, pimple every pore, his hairline, and God forbid when he bent. Remember when he bent over that time? You can see his bald ass head. It's the whole top of his head is all bald as shit. Yeah, that ain't coming back.
Remember when he had like that sty on his eye, and you could see all that? It was kind of you could see it all in high definition with the black magic cameras.
Kevin Alt says, I bet he takes credit for fake alien invasion. I can imagine that. Welcome to the show says, the most expensive and editing software I can find online is $600. Yeah, how did he spend tens of thousands of dollars worth of all this equipment? And this is the arrogance, though, of him. I think that he's so narcissistic that he's just like, yeah, I can have a charity and people can give me all this free money and I can buy all the toys I want and use them however I want. And I'm here to tell you that that's not the case. And he's going to have a real problem doing these live streams unless he can prove where all that equipment came from and that he's not using any of the stuff he bought with the charity money. And, everybody's got canceled checks or proof of purchase, Like my wife's an accountant, John. If I asked her, can you get me the receipt for the Logitech webcam that I bought 3 years ago and the proof of payment, she'd get it. It might take her, a little bit, but she'd get it.
Even if he
I don't think
receipts,
I don't think he's that
receipts, he has bank statements, right? He's got to have bank statements.
Yeah, and you can go to your bank and get them. So there's no excuse, David Wilcock. On your next live stream, you got some splaining to do, bro. Because, maybe you shouldn't go around calling reporters child predators and calling reporters Satan worshipers and saying reporters got you swatted. Because all that did, John, is made me dig a little deeper. That's the sad part. He weaponized me. He weaponized me against him because, of course, I'm going to hold. I said I forgave him, and largely I have, but I still think it's in the public's best interest. I don't want anybody donating money to him or feeling sorry for him. And oh, by the way, that other thing, he's giving a friend of his $3,000 a month from the charity's money. You can't do that. You can't.
Is he giving the friend money, or is he paying for medical expenses?
Well, we're going to need to see receipts for that too, John. We're going to do a full audit. That's what we want. He can send the receipts to truthseekershow@gmail.com. And by the way, if I'm wrong, I'll apologize. I'll show all his receipts live on my show. And he better have receipts for 14 of those cameras because he was using 7 of them, he said, for the charity. But then that's another thing. Where's all the free videos that he said that he's made? He said that the charity's money is enabling him to make these videos. But then the videos are monetized.
The videos are on his YouTube. They've been on his YouTube for years. Those videos.
They're the monetized ones, though. That you can't do that. You can't use charity money to buy tens of thousands of dollars worth of software equipment and then use them for for-profit videos and just say, this video was sponsored by.
Right, but who has the authority to do anything about it? The IRS, the tax agencies.
Well, somebody
they would have to look into it.
I'm not reporting him, but I hear that other people are pissed, and somebody else may, but I think he's got enough problems though, John, and like a few more, and he's going to be pushed into a rubber room. Like we're getting a rubber room, time for a new jacket for David Wilcock kind of territory.
Yeah, I gotta say, based on Stavati's actions this week and David Wilcock's declining or suspicious behavior for the last year, David Wilcock may reach financial insolvency before he can ever get into a rubber room. and he talks about this himself.
Well, his parents have money, so they'll pay for the mental ward they put in.
Yeah, but can his parents pay for a $6,200 a month mortgage?
Oh, yeah, that's one of those problems.
I mean, that's a big mortgage, man. And remember, he's paying this mortgage on a house that he doesn't personally have title to.
Oh, this whole thing, from the beginning of tonight's broadcast, John, to right now, it just shows this pattern of super shady financial dealings. And it seems like, and he gets upset that people call Stavati a scam. The investor called them a Ponzi scheme and investment scam in the court documents. They're doing all this shady shit. They're offering to sell people guided missiles without any licensing. And then we've got David Wilcock's charity. It's also shady. It's also shady looking.
So I should mention that, before tonight's live stream, the Hidden and Played Sight podcast had a live stream. And on that live stream, Brandon pretended to be an African warlord and called Stavati at the number on this Black Friday ad and left a voicemail asking if he could buy any munitions.
Didn't you say he said he
wants to invade a country to the south of him, so he inquired about grad rockets or something.
Oh no, you can't do that, right? Oh,
I mean, he got voicemail, so who's to say what will happen? Again, in my opinion, they can't make any of that stuff. This is a desperate attempt to get some money because they need money. Because they have the Dimitrov lawsuit.
Stop banging. The audio files will bitch.
They have the Dimitrov lawsuit. They have a judgment hanging over their heads from Ferguson Electric. They have the Davis Ulmer judicial foreclosure. And then they also have the mortgage, and the creditor on that mortgage wants their money too. And remember, the mortgage, the principal is only listed, right, at $650,000. We don't know what the interest or the profit participation of the finance charges are. So, their mortgage with all the liens that existing is a little bit over $1 million. It's like $1,050,000, but it could be way more than that if there is a substantial finance charges or interest rate on that mortgage, and that mortgage hasn't been satisfied. It is still due. So they have all these debts hanging over their head. They've pushed it out as much as they possibly can. Eventually, if you keep kicking the rock down the road, you're gonna find a dead end. The bills are gonna come due.
Well, one of the things that's totally fascinating to me is that every time I think that this whole thing can't get any shadier or weirder, I just dig a little bit deeper and then it does. It's like, it's just, and the fact that he's doing weekly live streams going, well, we're getting financed any day. We can play Macario's clips. There's like 20 minutes of him saying, next week we're
Yeah.
getting financed. Because what company is investing in them with all the shady shit they have going on? And they haven't produced a product in 30 years.
Remember, they filed a form with the SEC this week that claims that they got 9 investors who have bought $80,000 worth of equity from them.
Wow.
So they have privately placed them. So they have gotten, allegedly, some investors this month.
Well, they claim they have. I still wouldn't believe it until I seen receipts.
Correct. And I'm like you. I keep finding new stuff on Stavati and Wilcock, specifically Stavati, all the time. I haven't come out of this rabbit hole. It's been almost a year and a half. You know that.
I know. Yeah, and for those that are aware, that's how I met John, because he found my show and he started messaging me like, did you know this? Did you know this? And I was looking into some of this. But thanks to John, I gave him Stavati. I'm like, go, dude. You dig it all up. I'll share it on my show. It's so thank you for all your help. Because but David Wilcock says that he's only got one detractor, one critic.
I like how this Al Gore left a comment. What kind of aerospace company runs a Black Friday sale? Actually, what kind of aerospace company runs a Black Friday sale selling munitions that they don't have an FFL license for and telling you to contact them on WhatsApp? That's really what we're looking at here.
Isn't WhatsApp like used by terrorists to buy
exactly drug dealers, terrorists
use
really
that
funny.
to buy they use that to buy explosives on the black market, don't they? And detonators and shit.
It's not a good look at all. And remember, they put this on their social media. They put this on their X account, their Facebook account, and their public website.
I want to call the ATF and let them know that that's happening. You know, there was a time when I would call up Stavati and say, and I would ask him, like, why are you offering to sell these weapons when you don't have an, FAA license or ATF license? But given the fact that David Wilcock is interpreting a phone call as stalking, harassment, threatening, intimidation, I'm not calling Stavati again.
Well, at this point, I have almost 20 hours of telephone calls with people who are in Stavati, people who used to be in Stavati, and people who do business with the company or who are adjacent to the company. So I've had a lot of success calling people, but that's because, Stephen, I've taken a totally different strategy than you. When you call them, you call their main number and you talk to Beskar. I have never done that. I have never talked to Beskar.
You're calling the other guys, right?
Yeah, I'm calling everyone else or emailing and texting everyone else.
And
I haven't talked to Beskar.
David Wilcock, you dumbass. Even people that are working for that company or directly involved are spilling the beans because I think they know it's like shady. So they're talking to reporters, David Wilcock. What are you going to do when it all comes crashing down? What's your prediction, John? How long until that hangar is foreclosed on completely and they don't own it anymore and the whole charade comes crashing down?
It really depends.
Another year?
I don't. It's hard to say, but I don't know if it can go another year because their creditors are breathing down their neck. I mean, look what they're doing, Stephen. This Black Friday ad is pure desperation. They're selling munitions and bombs and grad rockets, and they don't have a license for any of it. So they're so desperate that this is where we are. If they thought they could go another year, would we see a Black Friday ad like this? I don't.
I don't think they're going to make it another year. I think that somebody's getting. But
I mean,
do you think anybody's going to be criminally prosecuted, or is this just going to end and then nobody gets their money? The investors all get screwed, the creditors all get screwed, the mortgage company gets screwed, everybody gets screwed, and they just skate off like, oh, white collar crime. We're not going to pursue it, right?
Well, I mean, I don't know if you can call selling munitions legally white-collar crime.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
And as far as criminal prosecution, law enforcement would have to be interested in this.
But this just shows you how fake this company is, John, because no reputable company would make such a stupid mistake. It's like they're just trying to pretend. It's like they're playing G.I. Joe when they're 10 years old,
Remember, Stavati is a tale of two Stavatis. before 2019 and Wilcock's money got involved, who knew about Stavati? Nobody. Nobody knew about Stavati. Would you know about Stavati if it wasn't for David Wilcock?
No, probably not.
I wouldn't.
No.
I probably wouldn't know about Stavati if it wasn't for David Wilcock. So this company was obscure, and obscure companies can fake it until they make it, or at least some of them think that they can do that. Stavati's problem is that David Wilcock brought a lot of media publicity exposure and a good chunk of money into the company. That money has mostly been exhausted, and at this point, the exposure that David Wilcock has brought to this company is bringing them nothing but nightmares.
I think that you're right. And people are saying that the money is being used to buy cucumbers, John. That's where all the money's going. The cucumber conspiracy. This whole thing is just getting stupider and stupider, but I'm here for it.
I forgot to mention earlier, Beth has those 3 videos, but Stephen, she's written books. I've sent you clips pages from some of the books.
I'm going to share some of that.
Stephen, Are you sure you want to share?
Not tonight. I have to redact some things. I saw
some things. Stephen, you'd have to redact like almost the whole page.
Yeah, and of course, you gotta love that. Like, people are speculating that David Wilcock's wife left him for a cucumber because there's various reports that he could never make her come, and he himself said he gets sick when he's trying to get intimate with a woman. So, kind of makes sense,
He's now said multiple times. He said multiple times he thinks his next girlfriend or partner
is going to be an
alien girlfriend.
Yeah. But hey, listen, I'm here to tell you, if a woman is a woman, I don't care if she's an alien woman, they like to come. And if you can't make that happen, you're off the list, right?
Well, isn't it? Do you know who Simon Parks is?
Oh, yeah.
Simon Parks claims that he
had sex with a cat queen alien.
A cat woman, and they produced a hybrid offspring, and he claims that his wife struggled with it initially, but now she's okay with it.
Oh, don't worry about that. Polyrhythm says, I apologize for not being able to donate to your stream. I'm on disability and truly cannot afford it. I could live off one of David's camera rigs to see me through 1 year. Yeah, no worries. Those who can do and those who can't, that's what the others are providing,
Hey, did you read my my latest Substack article on the Stavati laser rifle?
Why don't you send it to me again and we'll share it.
It's on my Substack. It's on my Substack.
Oh, you did send it to me. 1 second. Yeah, I was going to read that if you weren't here, but considering that you're here, let's go. Let me go and find that. Laser rifle design a hoax.
Well,
oh no, that's military.com. I'm trying to find the Substack.
Let me send it to you. I'll just send it to you. Okay, I just sent it to you.
Okay, let me get that, and we'll talk about that. Yeah, because this shows that they have a history. This right here, this work that you did shows that they have a history of just deceptive practices, right? Like, just totally deceptive practices. Stavati Research Crumbs, the Stavati laser rifle.
If you want to share it, you can.
Yeah,
just share it on screen.
I'm going to do that. 1 second. This software is a little slower than our last one here, so we got to do that. And there we go. Yeah, we'll go through this because this is gold as well. In my previous article covering Stavati in the 1990s, I left out a curious topic to be covered in its own article. Towards the end of the 90s, on July 2nd, 1999, Stavati submitted a written proposal pursuant to a set of published U.S. Army objectives. The objectives called LFLAN, Light Fighter Lethality After Next, are related to the Army's close combat armament systems and are typical of the military practice where they publish conceptual goals for changing its weapons and tactics. Many times these goals' objectives are not followed up by more formalized program phases, which lead to requests for information or requests for proposals, as the military attempts to solicit commercial interest from military and industry players. In this instance, the process does not seem to have gone past the phase of mere ideas. But nonetheless, Stavati's proposal pursuant to Elfland is codified in a white paper detailing what has since become better known as an obscure internet hoax, the Stavati laser rifle. The Stavati laser rifle, properly called the Stavati Tactical Infantry System, gas dynamic laser weapon system, is Stavati's proposal for next generation laser weapon pursuant to the objections of Elfland. The rifle design seems to utilize a trimix of several different gases, namely CO2, nitrogen, and a small amount of helium. These gases are stored in a gas reservoir, heated by, this is where it gets stupid, John, heated by polonium-210, a highly radioactive isotope that is toxic to humans. Polonium-210 has a half-life of less than 5 months, meaning that the radioactive material would have to be replaced, recharged on a fairly regular basis. A maintenance task that seems dangerously risky. Regardless of radioactive danger, the design proposes to produce a 10.6 micrometer wavelength laser that can put out almost 2 kilowatts of energy on target. Perhaps the most incredulous metric proposed is that the effective range of the weapon estimated at over 1,500 meters. Difficult to imagine how this weapon could be used at such a distance considering the curvature of the Earth and the fact that the weapon, as listed, is equipped with only iron sights. Modern firearm optics may help out in this regard. Stavati claims that the weapon system is fully compatible with existing training techniques, but this is hardly believable since trained shooters well know that conventional bullet projectiles do not travel in straight lines. Laser light, unless bend it, diffract it, travels in a straight line, a quality enjoyed by conventional applications such as construction and moon measurements. Users of TIS-1 would, in all likelihood, require specialized training. So basically, he's saying that this thing is nuclear powered, right?
Right. It uses an isotope to heat the gas reservoir. Keep reading. It gets better. I go into a little bit more.
Stavati's DS1 white paper goes into detail of the proposal, noting that the weapon system would be heavier than modern conventional rifles like the M4. Stavati claims the TIS-1 proposal is compatible with the statement of work listed in the Elfland objectives, including delivered components between the years 2020 and 2025. Oh, that's already passed us by just about. In the current year 2024, nearing the new year 2025, these details seem quaint, if not pure wishful thinking. Stavati suggests the possibility of bending the laser while en route to the designated target, but gives no basis for how this might be done. Yeah, we're just going to bend a 2 kilowatt laser, John. Stavati even suggests that their laser weapon will overcome straight laser limitations against moving targets by engaging them in a near instantaneous time frame. Hardly a convincing argument. The third page of the white paper continues detailing the system. Stavati describes the use of polonium-210 in the weapon system. They're going to use nuclear fuel, but doesn't go into the details about what might happen if the radioactive isotope is exposed outside of the gas reservoir. An obvious practical consideration. They're just going to kill motherfuckers using this laser rifle. Oh my God. All right. They're going to kill motherfuckers.
It gets better. It gets better.
The gas reservoir is pressurized, and the white paper gives no details regarding the situation involving catastrophic or otherwise pressure failure of the reservoir. Stavati does admit that polonium-210 has a half-life of 138 days and will require replacement after approximately 60 days of use. It is difficult to imagine how this will be workable on a modern battlefield without extensive and well-developed supply lines in the field. So they're just going to have trucks full of radioactive, deadly shit. Oh my God. Stavati highlights how the design as proposed would have a much greater range than a conventional M4, but conveniently omits that statistically most combat firefights happen within 100 meters. Page 4 of the white paper goes into the technical details of the weapon system mechanisms, while page 5, Stavati details challenges and risks of the system. Some of the design hurdles listed include the amount of heat generated by the weapon and the recoil force of approximately 90 pounds, making the weapon seem impractical. A few years after Stavati published this paper, with no indication that the design ever moved past these 5 pages, the idea had become a subject of ridicule. An article in 2003 by the website Defense Review briefly details the idea. An article on military.com published shortly after straight up calls the laser rifle a hoax. noting that Stavati was first interested in producing musical instruments and also mocking Stavati's CEO Chris Pescar's alleged involvement in space fighters.
Space fighters.
Space fighters. Not one, but two internet forums contain threads lambasting the Stavati laser rifle as a hoax. But perhaps
Here's the best part.
But perhaps the most incredible result of the Stavati laser rifle years later is the fact that the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office has issued not one but two patents which explicitly cite the laser rifle.
So these are real patents issued by the patent office that cite this white paper that has never become anything other than 5 pages.
Wow. Without criticizing this patent in detail, it doesn't seem to be a laser rifle, but rather a target marking system using a gas component.
That's the first patent. The second patent is clearly a laser rifle.
The second patent, awarded with one of the inventors from the earlier patent, also cites Stavati's white paper under other publications. Unlike the earlier patent, this one is obviously a laser rifle. Unlike Stavati's proposal utilizing a gas mix reservoir, this design suggests ammunition cartridges containing a mix of gases. In the case of the other patent, it is uncertain why the inventor would think that Stavati's white paper is prior art. While these patents might reveal novel ideas in their own way, it's difficult to imagine how they can improve upon something which has never existed. There is no patent for Stavati's laser rifle, and there is no evidence for even the mere concept outside of the 5-page white paper, much less any evidence for genuine effort by Stavati or anyone else to develop or produce the system, or even prove that it is technically feasible. Perhaps the filer of the patent applications or the patent examiner thoughtfully considered Stavati's white paper and decided that quantity was more important than quality when listing their citations. Without going into dialogue about the problems and questions surrounding the USPTO and the U.S. patent law, it seems like there is a low standard for considerations of new ideas or ideas which improve upon existing ideas. In any case, there is no evidence this laser rifle is anything more than a paper idea. The inventor's wife, Susan Howard Walter, is the CEO and co-founder of a company called LaserMax, which produces laser targeting solutions, but these products seem like conventional laser targeting devices which have existed for modern firearms for decades. There is no laser rifle product there, and in all likelihood, Walter's laser rifle patent and Stavati's laser rifle exist only as ideas that will likely never come to fruition. Hoaxes or creative pipe dreams, these laser rifles have yet to see the light of day. And there we have it. Like, that's another stupid hoax that they've, and isn't David Wilcock talking about, this jet fighter will have these laser weapons, so you won't need bullets.
In his most recent live stream, David Wilcock claims that the SM-39, the monster-looking airplane that he always holds the 3D printed version of in his live streams.
Yeah, it looks like a G.I. Joe toy. Cobra! It's all black.
He claims that Stavati can equip that with a gas dynamic laser weapon. Just like the one that we just saw that was nothing more than 5 pages of nothing.
Well, come on. If you're going to pretend that you have space planes, why not pretend that you got laser weapons too, right?
Again, it's just funny because it says the polonium has to be changed out every 60 days. Like that's a major bottleneck.
Anything radioactive is a problem. You can't just hand a bunch. Imagine, and then really, let's just spitball this out, John. Imagine you have a platoon. I don't know how many's in a platoon. I'm not a military guy, but imagine you have, let's say, 300 18 to 20-year-old kids, right? And you're just going to put them out on the battlefield with this highly radioactive shit, and then they have to change it every 60 days, dude.
And don't forget, the weapon has a recoil of 90 pounds, so it's not really even practical. But, the weapons have some... There are things like tritium. Like, a lot of firearms have tritium iron sights so that you can make a glow in the dark, so you can see in the dark. But they're just the iron sights. They're not required for operation of the weapon. And tritium has a half-life of...
Shut up, John. It can do 1,500 meters. It can shoot beyond the horizon.
Yeah, in a straight line.
A straight line, yeah. Why not?
Straight line.
Why not?
I mean, And they claim that you don't need any. It's compatible with existing training. Like seriously.
We want to thank Double Tap Ranger Outdoors for a kind and generous $27.99 Canadian. Thanks for your work, bro. As a vet, I appreciate your dog on a bone channel. Well, thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. It is much, much appreciated. Eric Jimenez with a kind and generous $1.99. He's playing too much Warhammer 40K. Yeah, they got laser weapons in that game, right?
Well, they didn't have. This was 1999. I don't think they had Warhammer 40K back then. They had Warcraft too.
Oh God. Yeah, Pathfinder says that laser rifle is polonium powered. It's polonium powered, John. Yeah, and I remember this hoax though. So I did hear about Stavati before Wilcock got involved, because I remember people, or maybe I found this situation after Wilcock started talking about them. I think I did, and that was in one of my first reports about them, is that they have a history of just making shit up, because on their website, they claimed that they were developing laser weapons for the United States Army. But then after they started getting lambasted, they took that off their website. So what does that tell you? They know it's fake, I think.
I mean, they admit themselves that the weapon is... They have logistical issues with the design. Like they even say in the white paper, I didn't mention this in my article, but it says in the white paper that they wouldn't even know where to get enough polonium-210 to make a substantial amount of these laser rifles. So if you can't even get polonium-210, then the idea is dead in the water. It's dead on arrival.
And short fitted sheet, you can send me that on Twitter. That'll be fine. A lot of new UFO videos lately, but most of them are garbage. The latest big thing everybody got excited about turned out to be just reflections, basically Christmas lights reflecting in the clouds. Very high power
lens flare.
Lens flare, whatever. Yeah. Well, I don't know where this is going, John. I just it's like a bad soap opera. Like you can't not see the next episode, right?
Yeah, and
there's just so much shady shit. It's like what are these idiots going to do next? Pushing their fake shit.
It's only going to get more dramatic as time goes on because, as you're well aware of, Stephen, like I've basically just dropping crumbs. I haven't even given people the steak yet. We haven't really even dived into Stavati's corporate structure, what they're tied to, and some of the more controversial things that I've uncovered in my research. You've seen a small portion of it.
And I got to tell you, I can't wait for that book. Yeah, friends, if you think the stuff that John has shown so far is shady, wait till you see this other stuff that he doesn't want to... You kind of want to get to an outcome, though, like the company coming crashing down before the book, right?
I mean, what I want and what happens might be two different things, but I am waiting for their issues with their creditors to get sussed out. And how that affects their only real property, and in light of these two things, whether they'll declare bankruptcy. That's kind of what I'm wearing.
Yeah, and one thing I left out, I was going to play it in the beginning, but I don't want to make you wait too long. Is besides Stavati having a history of hoaxes and fake shit, of course David Wilcock does. Do you remember the one time when he was showing these coins on his stream and he was claiming that he got them in secret briefings?
You mean the challenge coins that
anybody can buy on eBay? Yes, the challenge coins, yes. And then what I found out is anybody could buy them on Amazon or eBay. But let's share with our audience just so that they know, both Stavati and David Wilcock have a history of just bragging over sensationalized evidence-free claims, and I think just making up fake shit. Here's David Wilcock claiming that he got these coins in top secret classified briefings. And then I want to talk about the claims he's made about Stavati dropping classified information in his $333 courses, which would be highly illegal. But let's just take a dunk on him because this is another gotcha bitch. He's claiming that these coins, you can only get them from, top secret. And then I found them on Amazon. Let's take a look, friends.
So this is also why, please, nobody should ever come to my house. And it just happened again this past week. And I typically call it a stalker incident when it does. I have no trespassing signs up. It is illegal when you post no trespassing signs on private property, it is illegal to cross them, regardless of whether you think you found something and you think it's the right address.
Like a box of dildos buried.
I have been told to expect that somebody would come and that it would be an operation and that it would not be what it looks like. So I have to assume if anybody shows up at my house that it's highly threatening. I've had multiple briefings about this. I am not allowed to ignore it. Okay? And if you don't believe that I've had multiple briefings as if I need to do this, but okay, look, what do we got right here? We got two challenge coins. One of these is from an Army general. Let's see if I can get that in focus. Yeah, there it is.
One of them's from eBay, one of them's from Amazon.
This is an Iron Eagle. Okay, so you can't get coins like these from people unless this guy's a general and this guy's a colonel in the Navy.
100% false.
Okay? Or Air Force, rather. Wait a minute, this is Navy. I got to get this right. Air Force colonel. I'm so sorry.
He don't know who gave him the briefings.
Anyway.
Or the coins.
That's the kind of stuff that happens when you talk to real insiders. They give you challenge coins. We're going to start making our own here pretty quick. Stavati challenge coins. But this is not fake. And so, again, the insiders have told me that I have to suspect that if anybody comes here that it's a murder, actually. And so please do not come to my house. You will be considered a security threat, and I have to deal with it as such. So I'm not going to be happy. I'm not going to be excited. I'm not going to be thrilled about it. I have to assume that this is a subterfuge of some kind. So I'm going to try to do more events, and I want to speak to you one-on-one like this, but please don't try to have in-person contact. I haven't had anybody here, not my family, not friends, no romance. Okay, so I'm not looking for anybody to come and move in or hang out or show up. This is what you get right now, and I'm sorry if you want more, but that's what we got. If you want to do more with me, you can apply for a job with the company because we're going to be hiring a lot of people.
Oh, sure they are. So I love how he has to say that these are not fake. And then, and listen, as soon as I saw them, I immediately, John, my father was a military kind of historian, kind of a guy. Like, he made us go to Gettysburg every year. And, you know, I've been to a lot of military bases that have gift shops for air shows. And I immediately looked at those coins and I said, you can get them in like gift shops and shit. So I looked on Amazon and then we bought them. Before broadcast, I was able to buy one and one got delivered, but we found them both. And for him to claim that these are military, you only get these when you're getting top secret briefings, it's just so stupid, right?
Yeah, I mean, he didn't even sound sure himself.
He didn't know who get what. This one came from a general. Oh, wait, this is a Navy one. Like, he doesn't even know who gave him the top secret briefings. And then the final point I wanted to make is that Macario, I think, is on the case getting the clips, but like David Wilcock has basically said on a public live stream that Christopher Beskar has dropped classified information in one of his behind the paywall courses. That's a problem, David Wilcock, because if he did drop classified information, somebody's getting arrested for the Espionage Act.
We showed that clip the last time I was on.
Yeah. And
where David Wilcock goes, David Wilcock basically says where he'll be dropping all of this classified stuff. Really?
Yeah.
So either he's bull and he's not in a classified program, in which case it's a deception, or if he is in a classified program dropping classified stuff, he's violating the Espionage Act.
Either way, somebody should go to prison. Because if he's lying about that in order to make people pay $333 for a course because they're hoping they're getting classified intel, and then there is no classified intel, then that's a form of consumer fraud, in my opinion.
Stephen, have you gone to his website, thedisclosure.com, and actually looked at what he's selling and what he says is included there?
Oh,
He claims they're selling Salvatore Pais's secrets, finding Sasquatch, the secrets of anti-gravity. As we've already proven, that stuff appears to be bogus. People who took his previous anti-gravity course in 2021,
they said it was bullshit.
They said it was BS. So
yeah, and by the way, that guy from Falcon. He and I got off to a rocky start, but I think we're okay now. He's very talented, very talented scientists. I'll just leave it at that. And we'll check out David Wilcock's The Disclosure. Look at this. What great marketing. The Disclosure 21 course, 25 hours of video, plus revealing anti-gravity, free energy, and esoteric technology and advanced science. So real scientists, including alien scientist Jeremy Rise and Mark, I think it's Mark from Falcon Space, said that the course was a cobbled together bunch of bullshit from the internet that anybody could find on the internet. There was no anything, And also, David Wilcock says, in the lead up to this course, I remember specifically, he says, if you take my course, I'm going to share all the secrets of anti-gravity and free energy, and then you'll be able to do it too. So that's a problem because nobody's been able to do it, John. And then the Michael prophecies, bullshit. Sacred science of the Michael prophecies.
Yeah, but scroll down. They actually give you like a syllabus and what's included here.
History of Beskar, the new insider, and his
so
private aerospace.
This is from his 2021 course, right?
Yes.
So he's telling you back when Beskar was called Ben, and actually on David Wilcock's Divine Cosmos website, before he was called Ben, he referred to Beskar as Mark.
Yeah.
So Beskar's had several code names.
And then we have anti-gravity, free energy, and other tech secrets. But we know from real scientists that looked at that course that there was no real tech secrets. It was just shit from the internet that anybody can find on the internet. Week
and
3, working anti-gravity systems.
Yeah, working. Now, I write about this in my book. If you actually look at what David Wilcock says about anti-gravity and Stavati, he's actually wishy-washy. He gives mixed messaging. He actually says, like, he's not even sure if it works. But yet here he's saying that it's working. So there's mixed messaging here. It's really deceptive.
In writing, in the marketing materials, I think it's going to show you working anti-gravity systems. Wow. And then the Michael garbage.
Yeah, the Michael prophecies.
The Michael garbage.
Now here's his new course. This is the sacred science of the Michael prophecies. I haven't seen any of the stuff yet. But, part 1 is he talks about the law of one in the living cosmos. So the law of one has to do with okay. Then he talks about NASA and solar flashes. Yeah, I don't think that David Wilcock is an authority there. He talks about human ET visitations and the Edgar Casey prophecies. He talks about sacred geometry. The Mayan calendar. Didn't he already swing and miss on the Mayan calendar?
Yeah, he said we'd all get rainbow light bodies. Yeah, he said we'd get rainbow light bodies.
But here, look. Shit? Part 8, he talks about time-traveling dinosaurs. I have to say, I'm slightly interested and curious.
I want to see the time-traveling dinosaurs in Part 8.
And then, bonus, desperately seeking Sasquatch.
Oh, wow. Yeah, it's just terrible. Meet David Wilcock. And I love
So this section with Beskar has provable falsehoods in it. It says there where it says the company has now acquired a prototyping facility and a separate manufacturing facility for mass production. Whoa. That is a falsehood. They're talking about Wheatfield Business Park again. They lie about this property over and over and over again. David Wilcock has said it's their second facility for years now. Stephen, they don't own it. They don't rent it. They have no legal interest in that property.
Well,
Stavati only has legal interest in one property, and that's the property they own at 9400 Niagara Falls.
Well, you know what that means, though? Wait a minute. He said that he showed working anti-gravity in this course. That one course. So that's a gotcha, bitch. And now they're lying in the goddamn marketing materials about this guy, Chris Beskar.
That's not the only lie. After the falsehood about their second facility, it says contracts have already been lined up. That's a falsehood. Anybody can go to the Federal Procurement Data System and look up government contracts and search for Stavati, and it's zero. It's freaking zero.
Yeah, here it is. The company has now acquired a prototyping facility and a separate manufacturing facility for mass production. Contracts have already been lined up.
No, they haven't. He says this is not hypothetical. This is
not hypothetical.
No, it's a deception. He's right. It's not hypothetical. It's a deception.
Oh, no. Suffer, David Wilcock. Gotcha, bitch. How many gotcha bitches can we have in one show?
He says
Jesus.
he says we are doing it now. No, they're not doing any of those things now.
Wow. Yeah. Wow. Just and somebody sent me when he had the first Michael book done. And did you know, John, in the first Michael book, he released the first book like a preview book. It was like it wasn't $333. I think it was
the first two Michael books are available for free online. If you search on Yahoo web crawled, I believe, Wilcock's web server, and they have the URLs. So
he must have released them for free. But in the first one, it was right before I dropped those Corey Good depositions and published them. It was like days before he dropped the first book. And in the first book, it says that the Archangel Michael told him that all of Corey Good's information was completely and totally true and accurate. And then a couple days later, we get the depositions where he said, I made up all that shit. Terrible timing to be David Wilcock. Suffer, bitch. Suffer, David Wilcock. Suffer. Suffer, bitch.
Yeah, suffer big time. Wilcock is complaining lately that people are still tying him to Corey Good. Does David forget that he was at Corey Good's UFO conference earlier this year?
Yeah. He said, oh, that was 2018. Leave it alone, guys. It was so long ago, this Corey Good stuff. A couple of months ago, you were at a UFO convention with him, which means you're co-signing. That's what I said on a previous show. If you want to get the stink of Corey Good off of you, you can't be at a UFO conference co-signing his bullshit. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, people are constantly asking about Corey Good in Wilcock's live chat, and I think it is starting to get to him.
Yeah, and remember when he said, I loved it, in those telephone calls, he couldn't even get it straight. He's like, oh, I had to hire 3 people, 5 people, 8 people, 10 people, I don't know. I have a whole team of people. And he's hired all these people, at least he did for a certain amount of time, to give him an echo chamber to delete all of the negative comments in his live chat, but I guess he couldn't afford to keep paying those people because now people are just lambasting him in that live chat, just ripping him to shreds. Suffer, David Wilcock, you bitch! Suffer! Suffer, bitch!
It's extra embarrassing because, Wilcock has gotten into the habit of posting his YouTube live streams, the day before. And so the live stream is on YouTube. And
nobody's watching it. Yeah.
And people can go into the live chat and talk in the live chat before it starts airing. And like a day before the stream actually still goes live, you can see people. You can see people in the live chat like saying terrible, very critical stuff about David.
I'm sure that involves some cucumber jokes. I'm sure
there's cucumbers. There's cucumbers. There's people that go in there and say that, he's a con artist and a fraud. There's all kinds of people complaining about the ads.
John, he only has one critic though. He only has one critic that doesn't like him.
Well, he can't really say that anymore because like you and I are both human beings on this live stream right now. So clearly we're two different people. Like I'm not you and you're not me.
We're both Stephen from Canada, John.
Yeah.
And so is Macario, and so is Osiris Christensen.
David Wilcock and Stavati, listen to me. I'm not from Canada. I've never been to Canada. I've never even flown over Canada.
Same here.
So you're just going to have to deal with the fact that there are many critics that are critical of Wilcock and Stavati. You're going to have to deal with it.
I think that we have had more gotcha moments in tonight's live stream than any previous stream. There's just so many of them. Like, gotcha, bitch, gotcha, bitch. There's another one. Gotcha, bitch, gotcha, bitch. And I don't believe for a minute that he hurt his widow ankle. I think he's desperately looking through his bank statements, trying to figure out how he's going to explain this problem he has with the charity money.
Well, There's also the question of this alleged lawsuit that he just got.
Could be something completely unrelated. Yeah, could be a totally
it could be something, yeah.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah. Wow. And then there's also, wasn't he in some movie that never came out too?
Levitation.
Levitation,
Remember that whole incident where he like flew out and he paid thousands of dollars for an Airbnb that smelled like cat piss and then he had to go to
clip. I have the clip of that. I have the clip of that.
And then he bailed on that. Then he went to like a motel, but he didn't feel comfortable because he's like a public figure, and people in the hotel lobby would know who he is.
And friends, that's I just checked. It's like an 11-minute video, so I don't want to bore John to make him sit through 11 minutes, but we'll play it on the outro.
Yeah.
It's just so ridiculous. And then he goes, cat piss, cat piss. He couldn't sleep there. It's cat piss. It just shows you, like, he really is an out of touch rich boy.
But do you know
who spends $4,000 on an Airbnb for a week? You know?
Do you know what the most questionable whole thing about that story that he told is? He said that for filming he had to go to like a school of theosophy or like a theosophical location. That's very, very questionable why he had to go to that location to film. David Wilcock is the kind of person that like constantly speaks out about theosophy, because theosophy is connected to people like Alice Bailey and, you know, even in some respects to like Helena Blavatsky. Those are the type of people that David Wilcock constantly criticizes as, like, you know, dark spiritual people.
Oh,
and
yeah.
yet he's going to one of their locations to film his movie.
Well, he was getting a check, John, so you got to let it go.
But that's the thing. I don't think he ever got a check. I think he went and filmed thinking that he would get like back end profits, and they just haven't made the movie. We have to understand that whole movie might have been a scam and a deception on David Wilcock if it never gets made.
Yeah. Yeah, could have been. I mean, but his karma is so bad right now for a guy who's a spiritual guru. Like, this is what amazes me. Like, he thinks he could just keep selling people fake shit over and over and over again and keep rolling on with this and suffer no consequences. And the fact that, dude, they're taking pre-orders for hover cars when they can't show us, even on the bench. You know, there's something called a bench prototype. I don't know. I worked at Drexel Robotics Lab, and like they were doing these articulated joints, and they had bench prototypes first that you could show other people. Like, okay, here's the bench prototype, and you could show them that the design worked. They don't even have a bench prototype of either the free energy engine or the anti-gravity propulsion system, and they're taking money for pre-orders? This is not going to end well for them.
Yeah, Stavati's Viren Kuhn wrote on LinkedIn that Stavati has gotten 2 depositors for hover cars.
Oh, you got to send me.
And that was years ago.
You got to send me.
I think I have. I've put it on X.
I'm terrible. I make you put all these poor guys that do great research. I bust their balls. Like, could you send me that again? Could you send me that again? I'm so disorganized, right? My reference is the show. Like, sometimes I have to grab a screenshot from a 2-year-old show, and that's crappy, like, because I can't find it again, you know? But it's interesting, yeah. And Sandra McDonald is everybody's talking about cucumbers in the live chat. I got to tell you, it's just terrible.
Yeah, and when you go into like Wilcock's live streams, there's cucumbers all over the place. Yo, on David Nino when Wilcock had this David Nino Rodriguez stream where Wilcock was a guest for David Nino, there was cucumbers. There were cucumbers before it ever even premiered on YouTube. There were cucumbers in the live chat.
Suffer, bitch! Suffer, David Wilcock! Suffer! Suffer! You will live to regret calling me a Satan-worshipping child predator and a bad reporter, right? You know what I was thinking? For Christmas, I think I'm going to buy like a refrigerator box full of cucumbers and ship it to him. I think he deserves it. I think he would enjoy those, John.
I mean, I don't know if he would enjoy them.
I think he would.
Beth might enjoy them.
Just as much as he would enjoy a big box of dildos, right?
Yeah, I can't wait till this dildo reveal. I mean, that's been teased for like a year now.
Yeah, I got a problem with it because I have a recorded phone call with the girl who helped me, and she talks over me, and she wants me to disguise her voice, but it's like mission impossible to disguise just her voice. I'm going to see if I could use an AI track separator so that I can do it. I don't know. That's what the holdup is. Otherwise, I got to call this. We have to have another phone call, and I have to say, like, I'm going to ask you a question, and then wait a second, and then give me the answer or whatever. Because
why does she want her voice disguise.
I'm going to talk to her. I think she might. Everybody's going to know who it is.
I mean, nothing illegal has happened, right?
No,
Like, it's on,
no.
like-
I mean, unless I don't know if burying a box of dildos in a public park could get you in any trouble, but I would think that would be like a prank, and I don't know.
Is there a law against burying dildos in public land?
I don't know. I haven't been able to find any. It's kind of a gray area, John, but we don't want anybody getting any legal issues, so we have to be careful.
The dildos, they're no longer there, right? Like, they've been exhumed from the earth, correct?
At this point, they have been exhumed, yes, recently. Then there's
I don't
no
see
harm
the
done.
issue.
We buried a box. We just left it there for a little while, and then we dug it back up. Yes. Well, I think we're going to wrap things up here, John. I appreciate you doing this tonight. We got a whole lot of gotcha moments, whole lot of stuff with David Wilcock, bish. It'll be interesting to see. He's going to need this full-on week to figure out how he's going to explain all this shit to his Dumb as Rocks followers. Because I got to tell you, John, more and more of them are coming over here. And that's not something I ever thought would happen. Like David Wilcock followers in my inbox going, you know what? You're right. He is full of shit. And I remember he said this and that never happened. And then I remember he said this and that never happened. And then, John, to end though, in 2025, we're supposed to have a full-on alien contact event and ascension happen. What's he going to do?
I don't know if it's in that order.
Well, he said both are going to happen in 2025. What's he going to do
Steven,
when none of that shit happens?
He claims we're going to get ascension and superpowers in May of 2025.
That's true.
It would be nice to get some superpowers before we meet the aliens. I'm just saying.
Yeah. This way we're on more level playing field with super advanced technological.
Because if they've
aliens.
got like giant spaceships and laser beams and stuff, it would be
we're
nice
to
be able to
power deal with them.
that.
Yes.
If the aliens come before the superpowers, who's to say they won't just wipe us out?
There'll be a mass contact event in 2025, and he also said that we'll get the first wave of ascension and superpowers by May 2025. So my question is dude, what's he going to do when none of that shit happens? He's just going to go away for 6 months, I guess. He better save up some money because he can't do the streams.
Remember, he's busting his, and at least in his mind, he's busting his ass to make these presentations and live streams every week. He's on record saying he spends every Saturday making slides. He basically wastes every Saturday just so he can spend the next day doing the 5-hour live stream and exhausting himself and basically burning that day too.
But I mean, if you think about it, he's only working 2 days a week and he's making $120,000 to $240,000 a year. So that's pretty good money for 2 days a week.
That's true, and the whole fact that he has to burn a Saturday, that's really on him. But he desperately needs the money. He needs the money.
Well, he's taking the rest of the week to get
plainly admitted that.
Get massages and eat grass-fed.
Right. He claims one day a week. He claims one day a week is burned with Stavati board meetings. I find that very hard to believe because
what do you need meetings every week for a company that's not making anything?
I mean, what are they doing at these meetings? Lamenting how much debt they have? That's really all I can really imagine that they're doing.
Yes. In the end, more eyes from the law will be pointed towards Wilcock eventually. I would not push boundaries, definitely not break laws. But from what I hear, his weird financial coincidences on its own. 1 second here. Seems like the snowball about to start running. I got a problem here with the live chat. All right. Well, sorry about that. About to start rolling. Yeah. Well, yeah.
Yeah, that commenter is more or less correct. And Stephen just went offline.
I'm sorry, I threw myself out of my own stream.
Yeah.
Hey, on its own, not stack up, just my opinion, but hey, seems like the snowball is about to start rolling down the hill rather soon. Yeah, I mean, how much longer can you keep up the bullshit parade before the bullshit parade buries you? You know? It's just
I mean, we know Wilcock's got the IRS debt. He's got the Arizona state tax debt. He's now has on the record Colorado tax judgment against him. I mean, the walls are closing in.
Yeah, and then the failed predictions are coming by May of 2025. And what are you going to do, David? Who are you going to blame when none of that shit happens, right? And I loved somebody in his live chat asked him, why would we need hover cars if we're going to have superpowers and be able to levitate soon? And he
Yeah.
he like had a schism. He couldn't figure out how to answer. He was like,
he never considered that angle.
Yeah, I don't know what happened, Polyrhythm, but no worries. Like there's a bubble that pops up when I look at a thing and it was covering the I couldn't read it. I don't know what happened, so I apologize. Yeah, Algaray says I can't wait for May 2025. It'll be my birthday. For my birthday is the last day in May. So for my birthday, we're going to do a Spanksgiving stream about David Wilcock's failed predictions, and we'll play all the clips of him saying that that's going to happen by May 2025. And we'll try to time it. Like we'll start at 11:30, and then at midnight, if I don't get superpowers, David Wilcock is full of shit, and we get another gotcha bitch.
Well,
right?
if I had my way about it, I think my book would be coming out around that time too.
Oh, that'd be something to look forward to. Well, yeah. John, I think we've done our due diligence. I didn't realize we've gone this far. I kept you here for 3 hours. I apologize, but a lot to go over. There's just so much shady shit. You can't fit it in a 2-hour show.
And who's to say in December there might be some Stavati updates, and maybe we'll do another show. Who knows?
Well, we'll probably do one before that. I think there's going to be more shit happening. But
very possibly. But I've heard that Colorado Parks and Wildlife is investigating the whole video of the moose feeding. So.
Oh, that's another thing. Another gotcha, bitch. David Wilcock, for those unaware, or if you missed it, he's so dumb that he's posting videos of himself feeding wildlife that is illegal to feed in Colorado. So somebody, not me, reported.
Not me either. Not me either, David Wilcock.
Yeah, I didn't do it, but somebody on Twitter has said that he was reported to the Fish and Wildlife Commission or something.
Colorado Parks and Wildlife.
Colorado Parks and Wildlife. So he may have some fines or something in his future. You can't feed those animals, David Wilcock. And he's feeding the turkeys and shit trying to get money. Like, look what a great person I am. I'm buying all this turkey feed. They're wild turkeys. They don't need feed. I don't know. I got wild turkeys at my cabin. I never feed them because they run around and they eat the worms and the grubs and shit. They don't need feed.
I occasionally have a wild turkey in my backyard, and I have foxes, and I have deer in my backyard almost every day.
At the cabin, I do too. Yeah.
Wildlife finds its own sources of food. And, the whole feeding turkeys thing, the turkeys are not going to gang up on David Wilcock and attack him, although that probably would be hilarious. But a moose can kill a person. And if that
They're very dangerous. I've only been near one moose. I was in Wisconsin near one of the Great Lakes camping. This is ages ago. And we were walking down this trail, and all of a sudden we see this huge moose bull with a huge rack. And I didn't know what to do. I'd never seen a moose. The girl I was with said, start walking backwards real slow. And that's what we did. And he was coming down the trail real slow, and we got faster and faster to get away because it was huge. I couldn't believe how big it was. I'm 6'3", 6'4". It towered over me.
And a female moose with a calf, she'll kill to defend her.
Oh yeah, they're very dangerous. Like somebody said to me, like, would it be? And I don't wish him any ill will. But somebody said, would it be great if that moose just started back kicking him right on the live stream, like right live on air? Oh God, you gotta respect those things. You can't.
He feeds moose in 2 separate instances. In between those instances,
and he's like chucking apples at it. Like, what an asshole.
In between those instances, David Wilcock addresses the audience and he says, you should never do this at home. It's dangerous. But then he says, well, this moose has developed a relationship with me. That's bullshit.
Yeah.
That's bullshit.
We want to thank Dylan, who's a Praise the Cash member himself, who gifted 1 Truth Seekers membership, and Forsyth was gifted the membership by Dylan, which is why you should subscribe, because if people gift a membership, you may get one. They get randomly distributed. Well, John, I'm going to throw you out of here and do a wrap up. I appreciate you taking the time to give us an update on all things Stavati Aerospace and keep us informed about your book and, when you're going to have it done. And I want to make sure that people can follow you on Twitter.
So yeah, you can follow me on Twitter, and the last time I was on, I think it was Amy Collins or someone else. They complained that since they don't have a Twitter account, they can't see my posts on Twitter because X
All right.
removed
Well,
that ability years ago. I now have a Substack. The Substack does not require an account. Anyone can go in there and look at my Substack posts, and it's no charge. And if you want, you can subscribe via email and get my Stavati Research Crumbs delivered to your inbox.
And you know what I will do, John, is I will go over to the live chat and I will put your Substack, link to John's Substack. You have a free Substack? I've never
It's
heard
all
of
free.
that.
It's all
Every
free.
Substack I see is you got to pay,
Yeah, because I'm just dropping Stavati Research Crumbs, so like I'm not going to charge for that. It's free.
Okay, well, I've pinned in the live chat, and it's at JCSPAD on Twitter X. I'll say Twitter for the rest of my life. And John's Substack, where you can read more about the shady Stavati Aerospace, is pinned in the live chat. Thank you, John, for being here. I'm going to throw you out of here now. You have a good evening and stay in touch.
It's been a privilege.
All right, thank you very much. So there we have it, friends. John is a great researcher, and I'm very happy that he is doing all of this excellent research into Stavati because I don't have time to do all of this stuff. Oh, we want to thank Mix Coyote, who's a Praise the Cash member themselves, who gifted one True Seekers membership, and that membership went to Manifest Our Destiny. Again, make sure that you smash that subscribe button because if you do, you may get a free membership when somebody gifts the memberships. I guess we didn't hit our membership goal today. We only got 22, I believe, out of 50, but, it is what it is. We pretty much gave you overtime anyway. Usually, we try to keep the shows to 2 hours, but they tend to get long sometimes. John had mentioned this David Wilcock and the cat piss conspiracy. I have that video, so we're going to play that video, but the show is not over. I will answer questions and comments, read any remaining super chats. I'll check in with the PayPal pledgers and the Buy Me a Coffee folks. For those unaware, we thank every single person who sends any support our way. We love and appreciate all of you. Oh, God. I'll be seeing cucumbers in my live chat for the rest of my life over this cucumber conspiracy. So we are gonna take a look into the wacky world of Wilcock. This is the cat piss conspiracy, his Airbnb, and the cat piss conspiracy. And when we return, I will be taking comments or questions from the live chat. Occasionally, people complain and say, oh, it's pay to play. He only shares the super chats. That is not true. I try at the end of every broadcast to take comments and questions from all of the live chatters, but I am visually impaired. So please put them in all capital letters. It really, really does help. Now, let's take a look at David Wilcock's terrible Airbnb stay and the cat piss conspiracy, friends.
If you are overweight, and I used to be 225 pounds at 5'9", I had man boobs. I had the big spare tire roll of fat on the bottom, 3 rolls, each one bigger than the one above it. That was me. I was the fat kid. I had man boobs. That's pretty awesome. I am going to lose my voice pretty soon. I can feel it coming. So we're just going to keep going until something goes wrong. But I wanted to get through this content. So here I was at the Marriott Hotel on the first night when I got to LA. After I went to my Airbnb, and I open up the door. Cat! Ah! Cat! 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 Ah! Ah! Cat smell! Ah! Cat! Ah!
Cat! 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 Ah! Ah! Cat smell! Ah! That's what it was like when I got in there. Oh my God, did it smell bad. Oh my God, did it smell bad. Ah, it's just amazingly intense cat box odor. I open up the house, I'm like, oh my God, how am I even going to sleep in this place? And then I find out that the Glendale Freeway, the Highway 2, is right next to it, like 100 feet away. The noise was so loud, the cars were so loud, because I'm up on a hill, and here's this highway right down here, so there's a direct, unencumbered line of just air between all these cars on this, I think it was a 6-lane highway. It might even been 8, but it was at least 6. And they're running all day and all night. And every single time that one goes by, you hear it in the house. I also go in there, and the house is sweltering hot. So it's like, wait a minute, I rented this for the week. I gave you guys $4,000, what it was. I paid up front. And I walk into the house, and they didn't even turn the air conditioning on, but they had one of those leaf thermostats where they could have totally done it online. So I get in there, and it's this overpoweringly bad cat smell. And I'm already hearing the traffic. And then it's like, well, it's so freaking hot in here. The only way I might be able to sleep in this stench is if I can air out the house and get the temperature down. So then when you open up the windows, of course, now the cars are like just really, really incredibly loud. And I realized, like, you know what? Even when the windows are closed and even when my earplugs are in, this place is just very noisy and incredibly, incredibly bad smelling. And I cannot do this. I mean, as you guys heard in some of my previous shows, I am hopelessly in debt. The only way I can ever get out of the debt, which is entirely taxes, okay? There's nothing else going on but taxes. And I'm already seeing people create these conspiracy theories. There was some of the trolls online were trying to say that people had given me money for hover cars and I didn't deliver on the hover car. That is absolutely not true. Yeah, I found out that I could do these online conferences, and you can only really do this if you're a big public figure. I've got Ancient Aliens. I've been over 100 episodes. If there's a television on, and it's on History Channel, you're going to see me sooner or later. So when you have that level of exposure, this is actually something that works. And again, if you want to get mad at me, oh my God, David's making money. People just get mad that I'm making money. Well, how did I pay for this? How did I pay for these cameras? How did I have the ability to go from one to the other like this, or maybe even another one? Well, I bought these, right? And so some of the trolls online basically don't feel that you should ever be able to be paid for making art. But I would say to you trolls, well, wouldn't it be cool if you could get paid for making art? Are you out of your freaking mind? Like, I'm lying there and I'm just hearing it's crazy, crazy rushing air noise. And again, it's cutting right through my earplugs. I can't get rid of it. I had asked for a quiet room. Ouch. I can't, like, stay at this hotel if all I'm going to do is work on the internet in a lounge. Because people recognize me. I'm naked in public. I can't just hang out in a lounge because everybody's going to go, are you David? And then they want to talk. Not that that's bad, but you can't get work done in a lounge. You know, not me. Are you out of your freaking mind? So again, remember, I don't have a phone. I don't have a phone. The only thing I have is GPS on the car that I'm using. And now I've got to be there at 12:30. I've got to be at the venue at 12:30. I was very, very aware of not stuttering, not saying any crutch words at all. And I was just very, very meditative and very dialed in and focused. We got the thing done, and everybody was speechless. They were so amazed. Nobody even really knew what to say. This would also happen when I did Ancient Aliens. I'm not bragging. I'm just saying that
when people see somebody sit down for 4.5 hours and just disgorge this incredible information without ever making a mistake, without ever needing to stop and retape at all, they're just dazzled. Whoa, this has got to be something crazy. Whoa, this has got to be something crazy. People are freaking crazy. And then it was after that, when I was driving back, that I got out on the road and this guy behind me, and I flipped him off. And then the next thing you know, it's like he wants to kill me. This is all in the same drive on the way home. Okay, that's when that happened, on the way home. So I still can't get the phone to work. This is like the second or third night the phone still isn't working. Finally, by the following morning, I was like, okay, the only way I'm going to get this phone to work is I got to start deleting all the videos off of it. Because I got to create enough space, because it won't even let me do dictation. You try to hit something, it just goes black. The phone is all screwed up. It's not working properly. I mean, thank God Google Maps works. But now it's like, okay, well, I got to go through and I got to delete a bunch of videos. So I start deleting videos, and of course, they're all videos with my ex-wife when we were very in love, and everything was great. So that creates all this sadness, and I'm getting all this kind of, trauma from looking at old videos when I was happier. And then the next thing you know, the guy calls me, my producer got first. The minute that my phone was like clear enough, he starts calling me, because now it could finally work when I got the storage below 128 gigabytes. And I just lost it. I just started crying. I said, look, man, I'm just so cold. I haven't been eating, and I've got this massive sore throat, and I can't stop coughing. And I'm just so exhausted, and I'm so tired, and everybody here is crazy, and they're all evil, and they're all wanting to like scream in your face and steal your money and rip you off and get aggressive and cut you off on the road or kill you on the road. There's a lot of really interesting stuff coming out from the Alliance. If you look at Shadow of Ezra Cohen, where they're talking about a November to Remember. That was one of the posts they just came up with. So I think we are going to see some really big stuff happening. So I still don't know if I want to stay here the whole winter, because like today is 11 degrees outside. I have to wear ski pants to go outside and a base layer. So I don't really want to do this all winter, but I also don't really know where we're going next. Stavati, our aerospace company, it looks like we're getting some deals coming in. There's actually about 4 or 5 that are really amazing. But until they happen, we're still just on life support, and it's very stressful, and it's very intense, it's very dramatic. So my goal is not to keep repeating pain and difficult experience. My goal is to have fun and enjoy my life. And even though I got snow when I look out the window right now, I mean, it's just 5 inches of snow on my railings, I would much rather be here than in the summery weather of Los Angeles. I have been so constipated. I have been so constipated. I have been so constipated. So constipated. I have been so constipated. I mean, just before, I probably spent 45 minutes trying to get this latest one that's on deck out of me. And I just can't do it. I'm just sitting there just freaking going crazy. I'm very happy about what we've achieved here. So I want to thank you for watching, and we will see you next Sunday. I don't anticipate I'm going anywhere, and I want to start doing more shows. So thank you for your support. And I really do need your help. So there's 7 books of Michael Prophecies now available. And those books are all at https://thedisclosure.com. We also have a 10.5-hour course available right now. It's already deliverable. All 11 episodes are done. It's called Sacred Science of Michael Prophecies. That's part of this course offering. And I'm going to have an upcoming new video course, which I'm going to start doing the slides for this week, called The Spirit of Michael Prophecies, which is also included in this. And I'm going to have at least 7 videos where I go through the 7 books and hit all the highlights So if you don't have time to read all this, you can watch video. I got to get the hell out of here. I can't do this. Galaxy, the alchemy of Jesus Christ is that you will become like him. John 14:12. As I do these things.
Welcome back, friends. So just a few comments on this video. I love how he's upset that people don't want him to make money for his art. Is bullshit art? Did I miss the memo that like lying to people is an art form? And no offense, but if lying to people is an art form, he's terrible at it because he gets caught lying to people constantly. Whoa, let's go. Very generous. P18, who's appraised the cash member already, just gifted 20 Truth Seekers memberships. Praise the cash, bitches. Thank you, P18. Very, very generous of you. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Thank God Almighty. That brings our total for our goal. Our original goal was 50. That might have been a little too ambitious. Our goal tonight was 50 gifted memberships. We're at 32, meaning we need 18 more of you kind and generous people to buy one membership, or maybe one very generous person buys 18, so we hit our goal for this evening. But we're into overtime already, so I understand maybe people are not very motivated. But I want to take a moment to remind you to be sure to smash that subscribe button. Because if you're in the live chat and some kind and generous person like P18 gives 20 memberships, you too can win a free membership to our YouTube channel here. Opie Cultist got a free membership from P18. Hermit got a free membership. Winter Waifu got a free membership from P18. Anon, Crazy Corn Snake, and the Wild Bill 247 got a free membership from P18. Dollar Cost Backpacker got a free membership. Charlie got a free membership. Deutsch Chad got a free membership. Jack Johnson got a free membership. Dynamo Hum, Detective Bong Hits. What a great Detective Bong Hits. What a user ID. Got a free membership. Doink got a free membership. Ed Monster. Braun Dope got a free membership. Fat Goof, Jim, Mark Baraniuk, Daisy B, and Brutux all got free memberships, right? Mix Coyote says, can't find the Beth Wilcock cucumber video. Looking for a friend. If you PM me or DM me or email me at truthseekershow.com, I will send you the link. But listen, you're never going to be the same. Once you see a woman pleasuring herself with a cucumber for like a half hour straight, at least 20 minutes, screaming her head off, just jamming it in there, you'll never be the same, Mixed Coyote. You'll never be the same. So, which reminds me, there was a video of like a supposed alien on a stretcher going around. And boy, that was a crazy video. Crazier than the cucumber one, Mixed Coyote, because it turned out to be some kind of weird porn where somebody was banging an alien chick. But the people who were posting it as a real picture of an alien, I don't know. Oh, and here we go. A posing in a crowded urinal, who's a Praise the Cash member, just gifted 5 Truth Seekers memberships. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. And Heather Birdie got a free membership from A Posing in a Crowded Urinal. Jonah Hex got a free membership. RMP, Imperior Somninium got a free membership. And Double Piece. That brings us up to 37, 13 more, and we hit our goal for tonight. I appreciate all the kindness, generosity, and support, and we'll work on having better Praise the Cash bumpers. Dylan wants a copy. He wants to see the cucumber conspiracy video, right? Arlene Atkins, longtime show supporter, says, I am so glad I don't explore on the internet. You can't unsee that mess. No, you're never the same. The alien video was worse, though, because some dude was just straight off balls deep in this alien chick who was apparently like in distress. It's disturbing.
But the cucumber video, after Beth, David Wilcock's former wife, is telling her how to cleanse her vajayjay with she shows her how to peel it and stick it in, and then, oh God, this girl just goes crazy with it. She just jamming it in her, just going to town, just for 20 minutes while Beth is standing next to her talking about pleasuring yourself with a thing.
David Wilcock is lying again. Decades of fakery he can't defend. David Wilcock is lying again, but karma always has its revenge. Fake insiders and secret space lies. Fake bullshitters I try to disguise. Fake stories I sell to the weak. Fake stories I just repeat. David Wilcock is lying again. Decades of fakery he can't defend. David Wilcock is lying again, but karma always has its revenge. Fake stories, that's all I got. Fake stories, I hope you forgot. Fake stories, my history of lies. Fake stories, open your eyes. David Wilcock is lying again. Decades of fakery he can't defend. David Wilcock is lying again, but karma always has its revenge. Fake stories, my history of lies. Fake stories, open your eyes. Fake stories, my history of lies. Fake stories, open your eyes. My history of lies. Fake stories, always. Open your eyes. David Wilcock is lying again. Decades of fake lie he can't defend. David Wilcock is lying again, but karma always has its revenge.
Again, we have one hater. His name is Steven. He's going to be mentioned this week in the time loop. This guy's been stalking me for 8 years, and Ezra just outed him. It's really incredible. It turns out he's been attacking everybody in the community, not just me. All of the top people in the so-called truth movement are being attacked by one guy, and he always does the same stuff. And he makes death threats, and he tells you he's going to kill you. And he's apparently even been sending suspicious packages to people's doors. And this is now, it's not just my problem anymore. It's caught the attention of millions of people. And the top management of Twitter has now said that they're going to take very concrete, proactive steps to stop this problem from happening. And we should all be very grateful for that. Not just for me, but because, again, it appears now that somebody's paying this guy to do this on a very, very widespread level. And he hates my guts. He despises me. I don't hate him. I wish he would stop, but he won't. So we are going to be suing him because he will never stop. If he had stopped, I probably would have let him go. But our company is very close to being funded, so he's going to be mentioned in these readings again. Session for Josh. And my bully, Steven, who's the guy that's been doing this for 8 years, the only one, I've been comparing him to Josh, and now actually, it's a common thing the last few weeks. He's started using the name Joshua because basically he seems to be obsessed with me. It's like a love-hate relationship. So he actually took on that name, and now he's going to have a new one this week. We'll get into that. I'm sure he's going to start using it. And again, Steven just talks and talks and talks, but if he ever actually did come here and try to kill me, I don't think it would work. I have all the advantage. I have the home advantage. I don't think that's going to happen. But these threats have been going on for 8 years, and now we find out he's doing it to everybody. And Ezra outed him in a very interesting way this week. And when I did my last show, he had stopped attacking me, but now he is back with a fury. Because again, I think a lot of it is that he's really pissed off the Alliance is coming after him. But you know what? You can't just go out there and attack people and threaten people's lives and tell them that they're con artists and frauds and vile and disgusting and not expect that something's going to happen. And even if you have fancy friends who protected you and they say, don't worry, if anybody sues you, you can use our lawyer. Good lawyers still can't win a lawsuit if there's evidence that proves that you're guilty. Even the corrupt judiciary, we can appeal, so look, it would be really great if he would stop, but I don't think he ever will, and so that's why we're moving forward with the lawsuit. Facing down against this satanic DS, seeing them for what it is. It also is, again, talking about Steven. He's just constantly telling me I'm vile, disgusting, pathetic, whatever. The little girl was scared of him. He scared the piss out of us both. There was nowhere to go. What triggers this first wave ascension? Well, there's been some pretty exciting things this week where we're finding out that the arrests are very close now. It's going to happen when the files drop. You have this particular musician who's in the rap industry, right? And as you are very well aware, this next month is where all of that is going to be coming out in the open. Not only him, but all of his cronies and colleagues. So it would make a lot of sense that they're going to drop the files around the same time that trial hits the public, or even if the trial gets delayed somehow, the Alliance is not going to be defeated. We are not going to be waiting until the end of the year. They have a slide that's going to be coming up where they show you that.
Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. We are here witnessing the delusional mindset of David Wilcock, who now is blaming me for some kind of Q-tard conspiracy. You may be familiar that previously he accused me of getting him swatted, which forced me to spend my family's money on getting body cam footage to prove that not only did I not get him swatted, he never was swatted. And then, of course, most recently, he accused me. Now we're up to, first it was $4,000 that I stole out of his bank account. Now he's saying it's $7,700 that I stole out of his bank account. He's accused me of sending him death threats, of cyber stalking, harassment. He said I was a terrorist and that I may get the death penalty. He is literally blaming me for every one of his detractors on the internet. No matter what anybody says that's negative towards him, he attributes that to me. He has previously claimed that myself and tonight's guests, John Christian Stavati, are the same person. Recently, he said that I sent a vicious attack to the CEO of Stavati's wife as Stavati. Well, tonight we're going to dispel that rumor. I didn't send that letter. It was sent by researcher and author, who, by the way, is writing a book on this whole Stavati scandal, John Christian Stavati. We're clearly not the same person. He's going to be on the show tonight. We're getting to the point, now he's saying this is getting dangerous. Friends, it's all fun and games until major problems are created from him lying about me on the internet. He is saying I'm stealing money out of bank accounts. These are serious crimes. He's saying that I'm calling in SWAT attacks on him. That would be a serious crime. He's saying that I am sending death threats. That would be a serious crime. Now he's saying I'm sending suspicious packages to people. And, at some point I have to say, are you going to show any proof of this? Are you ever going to show any proof that I did any of these things? And recently on his latest live stream, he said, Steven just talks and talks and talks. Every time that I report something to my audience, most of the time we have receipts here to back it up. For example, when he said I got him swatted, we got the body cam footage and the police reports, which proved he was never swatted. So I have receipts. I don't just talk and talk and talk. But how many times do I have to prove myself innocent of David Wilcock's false and defamatory claims? How many times do I have to spend my family's money to get records that prove he's lying to everybody on the internet? You know, my patience with this guy is gone. It's been gone. And every week I say, well, he can't say anything worse. And then he does. So tonight, we're going to do what we usually do. We're going to give you an update. We have several updates on David Wilcock's Shady charity and his shady finances with that. We've got Stavati updates and more. I will no longer be, you know, here is, let's cut to the chase too. Let's be very clear. David Wilcock is trying to stop me from the accurate reporting that we have done on all of his various scams, cons, and swindles. All of his various fakery, fraudery, and bullshittery. You may be familiar that it was me who ended the secret space grift with him and Corey Good by releasing those depositions under major legal threat not to do that. I did that. I believe that David Wilcock has developed, and this is my opinion, I'm entitled to it, he has developed a pathological fear and hatred towards me because he knows I am the destroyer of grifts. And let's be clear, I have never threatened anyone physically or otherwise. I have never sent death threats. I have never cyberstalked, harassed him, intimidated him. Any of that stuff interfered with his business. If your business is lying to people and me showing people the truth and showing people the proof that you're lying to people is interfering with your business, then so be it. But we live in the United States of America. I'm allowed to exercise my constitutional rights to free speech. I'm allowed to comment on some joker on the internet telling people he gets superpowers by taking baths in piss. This is America, David Wilcock. David Wilcock wants to be able to scam vulnerable people, many of them senior citizens, with no one being allowed to comment on it being a scam. You're not talking to angels, David Wilcock. There is no alliance, David Wilcock. That's a fictional construct, just like the secret space program. And you have as much proof of the alliance being real as you had proof of Corey Good going on secret space adventures, you dumbass. And this constant blaming me for everything that he sees is proof that he is a delusional psychopath or sociopath or something. Something is not right mentally with him. But I'm not a psychiatrist, but I would highly advise him, having grown up around someone who suffered from serious mental illness. In my opinion, he's showing all the classic signs of paranoid schizophrenia. They see things and they blame someone and they pick a villain. He has created me as the ultimate supervillain, blaming me for everything. Now I'm attacking the alliance, or I'm sorry, I'm attacking Q-tards. I'm sending suspicious packages. I'm doing, there's some kind of conspiracy where I'm doing community notes to Q-tard grifters. I have never done a community note in my life. And now he's telling, oh, Twitter's getting involved and they're going to stop him. Go look at my Twitter. It's at Stephen Cambion or X, whatever. They haven't, why wouldn't they suspend my account if I was doing something evil or nefarious? David Wilcock is a con artist, a swindler, a scammer, and a liar. That's what he is, and we've shown proof of that, as in the $60,000 that was scammed out of the UFO community for the Pete Peterson GoFundMe scam. That was a scam. Or the $50,000 that was scammed out of the UFO community for the Emery Smith PayPal donation scam. That was a scam, and we have all the receipts. We've proved it. What David Wilcock fails to realize, he keeps threatening to sue me. You're going to have to prove that I did every one of the things that you've said. You're also going to have to prove that I'm a child predator. Did you know that? He said I was a child predator. You're going to have to prove that I'm a Satan worshiper. It's getting ridiculous. And his constant blaming me for every evil that he perceives against him on the internet is proof positive that he is a delusional mental case that needs serious mental help. We're getting to the point, friends, where I feel this is totally true. This is the best analogy I could think of. David Wilcock, someday, very soon, David Wilcock is going to shit his pants. And he's going to start a public live stream and tell everybody that Stephen broke into my house and shit in my pants while I was sleeping and then escaped somehow. That's the point that we're getting to. It's getting so ridiculous. But joining me, to navigate the ridiculous, wacky world of Wilcock is one of my favorite guests, John Christian Spadavaccia. Let's welcome him in.
Hello, YouTube. Privileged to be back on Truth Seekers.
Next week, he's going to blame me for shitting in his own pants, John. That's where we're at. Like,
he's clearly in decline, and he's clearly losing it.
I believe that it's getting worse and worse every week because it's just escalating every week. You know, like I don't know what you know. And the funny thing is that he's trying to like make me out to be some anti-right wing, you know, like left leaning nutter or something.
Yeah,
that is the farthest thing. Anybody that knows me would laugh at that. Like I'm like a political independent, but I'm very right leaning on many things, like the Second Amendment and fiscal conservatism. And
I think
you know,
I think he's trying to do several things with that. He's trying to expand the specter of your coverage to be like wider than it is, and he's trying to get other, you know, YouTube or whatever influencers, I guess, on his side, or at least make his audience think that.
Well, that's the thing. He's saying that I'm sending death threats to all these people. Why doesn't he have the people I'm sending all these death threats to on his show, and they can show their proof that I'm sending death threats? I've never. And listen, John, cards on the table. Like, we can talk like men, right? Like, I have never sent anyone a death threat in my entire life. I just have never done anything through the internet or phone call or anything verbally. I've just never done that. Like, I'm not the kind of guy to just threaten, you know, I'm not Mr. Murder. Deep State Agent is here. It says, we pay Wilcock. Due to Trump's budget cuts, we will no longer be able to use weather weapons on Saturdays. Thank you, Deep State Agent. One for the goal. I just want to get caught up, and then we'll get into, you've got a treasure trove of new information to share with us. Charles McDonald with 10. We just put a central banker in office here in Canada, so I'm smoking weed and watching UFO grifting. I heard what happened. All the conservatives lost in Canada, apparently. Sorry to hear that, Charles McDonald. RP says, I was going to invest in Stavati, but when I looked at the pictures, I think they were from 1992 Micro Machines packs. Oy vey. Don't invest in Stavati, invest in Truth Seekers. And thank you. Canada had a big L, says Sweepy Joe. So where do we begin tonight, John? What do you want to start with?
Let's start with the latest information, which is the latest 990 form for his charity. And then we can just go from there.
Yeah. And you noticed something that I also noticed. There's a little bit of shady stuff going on, right? Do you want me to, I'll pull them up on my side, or do you want to share your screen? I can get it.
Yeah, bring up the ProPublica link that I showed you. So the IRS, you know, let's first of all, let me just stick from the beginning. The IRS is not my favorite organization, and that's me being polite. That being said, the IRS with these 990 forms, they have to be made public. They have to be provided to the public.
And for those that don't understand, I just want to explain. If you have a charity that you run, you have to file this 990 form every year with the IRS. And on that form, it tells the public, this is how much money we took in, and this is what we spent it on. And it might be a good idea to mention that David Wilcock has previously admitted that he has used money from his charity to buy cameras, software, and equipment that he then uses, and this is my opinion, but I'm entitled to it, that he then uses for-profit streams, which would be highly a big problem and illegal, right? He's not allowed to collect money with the charity and then use that same equipment to make for-profit YouTube streams, which he clearly is doing until I see proof otherwise. I have a clip somewhere, I'll try to find it as we go through this, of him and his wife telling everybody, we bought all this equipment with the money from the charity that you guys gave us.
Well, don't you have like a montage of those clips? Like, there's more than one. There's like several instances.
Yeah,
where he says exactly that. He basically says this for-profit stream is brought to you by the Wilcock Spiritual Healing and Empowerment Foundation. He straight up says it. But so these 990 forms, the IRS makes them available in two formats. You can download them, you know, in page-by-page version as like a PDF from the IRS website, or the IRS makes available an API to get these 990 tax data forms in structured data via like a REST API or something like that. So you have two methods to get this information. Now, Stephen, you've already covered the 2021 and 2022 forms in an
I
episode.
think in 2018 and 2019 too. We did two separate shows on his shady charity. And what you need to know about his shady charity is that he's spending tens of thousands of dollars on software and equipment. And they spent $5,000, I believe, one year on meals and entertainment. And this is from charitable contributions. I've never been able to determine that they did anything charitable except take like a nickel. I think I worked it out before for some of the years that he took a nickel on the dollar he collected and gave that nickel to another charity, which to me makes me think, like, why don't you just give your dollar to that charity then? Why give it to David Wilcock, who keeps 95 cents and then forwards a nickel to some other charity? It doesn't make sense.
Well, we're going to look at that tonight because in this latest 2023 990 form, he's given way more than a nickel as charitable contributions. He's given 5 figures. So we're going to look at that.
Okay. Yeah. I can share my screen here.
So anyway, just to finish what I was saying, that I noticed, last year you showed the 2021 and 2022 forms.
Mm-hmm.
David Wilcock apparently filed the 2023 form in October. I think October, the middle of October sometime. But interestingly, this form is not available in page form from the IRS, at least not yet. So I don't know what's going on there. However, it is available via the API, and that's what we're going to look at tonight. The website, ProPublica, has it available via this API, and we can look at this 2023
Let me get that bigger for us here. Yeah, we'll do it this way. And so
right off the bat, we can look at the first page and go to the very bottom of the first page, and we're hit with a whammy, right? So the net assets for the 2023 tax year for his charity, the net assets are over negative $6,000. His charity is in the red. So right off the bat,
they spent $6,189 more than they took in.
Well, so we're going to look at his Schedule O, which shows what was going on. But yeah, he spent more than it has as far as listed assets, and now it's in the red.
So his charity is $6,000 in the red.
Correct.
But it's important to point out that he himself does not do any charitable work for all this money that he's collecting.
Well, we're going to look at that. His in this 2023 tax year, he made this charity made charitable contributions.
He's $15,000, $16,000 almost.
Hold on, we're going to look at that. So let's start. Okay. Let's start with line 22 right there, right? So at the beginning of the 2023 tax year, his charity had over $11,000 in cash. It ended the year with like $3,600 worth of cash. So it burned through a bunch of cash. We don't know why, but we can speculate as we go through this.
Okay.
As far as other assets like property, plant, equipment, and tangible assets, it started with almost $9,000. Now it ended, with just below $6,000.
So they lost $3,000 in other assets.
The total assets for the charity for this 2023 tax year, it started with little over $20,000. It ended with less than $10,000.
So that might mean that he spent $10,000 of the total assets.
Well, he spent more than that. We're going to get to that.
So David Wilcock.
Here's another thing. So here the next line, total liabilities. This is what the charity is liable for. It's what it owes. When you reviewed the tax forms last year, you noticed that his Divine Cosmos LLC, which is a for-profit corporation, actually owed this charity a little bit of money. And they didn't have any other liabilities. And they had credit card debt, but David Wilcock and the charity paid the credit card debt. So according to this 2023 tax form, they started the year with 0 liabilities. But they ended the year with over $15,000 worth of liabilities. Wow. And we're going to find out why when we get to Schedule O.
And John, one might ask themselves, why are people giving David Wilcock tax-free charitable donations to pay his credit card bills?
Here's the thing. nobody's actually donated to this charity for several years. We're going to see
Yeah.
that on the forthcoming pages.
Yeah, I think his income, the charity income, dropped significantly every year since he started it. The first year was the best year.
it had 3 good years, and then starting in 2022, it had $10 of charitable contributions, and then after that, it's had nothing. I don't know for certain, but I think we can speculate that that's the Beth effect. Apparently, most of the donors to this charity were her whale donors, and obviously, when
sense.
she divorced David,
For a
the whale
cucumber.
donors,
Yeah. She left him for a cucumber. What are you going to do?
A cucumber or a yoni, who knows?
So he had net assets or fund balances of $20,000 to start, and then he ended with 6. It just looks like they're losing money.
No, he ended with -6.
Negative $6,000.
Negative
so he spent
$6,000.
Somehow his charity that does no charity, to the best that I can find, somehow spent $26,189 in 1 year on what?
Well, we're gonna see exactly what they spent it on in Schedule O when we get to it.
Okay.
So we can scroll forward a little bit more.
Okay. Yeah, let's get to the next part that's relevant.
So hold on, go back up. Back up. Keep going. Okay, never mind. Scroll down a little bit. I think I may have missed the part where we should look at next. Scroll slowly.
Okay.
Most of this is not filled out, so we can just scroll past it.
Yeah, he doesn't fill out a lot of stuff.
Well, I mean, some of it is just a bunch of boxes. You check one box.
Yeah.
Okay. Go back. Stop right there. Go back down.
Here.
Right there. So here are the gifts, grants, and contributions here in line 1 in section A per year for the last several years. So these are the actual charitable gifts.
They took in $35,631 in free money in 2019. In 2020, they took in $20,183. In 2021, they took in $47,324. And somehow in 2022, they only took in $10. But that's still a total of $103,148. And I just want to stress that David Wilcock, basically, to the best of my knowledge and recollection, David Wilcock has spent $100,000 of this charity's funds on meals and entertainment, on equipment, even on his car maintenance and his cell phone bill, and things like web services to the tune of, I believe, thousands or tens of thousands of dollars, email services, huge amounts of money for that.
Don't forget the training for the sloth bridges.
Yeah, he had to pay somebody to build sloth bridges to train for that.
But clearly we can see a trend with these numbers here of the Beth effect. When she left, the donations left.
Yeah, too bad for him. Yeah, so, and if we scroll down, we'll be able to see the expenses listed, right?
We will, but we're going to look at something else first before that.
All right. Just stop me.
Unless you scrolled past it. You may have already scrolled past it, but keep scrolling.
Well, what is it that you're looking for?
So there's a section of the tax form. So here's the Schedule O. Here's the real meat. But there's another section of the tax form where David lists how many hours per week he spends on the charity.
Oh yeah, he claims that he's working 40 hours a week.
See if we can find that part, because it's hilarious. He claims he spends 40 hours a week.
Oh, wait a minute. I can find it this way much easier.
Right, here we go.
So list of officers, directors, trustees, and key employees. Okay, so David Wilcock is the president of the charity, and he claims that he's working on or for this charity for 40 hours every week. But
there's no way.
One might ask themselves, John, how do you have to work 40 hours a week for a charity that doesn't actually do any charitable thing except give some money to another charity? You just write a check and you're done for the year. You're not working 40 hours a week to forward a little bit of the money you're taking into another charity, right?
Well, remember, this is just willful information that Wilcock is putting in. He tells his tax accountant, put 40 hours for that, and then he just calls it a day. I don't think he can actually justify this number. He doesn't have like any kind of payroll or any kind of timesheets to justify this number. This is a
Yeah.
joke.
Now,
David Wilcock, this is a joke.
this is a joke. If you're claiming you're working 40 hours a week, why isn't he like handing out sandwiches to homeless guys, homeless people for 40 hours a week? Or, picking up trash on the side of the highway would be a charitable thing to do.
And look at Box C. David is claiming that he puts in an average of 40 hours a week and receives $0 for this.
Yeah.
It's just
and
not believable.
Meanwhile, he's spending $5,000 one of these years on meals and entertainment,
Right.
claiming he's not getting
Yeah.
any money. And he's buying himself computers, software, cameras that he's then allegedly using for for-profit streams, which is highly illegal. To the best of my knowledge, you can't commingle things. Like, my wife is an accountant. If I ran a charity and I bought a webcam and microphones and software to stream for the charity, I couldn't use that same equipment to stream on my show here because this show is for profit. So he's got a huge problem, and maybe now would be a good time, John. I found the clip of the charity clip.
Yeah, I guess we could play that and just take a look.
Yeah, let's listen, friends. This is highly suspicious. And here's David Wilcock. He says on a public live stream, like a moron, this for-profit stream where I'm collecting super chats and getting ad revenue for my for-profit company is sponsored by my charity. That's highly illegal. Let's take a listen.
Thank you for watching. This video is sponsored by the Wilcock Foundation, which is our 501c3. We've done this through your grassroots support, and we now have the Wilcock Spiritual Healing Foundation, which also is a very important part of our work that allows me to do these videos and have them sponsored. This was sponsored by our foundation, the Wilcock Spiritual Healing Foundation, which financed much of the equipment that you're now seeing and that we're using. So this is a good way for us to use our nonprofit to give something back. I invested in this six-figure Hollywood quality production studio simply because I could, and it gives me a way to create high production value where I can literally just sit down and make a documentary film in one sitting, and then I'm done, a little bit of post-production. But I'm happy to be doing this, sponsored by our foundation, the Wilcock Spiritual Healing Foundation, which financed much of the equipment that you're now seeing and that we're using.
And there's some music in it that you and I did. And
yeah, it's very cool.
Yeah.
And this is sponsored by our 501c3 corporation, which is called Wilcock Spiritual Healing and Empowerment. We had a lot of people asking for ways that they could donate without paying taxes, and we actually do have all of it done the right way. We're under the supervision of a CPA firm, and so everything is done totally by the book. And so one of the ways that we give back to you is by giving out free content. So this is a movie-length show that has multiple camera angles, and you're going to really love it.
And we do a lot to help to protect animals. We love sloths. We are going to be helping some of the burned koala bears from Australia, which is so sad. So many animals lost their lives there.
There's a billion animals, right?
Sadly, a billion animals lost their lives in the Australian fires. And there are still some wounded ones that are alive. And so we use that foundation to channel assistance to different organizations. And we're actually featuring those in the Ascension Mystery School. And we're doing like little short videos, so maybe we can also let other people know. But we're doing our best to be a part of the solution, which is to anchor in the sacred here on earth, to make sure this earth is a beautiful place and a peaceful place for now and for generations to come.
Well, let's also put this on the record while you're here. You and I both got some new briefings that are really heavy, and we're not going to say what they are, but for people who don't think this is real, what would you like to tell them?
Well, since David and I have been together closely for like the last 4.5 years, I've gotten to meet about 20 insiders, and Some of those are people that are deep inside of the government. There are insiders that he never really even talks about. We'll just generally talk about, but they're not really known. And from some of the insiders that are in the deepest levels of really the warriorship on the planet, you would call that the Alliance.
And this is sponsored by our 501c3 corporation, which is called Wilcock Spiritual Healing and Empowerment. We had a lot of people asking for ways that they could donate without paying taxes, and we actually do have all of it done the right way. We're under the supervision of a CPA firm, and so everything is done totally by the book. And so one of the ways that we give back to you is by giving out free content. So this is a movie-length show that has multiple camera angles, and you're going to really love it. And we actually do have all of it done the right way. We're under the supervision of a CPA firm, and so everything is done totally by the book. And so everything is done totally by the book, totally by the book, totally by the book, totally by the book, totally by the book.
If everything's done totally by the book, where's his 2020 990?
Yeah. Why didn't he ever file that one, right?
Yeah,
He's
that
missing
one.
some.
That it's possible that he didn't get any contributions that year, so he didn't feel like he had to file it. But who knows, man?
Yeah, and you only have to file if you file every, like the way that it works is if you don't file these 990s for 3 consecutive years, then they scuttle your, they remove your charity.
Yeah, I
status.
think that's what
Yeah.
that's what happened to Billy Carson's Aerospace company.
That's
It didn't
exactly what
file its
happened.
forms, and it was
He
made
collected
a for-profit.
donations. He collected donations for his nonprofit organization for 3 full-on years. He never reported what happened to the money or how much he took in or what he did with it, and then they scuttled his charitable license. And the interesting thing, John, is I don't know. My wife's an accountant. No CPA would tell you it's okay to sponsor your for-profit company live streams. Notice how he says we're producing free content. No, you're not producing free content. If there's ads on YouTube and you're taking in money, that's not free content. He would have had to have it demonetized. And I've checked every one of the streams where we heard the clip of him saying, this is sponsored by the Wilcock Spiritual Healing Foundation, had ads on them, which means he was making money for his for-profit company while he was using cameras, software, microphones, and equipment, all purchased with the money from the charitable donations he was receiving. Sounds like a scam. This sounds like a scam.
It's completely suspicious and questionable.
Yeah.
And as far as like what his CPA is doing about it, I mean, David's paying them, I guess, if they don't ask too many questions.
Well, we can take a look at these 2023 explanations of let's take a look at that.
So here's the Schedule O, which is where David lists their expenses and their assets and liabilities and an explanation of thereof. So it's
he's
actually
claiming he gave $24,500 to other charities. That's the charity work that he did. He gave almost 25K. But to who? And where's the canceled checks? Can we see those?
Well, here's the thing. No, the canceled checks are not part of these forms. Remember earlier, they started this tax year with only a little over $11,000 in cash. How did they make a $24,500 contribution when they only had $11,000 in cash, Stephen?
And they spent more than they made, than they had. Yeah.
At the bottom of this blue table, we get the explanation on how they were able to make this giant contribution when they only had $11,000 in cash.
And let's just say this is Shady. So from Divine Cosmos, that's his for-profit company, beginning zero, due to Divine Cosmos, ending $15,751. So what does that mean exactly? Explain it to us.
In layman's terms, David has multiple corporate entities, right? He has this nonprofit, the Wilcock Spiritual Healing and Empowerment Foundation, so ridiculously named, but he also has his for-profit corporation, Divine Cosmos LLC. According to this entry, at the beginning of the year, and actually the line above it, Divine Cosmos owed money to this nonprofit. So the for-profit company at the beginning of this 2023 tax year owed money to the nonprofit. At the end of the year, it didn't owe any money to the nonprofit, and the tables have turned, and now the nonprofit owes money to Divine Cosmos. The TLDR, in layman's terms here, is Divine Cosmos has loaned his nonprofit a bunch of money.
Yeah.
That's what has happened.
And also, he could be saying that his for-profit company is giving the money, but he's not saying that. He's basically saying they're lending it to him, and then he has to pay it back to them.
Correct, exactly.
And then if he's giving money from his for-profit company to his nonprofit, he could be writing that $15.99 off as a charitable contribution.
No, because it's right. He could do that. So, and we don't know why he didn't do it as a contribution, why they did it as a loan, but we can speculate. It's shady. So the obvious explanation, right, is since Divine Cosmos has loaned money to the nonprofit, right, the nonprofit now has this liability. They have this $15,751 liability that's now weighing down their balance sheet to the point where they're now negative $6,000 in the hole. But it shows up as a liability on the nonprofit.
Well, doesn't it seem shady that he would put his charity into debt to give money to his for-profit company?
No. His for-profit company gave money to the charity. That's what happened.
Okay, but to pay the loan back, he's putting his charity $6,000 in arrears or into debt.
Well, it's negative $6,000 as far as assets. According to this form, it ended the 2023 tax year with a little over $3,000 in cash. So it's still got $3,000 in cash in the bank, according to this form. But as far as Divine Cosmos is concerned,
and he also paid $534 in furniture.
No. These are assets. If you look at here, it says other assets.
Assets, yeah.
So it started the year, and this is another questionable thing, Stephen. It started the year, according to this filing, with $534 worth of furniture and fixtures. It ended the year with zero.
So
and the next line, well, hold on.
Furniture?
No. He did not sell it. We have the proof.
Okay.
If you look below, he also says machinery and equipment. He started the year with $400 worth of that, and it ended at zero. So that's $934 worth of stuff that just vaporized in the thin air. No, if you look at the top line, Stephen, the depreciation is $934. He is claiming on this form, and it's very suspicious, in my opinion. I'm not an accountant or lawyer, but it seems very suspicious that he had $934 of furniture, fixtures, machinery, and equipment that all magically depreciated to zero in 1 year.
Yeah, I mean, if you buy a chair, let's break this out a little bit so people can understand. Let's say I bought a couch for $1,000 and I run a charity, and it's the couch that people sit on when they come into the office or whatever, and I bought it for $1,000. The next year, it's not worth zero. It might be worth 700, or there's a little bit of a drop in value. Right?
It'll take time. There's a depreciation schedule. It will take time. Eventually, in theory, it would reach zero.
He's saying that his furniture and fixtures were worth $534, and machinery and equipment was worth $400 at the beginning of this fiscal year.
And now it's zero.
Now it's worth zero.
So that's questionable.
And he also lost money in intangible assets, which usually is things like stocks, bonds.
No, intangible assets. Those are things like intellectual property, copyrights, patents. Those are intangible assets. What the hell IP does his charity actually have? And he's claiming it started the year worth $6,444, and it amortized. It became less valuable by $519, and that's listed below depreciation.
Listen, I don't know. All I know, John, is I have a background in corporate accounting. My wife is an accountant. I don't understand what he's doing here, except that this is shady as fuck. This is all really shady.
So there's two main theories of speculation that I have on this, and it all really stems from the fact that his Divine Cosmos lent over $15,000 to this nonprofit. My first line of speculation is that he needs assets on the books for Divine Cosmos. And so by loaning money to the nonprofit, that shows up as an asset for Divine Cosmos. It shows up as a liability here for the charity. And as we can see, it's way down their balance sheet. They owe $6,000, or they're negative $6,000 as far as assets. But it
Yeah.
shows up as a liability, as an account receivable for Divine Cosmos.
Well,
So
you know
he
one
made that
thing-
loan to boost Divine Cosmos's books. That's my first line of speculation. My
Okay.
second line of speculation, and this is the one that I think is probably the case, David has said that he's been giving charitable contributions to a friend of his that I think has cancer and is dying or has already died.
which is illegal.
Well,
You can't give if you run a charity, you can't give the charitable donations from your nonprofit if you run a charity, you can't give money from the charity to a friend or a relative. That's very clear. You're not supposed to do that. I don't know if it's illegal, but it's
you might be right. I don't know if it's illegal either, but David has said his charity's giving the money. This form, Stephen, proves that that is a complete falsehood. The charity is merely an intermediary. Most of the money came from Divine Cosmos via this loan.
Nice.
That's where most of the money came from. And we can prove that. It says it right here.
One thing I was confused about, and part of my conspiratorial nature, but since David Wilcock is blaming me for everything, it stands to reason that I have this line of reasoning. On all of the other charity forms, he listed what his expenses were on every other 990 for the year. In other words, he would say, we spent this much on this, we spent this much on this. On this form, he didn't give a breakdown of their expenses, really.
The Schedule O on this 2023 form is much shorter than the previous years. I guess we have to assume that he didn't spend thousands of dollars on email or on training or on meals.
Years, he spent thousands of dollars on meals and entertainment for himself, thousands of dollars on software and equipment, thousands of dollars on email providers, thousands of dollars.
Let's be honest, Stephen. Old David has fallen on hard times. Maybe he just can't afford those meals and entertainment anymore.
Well, if it's free charity money, why not? I'm going to start.
Well, his charity's hurting. It's only got a little over $3,000 in the bank, and it's negative $6,000 in assets.
They have collected. They have collected more than $100,000. So that means he spent $100,000 somehow between.
Well, if you've already gone over the previous years, we saw what he spent the money on.
Yeah, and I think we're gonna clip this and put them all together into one video so people could see all the coverage of this shady charity since its inception. And there's also a famous appearance that he did on Edge of Wonder where he basically laid out his plans for his charity was to evade taxes, because he said on that appearance he did, I've come up with a way that you can give me money and not have to pay taxes. But what he really means is you could give me money and then I don't have to pay taxes on it. Do you know what I mean?
Well, correct. But if you make a charitable contribution to a 501c3 charity, it is tax deductible on your
you get a write-off. Yeah, you get a write-off.
But that Edge of Wonder video, was that on the YouTube channel? Because their YouTube channel's gone.
Yeah, but I have it somewhere. I'm going to put that. I'm going to clip that into. I think we're going to do like a master. We'll take all of our coverage of David Wilcock's shady charity. And by the way, thanks for your help with this, because I get busy and I didn't know that he finally filed this 2023 one. He's always years behind.
It's not only years behind, but as I mentioned earlier, if you look at the page form version of this on the IRS website, like if you enter in the employee ID number on the IRS website, you don't get the 2023 form. It's not on there yet. So, I mean, I keep hearing in the news,
slow IRS. We don't know.
Well, I've heard in the news that like Donald Trump is like slashing the IRS workforce by like half or something. Who knows? Who really knows? I mean, it's the IRS. I
just want to go back to this. So David Wilcock is claiming in this form. This is one of the what a freaking joke. Yeah, this is the what a freaking joke portion of this form. He's claiming that he's doing 40 hours of work a week for this charity that basically does nothing. Does it? According to this charity, according to this latest form, he gave $25,000 in charitable contributions to other charities from his charity. How long, John, does it take to write a check in a year?
Well, here's the thing.
It doesn't take 40 hours a week for 52 weeks in a year to write one check, and that's the only That's the only thing he did for his charity all year.
Right. They had charitable contributions of over $24,000. But according to this form, David is working an average of 40 hours a week for this charity. He's gotten paid $0, and the charity in the last 2 years has taken in 0 contributions. So what the hell is he actually doing other than, like you said, writing checks?
Yeah. I mean, he's not doing anything near that I could tell. You know, and I also think that it's just shady to say, donate money to me so that I can take your money and give it to another charity. Why not just promote the charities that you want people to donate to, unless you want to skim off the top of every dollar and then give a tiny portion of what you've taken in to other charities, you know?
As we speculated based on these forms, it seems like the charitable contributions were coming in at a pretty good clip until Beth left. And for some reason,
I covered his shady charity. I think that might have killed some of the donations.
Perhaps, yes.
You know?
But you know, it's very interesting. David does not talk about his charity on his live streams at all. He never mentions it anymore. It's all, go to thedisclosure.com and buy my product.
My shit. Yeah.
I need an income. I need to survive. I am still in a bankruptcy situation, all this stuff. Buy my videos on time traveling dinosaurs, but don't worry about my charity. Don't donate to my charity.
Suffer, David Wilcock. Yeah, well, he can only milk the dents for so much money, and I guess he'd rather get it on the for-profit side. I don't know.
Yeah, he's desperate. He needs it on the for-profit side.
Michael, formerly in Seattle, said, "I heard a rumor that Stephen is the notorious criminal known as the Gray Fox." That's totally 100% true. And Rotary Motion with 2. Ashton Forbes will be the next David Wilcock. Yep. Yeah. They're both about as believable, all of these guys. So the charity stuff is interesting. I really do think I'm going to clip all of our coverage of the shady charity stuff together into one video so that people can see from the very beginning how much he took in and what he did with it. Anna Louisa with $2. No message, but thank you, Anna Louisa. And we have Review Tech Mongolia with 2. Wilcock tried to butt bang me and write it off. Oh, no. And the Buddhas of Boston Sports sue his banged butt. Truth and discovery. Yeah, John, do you think it's stupid that he's threatening to sue me? Like, look how dangerous we are to his scams and his swindles and his shady business dealings just being regular citizens. He's going to give me subpoena power if he sues me. Like, I'm going to be able to subpoena his emails, his records.
Steven, I don't think he's going to sue you.
No,
it's all threats. He's just trying to bully you to silence you. I don't think he's actually going to do it. I mean, do you remember right before he went on his Canadian vacation, he said he was going to write the lawsuit against you on his vacation, and he wound up not doing that because he got like COVID or something. I mean, the guy's been saying, "I'm going to sue you. I'm going to sue you."
Like July of last year.
It's all bark, bark, bark. He never actually bites.
Yeah,
he just wants to silence you.
Well, if he does sue me, I'm going to start Light Warrior Steven Fund, like Corey Good.
I don't think he's
make the audience pay for my. You know, Steven, I have speculated out some things, and here's what I've speculated, John. If he does it, I am going to go to the best lawyers in the whatever jurisdiction, whatever it costs, and then I'm going to petition the court that we're allowed to film everything and broadcast it, because after all, he's damaging my reputation with these false accusations, and I should be able to broadcast the results of we'll see what happens. You know,
I still don't think he's going to do it. Remember, Steven, even if he had a meritorious argument, even if he actually had a legitimate cause for action, in order to sue someone, you need this thing called money.
And you need proof too.
And if you watch David's last few live streams, like he's calling his sugar daddy for money now. Like he supposedly got a $20,000 small business loan. And then the next week he said he got an even larger line of credit. And then the week later, he's saying he had to call his sugar daddy again. The guy is in serious money trouble.
Yeah.
And he even admits that. He says, I can't sue him because I don't have the money. Well, that's obvious.
Yeah, well, I found out, I've been talking to a few lawyers about what to do about his false accusations, and I could stop him, but it would be very, very costly to stop him. It would, you know. So I'm in a situation, John, where like I can take my kids to Disneyland next year, or I can make David Wilcock stop making these false accusations about me. I can't do both. So,
Well, you can
what do you think?
compromise. You can compromise and take them to Sesame Place instead.
Sesame Place is right near my house. We have
I know,
season
right?
passes. They're not interested in Sesame. Now they want the Disney trip because they go to Sesame every other week in the summer. Like they have water rides and, all that stuff. We have season passes. We get them every year because we're like 20 minutes from Sesame Place. So now they want the Disney vacation stuff. So, obviously I'm going to choose my family. It's very concerning though, because a lot of people have pointed this out, John. I'm not worried about him. I'm worried about one of his unhinged followers believing that I'm this evil villain and deciding to take action to stop me from ending, from stopping Ascension or something.
Well, that brings up a good point. I think we have to start talking about David Wilcock and his Sunday live streams as in fact being a cult. If you look at the characteristics of cults and you like make like a checklist of what those
Oh yeah.
characteristics are,
You can't question the leader.
David Wilcock in his live streams,
Information control.
Yeah,
It's
he checks
of
all
those
the
things.
boxes. He checks all the
Fair
boxes. I looked
game.
earlier.
Yeah, fair game.
Yeah,
That's what he's doing to me right now. Fair game. Anything goes. You call him a Satan worshiper, a child predator. You sue him. You make him. That's Scientology tactics 101. It's cult like tactics.
So
Review
unfortunately,
Tech Mongolia. If he sues you, raw dog butt bang him with lawyers. Yeah. Thank you.
I mean, unfortunately, with cults, you're going to get a small minority of the followers that are diehard, and they'll do things like stalk the enemy. I mean, we saw that with other people like Corey Good.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
Corey Good had whole groups of people that just spend all day and night in Facebook groups making memes to attack people and call them Satan worshipers and all this other stuff. I would love to speak to two of those people because but I have kind of they've left Corey's cult. But it's been a few years. Like I'd love to talk to them and say, like, why don't you talk about what you did for dear cult leader now to make amends? Because you were wrong now. The guy obviously wasn't a secret space guy. He was a con artist, and you got conned. But people feel stupid. They don't want to admit that there's a lot of shame involved with getting conned by a cult. So, yeah. So what's going on the Stavati front? There's some news.
Well, let me just start from the beginning with some of the updates that I have. Okay. So as I've mentioned previously, David Wilcock has been showing these moose feeding videos on his Sunday live streams, and he's constantly showing him throwing multiple apples to multiple moose. Back in November,
which is illegal,
several people made criminal referrals to Colorado Parks and Wildlife.
And it wasn't me, David Wilcock.
And it wasn't me either. I didn't do it either.
Yeah,
it was not me. But when I heard that several people had made criminal referrals, more than one, I filed a Colorado Criminal Justice Records Act request, which is basically like a FOIA request for
like a right criminal to know FOIA request
in Colorado. And they told me that the investigation was ongoing, and while it's ongoing, they can't give me the records, and I don't want them while they're ongoing anyway. I want the finished product. As of last week, it's still ongoing. And at this point, I've been asking for updates consistently enough that Colorado Parks and Wildlife has now put me directly in touch with the officer who is investigating David Wilcock. So I'm now in direct email conversation with this person.
This is great because David Wilcock is accusing me of, he said he was going to get me arrested. I'm doing all kinds of criminal activity, terrorism, cyber stalking, extortion, stealing money out of his bank account. He said the Colorado sheriff was cooperating with the Philadelphia police to get me arrested, and none of that is true. And yet David Wilcock, we can verifiably say, is under criminal investigation by Parks and Wildlife.
I mean, the officer told me in writing, so it's happening.
Okay, so now, David Wilcock, you are under criminal investigation, yes. Not me, dude. Yeah, now, even though it's for something stupid, though, like fucking feeding a moose.
I personally do feel it's silly. I didn't make the criminal referral. it is worth mentioning that he's feeding a moose, and a moose can kill a human being.
Absolutely.
So what he's doing is actually risky. And you know what's stupid, Stephen? Before he shows the video, he actually tells his audience, "Oh, a moose is a dangerous animal. Don't try this at home." And then he shows a video of him doing it at home.
Yeah,
like, it's
but
just,
he's not like walking up to it. He's like hurling apples at it from a good distance, right outside his house or something.
And the moose actually runs from him, which I think is kind of funny. But
Buffalo Spunks is here and says, "That's really me." You know,
carnivorous vegan.
One of his followers has already accused you and us of killing millions of people for calling out Stavati as a scam. They are not well. I agree, Buffalo Spunks.
Yeah, she's talking about carnivorous vegan, the woman with crazy eyes.
Yes,
who said
yes.
You're responsible for 1 million deaths, Stephen.
And I'm stopping Ascension single-handedly. Review Tech Mongolia. Wait, he is sexually harassing wild moose now?
No, we don't have any proof that that's happening.
We don't have any proof that he's trying to butt bang moose, but Tales of the Sonic Voyage with 5. I heard you applied for that Stavati job posting. I think your chances are great.
We'll get to that later. Let me finish the moose stuff.
Yes.
So anyway, I'm in direct contact with the officer. The officer has informed me it is still ongoing. And they've also informed me that, they have 18 months from the initial reporting of the crime to actually do the investigation. He has implied to me that it may take up to 18 months. Which is kind of crazy because the videos of him doing it on YouTube are like right there. And he shows the same video multiple times, feeding multiple apples to multiple moose.
Yeah, why does it take 18 months?
So I have two theories on why that might be happening. My first theory is that this officer in Colorado Parks and Wildlife, they know that, I requested this information pretty early, like a few days after the referrals were made. Maybe they know that it's going to be made public after the fact, and so
they have to be very careful. Yeah,
they're just running out the clock. That's my first line of thinking. My second line of thinking, and this is backed up by history, and this is what I think is probably happening, is they're taking a long time, Stephen, because if you look at previous cases in Colorado where people film themselves feeding animals, each time they gave the animal a piece of food, that was one citation. Right,
so that one, 10 counts.
that one lady who fed multiple pieces of bread to that deer, and then she put it on YouTube. And by the way, she lives in Evergreen, which is only maybe like 30-40 minutes from David Wilcock. Each piece of bread was a $100 fine. So she fed the deer a piece of bread, that was a $100 fine. She fed it another piece of bread, that was another $100 fine. She let it eat from a charcuterie board in her living room, that was also a $100 fine. They could be stacking violations against Wilcock because that's worth their time. He feeds multiple apples to multiple moose. They may whack him with hundreds of dollars worth of citations. That way it's worth their time, because just one incident, all this time for one incident for one $100 citation doesn't make much sense. So I think that they're building a case.
Yeah, it does seem a little petty. Jupiter's Madness seems a little petty, but I'm here for it.
It's petty, and I didn't do it. But David is very stupid to have put this
on a public YouTube.
On a public YouTube. Like, feeding animals feeding what big game is legal in Colorado, but like almost everybody does it. Like, everyone feeds, a deer an apple in their backyard or whatever.
Exactly. Evidence of it on YouTube like a moron.
The moral of the story is, if you're going to commit a crime, if you're going to break the speed limit, don't video record it. And if you do video record it, don't put it on the public internet. That's the real moral of the story here.
I'm with you. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah. All right.
So I guess we should move on to Stavati.
Yeah, we've covered Moosegate. What's going on with Stavati?
Oh man!
Listen, David Wilcock says that and by the way, just in full disclosure, pardon the pun, I was in contact with the lawyer today that is suing Stavati Aerospace on behalf of this Dimitrov, but I did not hear back from him, because David Wilcock is saying the only reason Dimitrov sued them is because of things that I said.
Well, we have proof in the transcripts of Dimitrov's deposition, which I guess we can look at tonight. That's now public on the docket. Dimitrov clearly says it was Reddit posts and another Stavati investor who made him doubt Stavati
Yeah,
and want
and
to
I've
sue
never
him.
posted on Reddit in my life.
Yeah, and I wasn't posting on Reddit during those years either. These Reddit posts that they're talking about, these are from like the late 2020s to like, or I'm sorry, they're from like the late 2010s to the early 2020s. So they're from like 2018, 2019, 2020, that time
Yeah.
frame. And I wasn't posting on Reddit, and I didn't even know about Stavati back then. If you had
Me
asked me about
neither.
Stavati back then, I'd be like, what the F is
I mean, the
Stavati?
first time I was aware of him is the first time David mentioned him on his show, I guess. So that would be around 2018. But cards on the table. I've
No,
never
I don't
posted
think it
on
was
Reddit.
2018. The first time he mentions Stavati, or
Oh,
he
it's
talks
probably
about Stavati.
2021 or
Well, that 2021 is when he first mentions Stavati by name. And actually in 2021, he refers to Chris Beskar as codename Ben and all that crap. But in 2020, he started dropping hints in some of his live streams that he's working with an operation that's developing anti-gravity technology, but he can't talk about it.
okay.
It's in my book, and I sourced the videos.
Okay.
So it actually goes back to 2020. He started
Well, my
dropping
point
little
is, it's like there's no way that Dimitrov heard they were a scam from me because he sued them
No,
previous.
we don't have any indication that Dimitrov even knows of you or me.
Well, they might.
We don't have
after
any
I talked to
indication
his
of that.
lawyer. They might after I talked to his lawyer.
I mean,
But that's like today. Today is the first time I reached out to his lawyer.
Yeah, possibly. We don't know. But I guess we should talk about Stavati. Do you want to bring up the docket on recap, or do you want me to send you the link?
Send me the link for it. Yes,
okay. Please. I'll try not to make my clicky keyboard make too much noise.
Those audio files will get you every time. Audio experts.
All right, so I just sent you the link in EV Mux in the private chat.
Okay. All right, let me get to that, and we'll begin on the coverage of the. Oh, 1 second. All right, you sent me 2 links.
No, well, the first one was the tax. Look at the second link. Click on the second link.
Okay.
That's the Dimitrov case.
Okay, and let me share my screen so that we get that up, and we'll talk about the latest updates, because David Wilcock says that this is all getting settled.
No, David Wilcock, that's a falsehood. Right?
Yeah,
David Wilcock said, "Oh,
David Wilcock lied to his audience? Are you kidding me, John?
Yeah,
no way.
Yeah,
he lied
David
to
Wilcock,
his audience again.
He said something along the lines of, "Oh, we talked to Dimitrov. It's all a misunderstanding. He's with us now, and we're settling." Yeah, that's bullshit. But yeah, these public filings, it's bullshit. So these are all the latest public filings. Let's go down to the one. Scroll down a little bit more. Scroll down to line 60. I'm sorry, not line 60. Scroll up to 61. Okay. So docket entry 61. Right. 61. So back on. So the latest updates for the most part this year. Back on February 19th, Stavati put in a motion to dismiss the Dimitrov lawsuit.
Okay.
And I posted about this on X, and the basis for Stavati trying to get this dismissed is they deposed Dimitrov, and they now claim that they think he's a money launderer. They think he came, and they say this in their filing, they think that he came to the court with unclean hands. So they're trying to get it dismissed. They don't think he has standing because he's a money launderer.
Okay, but if somebody's a money launderer and they invest $1 million in your company, does that mean you just get to keep their money because he's a money launderer? Like, I don't understand this line of reasoning, John.
Well, it's a Hail Mary trying to make this argument that he doesn't have standing, and they're trying to make the argument that he's a money launderer based on his transcript. If you actually look at what he says in the transcript, it's questionable, but it doesn't show that he's a money launderer.
But the claim has been made.
But the claim, they have made the filing to dismiss based on that. And they included transcripts and some of these attachments. And I think we've actually gone over these.
We've already gone over those previously, yeah.
So Stavati makes this motion to dismiss the case. If you look at line 62, which actually happened several weeks later, they actually withdraw this document. And the reason they withdraw it, and they say so in the filing, is they realize that they screwed up, or their lawyer realizes he screwed up. And so they withdraw the motion to dismiss the case and replace it with a motion for summary judgment basically asking for the same thing, for the case to be dismissed on the same, not line 63, line 62. That's where they withdraw it. So, and docket entry 62. So they say, our bad, we did the wrong type of filing, the wrong style. Here's the correct one, but we're saying the same thing. That's what they're doing. I find this very curious, Stephen. This lawyer is not an idiot. Remember, back in 2023, Stavati was in default for 6 months, and this lawyer made a very shrewd and nuanced legal argument to get the default set aside. And the judge bought it and set aside the default. The lawyer won a pretty major victory. So this lawyer who is smart enough to make that shrewd and nuanced legal argument doesn't know how to make basic filings in a civil case. I have to say, I think that this incident where they submitted the wrong one, then withdrew it and put another one in, I think these are dirty lawyer games. I think that Stavati's lawyer is delaying because that's really all they can do.
Yeah, that's their only tactic that they have.
I mean,
owe the guy. What do they owe him? $5 million or $6 million back?
They owe him the $1 million principal plus $5 million in profit, so in total $6 million.
Wow. And so, and by the way, I just want to put on the record that when David Wilcock is making his live streams telling everybody, oh, Stephen says Stavati's a scam, not a real company, I drew that conclusion based on the court documents in which one of their investors said that they were a scam and a Ponzi scheme, and then they essentially admitted that they're a Ponzi scheme by saying, well, we're going to pay this guy back who's suing us, but we're waiting for new investment money.
Right, and they don't,
the old investor. That's a Ponzi scheme.
And they don't deny it. And we have 2 bona fide written correspondences from Stavati folks, one from Brian Colvin or Rody Chacon, I forget which one. And we have Chris Beskar's demand letter response, which we've also gone over on this show. And in both of those written documents, both Beskar and Colvin state that they were trying to repay Dimitrov with other investors' money. So Stavati in 2 instances has said that in writing to Dimitrov.
Yeah, pretty genius move to, like, if people are calling you a scam and a Ponzi scheme, it's pretty much a genius move to admit to being a Ponzi scheme in written documents.
And we may look in this is in one of the attachments earlier, but we now in these filings above here, we now have further attachments which include emails from Brian Colvin. And I'm not kidding you, Stephen. Brian Colvin in 2022 was emailing Dimitrov and begging him not to make this a legal issue. Like putting it in all capitals. Do not go to a lawyer. Don't do that. It's in the emails. We may eventually look.
We've covered that already. Yeah.
No, we haven't.
We haven't. Okay.
We in the initial complaint, Dimitrov and his attorney say that there are emails, but we didn't actually see the verbatim actual emails. They're now on the docket above here in attachments. We may look at that later. We may not. It's it's interesting though. He's basically begging Dimitrov, "Oh, please don't sue us." So anyway, in docket entry 62, they withdraw. And again, on the same day, on March 5th, docket entry 63, they replace it with a motion for summary judgment, basically asking for the case to be dismissed, basically asking for the same thing in a different style motion. Now, under the rules of the court, under the federal rules of civil procedure, Dimitrov then had 30 days, 30 calendar days, to respond to this motion for summary judgment. The next docket entry, Stephen, that we notice is docket entry 64. Don't click on it just yet. Docket entry 64, which was filed 1 day before Dimitrov's response was due. And this is a joinder from Brian Colvin. And you can click on it and look at it if you want, but I'll give you the TLDR. Brian Colvin is basically saying in this joinder 1 day before Dimitrov's response was due, Brian Colvin is basically saying that he doesn't disagree with Stavati's motion for summary judgment, but Brian Colvin denies all the bad shit that Stavati accuses him of.
Nice.
So that was 1 day before it was due.
And for those unaware, in case you're not familiar, the issue is that this Brian Colvin is the one who solicited the money and got the money from the person that's suing Stavati. And Stavati's CEO is basically saying that Brian Colvin misrepresented himself and forged Bescar's signature
Correct. Yeah.
on this agreement to give back $6 million after taking in the $1 million. But interestingly, even though Beskar claims the money was obtained fraudulently without his knowledge, he still spent the money.
Right, and we'll see in one of these dockets up here, Dimitrov's lawyers, when they finally make the response, they say exactly that. And they ask Beskar in the deposition, did you deposit the money? And Beskar says yes. And they ask Beskar, did you file any kind of complaint with your bank? Or did you tell your bank that this was illegitimate? And Beskar says no. So anyway, so this is April 4th, the day before Dimitrov's response was due. Brian Colvin files this joinder. We notice that the next entry is Dimitrov's response to the motion for summary judgment, and that was on April 9th. So as David said on his live stream, it was technically 4 days overdue. I've looked into this and talked to some folks, and it's my opinion that the judge is not going to find it overdue because this joinder that came in right before it was due,
Yeah, that's going to require some additional research, right?
Exactly. And the judge is likely to find that. So sorry, David Wilcock. I don't think you're going to get your way. It's going to be another provably false statement about this case among several that you previously given, David. And let's not forget, folks, in 2023 and most of 2024, David Wilcock didn't acknowledge the existence of this case at all. At all.
Yeah,
he never talked
You're right.
about it in his live streams. He didn't start talking about it until later on in 2024.
After you and I covered it here, then he started talking about it.
I mean, we can imply we don't really know why technically why David started talking about it. We think it's you and I, but for all we know, Beskar is telling David what to say, and Beskar didn't tell David to start talking about it until recently, for all we know.
Yeah,
But
and
anyway.
there was something interesting in the Beskar deposition in that David Wilcock is constantly claiming that he's taking the money from his show and investing it in the Stavati. But the reality is he's giving the money to Christopher Beskar personally.
You're right. And I sent you a clip of that attachment. So we now have in this docket entry 25, we now have Chris Beskar's transcript or partial transcript of his deposition. Dimitrov's attorneys did depose Chris Beskar. And we have some of his responses, and some of it's very interesting to say the least. And one of the more interesting things, as you just mentioned, is that Chris Beskar is getting personal income. Personal income. In other words, it's not going to Stavati for hover cars or free energy or any of that nonsense. It's going to
right
Chris,
in his pocket. Yeah.
It's going right in his pocket as personal income for his household.
Yeah, and I've speculated that David Wilcock is paying him to basically lie, allegedly, about David Wilcock has made all of these claims, like Christopher Beskar worked on top secret projects for the government, and he built secret space programs, spaceships, and all this stuff.
I don't know if I've mentioned this on the show or not. This might be a Truth Seekers exclusive. But Stephen, one of my sources told me on the telephone that Chris Beskar told him that he worked with aliens at Area 51.
Great.
And that's verbatim what he told me.
Nice. Nice. So he's a space cadet, just like David Wilcock.
I wonder if Chris Beskar was like working with Bob Lazar or whatever, right? Because didn't Bob Lazar claim he was working at Area 51?
Yeah, the convicted pimp. Yeah, sure.
So anyway, Dimitrov and his attorneys make this response to the motion. It's 4 days late. They include partial transcripts of Chris Beskar's deposition. And as I said, this is public. I uploaded all these PDFs. So I uploaded all these blue buttons. That's all my work. Anyone can come here for free, look at the PDFs. Chris Beskar's deposition is in plain English, and Chris Beskar admits that he deposited Dimitrov's money, didn't complain to his bank, etc. So the latest filing on April 24th, so 5 days ago, this is David Wilcock basically foreshadowed this, right? So this is this is Stavati's attorneys trying to strike the response that Dimitrov's attorneys made here on the 9th, and they're making the argument that because it's late, it should be stricken. And as I previously mentioned, I don't think it's going to be stricken. I think the judge is going to say, nah, the joinder came in late. I'll grant them leave after the fact for a few days to make the response. It was fairly timely.
It's really up to
And
the
then,
judge, yeah.
yeah,
If
and I think
it's
the
or
judge.
not.
I wouldn't be surprised if the judge rebukes Stavati for trying to push for sanctions here. I would not surprise me if the judge says get GTFO.
But this is
with
what
your ridiculous
Wilcock is
motion.
basing, that the case is going to get dismissed because the other party was
Right.
a few days late with a filing.
Right, and then because they were late with the filing, the judge will go by Stavati's motion for summary judgment, and David Wilcock is implying that the judge will buy the argument that Dimitrov doesn't have standing to sue because he's allegedly a money launderer. And I think that will also fail. And when the motion to strike and the motion for summary judgment fail, Stavati's Hail Marys will be incomplete. And if their Hail Marys here are incomplete,
They got nothing left. Yeah, they got
I don't
nothing
see
left.
there. I think all the chambers in their gun will be empty, and then I think maybe we'll be in the end game of this lawsuit. But who's to say? I mean,
How long has this lawsuit been going?
Since February 2023, so it's been 2 years and almost 3 months.
Yeah, this is why it's kind of funny when David Wilcock claims he's going to sue me or anybody else. It's like, all right, good, go dedicate years of your life into trying to get me in legal,
But
like
as anyone can see here, every single filing, every single document on the docket is available in the public domain for free. Anyone can come here and look at the PDFs.
Thanks to John,
yeah, exactly. And so all of this misinformation that David is giving people, I just shake my head like, Wilcock, you can come here and look at the filings and read it for yourself. It's in plain English.
Yeah. And the funny thing with lawsuits is we're 2+ years into this. Look at all this legal wrangling, and neither party has seen the inside of a courtroom yet. It's all
remember the policy of basically all federal courts with civil cases is to deal with these things in the pretrial phase and not go to court, because court costs even more time and money.
Sure,
so the policy is to avoid trial, actually going to trial. And there have been settlement conferences between the parties. There were settlement conferences back, I think, in January of 2024, and no settlement could be reached. And how could a settlement be reached when Stavati doesn't have any money? Honestly, if Stavati offered this guy his $1 million back, that'd probably settle it. And he'd probably just be like, "Oh, I got my money back. I got my money back, and I learned a lesson." But Stavati doesn't have $1 million for the guy. So,
and they never will, unless Wilcock suddenly comes up with $1 million to bail them out.
Well, David Wilcock doesn't have $1 million either. David Wilcock had to get a $20,000 loan, and David Wilcock this past week said he had to call his sugar daddy again. So David doesn't have $1 million.
I think he's got to bend over for that sugar daddy. Like, why is somebody giving him tens of thousands of dollars?
Well, according to the Hidden in Plain Sight podcast, they're sending him Polaroids. Or he's sending this sugar daddy Polaroids.
Oh, gross. Absolutely gross. Just absolutely gross. Well, so is there any other breaking stuff about Stavati that you're aware of? Or
so I did post on X, as you're aware, that Stavati put a job posting on Indeed.
Yeah, I'll pull that up. You two can work for a company that's never made anything.
But it's funny because if you look at this job posting, first of all, we're only in April 2025, and the job posting says that Stavati's hiring for 2026. If they even make it that far.
And you say, after almost 31 years in existence, Stavati has advertised an open position for their first employee on Indeed. The caveat is that it's for 2026. Odd, considering it's only April 2025. My first impression is that since Stavati has no payroll and is very short on funds, this job advertisement is merely to give the impression that they have serious plans. Stavati doesn't have any real human resources or personnel department. The job is advertised at their Niagara Falls facility, a facility which the Stavati source told me on the telephone is nowhere near ready for aircraft production. And here we see that.
And this is just a partial screenshot of the posting on Indeed. Anyone can go look at it. It's public on Indeed. This job posting is strange. it's not for like one type of engineer, Steven. It's basically for like the whole basket of any type of employee they think they might need. So like machine specialists and C-suite executives like CTOs and CFOs and aerodynamicists. They're asking, it's like a catch-all for like any kind of employee they think that they
So
might
they
be
can show
interested.
investors, like, see, we're hiring.
Yeah. You're right. And it's just one posting for all of those different types of things. And as I mentioned here on my X post, how is Stavati going to vet any of these people? They don't have anyone with HR experience to my knowledge, and they don't have an HR department. So you could apply for this job and just make up like a false identity with like a false CV and a false background, and just say, "Hey, I'm an aerodynamic engineer. Hire me." And I guess you would call and talk to Beskar. And what's Beskar to do? He can't vet you. So, HR departments, they have resources and assets that they use to like vet people, like do background checks and vet
Sure,
people's
yeah.
educational history and stuff. Stavati doesn't have that. So what are they going to do? You could tell them, be like, "Oh, I have a PhD from Yale in aerodynamics, and
I'm
I
an
spent time."
anti-gravity
Yeah,
engineer, John.
and I spent time at Area 51 developing spaceships. And Beskar's going to be like, "Okay, I trust you, bro."
This is just so stupid. Just so
Yeah.
stupid.
But this is their first job posting that I've seen from them in 31 years.
31 years. Oh, they're finally hiring somebody. But not till next year when they
They
get the money
appear
comes
to be.
in.
Yeah,
They need to wait for the money to come in, John. They need to wait for the money to come in.
We don't even know if they're going to make it to 2026. So you might apply for a
Yeah,
job
that's
with
what I
this
was going
company.
to ask you next. Do you think that this Shady Aerospace company is going to go bankrupt, especially if they lose that Dimitrov lawsuit? Because they're going to have $1 million loan. Couldn't he get a lien against that property that they own if he wins the judgment?
Well, Steven,
there's already liens against
it. I don't think he could get a lien because we've talked about this, you and I, on previous shows. Dimitrov's loan, his promissory note, that's an unsecured loan. It's unsecured. It's not secured with property. The contractors in New York and the accounting company and the guy who has the mortgage on Stavati's property, those are secured loans. They're actually secured by that real property via either a mortgage or a lien.
Wow.
So those are secured loans. And as you know, and you can ask your wife, she'd probably tell you the same thing. Secured in bankruptcy, secure loans, they have seniority over unsecured loans. They have priority, and they're going to get paid off first. So because Dimitrov's loan is an unsecured loan, I think that even if Dimitrov wins and gets the judgment for the full amount, I think he's going to be last in line. And let's not forget, and we've talked about this on the show previously as well, that property, it's probably worth somewhere south of $1 million.
Probably more like $500,000.
Yeah, it may not be able to pay off the secured loans that are on it or the secured interest that's on it, much less $6 million for Dimitrov for an unsecured loan.
Yeah, Mr. Pro says, what happened to India, David? The contract in the billions. Remember that, David?
Well, let's not forget Dr. Timothy's signed a revocable deal for $500 million that back in August, Chris Beskar flew out to David's house and waved in front of David's face, and David claimed he was shown undeniable, irrevocable proof of a $500 million irrevocable deal that somehow has been revoked.
And let's unpack this a little bit. So we know by various public statements from David Wilcock and Stavati as well, I think, that David Wilcock claims he gave $1.5 million or something like that to this company.
I've calculated at about $1.4 to $1.5 million conservatively. Okay. It wouldn't surprise me if it was more than that.
So what do we think is happening here, John? Because and I freely admit this is my speculation, but I think you've seen the clip Macario did, and by the way, thanks so much to Macario for doing these clips. But this constant David Wilcock saying the money's coming, the money's coming, the money's coming, the money's coming. I believe that they took David Wilcock's money just like Dimitrov. They spent it all, and they have no way to pay back David Wilcock his money
So they keep stringing him along, saying that there's all these big deals. We're going to get you your money back. By the way, can we get 10 grand for our insurance payment that's due? And we'll just add it in or whatever. I think they're still trying to milk him for money. He's wanting to get his $1.5 million back, and he seems totally convinced he's going to get his 1.5 million or whatever he invested with profit on top of it. He's going to get more than he invested back. And my speculation is that they're lying to him and continually stringing him along, claiming that they're going to get all these funds or loans and they'll be able to pay him back. What do you think is happening here?
That's my speculation too. But I mean, as far as from my research and writing a book, I have to kind of put speculation aside. I mean, we could talk about speculation, but it's better that we have things that are provable.
Yeah, I agree.
When Stavati got their default set aside, they then responded to Dimitrov's initial complaint. And in that response, Stavati's attorney and Chris Beskar clearly state that no one at Stavati is getting paid. They have no payroll and no employees, and
No
that Chris
income,
Beskar is and no official income and no products. And Stavati and Chris Beskar has told people that he may give them employment contracts once Stavati gets some kind of business and it's viable to do so. He may give them employment contracts. So when David says, oh, an investment's coming in and I'm going to get a giant payday and I'll never have to worry about money again, those are basically his exact words. David is assuming that he's going to get some kind of piece of paper from Beskar saying, here's a bunch of money, David, whether it's in the form of a bonus or some kind of investor payout, or, you know, a giant lump sum salary. David Wilcock claims he's owed all this. He actually said this in a previous live stream. He claims that he's owed salary for all his work on the board, which apparently is being their stenographer or whatever.
Well, how does he have time to work on the board of an aerospace company? He's working full time for his charity, John. You know.
Well, allegedly their board meetings are once a week. And
he's their stenographer. Yeah, they can't afford a stenographer. They go into recording devices. He has to write down everything everybody says somehow.
Yeah, and he complains about it.
Very high-tech company. RP is here with 5 and says, I built model rockets that I buy from Hobby Lobby. I have a bronze Nartec certification. I demand to be in charge of their space program. He's going to be in charge of... Well, you couldn't do worse than whoever they have taking care of that now. You know, just ridiculous. And, you know, we're already in an hour and a half in, so I don't think I'm going to get to the clips tonight. I think we're going to just cover this tonight. Yeah.
There's more Stavati updates that we can talk about, right? I mean, if we go...
Yeah, let's go into...
I don't think we had Did we have a chance to talk about the sizzle reel? I mean, you covered this in a previous show, but I made a whole Substack post on this, going, you know, line by line, chronologically through that video, about the things that are said that are ridiculous or provably false.
Give us the Cliff Notes version of them, or we could get into that.
I mean, let me take a quick look here.
So for those unaware, David Wilcock released a sizzle reel of a very high-tech looking airplane, but it looks like graphics from 1998. It looked like they did the graphics for this thing, this video that they made about one of their airplanes. It looks like they made it on Windows 98.
Yeah, you know. And so when we're talking about at the beginning of the sizzle reel, they're talking about their SM-39, right? Which is like the crazy looking airplane that has the strakes. Sure. At the very beginning of this video, like the 2.5 mark, Chris Beskar starts talking about how, you know, they want to participate in the next generation air dominance fighter program, the NGAD program. Of course, Donald Trump just recently awarded that to Boeing.
Yeah.
And
a little bit of a problem there then.
I have talked to sources that have said that Stavati is in no way a participant in the NGAD program because Stavati doesn't have the money, the trust, or the security clearances. So they can't participate in it. So they've been locked out. They're not a serious participant in that program.
They're pretending that they could be chosen.
Through this sizzle reel, they constantly imply that they are. They're not. We can go over some other things. They talk about these advanced materials IP, this intellectual property for advanced materials. I talked to one of the guys who supposedly owns the advanced materials. They used to be with Stavati, and he said he's no longer with Stavati. And Chris Beskar no longer have access to this IP. And I asked the guy, I said, well, how would he get access to Advanced Materials IP without you and your IP? And I was told he'll have to go somewhere else and he won't be able to get it anyway. So
all that stuff that Wilcock was talking about, like advanced skinning and materials, that's all pie in the sky hopium
pie
nonsense.
in the sky, exactly.
Imagine that. David Wilcock lied to his audience again. Do you think that he's lying, or do you think that he's just repeating shit that Beskar tells him without checking on it? I think he's just repeating Beskar's talking points.
I think it's a combination of him parroting Beskar and David also giving like his own interpretation on things.
Yeah, and exaggerations.
And it's clear that David, when he gives his own interpretation, and I'm about to mention that here, it's pretty bogus. At the 435 mark of that sizzle reel, David like holds up a giant model of the SM-39, and David and Beskar get into like a brief argument where David thinks that like the strakes were called bulkheads, and Chris Beskar corrects him and says no, they're strakes. Like, it's just, David doesn't even know his own aircraft. Remember, he's the director of advanced technology for this company. He's not, the public relations spokesperson, although that's basically the role that he fills. He's director of advanced technology, and he doesn't know basic stuff.
You're right about that. Yeah. Yeah. And I'm going to play this sizzle reel while we're
You should really go to my Substack post because I have like brief clips of the reel and then we talk about it. But
do you have that? Can you send me the link to that one? I'm sorry.
I can. Yes, I'll send it to you in the private chat here.
Terrible show host. And in the meantime, Trolley Troll says, does Stavati actually own any old MI?
Oh, you're gonna have to go Trolley Troll. You got to go look at our previous episode where we spent like at least a half hour talking about the MiG-29s.
Yeah, it's never going to happen.
Stavati does not own, and here's the TLDR from that episode. Stavati doesn't own any MiG-29s. There are MiG-29s available for Stavati to purchase for any kind of retrofit. All of the airworthy MiG-29s in the United States of America are owned by billionaire Jared Isaacman, who, if some of the audience may have heard of this name, he's been in the news because Donald Trump is floating Jared Isaacman as like the next head of NASA. So he's been in the news. He's got all the airworthy MiG-29s. And as we talked about in the previous episode, he's not just a billionaire with his toys. Jared Isaacman is actually licensed to fly the MiG-29.
Well, that's interesting. And
So
here you
he's-
have one of these clips we'll cite fair use.
Yeah.
Twin engine design, some of them single engine.
Could I
designs.
just stop for a second? So
So he
just
interrupts
to slow
him,
it down,
like-
the next generation air dominance. What does the next
Next
Twin
generation
engine design,
air
some of them-
dominance. Yeah, let me interrupt you and tell me about next generation air dominance. And here's another clip.
Certainly. The nature of this airplane is it's a successor to the advanced tactical fighter of the late 1980s and 1990s. And that was the F-22. And so this is really intended as an F-22 follow-on. It's considered a sixth generation fighter over a fifth generation fighter such as the F-22 or the F-35.
Yeah, but you know what's so funny about him talking about this? Oh, this is a sixth generation fighter. These guys haven't built a first generation fighter. They haven't built a glider. They haven't built an ultralight aircraft. They've built nothing, John.
No, they have a video, like a drone promotional video. They claim to manufacture drones now, but I haven't been able to find any evidence of a single manufactured drone by them. And that teaser video that they put up, it looks like some East Asian or Eastern European or Chinese drone that's built by other people. None of
Then
the
they're
video,
just going to rebrand it. Yeah.
none of the people in that video are Stavati. It looks like Stavati took someone else's video and said, "Oh, look at our drone," which is rather
Okay.
ridiculous.
So next generation means sixth generation.
It
And
could.
now I know that with your impressive background in aerospace, you've really been doing this all your life.
His impressive background in aerospace, 30 years of failure, John.
It's also funny to mention that they refer to the SM-39 as a sixth generation, but now that Donald Trump has given the NGAD contract to Boeing,
Now they're saying it's seventh generation.
now it's the seventh generation. No, we'll just plus one the generation.
Yeah,
That's
it's
no big
bigger
deal.
and better. Yeah.
There are some very exciting materials science breakthroughs that come out of developing something like this.
And again, you've proven that their so-called material science breakthroughs, the intellectual property of those things and the patents belong to somebody who was working with Stavati, but then decided to leave, and they no longer have access to any of this shit.
Correct, and you'll remember in a recent live stream, well, it gets worse. If you remember in a recent live stream, David Wilcock has like switched to the SM31. He started holding that model up now, saying that they're focusing more on that. And he actually said that the reason that they're doing that is because the SM39 requires quote unquote breakthroughs. He's basically admitting they can't make it yet.
We don't have the breakthroughs.
He's
to build
basically
that one,
admitting that they don't have the technical and scientific ability to manufacture the aircraft, which is a stunning admission, because he's saying, oh, it goes Mach 4 and it does all this stuff and it has laser weapons. And then later on he says, oh, well, it actually requires breakthroughs.
Sometimes, John, I wish my father was still around, because he was a helicopter mechanic and an aircraft enthusiast. And like, I would love to have my father on my show to explain why there's difficulty in getting a plane to go Mach 4.
Oh, I'm sure he'd love Stavati.
He would rip David Wilcock and Beskar apart. Because friends, first of all, the fastest jet ever built is probably the Blackbird, and you can't. They had to build it out of like incredible amounts of titanium that they got from the Russians to withstand the heat. And even then, I believe, John, they couldn't fly it at full tilt. Like, they had to hold back because the fuselage would start melting.
Yeah,
even with titanium. So how are these? If the CIA and the government putting every dollar they could into the Blackbird couldn't get past Mach 4, how are they doing it?
And the Blackbird had all these quirks. Like the Blackbird, it pushed the envelope and its capabilities so much.
It's my favorite plane. It's my favorite plane of all time.
Like the seals on that aircraft, when that aircraft was on the ground and not flying, it would leak. It would leak all over the place. And the reason that it would leak all over the place is because it would push the limit so far in its flight envelope when it was actually operating in the sky at altitude that they couldn't make it not leak both on the ground and in the sky, because there's so much, it pushed the tolerances so badly that they had to make a decision that it would either leak on the sky or it would leak on the ground. And so they designed all the seals and connections to leak on the ground.
Right.
So that it was flying in the air, it would leak. So
but somehow they're going to get
stuff like that.
But that was my point. Like, anybody that knows anything about aircraft history would know that these clowns just willy-nilly claiming that they've got a Mach 4 plane that they're going to produce. Like, there's major heat like, how are you getting past the heat problems? How are you? There's just a multitude of things. If Mach 4 was so easy, Boeing would already have a Mach 4 fighter. Do you know what I mean? And like Northrop Grumman would have one, and other big aerospace companies that have successfully been producing fighter jets would have this already. But we're supposed to believe that some company that's never even made a glider is somehow going to leapfrog right past all of the major aerospace companies in America with their proven track record of success and somehow beat them all. It's ridiculous.
The company's products, proposals, and enthusiasm, it all goes back to Chris Beskar. I've talked to several sources who have told me that Chris Beskar knows a lot about aerospace. They've stopped short of saying that he's, like a prodigy or a genius, but they've spoken positively about Chris Beskar's aerospace knowledge. But we have to say, just because you have a lot of aerospace knowledge doesn't mean you can build an aircraft or run an aerospace company.
If he could, he would have already.
We all know
31 years, no aircraft.
We all know lots of car guys, right? Guys that they talk about cars, know a lot about cars. Yeah. That doesn't mean that those guys can build a car or run an automotive company.
Yeah, my brother is like a master mechanic, and he loved the Tucker. Do you ever see that movie Tucker? Mm-hmm. That was the car that was super advanced and came out of nowhere, and then they kind of the big four kind of shut him down because he was so
Oh, was that the electric car that was like decades ago?
No, it wasn't electric, but like it had like moving headlights and seat belts, and it was super fast, and it was so. Anyway, my brother is like a master diesel mechanic, and for a time he was looking into trying to start a motor company. He was going to build motors and then cars, and he gave up because of the regulation. That's another thing we've never talked about. The regulations to manufacture and sell aircraft in the United States, even to build like a one-seater trainer with props, the regulations and it's just an incredible, like, it's so pie in the sky what these guys are claiming, like, and they've never produced anything. So like, you're right, just because somebody knows something about something doesn't mean that they can manufacture it, design it, get past all the government regulation.
You'll also know that I'm conservative with like my reaction and disbelief to the SM-39 and all this Mach 4 baloney. And the reason is, Stephen, and I don't think we've talked about this on Truth Seekers yet, but my research has uncovered a proposed or alleged Stavati craft that has capabilities that are so ridiculous that like they wouldn't even be believable science fiction. Have we talked about the Stavati Hawk before?
No, let's finish this clipping, then we'll get to that, though.
I know that
I don't know if we're going to be able to get to that.
Oh, we might say that.
Stu is like,
yeah.
This is a very, very fast aircraft. How fast does this plane actually go?
Well, this airplane design is a little bit different than other fighters. We went through a period in aviation where we had large engines, and due to composite construction and other material limitations, they weren't going very fast. This particular design is a next-generation fighter intended to operate at speeds of up to Mach 4 and beyond.
They're going to get past Mach 4, John. Okay.
So it's a
Mach 4.
It's a Mach 4 air dominance fighter. That's not to say it can't fly slow, because it can. It has an approach speed of about 85 knots on a carrier deck. So it can go very slow. It can also go very fast. So it's extraordinary in that sense.
Is there anything faster than Mach 4? We saw the Top Gun movie. He made it to...
Okay.
Oh yeah, the Top Gun movie. Let's design our products based off of Top Gun.
Yeah, that's our stuff. I love how they got new plastic models for this. Right?
Well, this plastic, most of what David holds up, those are 3D printed, and he 3D prints those. Have we shown the video of David in the boiler room 3D printing these?
Yeah,
because I have that video.
We've shown that before.
Yeah, but this is produced by a third party.
Here, Chris,
this one's made by a third party. Probably,
yeah. Yes, it is.
It's very small. I mean, this looks like it's a massive aircraft.
Well, it is a very big airplane.
Okay.
It's about 72 feet long.
Whoa.
It's intended to be a large air dominance fighter. It's like the size of an F-14 or an F-15 or an Su-27. So it's really the American equivalent of a Sukhoi Su-27 type airplane.
Well, it also reminds me of the one that we saw in the National Air and Space Museum in Washington, D.C.
Reminds me of Buck Rogers. Did you ever see Buck Rogers' spaceship? His fighter? It looks a lot like this one, John.
Man, it's been a long time since I've seen Buck Rogers.
I'll see if I can't pull it up. It's pretty funny.
It's
the SR-71.
The Blackbird. It's similar in many ways to the Blackbird, although it's shorter than the Blackbird. It doesn't quite have that mission. It's more fuel efficient than the Blackbird by a great margin.
Yeah,
and it will be powered by
We're doing better than the CIA did making that one.
next generation variable cycle afterburning turbofans. And these engines are variable cycle in the sense that they go from being a turbofan to being a turbojet.
Oh.
And at high speeds, it's a Mach 4 turbojet. It operates nearly like a ramjet. And we have a proprietary design for this engine that will be produced by our engine division known as Neothrust, or we can produce an aircraft that uses engines from
They're going to manufacture their own engines.
Or they're going to buy someone else's engines and somehow still get to Mach 4. It's ridiculous.
Pratt & Whitney or General Electric.
So let's say as a customer, I want to be a little cynical. I want to rough you up a little bit. I want to say, hey, man, you guys haven't built one of these yet. How are you so confident that you're going to break all these records and do all this stuff?
Well, it gets into the fundamentals of aircraft design. A few years ago, it came out that there are next-generation air dominance fighters that are being digitally designed and tested. Well, that's exactly what we're doing. This is a digitally
So
engineered aircraft.
It's in a computer.
It's something that
They hold
is
on.
based upon
I just want
firm
to say,
engineering principles. Of
So does
course.
that mean you?
Sure.
let's be very specific here. When he says they're digitally designed, they are 3D models designed in SolidWorks. Are you familiar with the computer program SolidWorks, Stephen?
Yeah, a little bit.
They're designed in SolidWorks. David Wilcock 3D prints these models from SolidWorks files. Just because you design a 3D something 3D in SolidWorks doesn't mean it's a viable aircraft. Anyone can design a general aircraft design in SolidWorks.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Fly it in a computer?
We do fly it in a computer, and it has been.
How does that work?
Well, you have computer simulation software that's quite accurate. It uses panel
Pause the
methods
video.
to-
Pause the video.
Okay.
I want to be very specific here. When he says we've digitally flown them, they have used the built-in functionality in SolidWorks that does like fluid simulation or flow simulation to determine aerodynamics. That is in no way a proper CFD suite to do aerospace development. Now, I don't know a lot about aerospace development, but I am a fan of Formula One. And anyone who watches Formula One racing knows that modern Formula One cars are basically upside down airplanes. Airplanes are designed to generate lift so they go up into the sky. Formula
Yeah,
One
that's the
cars
opposite for Formula
are,
One, yeah.
are designed to produce negative lift, sometimes called downforce, to push them into the ground because then they can go around corners faster. And modern Formula One teams are basically mini aerospace companies. They use full CFD suites, things like Fluent by a company called Ansys. Stavati doesn't have this, and they've never told anyone that they use it. They're basically right-clicking in SolidWorks to do flow simulation in SolidWorks, and that's nowhere near good enough to design an aircraft. This is so
Exactly.
disingenuous, and they've put this in investor materials and told the public. It's very, very
Oh
disingenuous.
yeah, we've digitally tested it and flown it. It'll be great. Yeah.
characterize aircraft flow, and we use CFD, computational fluid dynamics.
I just talked about
combined
that.
Yeah, you just explained the scan.
Yeah.
Thank you.
with finite element modeling for structural analysis. So this is something that a great deal of engineering has already been put into it, and the airplane has
No.
already been flown
They
thousands
right-click
of
in
hours.
SolidWorks.
in
That's
the
not a great
design
deal
process.
of engineering.
It's been flown thousands of hours inside a computer, but we don't have
No.
a real one, so we've never flown it 1 minute in the real world.
And
And,
I know that one of our material science breakthroughs on this is going to be the cockpit, because
Yes.
you're going to melt at Mach 4, right? So we have to have new
Well,
material.
that's probably one of the most exciting parts of the airplane. And this aircraft, it's like the proverbial NASA spin-off technology center, where many of the innovations and breakthroughs from this airplane will be spun off into the private sector and revolutionize everything from cell phones to
Yeah, sure.
fish tank aquariums and things like that. We have a new
Well,
material.
because you could have a very hard and clear new material for the glass on your cell phone,
Correct.
right?
That's correct.
David
And so we
Wilcock,
have a-
you're the director of advanced technology, and you don't know any of this stuff. Oh, we could have a hard and clear material. You're director of advanced technology, David Wilcock.
He's a moron, though.
New
You're the
advanced
moron.
transparent material
Well,
that's a
give the
high
moron
temperature
some
material
leeway.
that sustains impact at very high speeds.
Well, we can say it's a transparent metal, right?
It is a transparent
Yeah.
metal, that's correct.
So people don't even realize that exists.
Well, it's something that a lot
Of course it exists. Isn't that what the space shuttle?
Well, remember, I don't think he says it in this video, but he implies that it's transparent aluminum. Stephen, that's totally stolen from the Star Trek movie. I believe it's Star Trek 4, The Voyage Home, where they save the whales.
Yeah, they got transparent aluminum.
It's
to hold the
transparent
whale.
aluminum.
Yeah.
He's ripping more sci-fi stuff off. I mean, this is just ridiculous.
Loser.
of laboratories throughout the
Plagiarizing profit.
world have been working on for many years.
Routine.
They were developed in different countries like Ukraine and Russia were working on these technologies for a long time, as were laboratories throughout Japan and Korea and, of course, in the United States. And
Well, if I could just interject, in one of my books, I wrote about transparent aluminum. That was in the Ascension District. And I talk about the
I've watched Star Trek 4 and I wrote it up in my
Yeah.
book.
prototypes that have already come out, that we've already tested in labs. They're 500% stronger than bulletproof glass.
correct.
That's just incredible.
Yeah, it's an
I bet you all of them that currently exist would melt at Mach 4, though. Don't you think so, John?
Probably, yeah. That's why they don't go that fast.
Yeah.
amazing material, and it comes out of a need to have a bird strike impact resistant canopy. So this airplane is designed to have a bird, like a goose, hit the canopy at about 500 knots.
You might make a lot of people really sad, though, Chris, because if we start...
Okay.
Listen to what they're saying here. They're basically saying we need a scientific breakthrough for our aircraft to be able to withstand striking a bird.
Yeah, and now they're going to jump on the AI bandwagon and claim they have a. But we relabel it synthetic intelligence.
We can probably skip this video. They're basically saying that they have AI. Stavati is calling it synthetic intelligence. No one at Stavati has a computer programmer and has any background in AI. This is all just pure. We wish we had a breakthrough speculation.
We can skip this one too because he says they're going to be able to sell it around the world, but.
Yeah.
There's trade embargoes. You can't sell weapons to our adversaries, morons.
True, and I've done some research on that, and that's in my book as well. I should also add, it's not in this sizzle reel. It's in somewhere else. Actually, Ed Kabursky said this in one of his videos. Ed Kabursky claims that Chris Beskar designed the helmet that is used by pilots in the F-35. Stephen, anyone can find this information. I did like 2 minutes of research. It wasn't developed by Chris Beskar. It was developed by a company called Elbit Systems. Chris Beskar did not design the F-35 helmet.
Oh, but Mandalorian armor was named after him, though.
Don't get me started on that. That's a whole other rabbit hole.
Yeah, and here he lies about being part of the NGAD initiative for the next developing the next generation fighter. Let's play that.
We're looking at the sale of this airplane to close allies, and that can be Saudi Arabia, that can be Japan, that can be South Korea, that can be India, that can be Israel. There's a host of customers for this airplane. We're looking at selling 1,500 of these airplanes worldwide, including sales to the United States. So this is something that we're going to be mass producing this airplane at a rate of 50 to 100 per year continuously for maybe a 20-year period. So we could get up to production rate.
An airplane manufacturer that's never manufactured a single airplane is going to build 50 to 100 of these in 1 year.
I should mention on the concept of the CFD and digitally flying these things, aircraft companies and Formula One teams, they don't just use digital tools. They still build half-size mock-ups for actual wind tunnel testing.
Wind tunnel testing.
And as we proved almost 2 years ago on this show, they have no wind tunnel contracts.
There you go.
2000. If necessary, we could surge produce this to the rates of the F-4 Phantom, which would bring us up to 5,000 units. But the core goal is that we're selling it at $85 million. It's not a $300 million plane.
Oh,
so
pause
that the
video.
Navy.
I made an X post, and I don't know if you caught this. If you look at Stavati's SM39 literature, it says in the fine print that they're selling it for $85 million. But if there are cost overruns up to and including 10%, then they can charge you 10% additional, and there's nothing you can do about it if you have a contract with them.
Yeah, so it could be 90 plus million.
93.5 million, yeah.
Great.
Could potentially have 700 of these, so that the Air Force could potentially have 900 of these. These are aircraft that replace F-15s and the old F-14 on a one-per-one basis.
Actually, for the same money, but you're getting so much more.
You're getting a lot more. And so it becomes a very important project from the standpoint of if the United States wants to be able to project air power on all of its carrier decks, this is the right solution. Now, I'm not saying it's the only solution. I fully encourage the U.S. Navy, the U.S. Air Force to buy 200 NGADs from Lockheed or 300 NGADs from Boeing. That's perfectly fine.
And
but
for those unaware, NGAD is Next Generation Air Dominance Fighter.
Right, and Trump announced like a month ago that, or a little over a month ago, that it's actually going to Boeing.
And here he lies and says they've done classified work. This is a problem if you're soliciting public investment, I would think.
It is a problem, and I've talked to sources who have told me that Stavati can't get the security clearances. So,
well, let's listen to him live.
The original design that we presented to the Navy when we first started being part of the NGAD industry effort. And the reason for that is it is, of course, a cool design. It looks good, but there's been advancements and modifications recently over the design evolution. So this.
Yeah, right. Oh, is this the next one?
Neat about Stavati, we've been in business for a very long time, and we've been doing things since 1994. A lot of that within the classified era. So we're not going away. We're going to be here for the long term.
He said a lot of what they've done has been in the classified area. Was that like those laser weapons that they were supposed to be building?
I mean,
is that what's classified?
The,
the Argon?
I mean, this goes back to like Chris Beskar allegedly working at Area 51 with aliens. Oh, it's all classified. It's all also unproven.
Yeah, it's bullshit. In other words,
but Beskar in that video, Beskar gives a time frame of 4.5 to 5 years for delivery for the SM-39. I mean, that's so ridiculous. Boeing that they just won with their NGAD prototype, they've already been flying it in the sky for 5 years.
Oh, and they got
so it's so ridiculous.
They got trashed in the comments.
Oh, and these are just a couple of them. They got really, really trashed. In fact, David initially made the video private because he started getting trashed so bad.
Wouldn't ascension make this all pointless? Furthermore, wouldn't these aircraft be out of date with all the ET flying discs that are supposed to be showing up en masse? It doesn't make sense. You won't be able to ascend because you dump toxic waste all over your Stavati property. Now, number one wants to do business with an environmental toxic dumper. No one wants to do business with an environmental toxic dumper. That would look bad for their business to associate with you. They got wrecked in the comments. Please let's come down for a second. This thing looks totally off. I follow you almost everything with the global awakening, and you will always have my infinite gratitude for that. But the Stavati thing just feels off. Even his moron followers are like, wait, none of this makes any sense, John. It doesn't.
It doesn't. I mean,
make any sense. No.
That was basically my impression right before I was, writing the book, but just casually researching Stavati. I kept looking at this stuff thinking, something ain't right here. It just ain't right. And of course, now that I've done like serious, deeper research and been writing the book, now it's far more than just ain't right. It's this is a big scandal. This is a big scandal.
One of the things that struck me is looking at some of the previous claims. This is not the first time they've claimed that they're going to build this super advanced aircraft. And the thing is, the pictures look like stuff that I generated on an Amiga in 1992.
They're very poor 3D concept art.
Yeah, it looks like the first generation 3D concept art maker was used to make this in the 1990s. This doesn't look modern. This doesn't look like they're using Maya or even Blender that's free.
No, they're using SolidWorks and Cadia to basically make these 3D designs, and that's all they are. Like when David Wilcock says, "Oh, the thing is totally done in the computer. We can just print it out." Like David Wilcock has no idea. And remember, he's the director of advanced technology, and he doesn't.
Director of advanced bullshit. Buffalo spawns with 5. They're going to get Katy Perry to fly for them since she's an astronaut now.
Oh, that thing with her was so embarrassing, dude.
I don't understand too, because it seems like Jeff Bezos is just scamming people. That wasn't truly space. It's like the edge of space,
Yeah, and they were controlling the whole thing from the ground. They weren't the women in the capsule were doing nothing but like looking pretty for the camera.
Well, there you go. It's his girlfriend. I'd send my girlfriend to space if I had the money, I guess, right? You're gonna get laid when she gets back, I would hope. Like, I shot you into space, bitch. Get on the bed. Chill Station 7 with 5 with a super sticker. Thank you for that. It's a parent character. Thank you, Chill Station. Big ups. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
There's one more Substack post we should check out. My latest Substack post. This research crumb that I found. It's very bizarre and disturbing. Stavati may be impersonating dead people.
Oh, that's wonderful.
And I have the facts and video evidence to back it up, and the public records.
Oh, I gotta find your. I gotta find the.
Well, let me give you the link. I'll send it to you.
Great, thank you. I'm terrible at this.
Okay, I just sent it.
Okay, we'll get that up. Tell us a little bit about what we're going to talk about to close things out here.
We've mentioned Ed Kubersky briefly in the past. I think we're going to be talking about him more in the future. Ed Kubersky is sort of how do I describe him? He claims he's a wackadoo. He claims that he is an engineering technologist. I know that he's an audiophile, And I also know that he's claimed to be an alleged Stavati crowdfunder. He did purchase Stavati's course back in 2021. What was it called? The disclosure, the whole course.
Yeah.
He purchased that, and we also know from video and photographic evidence that, and you can just click right there. Just click on the tile on the picture, and you'll get the whole article.
Yeah, I'll get it. Yeah.
We also know that Ed Kabursky is in direct contact with Chris Beskar and David Wilcock because we have the photographs of the text messages. Ed made them public.
Nice. Yes. So Stavati Research Crumbs is Stavati impersonating dead people. This will be a relatively short post. Aside from public information available about Stavati, my personal Stavati contacts and sources, and David Wilcock's YouTube channel, my research has led me to another venue which contains a wealth of Stavati information. Linda Moore's YouTube and Patreon channel, Potentials, among the many talking points about Stavati on this channel, most of them made by a man named Ed Kabursky. Ed is an alleged crowdfunder of Stavati who makes many Stavati-relevant statements in multiple videos, but one instance in particular is highly suspicious. Though Ed is a frequent guest on Potentials, this particular statement was made in a video uploaded on April 1st, 2024 to his own YouTube channel, The Technology Envoy, at Mark 108 of the video. Ed claims to have had a telephone call with Stavati associate Adarsh Deeprak, which later on led to a conversation with Stavati CEO Chris Beskar.
And we can play the clip so the audience can hear.
I had a lot of contact information for Stavati.
And this is fair
all
use,
over
by
the
the way.
place. And I phoned Niagara Falls, New York, and talked to Dr. Deepak. And Dr. Deepak was the chief scientist for Stavati Aerospace. And I talked to him for about half an hour. We had a really awesome conversation. And then as I was driving back to town, it's probably like a half an hour drive or something. Obviously, Dr. Deepak had got a hold of Chris Beskar, and Chris texted me and said, "Hi, this is Chris Beskar." So that's essentially how I ended up getting in contact with Chris Beskar, and that was February 18th of 2023 is when that happened, right? So that's
February 8th
and then
of 2023.
February 18th of 2023.
And let
he
me
clearly
guess,
says
he's
he
dead.
clearly talked. Yeah, we're about to see that. He claims to have talked to this guy on February 18th, 2023. No misunderstanding there. There's just one problem. He died on December 5th, 2022.
Oh, he's talking to a dead guy. So is somebody at Stavati impersonating the dead guy, or what's going on here, John?
And I talk about here, the simplest explanation is that Ed simply misremembered the date. Anyone can misremember a date. But Ed recalls the date very clearly and quickly. He doesn't seem to have misremembered the date. It seems to be very vivid in his imagination because he got to talk to Chris Beskar afterward the same day.
Yeah.
So if Ed did not misremember the date,
then Stavati's impersonating a dead person on the telephone.
There's reason to believe that they're impersonating a dead person. This is very, very bizarre and curious. I mean, it's easy to see why they think they could get away with it, right? Because the dead person's not going to complain to anyone. Because
it's just like David Wilcock using dead sources constantly. Stephen Greer does that too. They always attribute things they found out about the aliens to dead people so that you can't fact check them.
Right.
That's what I believe they do that for.
Those are all the Stavati research crumbs since the last time I was on the show. Of course, you mentioned earlier that David Wilcock claims I sent a brutal attack against Chris Beskar's wife, Maya.
Yes, and we showed that you just very respectfully asked some questions. There was no brutal attack. David Wilcock lied to 500,000 people again. There's no brutal attack. David Wilcock, when a journalist needs information, they generally respectfully reach out through email or phone, and that's all John did. John's an author and a researcher. John, I'll give you this, John. You know more about the whole Stavati history and everything than anybody else I know. That's why we're glad to have you here so that you can help. I don't have to do it. You can break it down for us. It's a tremendous resource to truth seekers. So thank you.
Well, I don't think anyone has the time or the wherewithal to spend the time and research that I'm
not
doing.
on all of this.
I will say
moving parts. Yeah.
I will say that Stavati is getting some journalism exposure in the mainstream media. The most obvious example of that is Jonathan Epstein's article in the
Yeah,
Buffalo
trashing them
News,
as a scam, basically,
which
saying they're
was
a
which
scam.
was which was also followed by the Buffalo News's entire editorial board
Calling them a
unanimously
scam.
making an editorial, a joint editorial saying the title of
The
the
gist
article
of it is they're a
basically said,
scam. Yeah.
it said Stavati should pack up their shit and GTFO. That's basically what the editorial said.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you.
And then, of course, David Wilcock on a subsequent live stream when he was asked by someone about, I believe the person's name was Nanasani or something like that. Nanasani asked David at the end of one of his live streams if David was
No, they're
aware
going to sue them. They're suing them. He said they're suing the newspaper.
They asked David about this alleged day in May where they're supposed to have like a public hanger day. And David's response was, well,
He didn't know about it.
That Buffalo News article that talked about that's something that people are going to get sued over. So David is now basically saying that Stavati.
Not only is he suing me, he's
News.
suing the Buffalo News. Yes.
Exactly.
Well, maybe we can split a lawyer, who knows? Yves Ball says, loving this show, Truth Seekers Rocks. Thank you very much for your kindness. And Tina Tomaszewski, I grew up with a John Tomaszewski, so I actually know how to say that name. It's a Polish name. I can't help but think what a great resting spot that goatee would make for Wilcock's nuts. Oh my God.
So there's another interesting thing about the Dimitrov case I forgot to mention. In Stavati's motion for summary judgment, they're claiming that they were recently about to strike a deal with a bankrupt Greek airline called Elenair.
Yeah.
And they're complaining in the filing, or Beskar's complaining that Elenair, that some Greek representative of theirs has told Beskar that they found out about the Dimitrov lawsuit. So they've got cold feet now, and they're basically putting any, plans.
Well, this
or
is
ideas
what
on
I've
hold.
said. Like every time David Wilcock says we're getting these big loans, well, banks would do their due diligence into your finance. Like I worked in finance. You don't give another company credit or money without doing your due diligence and checking into their history. Is anybody suing them? What is their average? I used to be able to tell. I used to do corporate credit work, and I would call on our credit application. You had to list 3 other creditors, at least. Depending on how much money. Like for example, if you want $100,000 worth of credit from the company, meaning we'll ship you up to 100K in goods and put you on net 30, net 60, net 90, whatever terms we agree to. But I would call their other creditor, right? So anybody that looks into Stavati is going to find out they didn't pay a lot of their other creditors. Their other creditors are suing them.
Well, I'm hesitant to say that anybody that looks into Stavati will find this because, like,
It is, yes.
do you remember when Danica Patrick hosted David?
Yeah, she knew nothing about any of this shit.
Well, not only that, Stephen, when you reviewed that, you left out the best part. At the very end of that video, Danica Patrick tells David Wilcock she wants to test drive a hover car for him.
Oh, great.
You left that out. It was at the very end of the video.
Oh, I was probably already beat from listening to that
when she made that
video.
Hours. When she made that video, Stavati was in default in the Dimitrov case. They were basically guilty
already.
And she could have done like 30 seconds on Google to find that out, and she didn't do it.
Arlene, our wonderful mod, is sharing your Substack so everybody can keep up with your research. Best Stavati research, even though you're sending heinous attacks to people.
I know, it's so brutal.
Brutal attacks. Brutal attacks. And
by the way, I don't know if David Wilcock knows this or not, but obviously Chris Beskar's wife isn't the only one that I'm emailing.
Yeah.
I wonder if David knows about the other emails I've been sending and the other people I've been talking to.
And David Wilcock once said about John Christian Spadavaccia, John Christian Spadavaccia is a total attacker. Any name I put out there, this guy is all over it. He just never stops. It's incredible. And that's a quote from David Wilcock. Yeah, you're doing your job.
There's
more
to
leads. You're doing a good journalism job. I have respect for what you do.
With this Greek airline, this is a bigger story than just
and that's the point I was making, John. If somebody's going to be an investor in a company, they're going to find out how have the other investors that have invested in you done on their investment, and when they find out that one of the major investors is suing you because he didn't even get his principal investment back. they're not going to give you millions of dollars. So every time you hear David, oh, we're getting a $10 million deal, a 50 million, 500 million, $1 billion. Nobody's giving $1 billion to a company that can't even pay back $1 million, you know?
Yeah, I go
crazy.
I don't want to go down the rabbit hole so much right now. I talk about this more in my book, but this Greek airline is bankrupt, and Chris Beskar is trying to claim that since the investor now allegedly has cold feet, that it's costing Stavati hundreds of millions, and they're threatening Dimitrov to countersue him for hundreds of millions because now this Greek airline has cold feet, but they're bankrupt. It's so ridiculous. I go in this
ridiculous. Yeah, this is just one big rabbit hole of bullshittery.
But one more thing I would like to mention, and then I guess after that we can move on to the latest Macario clips. But
oh no, we're gonna wrap things up. We're already over 2 hours, so I'm gonna do that on another night.
Then we can wrap it up. I just want to mention something else I briefly discussed, that David talks about like demonic entities and Christianity and Satanism. I mentioned in an X post that David is reading prophecies or alleged prophecies from someone named Alice Bailey. And if you look into this person, Alice Bailey, they are the founder of a company called the Lucifer Publishing Company.
Such a David Wilcock. You're helping a known Luciferian. Yeah.
And not only is she the founder, but she writes many books. I have digital copies of some of the books. And they're basically promoting like theosophy and New Age concepts.
Oh, it's right.
And yet David Wilcock is telling his audience, "Oh, Christianity, Archangel Michael told me this and that." And on the same token, he's reading prophecy from Alice Bailey. And Stephen, in this latest live stream, he was reading stuff from Rudolf Steiner. That's another New Age occultist.
Of course.
Like,
yeah.
David's plagiarizing prophecies they're just a hodgepodge of esoteric this or that.
So what do you think's going to happen when Ascension doesn't happen for David Wilcock this year?
Well,
he said May. Now he's kicking the can to sometime this year so he can grift for 7 more months off of his moron followers.
He said Ascension and what some people consider the Christian rapture will happen in May 2025. That being said, in the last couple months, and other folks like Hidden in Plain Sight have noticed this, David has kind of been saying some things to sort of, I guess, anticipate that he's going to have to get ahead and retcon that whole thing. He's been saying things like, "Oh, no one knows the hour of the day," and it may get
meanwhile,
delayed.
You predicted it, you dumbass.
He's been saying things and kind of strategizing clearly for the fact that I think he knows that prophecy is not going to come to fruition.
Yeah, and the funny thing is like he's so desperate for money that he can't stop doing these weekly streams. So I'm curious, like even if we give him until January 2026, that means he's only got 6 more months to grift off of this thing before he's going to have to do something, because the angels were wrong. No ascension. The angels were wrong. No open extraterrestrial contact happened in 2025.
It depends on if he keeps doing his normal weekly shtick and getting super chats.
Hey, yeah, that's another thing. Don't you think he's getting worn out rebroadcasting the same shit over and over and over again?
He constantly complains. He constantly says things like, "Oh, I don't really want to be here today. I kind of had to drag myself out of bed. I didn't get any sleep last night." He says things like, "Oh, I still need an income, so I have to do this." He constantly says things explicitly or implicitly that he's only doing it for the money. He's desperate. And he doesn't enjoy doing the weekly live streams. He wishes that he could stop.
Yeah, I think he certainly was doing better numbers wise when he would only do one stream every so often. It used to be once every time he had a course, he would do a bunch of live streams for a little while to promote the course, and then he'd go away for months on end. Now he's here every week, and it's like the same regurgitated shit. Pyramid power, fake Russian science, crop circles. It's just the same, but he's already used this material over and over and over again. So, like, how long can he keep these weekly streams of nonsense going? Half of them are Q-Tard post reading sessions, so that's half the show. He's just reading Q-Tard posts. Like,
I don't know if this has been brought up in depth on the show before, but if you look at the numbers that David Wilcock was doing in 2020 with his YouTube streams, he's lost approximately 90% of his audience from those streams.
90%. Wow.
Steven, if you go back and look at those COVID videos that he was doing in 2020, those videos on YouTube, they have over 1 million views.
Yeah, look at him now.
And nowadays, he struggles to break 100K. A lot of times, he doesn't break 100K. He's lost approximately 90% of his audience. And you're right. Some of that has to do with the fact that his presentations has basically become the same regurgitated crap over and over again.
Yeah, it's
But
like cycled over and over. Let's just recycle it. Recycle it.
We cannot discount his fall from grace with Gaia and Corey Good and his divorce from Beth. We cannot discount the effect that those things have also probably had on his audience. Because let's be honest, he was getting 1 million views in 2020 as his wife Beth was on him with the streams. I'm sure she was bringing in some viewers too.
All those women warriors, yes.
So his fall from grace has been very substantial. And David will say, oh, that's because I'm censored on X and all these other places.
Yeah, he's shadow banned.
And that's clearly not true.
Well, he's blaming me for that too. Did you hear him? He basically is blaming me for his lack of views. Like,
yeah,
he's manipulating Twitter. According to him, I'm a master hacker. I can hack into bank accounts. I can shadow ban people on Twitter and YouTube.
And you're sending death threats to people, and you're sending suspicious packages to people.
Well, my thing is, show me.
Steven, you're basically...
He never shows any receipts. And tonight we saw all the proof for what we're saying, you know?
You're basically a murderer, the Unabomber, and a master hacker all rolled into one, is what
that's me. Yeah. Yeah. Well, listen, I want to thank you for taking the time to do this. We kind of burned through the clock. I'm going to do the clips on another night because that's just its own thing.
Yeah.
It's just, you know, like I've got time this week. We'll see if we can't squeeze it in. Since he wants to keep making false accusations about me, you know, he'll get twice my attention this week. Tonight we covered the shady charity stuff and an update for Stavati. I'm sure there'll be some updates, and I hope you'll come back when there is.
Yeah, I'm anticipating that their lawsuit in New York, their creditor lawsuit for their accounting firm that was fired back in I think February or January. Stavati is in default. They never got a lawyer or responded. So I'm anticipating they'll be in default in that case soon. So that's one of the things I'm anticipating. I'm anticipating
unless the money finally comes in that David Wilcock has been saying for 2 years is coming next week. Then
well,
they'll be able to pay that guy, right?
Yeah, but you know, let's be clear here. Remember that email Macario sent Beskar back in 2022, and Beskar said in writing that Wilcock officially got involved in Stavati of April of 2019. Well, it's April of 2025. It's been 6 years that David Wilcock has been a Stavati investor. He's been officially a part of the company.
6 years,
and he has
back.
not gotten a single dime from them. Not a single dime.
In fact, they're asking him for more because he mentions once in a while, oh, nobody else on the board has money, so sometimes I have to bail them out when there's insurance payments due.
I think the last time he complained about that was back on his Canadian vacation, where he said, oh, I had to help Stavati out again this week. Well, David, I think you're going to have to helping Stavati out a lot more in the future. Unless you choose not to do so. Unless you actually push back like a man.
Wouldn't it be funny if David Wilcock woke up and he sued them for his money back too? That would be kind of a funny end to the saga.
I don't know if I've told you about that, but if David Wilcock for any reason decides to turn on Stavati,
they're fucked.
That's the worst thing that could happen to them because David Wilcock has a bully pulpit on his YouTube channel.
Yeah,
he'll get in front of 1,000 people and he'll say, "Oh, I've been betrayed. The deep state betrayed me. It was all a lie.
Stole my money." Yeah, forget $70,000. Forget the $7,700 he claims I stole from him. He'll be able to say that Stavati stole $1.5 million from him or whatever.
Yeah, they took millions. They took $1 million worth of my money. Bad Stavati. They're the deep state.
All right. Well, I want to thank you for giving us this update.
Hold on.
Information.
I have to cook dinner. Look what I've got for dinner tonight.
A ribeye. Oh wait, hold on. Let me solo you here. Let me solo that. You've got a bison ribeye steak. Yes,
that's right. It's my dinner.
Freezer. I'm going to do it. Thank you for reminding me. I definitely have to do that. Yeah.
Well, you're still doing the whole thing at the end of May on your birthday, right? Where you reveal where like the box of dildos was hidden. And
sure. Yeah. Still planning on it. Yeah.
But I'm a little concerned that he's just going to kick the can and make excuses for May, and they'll say, no, things got delayed because of the timeline shift or whatever nonsense new age he comes up with.
You have to admit, David Wilcock has a lot of experience kicking the can. He kicked the can with his old Ascension 2000 website. He kicked the can with 2012. You know, he's kicked the can remarkably with the Corey Good crap because he promoted Corey Good. And as we now know, because of people like Shane the Ruiner, David Wilcock conspired with Corey Good to make up the fake UFO stories. And he's still kicking the can.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So David Wilcock, if David Wilcock can successfully kick the can with this May 2025 Ascension stuff, we just have to admit that he's good at kicking the can. He has experience doing it. And his followers, they still haven't gotten it yet.
Well, they're dumb as rocks. God bless them. You know, that one of the things that does make me kind of smile, though, is that like most of, whether people realize this or not, most of David Wilcock's crowd are extremely old people. You know, he's not winning over 20-year-old viewers. You know what I mean? He's got the old lady crowd, the old crystal hippie bitches, and they're all going to die off in the next few years. So good luck with the grift, dude. You know?
Yeah, I think David knows that, and I think that's why he's not liking having to do this every Sunday.
He's desperate.
He knows that
he's
this
panicking.
He knows
clearly
it's a loser's
panicking.
game.
Look at what he's accusing me of. That is delusional, paranoid. Just
he does not want people coming here and watching this channel and shows. He does not.
Well, that's why he won't name us. He won't name us. But you're right.
I mean, he kind of named me.
The Streisand effect. You know, people are finding us because they want to know the other side of the story, and once they do, I doubt that they're going to believe him. We have receipts. We have proof. We have court documents. We have body cam footage. We have all this proof. He hasn't proved one of his accusations against me, let alone all of them.
He recently claimed on his last live stream that he DM'd Shadow of Ezra, and he said that him and Shadow of Ezra have no problems, but he didn't show the DM. So like it's just trust me, bro stuff. Like we actually showed the DM where Shadow of Ezra said that he thinks David sounds insane. Exactly.
David sounds insane. Yeah. All right. Well, I want to thank you. Enjoy your wonderful bison ribeye steak dinner. You get to see what it's like to live like a king, like Wilcock, for one night at least. And I hope you'll come back and share some updates when there are some.
I will. I'm sure there will be updates. I'm still writing the book. It's a long, hard slog. But, you know, I think this book is going to be something that people want to read because I think it's pretty good and it's got some spicy stuff in it.
Yeah. All right. Well, you have a good night. Thank you for your participation and don't be a stranger. John Christian Spadavaccia, ladies and gentlemen. One of those great researchers. Look at that. Apollo 0101 2006 with 5, with a very great point. Howard Hughes built aircraft in weeks. Tool and die company backbone. David takes decades and still zip. Broke, bald, and gay. Go Steven. Well, thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. If there's any last minute, bison ribeye steak and cucumbers. Yes, that's a good dinner. Yes. Enjoy the bison steak, John, says Al Garay. Very, very kind of all of you. So, as you all know, and I apologize because I'm sure many of you may have tuned in tonight to hear my response to all of David Wilcock's latest crazy, wild accusations. You know, like I said in the beginning of the broadcast, I'm convinced that one of these days coming up, David Wilcock is going to shit his own pants and he's going to go live and say that I broke into his house, shit in his pants, and then escaped. It wasn't him that shit his pants. It is ridiculous. He's blaming me for everything, right? Troll saying, John is always a great guest. Yeah, absolutely. Al Garay says he's a great researcher. Absolutely. And see, this is the difference between truth seekers and David Wilcock. We give you receipts for everything. Hey, David Wilcock, why don't you show some of the death threats that are being made against you and prove that I sent them? Why don't you prove that I tried to extort money from you? Why don't you prove that I stole money from your bank account? And by the way, David Wilcock claims that I'm stalking him, harassing him, extorting money from him, stealing money from his bank account, sending him death threats. He still hasn't filed a single police report because it's all fake theater for his dumb as rocks moron followers. and I'll have more on this soon. So I'm going to table, we're going to wrap things up here. I have Patreon videos to make tonight and a few other things to do. I planned another show tomorrow covering the newest fake whistleblower. Well, I don't know if he's a fake whistleblower yet, but I'm betting he is. Latest new UFO fake whistleblower from George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell. However, we may punt that and do the clips tomorrow. I do want to address Macario spent so much time making these clips, and there's so many ridiculous accusations against me that we can't fit it all in. So tonight we gave you the Shady charity update. And by the way, I'll be combining all of the David Wilcock Shady charity stuff into one video, and we'll be premiering it this Saturday night. So congratulations, David Wilcock, you dumb dickhead. Every time you make a false accusation against me, you get more of my attention. And I want to put on the record, I have not now, nor have I ever threatened David Wilcock's life. I have not extorted money from him. I certainly didn't steal money from his bank account. I didn't call animal control on him. I did not get him swatted. You know how I know I didn't get him swatted? Because he wasn't swatted. That was all fake. He made it up. And Operation Shutdown says, talk about living rent-free in his head. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, I forgot. We're going to check in with the Kick chat. For those unaware, we have a Kick channel that we're co-streaming to now. And that is Truth Seeker Show, or I'm sorry, kick.com/Truth Seeker Show. And we'll give some big shout outs. We've got the other product gaming reel is over there. Chief Fuji is there. Chief Fugi. Shout out to them. Winter Soldiers over there, big shout out. We've got Miss Tari is over there. Great user ID. I mentioned Winter Soldier. I think we've got the shout outs out of the way. Big support. We'll check in with the Kick support. For those unaware, we read every single super chat, and we also read everybody that is supporting us on Kick. So if you want to support us on Kick, hit that subscribe button. Otherwise, gift a subscription, and we thank every single person. And we have Chi Fuji gifted a subscription today. So thank you very much for that. And previously, Chorgon Scornhammer subscribed. The Lucky Gremlin subscribed. Phantom Felt at 47 gifted a subscriber. King Ron gifted a subscriber. Mewtwo XV Real subscribed. Midnight Streams subscribed. Marcus Aurelius subscribed. Winter Soldier subscribed. Can't Sin and Chufugi subscribed. Eloquin gifted a subscription. Thank you all for your kindness, generosity, and support. It is much, much appreciated. And now's a good time to remind you that we are a viewer-supported show. Yes. Thank you. Sunny Callie 11 says Wilcock is saying he is David reincarnated and Stephen is Goliath reincarnated. Yeah, it's ridiculous. And by the way, David Wilcock, I don't believe in reincarnation. I don't believe you're the reincarnation of anything. I believe you're the first incarnation of David Wilcock, New Age scammer, and UFO and secret space scammer and all of that. And yeah, so Lily is here. Hey, hi, Lily. Good to see you here. So we have done our due diligence. And also Winter Soldier is reminding me. Winter Soldier is reminding everybody that you can subscribe on Twitch, and you can just use your Amazon Prime subscription, and it won't cost you anything. You could throw a couple bucks in our hat. If you're an Amazon Prime member, they let you subscribe to one Twitch channel a month for free. Mr. Protractor says Steven's survival guide, my slides. My sides. Yeah, it's so ridiculous. For those unaware, David published the Steven Survival Guide, right? And it's just filled with slanderous, fake accusations against me. Hey, David Wilcock, how long are you going to keep saying I'm doing all this evil shit without proving any of it? You have as much proof of me doing all these things as you had proof of Corey Good time traveling and going on secret space adventures. You're a goddamn wackadoo. And the fundamental problem here is that David Wilcock thinks he's special. He thinks he's important. You're not. You're a grifter and a scumbag and a degenerate. And yes, I believe you're a con artist. And I'm allowed to say that because we live in the United States. And I can prove over and over and over again that you've been involved in, let's just say, shady things that most people would consider a scam. Therefore, if I call you a con artist or a scam artist, if I say that, if I express my personal belief that you're a con artist and you're a scam artist, I'm allowed to do that. For example, when you sold an anti-gravity course, you told everybody, if you buy my course, you'll be able to do it too. Show me somebody that created anti-gravity after taking your course. Show me somebody that created free energy after taking your course. And how about all those Let's Prepare for Ascension courses that you sold people for $333? How many people ascended? Can you show us any of them? And of course, there's your latest scam. You're talking to Archangel Michael, who's giving you secret knowledge, but an angel wants you to sell it to stupid people for $333, not give it away for free. Chill Station 7 with 5, who says, and he's gay. Yeah, you gotta love it. So I'll be back tomorrow night, and we're going to do the slides. We're going to go through David Wilcock's ridiculous slides, all his false allegations and accusations against me. I'm going to prepare my own slides, David Wilcock, and I will detail with evidence and proof and power and glory the number of times that you have lied about me, made completely and totally false allegations and accusations against me, and more. If I have time, I'm going to go through all of your videos and I will clip everything that you accused me of. We'll go through it all, including your last live stream where you unhingedly decided that I'm sending people suspicious packages. I'm sending every truther death threats. Where's the proof of any of that? Do you really think you're going to get away with this shit, David Wilcock? And let's be clear. David Wilcock's entire strategy, he cannot argue with the facts that we present here because he's an intellectual weakling and a coward and a con artist. Yes, he cannot argue with the facts that we have laid out. Stavati is being sued by creditors. They're being sued by a sprinkler company. They're even being sued by their own accountant because they didn't pay their accountant. They're being sued by investors who called them a Ponzi scheme and an investment scam in court documents, which they admitted to being a Ponzi scam in court filings by saying, we were going to pay that old investor back with new investor money. That's called a Ponzi scheme. He cannot argue with the fact that he scammed the American public, the worldwide public, with fake secret space stories for years and years and years, raking in millions of dollars, selling completely and totally fake stories that we know are fake now because Corey Good admitted that they were fake. And then, of course, we've got revelations, like John mentioned, from Shane the Ruiner. David Wilcock was in on scamming everybody. He knew that those stories were fake and wanted somebody to make up stories with him to sell the stupid people in his audience. So David Wilcock cannot withstand debate. He cannot withstand being challenged. That's why he's apparently paying an 8-person team to sanitize his YouTube comments, sanitize his Twitter. Are you that afraid, David Wilcock, of the truth? Are you that scared of me that you have to hire 8 people? And let's put this on the record. David Wilcock claims there's some super powerful alliance that's going to save Earth, but they can't stop people from leaving you mean tweets or comments on your YouTube channel, you goober. Really? The alliance can't stop one kid? I must be better than the alliance, bigger than the alliance, more powerful than the alliance. And by the way, we're going to start something new. Join the new Real Alliance, the Real Alliance against scumbags, con artists, grifters, and dirtballs lying to people on the internet. Join the Alliance of Truth against David Wilcock. You can all join. It costs nothing. I'm not selling it for $333. Sonny Callie is here with one for the goal.
The reptilian's butt banging Wilcock. Yeah, and he loves to tell people that I made fun of him for making those claims. Listen, if you go on the internet and claim that reptilian aliens butt banged you and made you make a banana sandwich, I'm going to make fun of you. I'm allowed to. And by the way, a lot of what we do here is a comedic parody, right? No, yeah, Midnight Mark was too scared to show up tonight. Imagine that. The Real Alliance of Truth. Yes, join the Real Alliance of Truth. David Wilcock, you've built your entire life around lies and half-truths and fake pseudoscience and fake claims. You cannot withstand the truth. And your echo chamber, we're chipping away at that fucking echo chamber every week. I'm chipping away at that echo chamber, reaching more and more people, converting more people from the side of lies to the side of truth. Why would you listen to David Wilcock lie to you for years on end when you can come here and get the real truth, where we peel back the layers of deception, where we give you receipts, court documents, and overwhelming evidence and proof to support what we are saying is true. Wilcock has no proof what he's saying is true. He has trust me bro stories. He has fake government insiders. He's got a fake charity that doesn't really do charity, but they're collecting money from the public like they're a charity. It's great. All those shady business dealings. Praise the cash, says SR, and much love. Yeah, chipping away at the echo chamber every week. That's right. That's my goal. And just to be clear, I have never threatened anyone's life. But I sure have threatened a lot of grifters' grifts. And I sure have threatened a lot of new age scammers' scams. We have destroyed more UFO, New Age, and fake psychic scammers scams than almost anybody on the internet. It's one of the things that we're known for. And it's interesting that David Wilcock thinks he's going to sue me. Show me a judge or a jury in the United States of America that's going to side with a guy who's been scamming people on the internet, provably scamming people on the internet with fake shit for decades. Take that side versus the side of somebody who's been telling people the truth and exposing scams, frauds, and new age nonsense for a long, long time. I'll take my chances with any jury in the United States, but this lunatic, and it's so ridiculous. Like, he thinks he's just going to walk in the court. Remember how he knew that I stole the money out of his account? He took a bath in his own piss and said, "Who's doing this to me? Who's doing this to me?" And he heard, "Stephen, Stephen, Stephen." That's his proof. Are you going to walk into a court with a judge and a jury and say, "I took a bath in my own piss, and the Archangel Michael told me it was Stephen stealing that money out of my bank account"? And by the way, David, if this goes to a legal situation, I'll subpoena all your bank records, and we'll find out what happened with that money. We'll find out what the real truth is. I wish I could subpoena it now. And, I love that he's always saying, maybe we'll let Stephen take a plea agreement. You don't have criminal prosecutorial power. You can't give me a plea agreement. If you sue me in civil court, there's no plea agreement. He doesn't even know the difference between a criminal case and a civil case. He's a moron and an idiot, and he's getting his legal advice from another legal moron idiot, Corey Good. And by the way, David Wilcock, while you're sitting there getting a hard on, thinking about suing me and silencing me, how did that work out for your scam partner, Corey Good? Go look at his YouTube numbers, you dumb dickhead, if you think you're going to get ahead and you're going to silence me. I will not be silenced by a proven con artist. Full stop. You're not silencing me. You're not shutting me up. And by the way, David, do you know how many people are laughing at you for all these false accusations that you're making against me? Do you know how stupid you look to all but the dumbest of your stupid as rocks followers? People are sending me messages of support virtually every day. People that used to follow David Wilcock and believe him are sending me messages of support. Because, David, once people look at my proof and my material, they no longer believe you. So I know why you're so paranoid and have to delete every message that references me. I know why you have to stop people from even putting my name in your live chat, because you are a coward. You are a coward, David Wilcock. You cannot withstand the power and the glory of truth seekers. You cannot withstand the power of our research efforts. You cannot withstand the power of the overwhelming evidence to support what we say is true is true. You cannot withstand us. And I don't care. He has made this very personal. When he starts attacking my reputation, which is essentially an attack on my whole family, I'm not going to be silenced, David. So do what you're going to do, but shit or get off the pot. You know, the boy who cried wolf. Oh, I'm going to sue this guy. I'm going to sue this guy. I'm going to sue this guy. You need money to do that. And you're broke, bitch. And there's a reason you're broke. And I would like to take credit for you being broke, at least a portion of you being broke. It's because I have been chipping away at your ability to scam morons on the internet for quite some time now. And I'm going to continue to chip away at your ability to scam morons on the internet. And I will continue every week to chip away from that echo chamber that you are so cult-like trying to build around yourself. You and your little hug box, right? He's in his little safe space where nobody can say anything mean. And let's not forget, when David Wilcock says that people are sending him death threats, he means mean tweets. No one's sending him death threats. No one is attacking him or threatening to kill him. It's theater for his dumb as rocks followers so that they feel sorry for him and send him more money. This is a typical scammer tactic that I've seen all of these guys use. They all do it. Oh, my information is so important. Look at Greer. Oh, people try to murder me. People trying to assassinate. People assassinated members of my team because we're getting too close to the truth about those aliens. No, you're not. You're a con artist. You're a scammer and a grifter. And this is where we're at, and this is where we find ourselves, right? It's one of those things. Thank you, Chill Station 7. Rakita said I could sue you for coming after my grift, says Chill Station 7. Yeah. Could you imagine him going into court? Yeah, he sent me death threats. And then, okay, put him up on the screen. Show the judge the death threats. I don't think you're telling the truth, David Wilcock. Well, that's not a death threat, Mr. Wilcock. Do you have anything else? No, not really. Well, I do have that the Archangel Michael told me while I was taking a bath in my own piss that Steven stole money from my bank account. It's so bizarro. This whole thing is so bizarro. I was just talking to my wife and I asked her, I said, do you remember when we used to watch Ancient Aliens when we first met? This is like 20 plus years ago, you know? And she said, yeah. I go, could you imagine if somebody had come back in time and told us like, hey, 20 years from now, that blonde guy that's lying to people on Ancient Aliens is going to be telling people that you got him swatted or you stole money out of his bank account or you're sending people suspicious packages. First of all, to the best of my knowledge, I haven't sent a package in years. No need to, you know? But thank you, Chill Station 7, for your kindness, generosity, and support. It's much, much appreciated. Yes, in his world, this is exactly what the problem is. David Wilcock exaggerates and embellishes everything in his life. Look how he turned an animal control officer leaving a card on his door into he got swatted. He didn't get swatted. He just repeated that lie on his last live stream. Oh no, Corey Good is talking about him getting swatted. Yeah, okay, Corey, you loser. Broke bum. They're both broke bums. I hardcore. In his world, mean tweets equals death threats. That's the problem. He exaggerates everything. Sunny Call 1 with 5 says, keep up the momentum of your tenacity. He's playing victim out of desperation. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Thank God Almighty and praise the cash, friends. Yes. And I just wanted to mention, I just cut I just have taken all of the puppets from the new show, Internet Insanity Circus, that we've completed so far, little bits of puppets, and put them all together. I'm going to be posting that for you Patreon members and YouTube channel members. And please, if you dropped off of Patreon, I understand, but I'm going to step up my efforts to produce more members only and Patreon content so that we can get your dollar. Because, you know, brother, can you spare a dollar? It's rough out there. I could use those Patreon funds. And our Patreon dropped by like 50%, but it's my own fault. I wasn't posting there. I just got so busy with other things that I kicked the can.
So I apologize for that. And thank you, Sunny Callie, for your kindness, generosity, and support. It is much, much appreciated. Um, all right, so we are going to bounce on out of here, but I guess we're doing part 2 tomorrow night. I'll be doing that part solo. I have to respond to those clips, but honestly, it's going to take me 3 hours or 2 hours at least to do it. Macario has clipped a lot of stuff. Macario, we want to welcome Macario as a contributing producer to Truth Seekers. John mentioned that we should give him a producer credit because he really does produce all these clips, and both us and Hidden in Plain Sight are using all those clips. He should get a little more credit for what he does. I apologize for not doing so. So we'll add him to the credits in the podcast and video descriptions. So what can I say, friends? David Wilcock is losing his goddamn mind. He's going into full-on panic mode as his grifts are coming crashing, smashing down. And I'm here for it, and I hope you will be too. So that's all I got for you, friends. Until next time, my name is Stephen Cambion. Good night, and God bless all of you, especially you, David Wilcock. And may God have mercy on your soul for making all these false and defamatory accusations and allegations against me. May God have mercy on your soul, because I won't. Good night, and God bless all of you.
Dark corners of the night, secrets hidden from the light. Whispers turn to screams, shattering all your dreams. Eyes wide open now, truth you can't disavow. Echoes through the halls, crashing all your walls. Truth seekers, exposing the truth. Truth seekers, coming for you. Uncover the lies, open your eyes. Shadows try to hide, no place for them to bide. Light will pierce you through, reveal what is true. Running from your fears, can't escape the sears. Truth will hunt you down, tear apart your crown. Truth seekers, exposing the truth. Truth seekers, coming for you. Uncover the lies, open your eyes. Eyes wide open now, truth you can't disavow. Echoes through the halls, crashing all your walls. Truth seekers, exposing the truth. Truth seekers, coming for you. Uncover the lies, open your eyes.
Just when I thought I was out, they dragged me back in, but I had to come back. A last minute big support from Mike Larry, the MVP of one of the MVPs. We've got a bunch of you guys, and thank you so much. Mike Larry is one of those people who gifts all these Truth Seekers memberships. And for those unaware, you have to be a subscriber in order to win one of these gifted memberships. So when a kind and generous soul like Mike Larry gifts one of these memberships, he gifted 20 memberships. Big support tonight. Thank you so much, Mike Larry. When that happens, those gifted memberships get randomly distributed among people in the live chat who are subscribers but are not yet YouTube channel members. What do you get for a channel membership? You get
a member's badge, letting everybody know you're a big supporter of the show, and you get a bunch of extra goodies in the members only section, priority reply in the comments and the live chat, and more. And tonight, due to the kindness and generosity and support of Mike Larry, like I said, I had to come back. I didn't want to miss this one. That was big support. Thank you, Mike Larry. Chris Powell was gifted a membership. Goutcast was gifted a membership. KC, Quantum Apotheon was gifted a membership. MM, Rigel the 7th gifted a membership. Jeremy was gifted a membership by Mike Larry. Rusty Shackleford gifted a membership by Mike Larry. Silence gifted a membership by Mike Larry. Brendan Caulfield gifted a membership. Div Hour, great user ID, was gifted a membership by Mike Larry. Phantomus Phanto gifted a membership by Mike Larry. Robot Gorilla Man gifted a membership. The MOC Master gifted a membership. Scooby 2 was gifted a membership by Mike Larry. T. Akiaso S gifted a membership by Mike Larry. Super Guy 64, JD Gamers gifted a membership. Crunchy 9000 gifted a membership. And Colt Jack all gifted a membership due to the kindness, generosity, and support of Mike Larry, big time show supporter. And we want to thank Mike Larry and all of you guys for your constant support of the show. It is much, much appreciated. And we'll give Mike Larry a big praise the cash moment. Thank you, Mike Larry, for helping us. Big praise in the cash. Thank you, Mike Larry.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your generosity. Praise the cash, praise the cash.
All right, praise the cash. I'll check, make sure we didn't miss anybody, but I think we got them all. For those unaware, if you gift a membership, we read it out and we thank you. And sometimes people throw them in at the last minute. Yeah, Wednesday says, thank you, Mike Larry. If you got a free membership tonight, it's due to the kindness, generosity, and support of Mike Larry. So please be sure to thank him in the live chat. So we'll see if we can't try this again. I thought that was all I had for you, but I wanted to come back and thank Mike Larry for his kindness. So I'm glad that we did that. So now I think that's all we got for you. Until next time, friends, my name is Stephen Cambion. Good night and God bless all of you.
Truth seekers exposing the truth. Truth seekers coming for you. Truth seekers exposing the lies. Truth seekers, open your eyes. They lie again. Have you had your fill? Let go of lies. Take your second red pill. I know you've had your fill. It's time to take your second red pill. I know you've had your fill. It's time to take your second red pill. I know you've had your fill. It's time to take your second red pill. Truth seekers exposing the truth. Truth seekers coming for you. Truth seekers exposing the lies. Truth seekers, open your eyes.
But there is a very important reason why I'm doing this, because I got swatted by our dear friend Stephen. This was the business card that was left on my door on Tuesday, and he then took public credit for swatting me on Wednesday with the police. He actually, that's right, this person who has been stalking me for at least 7 years that we know of, escalated to the point of actually calling in a police hit on me to try to say that I was abusing my dog. And he wrote 2 different emails to them, which is all going to be in the investigation they're doing that's done on Monday. I did get swatted, and I never expected this to happen, is that this turned into the most dramatic escalation of stalking and threatening behavior from a particular person that I've ever had in my whole career. He clearly wants me to be destroyed. That was one of the terms that one of the police used. He wants to destroy you. I'm like, yeah, that's true. In essence, what's happened is that we've had this very intense invasion of my freedom and privacy. This person who wants me to feel bad, this person who is trying to hurt me, Stephen, wrote 2 letters under pseudonyms to the police here in Boulder, which is, again, a serious crime. I mean, the police are very, very angry about this. They are not happy about this. They do not appreciate people calling in false claims like this. I told them, I don't know what this guy is capable of doing if he tries to call in a SWAT on me. So the SWAT team supervisor has assured me that they're not going to do any SWATs on my house. They know if anybody calls in with David Wilcock stuff to be very, very suspicious of it. Plus, I don't have anybody here. Somebody will call in, say, oh my God, there's violence. And what they're trying to do is to get a SWAT team to show up at your house, and they have their guns drawn, and it could be AR-15s or something like this. They could have body armor on, helmets, and riot gear, and they pound on your door. They might even break the door open, and they put you at gunpoint because they think that you're killing somebody inside the house. And I was so busy with what happened with this guy calling in a fake SWAT on me and trying to say I was abusing my dog that I wasn't even involved in this stuff. So thankfully, I didn't post anything about this. So I got to be very careful when I post because, again, this guy is attacking me with like 40 aliases a week. We now have hired a team and then 2 individuals. So I don't even know how many people are on the team. I think there's like 8 people on the team. So there's like a total of 10 people involved in stopping this one guy from bombarding my Twitter page with constant amounts of very, very vicious attack. But for him to escalate to the point of calling the police on me, he's actually now gotten himself in way more trouble. And it's much easier now for the police to cooperate with me to make sure that I'm safe. The crop circle directly tied back in with this business card that ended up on my front door thanks to getting swatted, which again shows that whoever this person, Stephen, is, he's really stepped it up and he's made mistakes. I mean, he's going to be, the police have told me I need to get a lawyer immediately. They're going to cooperate with the investigation. They're going to give me whatever help I need. They don't want to see me get hurt. Nobody should be threatened like this. And the police have already, as a result of him doing this swatting thing, the police have already spoken to the veterinary clinic. I know who this is. It's this guy, Stephen. I've got an enormous amount of evidence. Let me send you the evidence just a little bit because we're going to have to sue him anyway. We're already working on that. He can't stop. He creates 40 identities a week, blah, blah, blah. We've been dealing with this for like 10 years. It's actually more like 7 years, as much as I can trace. So again, he emailed the animal welfare to try to get me swatted. And the phone number for records is 303 blank. Now, why didn't she give me the phone number for records? Because we talked about on the phone that there's going to be an investigation. We're going to use her document that might be available as early as Monday. Going to contact the people in Philadelphia, the police there. She's going to talk to them directly. So is the SWAT team supervisor. So is the deputy. Okay. And they are going to help me because they see that this is like a very bizarre situation. Nothing about this SWAT attack was made public. And then this is the part that's so crazy. After he's under police investigation, because if you do this and you're lying, then they're going to get mad at you, not at me. After he already did this, he admitted publicly with his name that he was the one responsible for this. The fact that somebody swatted me and I have a police investigation now underway, and the police have basically demanded that I do a lawsuit. So now we're going to have to do a Stavati lawsuit and a David Wilcock lawsuit. They'll help me. But they're like, you need to do this immediately. We don't want you having this guy stalking you and he wants to destroy you. You got to do something. I'm all right, you guys. All right, I'll do it. The thing that I couldn't even believe is he took full credit for this swatting attack, created 4 new aliases. He clearly wanted you to see these statements. He wants people to know that he was the one responsible. So in this one case, we're going to give him what he wants. He was called up Chris Beskar on Monday of last week and said he was the Washington Post. And I can't imagine he's not going to do another video, but the faster that he keeps attacking me, the faster the injunction is going to come down, and the faster they're likely to arrest him with the cooperation of Boulder. Okay, that's what's going on. I've already spoken to the commander of the SWAT team, the local deputy, the head of animal welfare. None of them have ever heard anything like this. They don't know what the hell to make out of it. I gave them evidence
that death threats had already been made in a 15-minute period on, I think it was June 29th, from 4:43 to 4:58 p.m. In a 15-minute period, he attacked me like 30 times with 4 or 5 different identities. And in those 30 or 40 attacks were death threats. And I'm not going to, if I give them all to you, he's going to try to pick it apart and say da-da-da-da. But they're death threats. And I think the judge is going to agree that they're death threats. And it has significantly escalated this to a much higher level. So now I have to do a lawsuit. Now I have to get all this evidence together. So that's what I've been doing most of the week. I've been investigating the self-declared investigator. So as I just said, he had multiple death threats within a 15-minute period on June 29th. The judge is going to see that. That'll be in the lawsuit. I've got my team, so nobody can hate me on Twitter. I've gotten in touch with the local police, and his absolute hatred of me triggered this remarkable response from the universe in the form of this crop circle. So yes, if you're going to go after somebody, if you try to shoot 45, there's divine intervention. You try to get me swatted, there's divine intervention.
Sheriff's Office.
Because I got swatted by our dear friend Steven.
Do you realize as you're lying on a public live stream about being swatted that there's records that are going to prove that never happened?
But again, I don't hate Steven. It just kind of amazes me that since 2018 that he just won't stop. He's just so mad at me and he's so disrespectful and he's always making up these lies that are very easily disproven. And he's got a show on YouTube and he does 2.5 hours a week, sometimes more than once a week, just to hate me. And he's also out there attacking like Dr. Stephen Greer. He's really gone after Luis Elizondo. I mean, I think Luis Elizondo's cool,
How dare you make these false accusations against me that are so easily provable? How dare you claim you're getting me arrested or you're suing me because I'm doing all these things?
I said, look, I know who this is. It's this guy, Steven. I've got an enormous amount of evidence. Let me send you the evidence, just a little bit, because we're going to have to sue him anyway. We're already working on that. He can't stop. He creates 40 identities a week, blah, blah, blah. We've been dealing with this for like 10 years. It's actually more like 7 years, as much as I can trace. He emailed the animal welfare to try to get me swatted.
He claims I took full credit for the swatting attack with 4 new aliases. No, I didn't. But we know who did, and we're going to show you, and that is a completely and totally false claim.
I mean, it's almost like he wants to be arrested. He wants to be sued. He wants to be in jail. I don't know why you'd want to mess with your life like this. I mean, to hate somebody this much, to try to get, to try to get me hurt, to try to get my dog hurt, it's really wild. And I kept thinking maybe he'll go away, maybe he'll stop, but he just won't. Put together for you guys. Why the hell not? Does Galen need to wear sunglasses? He probably should.
Spooky says, I was working with a filmmaker who knocked on your door to ask for an interview. It was filmed. You then called Jim Martin at 1091 and threatened calling law enforcement.
We here at Truth Seekers challenge UFO Jesus to find us one investor that will show us proof that they got their money back or made a single penny.
This is who he is, and the evidence shows that he's openly and proudly satanic. Now, there's nothing intrinsically wrong with that. It's an accurate character portrait of the man who's been making all these accusations against me. Now you're going to get to learn who he is. This is what he's proud of. This is what he wants to be. This is what he's saying. And this is the stuff that's going in the lawsuit. Just like my troll, wants to come after me with swatting. It's the same kind of thing. They are going to get really mad at you. They're going to threaten you. They don't want to publish your paper.
Sheriff's Office. Sheriff's Office, anyone home?
See anyone?
His bedroom sliding glass door is open, screen shut, but there's no one there.
See any dog?
There's a dog bed right here, no dog.
Oh. Will you run and grab tape? Thank you.
Dude, I thought we had a fire in Colorado somewhere. I looked it up. This is all from Canada.
I know. 5 million acres.
5 million?
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah, because there's
all one fire.
No, there's several burning right now. By grand total, 5 million acres so far this year. Sucks.
Yeah, that's
Highly unfortunate.
yeah. That's really unfortunate because that's where America gets like 80% of their wood just from Canada. So wood prices are about to skyrocket.
Yep, as if they weren't bad enough. Such is life, I guess.
Yeah, this is a beautiful place.
Yeah,
He's
hell of a
obviously
property.
making money off his YouTube accounts.
I'm sure he gets some nice gratuity. I don't know what the right word is for ancient aliens.
Well, I mean, he clearly isn't broke.
Yeah.
I don't know why he's not taking a buck to the bed.
That's a great question. Thank you. $797 on debit.
797.
Can I have a CR for this call on Ridge?
797-3692-3692.
Copy, thanks. Good. Oh, it's fine. I know, but I already took it off, so it's like, might as well.
No? No, I was gonna peek through the garage, but the blinds are closed. There's a trail cam at the beginning of this driveway, but there's no other cam. Well, good job making the right turn. I did not make the right turn.
I was, when we saw you make the wrong turn, and we're like, okay, it's supposed to be like right here.
Yeah. Right now, don't trust me ever on directions. I'll drive around in circles for 3 hours. I don't give a shit. Absolutely. Yep. Oh, don't be sorry. I got shit going on up here right now, so. This was the exciting part of my day so far. Okay. I won't look at it, but okay. I mean, I will, not the whole 4 hours. I do kind of want to see what this guy's all about, though. So yeah, send it to me.